Greetings, one and all, and welcome to the tavern for our final day of round robin here in Grandmasters. Starting off with the Asia Pacific region with me, Derek, and Gia will be joining me as well. And it is going to be an absolutely incredible day of Hearthstone. Gia, all of them have implications for the different players, but for some more than others, this could be a heartbreaking day.
That's right. We are right here at the finish line. Of course, it is a little bit shorter today. A Sunday for Asia Pacific, only 4 matches instead of the 5, but no shortage of implications. We have matches to decide who's going to get the bye at the top of the table in Division A, and we have matches to decide who could potentially be leaving us after this season.
So let's take a look at the matches that we do have today to see who could potentially be leaving us and what all the implications of those matches include. To start things off, Glory versus Flurry. Glory is looking to take that match and absolutely guarantee himself top spot as the undisputed king of APAC for this season, whereas Flurry on the other side, Gia, is looking to win this match, which would guarantee him to be out of potential to finish in 7th or 8th.
That's right. The other character who's not really seen in this graphic is Possessi, because if Flurry manages to take the win over Glory, then suddenly it's Possessi who's down there with Kin. Happy birthday to Kin today, by the way, 0-3-1 in the relegation bracket for Division A. But if Flurry loses to Glory, and Glory's probably playing for Possessi here, that means Possessi is safe.
Yeah, next match, Rivius Alutemu. That is a fight to enter the top 2 of Division A. Whoever wins gets into the top 2 pretty simply, in which you get a bye for finishing in the top 2 when we head to the playoffs. So still a pretty big advantage for these two players. Blitzchung Tom 60229. I think it's fair to call this the kind of the lull in the action for today, given both of these players are guaranteed top 4 in Division B, and all of those spots end up being equal. It's really just pride on the line for these two players. But Samuel Sao and Shaxi Gia, that is where things absolutely heat up to the max.
Yeah, I do think we will need that breather of a match between Blitzchung and Tom, because after Samuel Tsao and Shaxi play, we will be saying goodbye to either Samuel Tsao or Don, depending on the result. If Shaxi wins, then Samuel Tsao is automatically rated, and if Shaxi loses, that will be done, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is all down to what Samuel Sao can try and pull out. He decides both his and Dawn's fate. But sadly, down at the bottom, Staz has already been seal of fated in his spot of last place of Division B, guaranteed to be relegated out of Grandmasters for this season, which, as I was saying yesterday, truly does break my heart, because no matter what, you can always expect a good show from Staz.
Oh, yes, and I did manage to have a short conversation with Staz, and he, of course, was sad to be out of contention for Grandmasters, but he already said he is looking to prepare for the next Masters Tour, get right back on the grind. Just that same attitude that Orange propagated as well. Though you can get out of Grandmasters, there's always a way back in with the hard work and the time put into it.
Yeah. It is, of course, great to see that attitude. Of course, down at the bottom of Division A, Kin there, as we realized today with being his birthday, the Kin 0531 is, of course, May 31st. It makes a lot of sense when it's spelled out. So while it is not the happiest birthday for him, I would say, this year, because he is down in the potential for relegation. But at the very least, he did get one win on the table yesterday, so he is not completely winless heading into the next few stages, because he and either Possessi or Flurry will be down in the potential relegation bracket. And this is how that relegation bracket will be shaking out. Division A, 7th and 8th, get the most chances to get a win, because you only need one single win to save yourself for another season of Grandmasters.
It is true. They have 3 chances if you finish in Division A, 7th and 8th. If you're in Division B, it is a big difference between 5th and 6th, though, because if you end up 6th slot, there's one match to decide whether you stay or not in the Grandmaster system. Frosty is somebody who's really hoping that the tiebreakers shake out in his favor, but he did manage to avoid automatic relegation yesterday, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, in one of the most unlikely scenarios I think I've ever seen there, where he should have lost that game versus Tyler, but the Soulfire discarding Zephyrus, disappearing into the sands, gave him his one final chance at redemption. I guess the true best card, the perfect card from Zephyrus, was actually just disappearing himself. No, a truly beautiful story, for sure. But with all of that out of the way, we've set the stage, Gia, now, in terms of the matches that need to occur. But we, of course, need to look at the games, the way the actual hard Hearthstone is going to be shaking out. So let's take a look at the different bring rates of the different decks that we have here for this weekend, because it's a pretty big shift compared to last week.
Oh yes, 100% Tempo Demon Hunter, no surprises there, and Warrior still 100% in terms of the class bring rate. We got a few Bomb Warrior sprinkled in there with the 81% Pain Warrior, but Druid took a huge dip, and it feels weird to say it's a huge dip because it's still over 50%, but Druid has been ever so popular in APAC week to week, now tied in popularity with Quest Warlock.
Yes, the Quest Warlock is really the big interesting story for me this weekend, because it started off a couple weeks ago, and last week in particular, being brought a lot more in the other regions, had a very high win percentage, being played very, very well, I will add, and players weren't really prepared for it. Whereas now, a plus 56% difference overall in terms of the players who are bringing it, and yet its win rate has plummeted. Obviously, we're getting a better sample size. It's not a 90% versus everything deck. That's quite clearly ridiculous. No deck in Hearthstone ever has been. But it's quite a dramatic shift, with it going like 1-8, I think, in APAC overall yesterday.
Yes, it is stonks up in terms of bring rate, but maybe people are not really getting their return for that one, because we've seen Warlock struggle against Hunter and against Druid, which are two of the more popular decks for those third and fourth deck slots.
Indeed, and taking a look at the overall win rates, I believe that we have for this Quest Warlock deck, we can see why some players are liking it a lot and why some players are not so much. Spell Druid at a 64% win rate. Again, Gia, I was saying that this is kind of our pet matchup that we have to have every time the meta shifts, where we're wrong about something, because not only do the stats here seem to indicate that Spell Druid is a little bit further behind versus the Quest Warlock than we imagined. I'm seeing a lot of debate on Twitter at the moment, where it seems to be everyone versus RDU, one of the European GMs, where he's saying Quest Warlock is not that good, Spell Druid is in a great spot. Whereas other players like Language Hacker and Bloodyface are saying that it's like comparing an old school Undertaker Hunter, one of the best decks in the history of Hearthstone, against an arena deck for the Spell Druid.
Oh my, I didn't think that the matchup was quite so disparate in terms of how people actually view it. So it really goes to show that there is still so much room for innovation on how to build Quest Warlock, and how to play it is the big factor. We've seen already so many different strategies. We saw a board-based approach from Rivius, and that was in the mirror, but it turns out there might also just be a different way to approach the deck in general across all of its matchups.
Exactly, and I will say that if this is an accurate description of the win rate for Quest Warlock versus Spell Druid, Raven was high-rolling me like there is no tomorrow, and I won't hear anything otherwise. But then, moving on to our Spotlight deck for today, Gia, we can see a very, very interesting deck for this week. The only Priest, I believe, across all regions, but it is not even then what you would expect.
Not Galakrond, not Resurrect. It is a Shaxi Priest, and I will let you guys decide what that exactly means. Of course, being serious, it is a combo Priest, which I thought was a variant of Priest that had died and vanished into the Nether ever since Divine Spirit was rotated to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I cannot say for certain that Shaxi innovated this deck, or whether he, took the list and kind of improved it, made it appropriate for a GM lineup, but at the very least, despite having never seen a game with this deck before, because this is the first time I've ever seen it, I love the idea of what's going on. There's some very clear, very powerful combos that you're looking to pull off. High health minions coming down, overconfident Orc, Archmage Vargoth, and High Priest Amit is the king of all of that. Works great in combination with Faceless Rager, and also, as it turns out, with Psych Split.
Yeah, Psyche Split can just buff a minion and copy them, and suddenly you have a board full of immortal minions. If you thought Warmaul Challenger was good, I guess this is just taking it to the next level. There's a lot of buff support in there as well, with the Kulturan Chaplain and Power Infusion. I am just so excited to see how Shaxi came up with this monstrosity, and whether it's a genius or a stroke of madness.
Well, we're going to have to see, because Shaxi, when he's at his peak capacity, he is truly a terror to behold. Some other times we're left a little bit confused, but it's worth those kind of dips, the troughs, to hit those incredibly high peaks when he's at his best. So cannot wait to see how Shaxi will be trying this deck out against Samuel Sao in our last match of the day. But before we can get into all of that, we're going to go to a very short break. Let you get to know the APAC players that little bit better as we got to know them earlier on in the year in Arlington. While we set up our first match, we'll be back after this.
Mm. これってハースストーンに乗りたいって意味でいいのか
Okay, let me think.
노자리요. 긴 비행 중에 체력이 딸려도 그 생명력 잘 채워줄 것 같아가지고.
我应该会选那个死亡之翼吧，因为我觉得他那个动画特效特别酷，因为他骑上来应该也蛮酷的。
I'll choose Death Wing.
ハースストーンのカードに乗るとしたらデスウィングに乗りたいですね
デスウィングのことありましたけど。
I want to ride Isra because I think his human form is really beautiful.
Cool.
아렉스트라자? 是红龙。为什么？因为我只有想到这一条龙啊。Rich Alexstrasza？ 两个吗 ？Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for our first match of the day here for Asia Pacific. Again, this is our final day of round robin here. We've had 4 weeks of it in addition to our 3 weeks of Swiss in the start, and it all comes down to this duo. We're going to find out at the end of today who is going to be in our top 8 for playoffs after we play an off-stream bracket for the remaining 2 spots from Division B. And thereafter, next week, we will find out who is going to the global finals and also who a one remaining player to be relegated out is. And before we can get into that, we of course have to find out who is going to be where in terms of the standings. So Glory versus Flurry is our first match. As I was saying at the start, Glory can get himself up to the absolute top, despite already being guaranteed first or second. Really just pride on the line to be the undisputed first place.
Yeah, imagine if you finish the top of the Swiss and the top of round robin. I don't even think that's possible in the other regions. That would be an extremely amazing story for Glory to achieve. But of course, for Flurry, there is also a lot on the line. If he loses this series, that means he will be in the relegation bracket. And Glory's also got his friend Possessi to play for, because if Glory loses, then suddenly Possessi's safe and through to playoff.
That's right. It's a slightly less extreme scenario, but it definitely reminds me of at the end of last season of Grandmasters in the European region, where in one of the most heartbreaking moments of Hearthstone I've ever seen, where Orange was relegated out, Hunter Ace had one final chance to save him based on the tiebreakers and how things shook out, but couldn't quite get the job done, sadly. So Glory here, trying to do his teammate, or his friend, I should say, sorry, a solid of getting the win here against Flurry. And to start things off, double Warrior ban makes a lot of sense, given that these players have pretty much the exact same lineup on both halves. And the first match thereafter is going to be Warlock for Glory and the Druid for Flurry. Already getting to see one of the most contentious matchups, at least here for us in APAC.
All right. I would be very excited to see whether the result of this will be in favor of RDU or of the world, it seems like. Yeah, how do you feel, Derek, about how this matchup actually shakes out now that we've had quite a few matches that we've seen on stream?
It's really hard to get a good idea of how any deck really shapes up against Druid, because it really is, two halves of a coin, two sides of a coin that are completely different. Half the time, or some of the time, I should say, they hit the absolute dream where they ramp into the exotic Mount Seller and then you just lose. And when they don't do that, you kind of just win. It seems to be that the players are saying the balance of that generally seems to err on the side of Warlock. The Druid doesn't do quite disgustingly powerful enough stuff often enough. But what I will say is that if the Druid hits it, there is little that the Warlock can do to counteract it.
Yeah, I think that is the matchup in a nutshell, and I think the best Druid players have been mulliganing as aggressively as possible for the high roll here. And in this particular matchup, that is not the Turbo Glowfly, it is the Turbo Ramp leading into the Mount Sellers. But Flurry has had none of those options, not even a Fungal Fortunes, and Glory is already off to the races with his card draw.
You want to hear a great Dutch joke that I heard from some of my Dutch friends, Gia?
Sure.
It's that apparently no ramp is I have no idea how to pronounce it. No ramp is a ramp because ramp means disaster in Dutch. So that's a pretty good nutshell, I think, of how Druid shakes out.
Did Tice make that joke on his stream, maybe?
He did not. It was Captain Kitty, who I hang out with a bit. I like that you kind of presumed that Tice would have. Oh, I guess you said on stream, not that you would. No presumption of my friendship with Tice there. Good job, Gia. Let's carry on.
Yes, well, Flurry has hit the ramp, so this is not a total Dutch ramp because he can head into a Glowfly turn followed up by Overflow. Glowfly in this matchup is actually pretty expendable compared to its function in a lot of other matchups, primarily the Mirror, where you really just get it on board as soon as possible and run away with the game. Here, I see it as kind of a way to deter the Warlock from being able to present their own threats, notably the Abyssal Summoner, at which point maybe you can land your Overflow and get your Mount Seller.
And we can clearly see it's not only the fact that it disrupts their powerful plays in their own right in terms of the Abyssal Summoner, which is still a great point you bring up. It disrupts the plot twists quite heavily because here for Glory, he really wants to hold on to this hand. He has the perfect answer to a Glowfly Swarm on curve in an activated Crazed Netherwing, and yet still here he's taking the risk of going for the plot twist, and he is rewarded.
You a risk, but I'm pretty sure the most likely outcome is that if he doesn't get Crazed Netherwing, he'll still get some measure of the Dark Skies, the
Yes.
Moarg Rain of Fire. There's a ton, and it makes a lot of sense that he's prioritizing getting the quest completion while he had that mana spare. And here we can see both of the Netherwings.
Yes, I think it's definitely the correct decision here for Glory, but it's just a, wow, okay, an interesting dynamic to discuss because I've seen players more so than I would expect forego the plot twist because they just really like their hand. You've got to remember that at the end of the day, this deck doesn't have to complete the quest to win games of Hearthstone. It's still playing powerful minions.
It's true. We've even seen players in EU, I think Colento, mess around with mulliganing the quest to get worked out for him, but it goes to show that the quest is not a priority in many of these matchups. Warlock can play to just outlasting the Druid, but it is made a lot harder when Druid is running Ysera, and Flurry has that at the top end.
Already, Gia, as well, we can see the key difference for Glory and how devastating it is. Glory and Alutemu, I believe, were the two players who substituted in Kartut Defenders instead of the much more popular Abyssal Summoners. And just look at the difference here. This is a 4-6 instead of, what would that even have been? The full 9-9 taunt thrown down. It's disastrous for Glory by comparison.
Yeah. Oh, Mount Seller discarded. That's also kind of a ramp. And now Flurry has 2 more procs of the Mount Seller should he choose. It's getting pretty scary. The good thing for him is he has the Glowfly with Soul of the Forest follow-up, and that might be disincentivizing him from using both of these spells. However, even if he uses both, he'll still have the full 7, so I don't see any reason to hold back.
Yeah, you're going all the way in here. I think it's one of those matchups where Flurry still has a chance to wrestle things back if this doesn't work, because he's got double Rising Winds for draw, Glowfly Swarm plus Soul of the Forest, which is a huge refill that Warlock can really struggle to find an answer for.
It's pretty atrocious beasts for Flurry outside of the Mook. Like, he was really hoping for something of substantial health to be generated so he could put the Iron Bark on that and protect his exotic Mount Seller. You can now just see Crazed Netherwing and 2 trades. Flurry doesn't even need to use the AoE spells.
Yeah, the numbers don't work out quite perfectly. 8 health is really annoying because he can't Nether Breath either of the 2 other guys. But yes, your point still stands. He can make it work even if it's a bit ugly, and you don't really care if it's ugly. As long as you have an answer to the board here, you are so much in the game. You haven't just been blown out. Not even saying he's winning, but the game continues.
Yes, indeed. And key to note is that Flurry has not drawn his Moarg Artifice. He has that Sense Demons to go fish for it, make quick work of this board.
So Sense Demons, Moarg, Rain of Fire,
Yeah.
Rain of Fire.
And a Moarg
got
was
it.
guaranteed there because T had already played an Aranasi Broodmother.
Disgusting. This is what should blow Warlock just completely out of the water here.
And that suddenly means for Flurry, we're looking at Ysera as the out. He has the other Glowfly in terms of a threat that he can put on board, but the other Mount Seller has been discarded, and a single Glowfly is definitely not threatening at this point. Flurry's close to killing him.
Yeah, for Flurry, it is all on the plan of draw until you hit Ysera. That is the only win condition left to him, and he needs to find it now, because as you said, he's dying really soon.
And oh man, Ysera bottom 5 Fungal Fortunes. If it's in the top 3, will discard Ysera.
I don't think you're taking the risk with Fungal Fortunes anymore.
Yeah, that is getting held for after Ysera's been played, ideally for Flurry. But Glory just can play some measure of threats here.
Just play Malagos.
Yeah, that's true. I love it.
Yeah, basically no answer in the deck. Flurry knows it. Ysera nowhere to be found. Game 1 going to Glory. And, you know, like I said, there's always a matchup that I, at least, as I think I was kind of the flag bearer on this particular stance here,
Okay.
that I'm just kind of wrong on. At least in my sample size, it didn't seem to go that way. But it seems to be a lot closer to at least even, if not Warlock favored versus the Druid.
Yeah, I guess the way you put it, where Druid needs to hit the absolute nuts curve, and even if they do, Warlock still has answers. It kind of lends itself to saying that Warlock's average draw can get there most of the time, and Druid needs to hit not just the Glowfly, but the Glowfly into the Mount Seller. They need to make sure that all of the threats are online. And for Flurry there, we saw him discard a Mount Seller and have the Ysera at the bottom. Not sure if that's the average outcome still, but I definitely think that experienced Warlock players also have such a leg up.
I mean, I've got to be honest, I don't think it was that bad of an outcome at all for the Druid. It was fairly standard. The exotic Mount Seller came in a timely fashion. Second one was discarded, which sucks, but it was far from the most disastrous hand we've seen compared to some of the draws for the players like Kin's infamous Druid game where he got absolutely nothing. And because of that, Glory gets himself off to a fantastic start. Great news for him. Great news for Possessi as well, trying to avoid that 7th place spot if Flurry loses. But before we can continue with the rest of our first series of the day, we are going to go to a quick break before the conclusion comes after this. Welcome back. We are halfway through our first match of the day here for Grandmasters. It is Glory versus Flurry, a matchup between two players that have had a pretty good run so far. Just getting into Division A is not too bad at all. But also, I think on the line here, Gia, something we haven't mentioned is the pride of the countries of these two players, as they have solidified themselves, I think, quite clearly as the two best countries for Japan and South Korea, respectively, in Asia Pacific. The only other country of which we have a substantial number of players, I feel like, is Chinese Taipei. And of course, we have two players from Hong Kong as well. And they're showing reasonable results, but the majority of them are down in Division B, whereas all but one of the players in Division A are either Japanese or South Korean. So it's always something to consider on the line in these matchups as well.
Particularly for Japan, they have 3 players, and 100% of them are in Division A to begin with. If Flurry wins this, 100% of them are through to playoffs in Division A. That is insane. I think that rivals France in dominance. I'm going to put it out there.
It does indeed, especially the, obviously aside from the Masters tours, which France have undisputably shown themselves to be the kings of in the past few Masters Tour events. In GM, it hasn't looked quite so hot for them. Felkeen had incredible runs in the Masters Tours, hasn't been able to turn it around. Of course, when Expelized enters GM almost inevitably in the next season, then maybe he'll be able to turn things around. But as you said, for Japan, it is very much an incredible performance so far, and it would just be the cherry on the cake here if Glory can finish first after all of this.
Yes, indeed. We are going to kick it off again with a Demon Hunter mirror, one of our favorites. No matter how many times we see it, I think it still shows and rewards the player that understands the matchup the best.
I agree completely. I'm seeing a lot of plays that I think are very inspired. I'm seeing a lot of plays I disagree with, and then I'm being converted on those plays a lot of the time when I have them explained to me. There's so much nuance to these matchups, and there's also so many different things to consider that sometimes bad plays look good, good plays look bad, whatever it may be. But one thing I do know for sure is that Frozen Shadow Weaver is a fantastic card in the matchup, and Flurry, I guess so desperate for a 1-drop here, decided to throw it away from his mulligan.
Yeah, on the play, definitely understand the reasoning behind. You want to play Frozen Shadow Weaver going into locking up one of your opponent's turn. They've run away with an early board, and you had nothing to do in the early turns. Frozen Shadow Weaver hardly buys you any time at all. And Glory, wow. Choice of 1-drops. You can coin them both out and go for Umberwing follow-up.
It does look very, very powerful. I'm just thinking about in terms of the information he has. Flurry kept a card, didn't play it. Does that give him a read on it being Twin Slice, so he doesn't want to go too all in and have his board cleared? Probably not. It's hard to know for sure, but he does end up holding back here, I think, saving for the coin 5-drop, which is always something to consider in the Demon Hunter mirror.
Right. I don't think he could have had a hard read on Twin Slice, but say just a 2-drop played on curve. Had Glory gone for the double 1-drops and the follow-up was Umberwing, that still means that the Sightless Watcher gets to trade into one of those 1-drops or into a Fellwing Toad. Glory here is holding back the coin for flexibility because he doesn't have all the information yet. And that is also something very important to consider as Demon Hunter.
Glory does find himself a way to fill out the curve a little bit more impressively with the Frozen Shadow Weaver to come down, beautifully disrupting Glory's turn 3. We can see he has a very strong play in his own right in the Frozen Shadow Weaver, but for Flurry, at this point, it's mainly about getting something on the board.
Thinking about follow-up turn 3s, there's room for innovation in this slot, and for Flurry, he's got the Blowtorch Saboteur 1 of, as well as one of Volpera Scoundrel, and as you can already see in hand, is the Sightless Watcher.
This is really interesting now for Glory. He goes for the coin with the Battle Fiend on turn 2, and he gets the immediate buff on it, of course. So he's kind of sacrificing a point of damage, or I suppose 2 points of damage, because he would have been able to get the buff and then the attack on this turn, just to kind of secure its safety a little bit more for an extra turn.
It is very interesting timing. And it kind of locks Glory into the Frozen Shadow Weaver for this turn, which is not ideal going into the 4-mana. I think you would much rather freeze going into turn 5, but as Tyler succinctly mentioned yesterday, it still locks out plays such as Satyr Overseer Hero Power.
And if Satyr Overseer had been playable on that turn for Flurry, he of course wouldn't have been able to fit in the hero power. So maybe Glory can still make, or can still think it's possible that my opponent has a Satyr Overseer in hand. But the point still remains that you brought up, Gia. You would still much rather freeze going into turn 5.
And Glory is going
Wow.
to go for that. I guess the other reasoning is that he doesn't have a turn 4 locked up in his hand. So he might have ended up on the same problem where there's no ideal way to spend his mana on the follow-up. So I think he's kind of cutting his losses here and saying, I'm going to float mana this turn, make sure my turn 4 is excellent, and go on from there as he has the Warglaves or the Skull follow-up.
Such an interesting dynamic, Gia, because obviously there are huge upsides to this play. As we keep mentioning, the freeze on turn 5 is huge. But there's also huge downsides. Say he top decks a good play here, like a Satyr Overseer. He's just left with another card in hand that he didn't spend.
I got you, friend.
But he ends up with a good outcome, perfect way to spend his mana, and it protects the Shadow Weaver from dying straight up to Kayn. Oy, oy, oy. This is a tough situation.
Yeah. I mean, Frozen Shadow Weaver face is, like, obviously the best thing he can do on this turn. But that's pretty bad mana utilization, and with an expensive hand such as this one, it begs the question of whether you are actually just supposed to go Warglaves on 5 here, let them develop their own Warglaves if they have it, and then freeze after the fact.
You bring up the point of mana expenditure, but you could technically just use the Chaos Strike as cycle here, not necessarily getting the face attack through.
I guess I mean mana expenditure on valuable things. I don't see the Chaos Strike as especially important here.
I think that was a legit consideration because I do agree with him finally and on Frozen Shadow Weaver going into turn 5 and then Warglaves for immediate impact later on. But I'm just curious what card you would rather have in hand than Chaos Strike. I could think of a couple, Twin Slice being the main
That's
one.
fair. I guess the thinking is that you may kind of rather have other cards in hand than Chaos Strike, but he has good things to spend his mana on for the next few turns anyway. He has his choice of Skull or Warglaves on this turn, both of which seem pretty powerful.
Fair point, but ultimately that Frozen Shadow Weaver did lock up Glory's turn, and Glory didn't have quite that dilemma of how he wanted to spend his mana. It only was a preloaded Warglaves for that turn.
Again, we got to be thinking about mana expenditure here. It's a pretty big deal in these mirrors because Warglaves is again kind of the most powerful play you can do on this turn. Clear up the board, set up for Satyr Overseer seems pretty good. But you also got to think about unlocking the I-Beam. Does that mean you go Warglaves here, then Skull, and then I-Beam?
I definitely think the Skull is too slow among these options. You're pretty much relying on an Altruist to make up for the tempo lost if that's a play this turn. There's a possibility to go for all the cards on the right side, but that seems pretty poor against an opposing Warglaves.
I agree.
Time grows short.
Because if we're living in a world where you go Satyr, Chaos Strike for cycle, and that doesn't even necessarily free up the I-Beam, because you could draw an expensive card, then Glory responds with Warglaves against your whole board, is free to develop something, and probably have to respond with a Warglaves against a larger minion.
Trades away his board here. This is very interesting, Gia, because one of the points I was about to bring up is, weirdly enough, I feel like at this point in the mirror, one of the things that can go really wrong for you is a Satyr Overseer. When both players have the weapons equipped, if they start swinging away and generate 2, 3, even 4 2/2s, there's very little to come back from that. And I think that's a major consideration behind Flurry's play here, to make sure Glory can only attack once.
Yeah. I think deal even without the Satyr Overseer. He's just saying, I'm not going to face tank this damage because that just means Glory gets an extra swing in over the course of 2 turns. And that is a huge, huge Flurry, my goodness.
Absolutely massive. Look at what this shuts down for Glory. The Glade Bounded Depth and the extra damage. It just stops lethal on its own, even ignoring any other ramifications of board.
Glory still has a Skull active. He had the I-Beam off the top to help him stave off lethal on the backswing. All the frozen Shadow Weavers.
Absolutely huge. Again, setting up lethal on the following turn here is Glory. Flurry needs something very impressive.
Seen the freezes on both sides, all of them used now.
Oh,
Seen an I-beam from Flurry, about
yeah.
to be ripped, but
All I see is
I don't see a way out.
weakness.
Well, is it actually lethal quite yet?
It's one off,
I think it might be one off.
right? Oh,
Not
never
anymore.
mind.
Wow.
That was just me assuming that you hit one of the many top decks there.
So many
Twin
of
Slices
the...
or Chaos Strikes.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, I feel like so many of the facets of the mirror were demonstrated here. First of all, the power of freeze. For Flurry, every card he drew off the Skull of Gul'dan at the end there was crucial in terms of getting the damage, in terms of attacking. He couldn't do anything when he was frozen there. But for Glory on the other side, not only do you have to consider his timing of the frozen Shadow Weaver, which potentially won him the game by saving it for an extra turn, but also his choice of how he traded and how he went face. There were multiple opportunities where he could have got that little bit of extra damage to face, which might have meant he didn't need the top deck of Twin Slice to close out the game.
Man, very close. I think it was super well played on both sides. That turn for Flurry was really the pivotal one where he could have decided to preload the Warglaves or go that Shadow Weaver. And I think that was still the best line that he ended up taking there. But wow, the freezes on both sides just mess up all of your game plans. And suddenly you have to rely on what other alternatives are in hand. And the skulls came in really clutch for those scenarios.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff. And of course, that means that Glory ends up at 2-0, one game away from ending the day, or ending the round robin, I should say, at a near perfect record of 6-1. Truly incredible stuff it would be to see him go that well, that dominant over an entire 7-week span, and looking pretty decidedly like the favorite to get to the global finals thereafter. But before he can do that, Gia, it's looking like at the moment it's not likely to be a clean sweep, because he's got Druid and it's up against Demon Hunter. In my opinion, one of the worst matchups you're looking at the moment in Hearthstone.
Completely agreed. And if we're going off of the world's opinion and not
This
RGU's,
isn't
also
over
could struggle
between
potential
us,
against Quest
brother.
Warlock. But we also have to note, this is a Japanese player we're talking about. These are the guys that bring Druid week after week, and they get the goods with the mulligans.
They really, really do. Kind of interesting there to see Flurry mulligan away the Umberwing. Again, he is a player who clearly values his one-drops very, very, very highly, because the curve there, to me, looked pretty good with just Umberwing, Satyr, Overseer, and pray you hit a one-drop off the top.
And we also see here, not playing Beaming Sidekick just as a 1-2. I think he's deliberately holding on to this for a turn 3 after the Umberwing is equipped. Satyr Overseer with Sidekick.
Yeah, that's pretty clearly the game plan now, and I like it a lot. There was the temptation to throw down the Sidekick on 1 because you did technically get the 1-drop, but this makes it much, much more awkward for Glory now.
Just always that sad feeling of top decking your 1 turn 2 when the window has passed and it is suddenly far less efficient. Woohoo, Mount Cellar.
Okay, we're
No
getting close here for
set.
Glory. Getting close.
His weakness.
But Flurry is turning on the pressure.
We're with you.
Oh, coin held. Coin held.
He's preparing
Whoa.
for the Glowfly. This is the
I
play.
see.
He's expecting Glowfly to come down here. He's played against
Yeah.
these Japanese players before, and by preserving the coin Warglaves, it allowed him to just win the game on the spot, pretty much, if it was to be a Glowfly swarm.
It's true. He could have just cleared up almost all of the flies and regenerated his board had the Satyr Overseer stuck. But this is the disaster outcome. If Flurry just spell, suddenly Flurry's follow-up is just very low pressure minions. You don't want to be coining a Warglaves just to swing face ones.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't for Flurry, because Glory, even if he had the Glowfly Swarm, he didn't have to play it. He could have gone for this kind of a turn anyway, where he just clears off the board, because he is so afraid of coin Warglaves, and I think he very possibly might have.
Very interesting interplay. But now we see Flurry just building the best board that he can with what he's got. But this doesn't quite line up so well into a coin skull because it's going to be stuck in the middle with the next draw. So I'm not really sure if this coin should have been held so long in retrospect.
Glory, if you think about it, Glory can start to piece together some information here because he now knows that there was a beaming sidekick in hand, coin is still in hand. Why would your opponent not go for one of the most powerful plays in the deck of Satyr Overseer, coin, beaming sidekick? It's not a hard read, and it is a very difficult one to make, but he could make the read that there is a Warglaves of Azzinoth in hand, in which case you don't want to develop these minions here.
I think that's a very fair point and a tough read to make. It's not something that you can put your finger on unless you've been paying huge attention. But I was also going to bring up the point that there was no coin glaive bound that turn when Flurry could have played it with the Umberwing swing to face.
Great point.
Now, Flurry gets what he needed.
Okay.
Oh, more development instead of the Warglaves here. All right. Yeah. See this, having a 6/4 on board is a huge deal. That 4 health is always difficult for Druids to deal with.
It is indeed. It's going to have to be a Bog Beam plus Moonfire or double Bog Beam, I suppose, as it could be now for Glory.
Oh my goodness. Always that question of, am I going to roll a Griffin? In which case, you don't really want to Bog Beam first on the Glaive Bound, but it is, of course, very low odds. Are you hitting the Raven Bingo? We saw the Messenger Raven Bingo. Oh man. And suddenly an awful spot for Flurry. I mean, he could face tank this Mount Seller thrice if he wants.
Yeah. And then he's got not really enough damage to close out the game thereafter. And the worst thing is, he's still not unlocking the Skull of Gul'dan for next turn.
And the runes are actually a big deal that they're buffing each other's attack here. Flurry doesn't have the liberty to swing into them all willy-nilly, at least not without trading other minions. That's why you see him giving up his board into the Mount Seller.
I mean, if he doesn't trade here, though, he's dead to Savage Roar on the spot.
You're absolutely right. Whew, okay, that last trade was very clutch. Glory has the refill in his hand, at least. But Flurry's so low that, I wonder if you just go for a bunch of 3/2s here.
I love it! What answer is there to this? Altruist is looking very unlikely given the plays you've seen from your opponent thus far. They just use all the charges of a Warglaive.
You've seen a Glaive Bound as well?
Yeah, you're unlikely to die. It's almost impossible, actually, that you die.
Oh, the freeze!
Okay.
So if you freeze a minion, you're still dead to Savage Roar because you can't kill both layers of the... Oh, wait. If he trades first layer with minion, second layer with base, then...
Still dead, though. It's Hero Power Savage Roar. Oh, no, because he can take the 2 damage. Okay.
Right. If you take the second layer with base, then he's alive! Flurry spotted in!
Oh. Alright, Flurry still in with a chance here of turning this around. Now the overflow is looking a little bit more tempting, even if it does heal Flurry up.
Yeah.
Of course, Glory can see he's 1 damage off lethal, but now there are outs for lethal on the other side.
Yeah, and that's why Glory has to go. There's 7 on the other side. There's a way to kill these minions without face tanking with Savage Roar. And so, can he just put Flurry on not having 6 damage from hand? Or 5 even, counting the hero power? I guess just 1 Glaive Bound, he survives against that, but he's dead to Metamorphosis, he's dead to Glaive Bound plus Twin Slice. It is so tough. But Glory could just set up the 2 turn by hero powering face, and the 1 armor is actually pretty relevant here.
Oh, that feels so scary. Dying to just a Metamorphosis. Or like you said, there's other outs. It's Twin Slice plus Glaive Bound, it's Chaos Strike plus Glaive Bound.
Oh. He doesn't now. Oh my goodness. Okay, puts Flurry to 1. Flurry has just the biggest amount of bravery I've ever seen, but... lethal.
That is exactly 7 damage, which is exactly the top deck for Flurry to have a chance to stay out of the relegation bracket. Oh my god.
So what Glory went for was a guaranteed 2-turn setup because there's no taunt from
Yeah.
Flurry. I guess it also doesn't account for I-Beam, so it's not that guaranteed. But the armor up played around just Metamorphosis for
Exactly.
lethal because he goes up to 14. Doesn't play around combinations of cards and healing. I struggle to see whether or not that was correct, but if we look at the world where he goes for
Yeah.
Overflow instead, then his problem is still quite the same because he's not developing minions, and then he still has to spend another turn responding, so he kind of need 2 turns to find lethal anyway. It is really tough,
Yeah.
but I think that was such a cool spot.
It's really complicated because if he goes for the Overflow with 2 mana spare and he doesn't hit Wrath or like Crystal Power plus Moonfire, he's in a bit of a rough spot because he's actually tanking quite a bit of damage with 7 on
Right.
the board. So I can understand why he thought his odds were better, given, he's already seen 1 Glaive Bound, he's already seen a
Right.
Chaos Strike, both of which were pretty crucial parts of a combo. It had to be, and even the Skull of Gul'dan, I don't think would have been enough mana left over to go for Twin Slice plus the Glaive Bound depth. So for Glory there, it was very unlikely that he died there, but unfortunately for him, that is exactly what happened.
And that does mean we are going into a game for a Druid Mirror. Glory's got the Glowfly. That's just how they do things in Japan. But Glory has Overgrowth on Coin. Very powerful leading up into a Mount Seller. Oh,
All right,
Glory's hit the juice.
it has. He is 1 card away from the absolute dream, and that card is Glowfly Swarm.
Meanwhile, Glory has
Okay,
drawn a little bit of cycle.
that's not bad. If he can hit an Innovate, he's in a very good spot. He's got a lot of cycle now, but he's going to have to
Glory-
get it done very, very fast.
Glory with these 3 draws has a chance to hit an Innervate of his own. There it is.
Honestly, eat your heart out, Glory. You've been given a taste of your own medicine here.
You absolutely go for it here. Never
Yeah,
Wild
yeah.
Growth. Don't give your opponent a chance to innervate the fly. This is huge. Flurry does not have Power of the Wild, but he has Savage Roar. Wait, there's just no removal. That's just...
Druid mirrors, everybody. Flurry goes up to 2 games apiece to equalize this series. And after one of the most unlikely turnarounds, he just gets the most instant victory we've seen in a long while. I want an official count on how long that game was, because I think under 3 minutes is a very safe guess to go for.
I'm gonna say under 2. We'll see. Definitely felt like the blink of an eye though, and just like that, they are equalized. Flurry is 1 game away from saving himself from the relegation bracket, putting Possessy there instead. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have a Quest Warlock mirror to decide as well.
Oh, couldn't be happier. That game was so fast as well that it got the reaction out of our producer of, oh, hey, you're back, instead of the usual, you're back on. Just because even he, I think, didn't expect it to go
Sorry.
anywhere near that fast.
Sorry, I misspoke. It's not a mirror, of course. Glory is still on the Druid, but we will have a Quest Warlock on Flurry's
Right.
side. Going to be the matchup once again that is heavily contested. And I think I'm slowly being pushed over to the side of the Warlock is favored. We'll say that Warlock does struggle against Hunter. We did get that one right, at least, but no Hunters this series.
Yeah, I think it's a case that you could always get into with, especially with Druid in small sample sizes. You have to be very careful, because if you see your opponent get the absolute dream 5 games in a row, you can just think it's the best deck in the game, because when it functions at maximum capacity, I honestly think it is the best deck in the game. If it hit the perfect curve, it beats the perfect curve of almost every other deck in the game, which is why it can seem so strong. But having said that, to start things off for Flurry, not the strongest hand we've ever seen.
True. Right off the bat, Glory had a very interesting decision for the mulligan. It was exactly the same situation in EU. I saw board control on the coin. He kept both Wild Growth and Overgrowth versus Quest Warlock, because thinking is you coin Wild Growth, you head into turn 4, you can Overgrowth, and then curve into a Mount Seller. The Mount Seller isn't there yet, but I actually pulled that little clip for my mullet over this week. Oh, Glory says you don't actually keep Wild Growth in that situation. Very interesting. Maybe
Very
he prioritizes the Glowfly more so.
Well, he clearly prioritizes getting a nice big juicy Glowfly, because there was the opportunity for coin Overgrowth there into Glowfly. But I think what he's instead gearing up for now is get it nice and juicy and then probably coin Glowfly into the Overgrowth instead. Or I guess the other way around.
We could see him... we could see this as a way of hoping to draw into more buff. For example, he could go for a Glowfly double Power of the Wild that is very resilient, but also kind of ambitious.
I think what this really is for Glory is actually a case of just making your opponent's turns awkward. Turn 5 is the clear turn for...
Worst discard yet again.
It is bad. It's better than losing some of the other more crucial cards for winning, like maybe the Abyssal Summoner.
Sure.
But the point I was trying to make was that Glory, you play around, you don't want to develop into turn 5 because that's when they craze Netherwing. He can instead now develop into turn 6, which is when they want to develop the Abyssal Summoner. So they have to play off curve. It's unlikely to win the game for him, but it just makes it a little bit more awkward for Flurry.
Yeah. Yeah, it is another case of timing and disruption, just a huge theme of this meta, which I really enjoy. And so the Glowfly, this turn, he doesn't have to commit Power of the Wild because either way, it's weak to Craze Netherwing.
Yeah.
And Glory can just say, well, if you're not going to develop something this turn, spend the turn clearing instead. Then he just responds with the coin Ysera.
I will say there's some merit to actually dumping cards in this situation, which incentivizes you a little bit more to go for Power of the Wild as well, just because then you can go Power of the Wild, coin Ysera, and then overflow thereafter. But he is quite clearly not willing to dump that fairly valuable resource.
Well, Flurry has the answer, which Glory for sure had to have expected.
Oh, yeah.
By the...
I think
Speaking of hand dumping, I wonder if Flurry was supposed to toss his Mortal Coil at some point there. Make some room as well.
Possibly. I think his mana's like kind of spoken for the next few turns with like Abyssal Summoner or Celadan to take out a Ysera / Mount Seller.
Yeah. And this is a big juicy Celadan indeed.
Yeah, kind of hurts to play Celadan when you're not doing it for the activated effect in this matchup, especially kind of counterintuitively. It's great to kill the Ysera here, but it's also kind of necessary to kill off the Ysera dragons that will come thereafter. It's a lose-lose for Flurry here.
And the Ysera dragons tend to have a health total which is out of the range of a Netherwing, out of the range of the Moarg and Rain of Fire, but we see the Moarg Dark Skies option for Flurry later on, and threats have not arrived yet for Glory.
I love that it's gotten so bad, G. You have to physically stop yourself from saying Rain of Skies every single time.
I know! At least I try.
Okay, good job for
I
Glory.
don't think Subtle tries to not say Seal of Fate.
Yeah, but Subtle argues that it's just correct, just to troll us at this point, I think.
Right. Good hand dumping, as you were saying, and I'm expecting some dragons any second now.
It is not yet your time.
Woo!
Okay, that's sticky, at the very least.
Yep.
And as I was saying, with this version that runs Power of the Wild Savage Roar, attack is so much less important than health. You just need something to stay on the board.
It's huge that he's got the other Mount Seller too. Could very soon make a board that requires Twisting Nether to be dealt with. Woo!
Oh!
Alright, something that isn't 12 health.
I am the storm of
Spell damage?
War Hunter's insane!
That is huge with this wrap. I was gonna say, Glory's one saving grace here is he's got this annoyingly sized taunt for
Yeah.
Glory that he can't quite get through without committing buffs onto the Nazari. But now we could see a deviation. We could see a Soul of the Forest play alongside
love it.
cleaning this up.
Yeah, so we start with probably Wrath, and then he wants to play the Mount Seller as well.
Wow, I don't think that is necessary
Yeah,
here. He's
I
got
agree.
so many resources. Oh my gosh.
I guess you
This
could
greedy man.
argue that because he's got so, the Soul of the Forest is so difficult to clear everything off here.
Okay, sure. Just deal with it next turn.
Like, even if there's Twisting Nether here, what do you do as Flurry? You're still just dead.
Wow.
I don't think there's anything. I think this is just, it
True.
looks weird, but I think it might just be checkmate from Glory.
Yeah, would it have to have been even active Zephyrus this early into Brawl? There's not enough mana for Moar Grain of Sky. Rain of Fire afterward!
The prophecy has been
defeated.
fulfilled.
Yeah.
I think this might be the end of the
There's
road for
nothing.
Flurry.
Yeah, I call the play Greed Glory, but as it turns out, there is just zero response possible for Flurry. Everything onto the board, 2 layers developed, and we see the double Savage Roar available. He's given it his best shot. He'll get the bad news that there is lethal on the other side every single time.
That is going to do it. Glory will take the win, and he ends up at the end of our round robin at a 6-1 record. Truly an incredible feat here in Hearthstone Grandmasters for Asia Pacific. He's just undisputed now. What an incredible run.
Yeah, there is no more question, no more us saying that he's been playing second fiddle to Alutemu, no more saying he is second to Surrender. Glory is absolutely at the top of Asia, finishing with the best score after Swiss, the best score after round robin, and now Flurry is guaranteed to be in the relegation bracket alongside Kin.
He is indeed. Very harsh stuff for Flurry, but great news for Possessi. Glory has done his countrymen a solid by guaranteeing him in the top 6, so we will see Possessi for another season of Grandmasters at the very least. And it's got to be said, for both Kin and Flurry, it's still unlikely that they will be eliminated from Grandmasters. The players in Division A in the elimination bracket have a couple of extra chances to get through there. One thing I will add is I figured out the out there for Flurry at the end. I think it was exactly plot twist to complete the quest, and then tap into Twisting Nether, and then 0 mana Twisting Nether plus the 5 mana Crazed Netherwing for exact mana utilization and a board clear. It's niche. I think you don't play around that as Glory, but potentially there was an out for Flurry.
I'm impressed you even managed to think of something. I was just racking my brains for any type of Zephyrus thing, but it still wasn't there. But very well spotted from Glory that even if it seemed like an overcommittal of resources, 99% of the time or even more, it just won him the game on the spot.
And taking a look at the schedule for the rest of the games today, that is the very important Division A match out of the way, because at least in terms of elimination, Rivius versus Alutemu now, Gia, this is for neither of these players any chance at all of elimination. We are purely looking at trying to finish in that top spot now for both of these players.
Yes, getting that other top seeding. Of course, Glory is now solidly in first place, but the second seed in Division A also receives a bye going into the very big deal, just having to play one less match and get closer to qualifying for global finals.
That's right. Alutemu and Rivius both sitting at 4-2 now in terms of their win rate. So it's just pretty simple. Whoever wins ends up with the second most wins after Glory and will therefore end up in second place. So still a fair amount to play for. Getting a bye is a huge difference in getting through to the global finals, which I think will mean a lot to Alutemu in particular, a player who came very, very close to getting there last year after a very impressive first season in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. Rivius, however, last year didn't have quite so dominant of a run. He just kind of finished middle of the road both times. So now it's a chance for him to prove he's got what it takes. It's not a chance at redemption, more just at showing he's got what it takes here in Grandmasters.
It is very true. And what a story it would be if we had Glory at the top, Alutamu second, our
Ooh.
OG Japanese players just completely dominating the entire region of APAC. And that would have no doubt in my mind that Japan is top dog over Korea. But of course, Rivius is not going to go down without a fight. This is also one of these of their scene and one of the people who has the best grasp of meta reads, I would say.
I would definitely agree with you there. Consistently showing signs of being ahead of the curve. I've kept mentioning it. First player with Ysera in their Druid. First player bringing Quest Warlock. Not just in APAC as well, across all of the regions. And seems to have set somewhat of a trend. Druid, I think, has failed to catch the world on fire in terms of the other regions. I have lost count of how many tweets I've seen saying Druid sucks at the moment from other players, other
Second only to
Grandmasters
Rogue.
losing a lot. Yeah, exactly. Rogue, the only class that seems to suck more at the moment. Lorinda, our stats man, even saying, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, that he thinks Druid is 45% in the mirror at this point. It's so bad.
Okay, it's 45% in the mirror if your opponent is Glory, Alutamu, or Possessi.
That I will agree with. But heading into the nuts and bolts of this matchup now, Gia, we have another mirror match pretty much in terms of the archetypes. Obviously, some differences that will occur in the slight tech cards. But it's, in a way, I think, quite nice to end up with similar decks. No real huge advantage gained purely because you've outguessed your opponent in terms of the lineups you're playing.
Yep, there is small difference in terms of the tech choices. Of course, this is Alutamu, so like Riki, that Warlock is rocking the double Kartut Defenders instead of Abyssal Summoners. That's a pretty big deal if we get to see the Mirror. And Rivius's Warlock also has the Ooze instead of the second Questing Explorer. Also, potentially a big deal if the Demon Hunter matchup.
Very big deal, exactly. It gives them a little bit of extra something to be able to get over the finish line, but as you can see here with the exact same cards, it's pretty much card for card the same here. The only real differences that could hurt Alutemu, I suppose, would be in the Mirror, where he's again got the Kartut Defenders for the Quest Warlock instead of the Abyssal Summoners. But our first matchup here is going to be, as you alluded to, the Warlock and the Demon Hunter. Rivius on the Warlock. How are you feeling about this one? Is this a matchup that your opinion has changed on much since the start of the weekend?
No, I still think Demon favored for all the reasons that we've been parroting on and on, because Warlock doesn't have the time to be tapping in the early game, so they can't consistently hit all of their removal before Demon Hunter gets at least 1 or 2 attacks in with a minion. It sticks to the board for a while, and that incremental damage is all Demon Hunter needs to finally get online with Warglaives, with Metamorphosis, Glaive Bound for the finish.
Yeah, it's that perfect combo of having loads of damage early on and a fair bit of burst damage to close things out as well, even being able to go over the top of taunts with Glavebound and Metamorphosis. It's pretty much the same recipe that makes regular Hunter, or I suppose I should say Highlander Hunter, as opposed to Demon Hunter, also such a favorite against Warlock, because they got the pressure, and then they can close things out with Kill Command, Dino Tamer Brand, Dragonbane, whatever you want, in order to get the extra damage over the finish line. So to start things off, I do think we've got ourselves a bit of a hard matchup for Rivius. But again, as we've said time and time again, Gia, if there's anyone that we trust with this Warlock deck, I think it's got to be Rivius.
Yep, and he is rocking that Ooze tech, could come in handy later on. And the opener for Rivius is already looking pretty decent. The Soulfire, at the very least, is removal for one of those 1-drops that could snowball out of control, even if it gets buffed with a Beaming Sidekick. Look at this Cane Keep!
That is interesting. Kayn is a card that is basically never kept, and I think with fairly good reason. To be perfectly honest, you want your more powerful 1-drops, and do you think this is a card being... Okay, well, speak of the devil, of course, Alutemu can do that. But my point I was going to bring up is, do you think this is a card being kept to play on curve because it's a powerful 4-drop, or specifically to hold until you need to get past taunts?
I think it's exactly the second reason. Abyssal Summoner is a pain for Demon Hunter to deal with. Usually, if they need to get through taunts without Kayn, they just smack it a bunch of times with Warglaives. But if that taunt has 6, 7, 8 attack, then suddenly they can't be taking that much damage because Warlock has burst of their own. So this could potentially be a very heads-up keep from Alutemu, but it remains to be seen. Okay, we could see a Dark Skies used to clear this up. It is a bit of extra damage committed, but he saves himself at least 4, and he heals it back up.
It's just such an interesting way to approach the matchup, because although the idea is that in the control matchups, you save the Questing Explorer until turn 4, because the hand space works out perfectly, where you can go tap, tap, and then Questing Explorer tap on turn 4 for maximum card draw. But against Demon Hunter, I think it's fair to say that you want the 2-3 body down as quick as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Pretty strange as well. I will agree that you definitely hold on to Dark Skies there, though, because the on-curve play Tamu is the Satyr Overseer, in which case Rivia still wants to make sure he has for that board really cleanly, and holding on to the Dark Skies achieves just that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it would work perfectly without even having to expend anything else.
And perhaps that's the reason for not playing the Questing Explorer there, because if you tap, you get net 1 more card in hand.
I think very probably, yeah. It's the fact that he has almost a guaranteed board clear anyway, and he can just save it for when he needs that extra piece of card draw later on. It's a different approach to the matchup, but I guess it does speak to one of the weaknesses we've been talking about, Gia, which is where Demon Hunter and Highlander Hunter, I feel like in the mid-game, around turns like 5 to 7, they are able to kind of outvalue the Quest Warlock a lot of the time, because the Warlock isn't tapping. They're spending all their time removing all of the threats off of the Demon Hunter's board, whereas Rivius here is taking a little bit of a beating early on, but through doing that is actually pretty brilliantly counteracting that downside you can fall into.
Yeah, I think Sottle was talking about how tap on average actually isn't 2 damage if you look at it throughout the whole course of the game,
Right.
because you're likely to draw into healing effects, get to your Nether Breaths, get to your Brood Mothers, and that is a strange way of looking at it, but for Rivius, it's given him more options, and that's the big deal to help him prevent damage on the other side.
I mean, I think that's to be expected. Sottle is pretty strange to look at the best of times. But I think we're quite
Pretty sure
clearly
that's not how I
looking
worded it, but sure.
That's what I heard, yeah. And I'm sticking with it. But obviously here we are looking at Glavebound as being the most powerful play, with a second one able to come down on the following turn. The only question is how you meter out the damage.
That is absolutely huge that Alutamu has been patient with both charges of his Umbrowing. That is a dream curve as the aggressor, and Rivius is going to pull the trigger on the first Dark Skies now. The plot twist in for 6 cards.
Obviously with a double Aranasi hand, you kind of want to get those back into the deck so you can start drawing them again for the extra heal. It is very far away from quest completion, I will say. But I think it's more just speaking to the fact that he didn't like his hand, and he wanted to draw into some more powerful cards.
Completely agreed. Gets 1 for the healing back immediately, and crucially, Nether Breath to answer another Glavebound should it come down on curve.
One of those weird situations, though, where even when you heal for 8 off of both Nether Breaths in the early game, it can still sometimes feel like it's not quite enough to outlast all of Demon Hunter's healing.
Yeah.
And even then, Alutemu is actually pretty brilliantly playing around with 4 damage effect, be it Nether Breath or Soulfire.
He rips the cane now. Safe to say, we saw him hold on to this to answer a taunt from Rivius, or rather ignore a taunt, but now he spots a better opportunity to set up a more resilient board.
Very clean play should he want it, of a Glavebound Adept. Just take it out, keep the damage going face. But I-Beam, especially with a couple of draws, could potentially get him an answer that saves the Glavebound to go face.
So when we're talking potential, we're thinking Twin Slice, we're thinking
Second
Chaos Strike
I-Beam.
is a big one, yeah?
Yeah, there's a couple.
Yeah. There were 2 shots to go for the cycle there. Well, not necessarily, because okay, you start with the one from the right and go for the other, but it's not guaranteed, is the thing. And so Alutamu goes for the play that was already clean and available.
That is a spicy pickup. 6 damage, ready to go. Second plot twist can be thrown down.
Gosh.
And all of a sudden, I think that's perfect quest completion.
Yeah.
Rivius can even fit in a tap here. Oh,
It's huge. This is the dream. It's both Moargs though, with another breath already down. But for Alutemu, oh my gosh, the heal never stops, and it's a taunt. Kane is down. Alutemu needs his War Glaives.
I think this from Rivius is like low-key one of the best games we've seen in quite a while here in APAC. It's such a weird way to approach the matchup, and I would have done so many things different. And I think almost all of those would have been wrong.
I think we've seen him be very disciplined in the early game and not overreact to removal.
Yeah.
He found spots where the removal was more efficient, he could still fit in taps, and he's got complete. Been pretty fortunate, I would say, with the healing outcomes of the Aranasis, but still very deliberate how he held on to the Dark Skies, even from the beginning, tapping instead of playing the Explorer. It's a huge deal.
Exactly.
Whoa!
Wow! I mean, I feel like he's in a fantastic position here. He gets a nice big healthy guy here onto the board, gets the taunt down. He still has a Nether Breath in his deck for if he needs to heal up with the double Mohawk as well, just in case it's not going good enough already.
Even if the worst case where Alutemu gets Twin Slice here to take down both of the 5 drops, Rivius is just close to killing Alutemu if he takes 10. It's like 2 Soulfires away.
Well, I'm definitely leaning towards Spectral Sight here. Soul Cleave is a bit of removal. You're not really too caring about the lifesteal, but I think you you want to get to that Altruist.
The Blur was interesting to me if he had like one Twin Slice here, but just because the Warglaives can't just single tank both of the 5, definitely agree with Spectral Sight here. Ooh.
Okay, it's scary, you know. Alutemu could be staring down lethal from where he's sat if he doesn't get a clear here, but of course he doesn't even have the ability to do so anymore.
Yeah, there's no way he can tank the 5/5 twice. That is not happening.
So that means 1 damage off lethal now is our old pal Rivius.
Yeah, Rain of Fire plus Soulfire plus the 12 on board is 17. That's a Keladon off the top too.
Yeah. Oh, Mortal Coil.
Why can't that go face?
Yeah, many messages I've seen in chat saying otherwise. That in fact cannot go face.
Could just use it for cycle here. There's an option to use Morg with the coil for cycle, but I think Morg is possibly a recipe for disaster because if Rivius ends the turn with that on board, suddenly I-beams are also healing for 6.
That's true. He only has 1 left in the deck.
Okay, if he's going for this trade, it does strike me as though he will go for Morg Brain Coil. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Morg completely on it now. Whoa. That's gotta be GG next turn.
As long as he does not die here.
There's no out. Even Metamorphosis, too expensive. Yeah.
Well, a full clear plus an I-beam keeps Alutemu alive. So if it was like Altruist I-beam Twin Slice, there was a chance. That, however, is not it. Rivius takes the win against the Demon Hunter with the Warlock. He plays this deck so differently to every other player, but I think it's low-key genius the way he does.
Key genius. I am such a Rivius fan ever since just seeing his crazy Mechathune Druid deck list back in the days of HTT and playoffs, and up now, just the decision to bring Quest Warlock a week ahead of everybody. We called it weird, we called it garbage, and now it is one of the most popular decks in the meta, and Rivius knows it in and out. That is so awesome to see him being rewarded for.
Yeah, loved what I saw there. I think Alutemu gave it the best shot he could. The only weird point is, of course, the keeping of the Kayn. I will say, however, that's not the kind of play you just make because you think, oh, maybe this is good. That screams to me a play that he has tested for and specifically thinks that it has worked out well for him in previous attempts versus the Warlock because of how powerful the big taunts can be. Obviously didn't work out for him here, unfortunately, although that, of course, probably wasn't the losing decision overall. It was just a very strong play from Rivius. But before we head into the rest of the series, with the Warlock having taken a win for Rivius now, this is once again the battle for second place to get a bye when we head into the playoffs next week, and we will find out who can be the champion of this match after this. Welcome back, everybody, to our second match of the day here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. We have plenty of very important matches in terms of the relegation coming up today. We, of course, had Flurry, unfortunately, seeing himself go down to 7th place guaranteed, saving Possessi from having to play out the relegation matches. Later on today, in our final match, we will see whether Samuel Sao can redeem himself and live to fight for another week at least, or if it will be Dawn going down to the bottom. But for right now, we are up at the top of the bracket, Gia, finding out who will get that bye going into next week between Rivius and Alutemu. And based on the play that we are seeing from Rivius so far today, I think he's looking in a great spot to get it.
Yeah, he started off with a very high level understanding of the Warlock versus Demon Hunter matchup, but now we're going to see things flipped around. Rivius on the Demon Hunter, and we'll see if Alutemu stave off all of that pressure. Looking at the differences in the list, of course, Alutemu has those Card-Tooth defenders, which could be very important, and maybe even more reason for Rivius to keep Kane himself.
Very possibly, yeah. It's a great point you bring up. Again, it seems to be that is a fairly niche interaction. I've never seen a player keeping the Kane before in the matchup. I think still, I would only consider keeping it if I already had a decent curve, because I feel like it's only good to get through the taunts if you're pushing for lethal, because you need to get the damage in first, and then Kane is often a finisher, which is why generally it's not considered a keep in any of the matchups. But like you bring up, this is, I think, the thinking for Alutemu. Consistently, we've seen the Card-Tooth defenders pretty weak for both him and Glory against Druid in the mirror. But finally, up against the Demon Hunter, this is the tech that Alutemu has got.
Mm-hmm. And it's not a Kane keep for Rivius, but a Skull keep in the outcast position. I'm liking this, especially because he has the early curve to back it up.
Yes, indeed. Very, very juicy looking start. But for Alutemu, no slouch either. He's already got 2/3 of the combo to go Moarg Artifice plus Nether Breath. Just needs a dragon, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Whoa.
And there you go. Perfect.
And he's also got that other combo that doesn't need a dragon, the Moarg Rain of Fire. That is a huge, huge swing against the early pressure from Demon Hunter. It is, however, a question if Rivius wants to protect anything with his beaming side. Oh!
So what are we thinking here, Gia? Moarg Artifice and Rain of Fire looks pretty premium here.
It does, but I'm also looking at the Moarg Coil now, because of course, if you go Rain of Fire, the Moarg goes down to 2 HP, so this keeps it more healthy. Yes, there's an on board, but then that would require Rivius to trade it in most instances to actually kill off the Moarg.
And of course, the other big consideration is there a world in which you can save the Moarg completely and go for Moarg Nether Breath to heal back up? It, I guess it's somewhat counterintuitive because you're healing more because you take more at the start, whereas you could just take less damage to start things off, which is why I think Alutemu comes to the decision of throwing it down.
Major rewards for Alutemu here. Not only did Rivius not clear the Moarg Artificer... Oh! Wait a second.
Absolutely disgusting. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
And Demons pull an Aranatsi most likely. Well, guaranteed, at least one. And then the full clear.
And this kind of makes you wonder, Rivius, do you think he made a read that there was no Rain of Fire because otherwise it would have just come down, which is why he didn't trade the 2/2?
I don't think so. I mean, he couldn't have killed the Moarg anyway.
No, but he could have protected the 3/4.
Sure.
I believe.
Yeah. Seems like a niche scenario. I mean, if
Fair
you
enough.
have killed, there's just a 2 cost card for removal anyway, then it's like you wasted the 2 damage. It's very tough to make a decision, but I think that Mortal Coil on turn 3 was really great from Alutemu.
Rivius, I think, was gearing up here for Battlefiend coin Warglaives to keep the pressure rolling, but instead he's now just trying to refill for a more powerful play on this turn or next turn with the Skull.
I would normally say this is scary going into the Abyssal Summoner turn, but of course, Alutamu doesn't run it. It's just Kartut, or less pressure.
Love Ali Temu's decision, by the way, here as well, to hold off on the plot twist. It's, again, that dynamic I talked about, where in the aggro matchups, generally, you don't want to care about completing your quest so much as you want to have a good hand. That was, I think, the really nice play of Rivius's plot twist in the previous game, is it didn't draw him many cards, didn't get him that close towards quest completion, but it turned a bad hand into a good.
Demons.
This is so interesting from Rivius now. He has the cane. He has an ability to go through the Kartut, but it is not anywhere close to lethal just yet. But I wonder if he ever preloads this Warglaves and then puts some minions on board, says to Alutamu, oh, I don't have an answer, I don't want to go through the Kartut yet, and then just blindsides him with the cane. But it kind of telegraph it if you equip Warglaves and don't swing.
I think this is a much more sensible play. Kayn will almost always find a way to be good, because, again, you don't have to use it to get through taunts later on. At this point, it's just 1 mana, deal 3 damage if you need to go for lethal.
It is worth noting, though, that if he had just left the Kartuts up, Alutamu would be 6 health less than what he currently has.
Yeah, but then how do you make it so that the Kartuts can't trade in and get the healing? It's not like they're silenced, right? They just don't have one.
It would involve just playing Battle-T and not buffing them up. It is very strange.
Yeah.
I am falling down the rabbit hole.
Is it cold?
Ooh, okay.
Snap play though, very nice of course. Whenever you freeze a high health opposing minion, you make it that little bit harder for Dark Skies to get the job done.
Could even see Rivius commit a Glaive Bound on top of all of this and say Twisting Nether or the Moarg Dark Skies.
It's kind of getting to the point where he needs to say, if you have X card, I'm not winning anyway, I feel like.
We see Rivius instead squeeze in 1 extra damage over 2 turns by going hero power here. Doesn't put the body on board, but it respects AoE from Alutamu.
What that is though, however, Gia, is an active Zephyrus
What?
with 13 cards left in the deck.
How?
How?
Illegal.
Yeah, that means Alexstrasza, or I should say Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, is available to come down next turn as well, to just completely turn the tides of battle.
Yet, Zephyrus is not particularly effective here.
I mean, even if you just go Kartut, Zephyrus, Backstab, it's a big push onto the board. If they have Kayn, you're not dying. You can heal up massively next turn with Moarg Netherbreath, need be.
And just the Kartut trading as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible you just save the Zephyrus here. It's not particularly mind-blowing, so it could just be Kartut here instead.
Oh, I feel like if there's Kartut, some type of removal has to come down first because you are very scared of the Kayn. We know Alutamu likes to keep it in the matchup. So there is going to be some removal alongside that.
I guess this does make sense, given how flexible Zephyrus can be. If it's comparable to another play, you'd generally say that.
Poor warlock.
Whoa!
Oh, they found?
Both
Wow.
Glaive Bounds, Gia.
Rivius is going through these Kartuts the old-fashioned way. The Kayn is not particularly useful for its card text now, but rather just the fact that it is 3 burst to face guaranteed at any point.
Yeah, I will say that's almost certainly not the order he should have gone for, but at the end of the day, when you're offered in a demon, that's not going to change your turn anyway, and that is potentially a absolutely huge spell to generate there.
Rivius has given Alutamu all the healing he could possibly need, but he's just saying after turn, I have more threats. Do you have the answer? And this Zephyrus can now give Flame Strike for full clear.
Possibilities.
Yeah, I was wondering if he could get away with Dragon Queen Alexstrasza here, because 16 health left to deal. He's very unlikely to die, but yeah. Getting a little bit too greedy there.
And Rivius is like, you have 12 cards in your deck. How did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Are we morphing into OTK Demon Hunter now?
What do you mean by that? Like, do you mean
I don't know.
save it or?
I just said it and I didn't know what it.
I mean, it's a good point you bring up because Altruist here is not especially overwhelming, to be honest.
And Rivius is in that awkward spot where he needs to attack first to
Yeah.
get the Gravebound active, but if you attack first, you don't
Yeah.
get the Twin Slice used. It's the same. You get that amount of damage.
I mean, you may as well just save it here.
Hmm.
Lot of damage on the board now. Alutemu needs that one extra push to get over the finish line, but we've seen both Nether Breaths be used now and Aranasi, both of them, in fact, in hand. So healing is looking pretty scarce, to say the least.
Yeah, he has the spot twist, and he could also just start the turn with more Mortal Coil to get rid of Altruist. And if things go south with the draw, he still has Soulfire also.
Or he could just go Dragon Queen Alexstrasza Soulfire and try to threaten counter-lethal.
Sure.
Leaves him very unlikely to die.
He's seen both skulls as well, so the Altruist is
Yeah.
marginally less threatening. Oh, twisting Nether. That's the good one.
Yeah, that's huge. I guess this is just less risky overall.
Rivius's final push has to come from very limited cards. We've seen both Glavebound, we've seen both Skull, we've seen
Yeah.
Altruist and Kane.
Demons.
Just whack him for 9.
Oh yeah, Metamorphosis is the out that Rivius is now playing to.
Wah.
But as long as Alutemu keeps finding these insane cards, activates the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza again with 10 cards left in deck.
Was he not supposed to Rain of Fire first there? Healed.
Maybe he gets the Twin Tyrant or something. It's not strictly wrong.
Okay. Man, I know you counted up how much Muzzy healed for in that one game. How much did Alutemu heal for? Rivius went through 2 Hearthstoots, so 4 Death Rattle healings.
It's
We've
getting
seen
up there.
Aranasi.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing. And I think it may just be
out.
too much, exactly, for Rivius here. He is not dead on board as it currently stands, so maybe by some miracle he can survive. But I think even having said that, because the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is active, he can figure out that a Soulfire has to be in hand or something like that. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Yep. It's counting up something, which is whether he's remaining after clearing these dragons. It is just phenomenal that Demon Hunter managed to get this far after that strong of Alutemu's draws.
Very well done, I would say, on both sides in both of these matches, actually, despite Warlock coming out ahead for both Rivius and Alutemu, as we've seen this matchup either way in the versions. I think they both showed very good understanding of the matchup overall.
Yeah, particularly from Alutemu. I know I thought I was going down the rabbit hole that one turn, but I really wonder if there was some way to set up a slow turn from Rivius where all of the burst comes down at once. He can technically ignore a Cartoot for one turn, the first one or the second one, and then just hold on to Kane. But it's really difficult to set up a threatening enough board that the Cartoots themselves can't just trade into. So, of course, definitely not wrong what he went for, but I want to go back and look at that scenario because it is so how the Cartoots have interplay in this matchup.
Yeah, I think I still am pretty firmly on Rivius' side there. It's just because even if they don't actually die instantly to get the healing, there's still 3/4s that are trading away your board that eventually are going to start healing up and getting him back out of range. But it's a great point you bring up. Clearly, Altruist is a big game changer in the matchup to the degree where Alutemu is even keeping it in his starting hand at the start of the first game. Oh, sorry, the Kane, yes, of course. But with that meaning both of the Warlocks are out of the way, we now have the Demon Hunter left for both players. It's kind of being turned on its head here, the way that you expect these matchups to go, because generally we're saying Demon Hunter gets a win in the first 2 games. It's just what you expect to happen. Now Warlock, when it's played at this very high level, appears to be the king of that.
Very true. Just get the Warlock out of the way and then you have to sweep the Demon Wait, that doesn't sound right. Okay. We are going to head into Demon Hunter winning something for sure because we've got the Mount Battle Fiend available for both the players. But Altamu has the sidekick alongside Twin Slice. Wow, wow, wow.
Insane. I mean, we've seen quite a few times now, Gia, be it Battle Mage Coin's sidekick double Twin Slice or Battle Fiend Coin's sidekick double Twin Slice. It is insane. You kill their one drop, get miles ahead on board. There is very little that can be done to counteract this.
Agreed. Especially with Rivius running the double Sightless Watcher list, it is greedier, I would say, very low tempo card, but allows him better curves against control matchups. In the mirror, though, you would much rather have something responsive.
How much does that top deck change things now, Gia? Because it's still a very powerful turn 1 play, but either turn 2 Coin Overseer with Twin Slice or turn 3 Overseer Coin Sidekick. Both seem, honestly, a bit more tempting.
This is so hard. Yeah, especially since if you go all in now, you don't have a great turn 2. Yeah. So this play from Alutamu is saving coin for flexibility later on. Still develop something on board, but not really sure because if you save the coin, it means you want to go earlier Overseer, but if you don't have Twin Slice, then what's the Overseer even doing?
Well, it still does mean in the face of a, well, this card here, for example, we could still see Beaming Sidekick I-Beam, which is a powerful play, and then Overseer Coin Hero Power.
Hero Power. Got that. So it saves the coin for a curve into turn 4 blowout, which is not something the opponent usually expects.
Right.
And a big deal if they're looking to freeze you going into a different mana break point.
There were so many permutations there that Alutemu could have gone for. It would take an entire video, dare I say, to consider all the early game decisions that Alutemu could potentially have gone for. Because, I mean, I was looking at just maybe even I-Beam Pass to set up for stronger plays on turns 2 or 3.
Okay, I've done my Demon Hunter episode, Derek. Don't do this to me.
Just saying.
But yeah, I am definitely screenshotting that and sending it to Orange because he will handle the work for me. Just ask the whole pro community, what's the play here? But yeah, we are going to see the turn 4 payoff. Rivius has had such a slow curve. He's played a 2-mana 3/2 and a 3-mana 2/3. Alutamu has firm control of the board.
Yeah. Whatever you want to say about what Alutamu expected, what he was playing around, what he was weak against, it has worked out fantastically well for him now.
Soul Cleave, wow, hits the Overseer, very big deal. The Battle Fiend is still alive. Not bad at all. Second only to an Immolation Aura in that scenario.
Oh man, imagine the Immolation Aura, that would be insane. But it's still a very good turn now for Alutamu. That Crimson Sigil Runner, just the cherry on the cake, because, again, we've talked about it so much. Shutting down this Warglaves is so huge here. It's unbelievable.
Demons? Demons.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. If you shut down Warglaves, you shut down opportunity for Twin Slice and Glavebound Adept. It is just free damage going into the next turn. Rivius's best response is either something slow like card draw or Volpara Scoundrel.
Hey, I got you.
Yeah, Mana Burn just because you can play it right now, and he needs anything to stem the flow of his bleeding right now, because Alutemu can just start going face and close out the game right now.
Oh, Twin Slice!
Yeah, I think you're taking the Twin Slice here. Feast of Souls, you have no guarantee that your board's going to stick around. And like I said anyway, he's on the burn plan at this point.
Mana Burn wishes it was Frozen Shadow Weaver. No reason to trade away into that Volpara Scoundrel. Alutamu is shipping all this damage where it needs to go. It means that the Warglaves, for even if it's there, is so costly at his health total.
Absolutely brutal. He is relying almost 100% on Skull of Gul'dan to deliver an I-beam to him to just stay alive.
A blunder.
Ooh. Did he miscount the charges? I have to admit, I'm not sure what the strict blunder there was.
Me neither. If you go face, you can't then attack a minion with the hero power, with the damage left over, because it's only when you attack a minion that you can attack again with the Warglaives.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe he was just hoping to get that last charge face, but as far as I'm concerned, he's far enough behind, it really does not matter, especially because
Yeah, probably.
Alutamu has the glaive bound. Even if your bound gets glaive bounded and then your opponent gets that board swing, it doesn't matter.
I mean, it's gonna have to get I-beam altruist here or something like that for Rivius to have a chance of staying alive.
And it is not there, so Rivius is gonna find the lethal on himself, and we are going to game 4. Alutamu only needs to win now with the Druid.
He does indeed. Such an interesting start there to that game. Obviously, Rivius's hand was a lot more straightforward. It was just the 1-drop, 2-drop kind of curve out. It was only really the choice of spells off of Volpiro, for which I think he made the correct decision quite clearly both times. But for Alutemu, that turn 1 alone, like 4 or 5 different possible ways he could have played that one out.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I'm not going to make a video on it, but I will definitely have some discussions with pro players far more skilled than I. And that really just goes to show how intricate the Demon Hunter mirror is, and even beyond the mirror, just how the deck functions on its own. It has very little generation spells, 0 before some madman decided to put Volpira Scoundrel in it and ruin the integrity of 0 created by an Illidan's deck. But because it is so predictable, it's also consistent. You drew that parallel previously and true every single time.
Yeah, and now speaking of a deck that is a little bit less consistent, I think it's fair to say, in the Druid for Alutemu as the last remaining deck he needs to take the win with. I will say, if anyone has shown consistency with the draw, it's Alutemu, who even before he mulligans away his cards here, already has Fungal into Glowfly.
Oh yes. Expect nothing different from the land of the rising sun. Both fungal, why don't ya?
Yeah, pretty
Rivius'
insane.
hand. Actually, Rivius is one Glowfly away from popping off himself.
And he's got scuffed fungal in the form of Rising Winds.
Yeah.
But
I'm waiting for that patch to change its card name. You know the way they change the card art for certain cards?
Right,
just
yeah.
Get a title patch.
Scuffed fungal.
Yeah,
But
he's
instead,
going for that other curve of coin rampant to overflow. Pretty solid still.
yeah, 2 avenues to potentially get victory. It's Rising Winds, pray that you find the Fungal Fortunes. Pray that you find the Glowfly Swarm and then bait it out. Or go for the more consistent but lower power ceiling play of the Overflow on 7. And I think we can quite clearly see Rivius took the line that gives him next to no chance.
I mean, this is the line that prays your opponent does not have their Glowfly, but this is Alutemu we're talking about here.
Alutemu, we've been through this before, buddy. This is where you heal your opponent's face and put on the sunglasses. There is one correct play.
I love it. Oh, also worth noting, Rivius has a Starfall in the list. That's a big possibility for him to top deck,
good point.
change the tide of the matchup. He himself has cut Ysera despite being its pioneer.
And now,
so now we're hit with this crossroads where does he overgrowth to make sure he gets overglow on time, or is it draw, try to hit the Starfall for the upcoming Vate Glowfly?
It's so likely that Alutemu gets it, not only because he's drawn so many cards, but he still has a card he kept in the mulligan that he hasn't played. What could that possibly be? Maybe Overgrowth is like the bet you have to go for, and that's clearly what Rivius is banking on here, but it's not going to work out for him.
The other bet is maybe there's bait. That's a
Yeah.
okay
Fair enough,
assumption to me. But you saw double fungal. It just is so hard to find discrete outs. But he still has a draw here to find the Starfall.
Is that the play, though, or is it best to go for the overflow and then hope to hit Fog Beam and you can take out 2 of them with Bait Crystal Power as well?
Not sure. Alatamu's gearing up. I don't know if it's Shades today, but it's gonna be something special.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Shades, but it definitely Shade as he takes a... I think it's looking like a very clean win here with... How much damage are we looking at now?
27, as far as I can count.
Okay. So not quite yet?
Just one turn. We have to wait a little bit longer, but he's all but locked up. If he just goes wider on board and buffs, or even Soul of the Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What to do?
Either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has to be scared potentially of Mount Seller Ironbark on 2 big minions. But beyond that, there's very little outs. Yeah. Buff plays Starfall. And Rivius has not even Diving Grenades, to be frank.
Yeah, if he draws Bog Beam off of this Rising Winds, I think even then he's just dead.
Yeah, even Ironbark.
Yeah.
I can see.
Oh, Druid!
A valiant effort for Rivius there, but in an unfortunate Druid
here we
mirror
go.
to close things out. He is going to end up taking the loss. Alutemu moves up to 2nd place. First spot and 2nd spot. A little more demure this week with just a simple thumbs up as he moves up to the top there. It is an undisputedly fantastic season for the Japanese community, taking both of the top 2 spots.
That is amazing. These are 2 of the original players as well. And honestly, before GM, these are not householders in the Hearthstone community. Alutamu and Glory have had very consistent ladder performances in the old system. We saw Glory make a couple appearances at top seasonal championships.
Yeah.
Alutamu was somebody that only the pros, honestly, were very familiar with. Oh, who's this guy Machamp who's always getting
Right.
ranked 1 legend, who's always getting these top finishes and racking up the points. Now I'm so glad to see that their reputation also translates to tournament performances and all the way here up at Grandmasters. So well deserved from both of them.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember meeting Glory for the first time at the Summer Championship in the last year of the HCT system, the only championship that I got to do. And he was, again, there is the language barrier, obviously, to an extent it gets in the way, but he just seemed like a very charming, quite a funny guy. He seemed like very comfortable to have a joke around through the translator. And I'm very happy for him that he has ended up right at the top. And Alutemu as well is had a couple of interactions with him on Twitter. Personally, could not be more happy for both these players. But like you said, Rivius as well, up in a very spot that he can be very proud of, the almost best performing player and the best of the bunch out of the South Koreans as well. He can hold his head high as he goes into the playoffs next week. No bye for him, but still a very strong chance of getting through to the global finals.
Yes, I think it is Rivius and Silver at the top, but we can confirm that shortly.
Yes, well, we can take a look at the standings overall now to take a look at how Division A shakes out, because that is, I believe, all done with all of our matches for Division A. This is the final standings, 100% solid. We have at the top, as I've been saying, Glory and Alutemu in the first 2 spots. Like you pointed out, actually, Rivius ends up underneath Surrender in terms of the tiebreakers. So, what do you know? It turns out that against all the odds, Surrender still ends up with a very solid end here in Division A.
It is perfectly symmetrical in Division A in terms of 1 and 8th are parallel, 2 and 7, and so on and so forth. 4 and 3, very respectable scores for both Surrender and Rivius, because the field in Division A is just so tough. I've seen all the Japanese players performing at their best seem near unbeatable, and even Kin, the worst performing quote-unquote player is an excellent Hearthstone player, and we will see him play in the relegation bracket next week alongside Flurry, where they have 3 chances to avoid that 3rd slot for relegation. But it looks like we are going to head up into the scarier part of our broadcast.
Yeah, every player in Division A, we will see next week playing neither the playoffs or the elimination. But for our next match up today, Gia, it is going to be Blitzchung versus Tom60229. And as we were saying, this is the one match today that doesn't have an effect, at least directly on these players in terms of their position. They are both guaranteed top 4 in Division B, and all of the top 4 spots in Division B are equal in terms of the benefit you get. I mean, I guess you could argue whether or not you would rather play against the top spot, because I think first plays 4th and second plays 3rd. But overall, it is very little to play for these players. I think it really just has effects on Frosty's tiebreaker on whether he ends 5th or 6th overall.
That is still a pretty big deal, but honestly, despite not having direct impact on either player's relegation, I think it's a great opportunity for Blitzchung to show that he is one of the best in Division B. For the earlier weeks, we saw him consistently at the top, going undefeated for his first 4 matches, I believe, and now has fallen a little bit due to Tyler, Shaxi, and Tom creeping up there. But he could very well solidify a great position at the end of the round robin.
And it's weird how it's gone backwards for for Blitzchung versus Kin, because they are obviously the 2 Hong Kong players quite clearly practicing together, coming with very similar strategies week after week. And towards the start of round robin, seems like a lifetime ago now, obviously Blitzchung was doing very well, but he was going with a strategy that we were a little confused by, not bringing the warrior, not banning the warrior, but it worked out great for him. And it was kind of the other way around for Kin. That wasn't working for Kin. Now he's finally got a win on the table. For Blitzchung, it didn't work out well for him, and things are going a little bit rough for him now. But thankfully, this is a chance for him to take the win over Tom, and as you said, prove himself as one of the top dogs.
For sure. And already from looking at the classes, there's already an anomaly for this series compared to most of the rest of what we've seen this weekend. No warlocks. Instead, we're seeing rogues on both sides. Slightly different archetypes, as Tom is rocking the Highlander and Blitzchung has the Galakron stealth package.
There is, of course, the fair share of Highlander still for Blitzchung, relying on the Highlander Hunter. And all 3 of these decks, Gia, I feel like are just the very much Blitzchung style of decks. Even though Galakron Rogue has lost a little bit of its bite in terms of the aggressive potential, the stealth version is still very much more the more damage-oriented of the 2 decks, given that you have Spy Mistress, double Eviscerate, just being able to get the win that little bit quicker in terms of burst damage.
Right, and it definitely wants to curve to relying on shore up your early game. But now from Tom, we see the Highlander Rogue, a very, I would say, it's an archetype that has fallen in popularity. We did see Staz bringing it this weekend as well, but it did not ultimately end up so well for him. Sad to say that Staz is 100% relegated, but Tom could have some better luck. I do think that if there is some win rate for Highlander Rogue in the APAC graphics, it's mainly due to Tom's wins.
I will agree with that. I think he's shown very good understanding with the deck as well. This is very much classic Tom, I feel like. He gets these decks that he knows very well, he plays them very well, and he feels very comfortable with them. The positive of that, if you want to frame it in a good light, is that he, consistently doesn't make mistakes with these decks that he knows very well. The potentially negative way to put it is that he's not adapting to the meta. He's not giving himself the highest potential chances by trying to outguess his opponents. Because obviously, last season he became very comfortable with the Zoo Warlock deck when he was running the kind of double egg version with Plague of Flames in there as well, when that had just come out. And he did fairly well with it, to be fair, but his opponents did start to prey on the predictability of his lineup.
Yes, indeed. We are going to start off with a Rogue Mirror, though, of course, not True Mirror. As we've been saying, it's not the same archetypes, but man, it's been a while since we've seen one of these, and I am happy.
So how are the differences likely to shake up in this matchup, Gia? When we say a Rogue Mirror, is that a good way of putting it? Are both players moving towards the same thing?
I would say it is significantly different when one player has the full Galakron package because, of course, they want to get the maximum invokes for that biggest swing possible on turn 7. Highlander Rogue, you're usually expecting to get a level 1 and if you're lucky, level 2 Galakron, never the full shebang. But Highlander Rogue has a lot of value in the late game to make up for the less draws they would presumably get off of Galakron. They have the Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, which I think is a huge blowout play, which if there's not an immediate answer, ends the game on the spot.
I will say that this is looking like a pretty premium start now for Blitzchung. Greyheart Sage to fill out the draw. Plenty of powerful plays with the Praised Galakron and the Frozen Shadow Weaver as well. Unlikely, I think, to be pointed face in this matchup, but potentially could be if it's just one big minion played for Tom, all the go-ahead that Blitzchung needs to start pushing for an aggressive game plan.
Yep. Curve is looking great for Blitzchung and for Tom. Unfortunately, he hit one of the most expensive reborns off the Pharaoh Cat. No activator for the Miscreant, even going into turn 4 as far as we can see.
Blitzchung tempted to trade in the Spy Mistress here. To be honest, I kind of feel like until we're hitting Faceless Corruptor, he has the opportunity to just hold back.
Yeah, that is pretty curious. Waste Warden in the respect for Druid, you can clearly see, but probably not so efficient in this matchup. Painful play for Tom to have to go through, but he's thinking if he can just survive, he has a pretty solid curve. Wrapped Golem and Galakron into Kronks is always possible and powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how Blitzchung could save the Frozen Shadow, even starting to swing things around, but with nothing on board, this is the pretty much only play he has for good mana utilization.
Tom has just been doing such weak things turn after turn, but this is how far Rogue has fallen, that weak versus zero pressure actually ends you up kind of toe-to-toe, but that is a huge draw for Blitzchung. This Edwin could get ginormous, but Tom's been sitting on the sap.
So therefore for Blitzchung, I think you can quite happily make a big Edwin while still doing powerful things, but don't go out of your way deliberately doing weak stuff just to juice up the Edwin. I'm thinking just starting off with Praised Galakron Lackey and seeing if it's worth a step is a good way to go.
I'm thinking Seal Fate because...
okay.
Oh, wait. There's not enough mana to coin Lackey Edwin. Yeah, never mind. Let's go Praise. And that is definitely a better target to step than the Spy Mistress.
So I think Blitzchung was just about to gear up for coin Eviscerate Edwin, but then he got the Ethereal Lackey, which is one of the best lackeys to Shadow Step in the deck.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised by this. I like the look of the Lackey for 2 spells with the Shadow Step, and he could have coin with that play, right? And then just traded off of the Spy Mistress. That's the big downside, I suppose, is he loses a stealth minion on board.
Yeah. I mean, the obvious real, very, very fortunate scenario would be if he got a backstab off the Ethereal Lackey, which is pretty possible.
Premium evolved target for Tom there, but Blitzchung is rewarded for holding on to this stealth minion. He can just clear the Ahmet with Seal Fate. It just could be another Edwin turn.
Yeah, which is why I'm thinking he could start off with the Ethereal Lackey and then go for Sap on it. Sap is a little scary for sure, because he can play it with a bunch of lackeys afterwards, but it's quite a lot of mana expenditure, and he only has 1 lackey in hand at the moment.
He could still go backstab trade and kill it off, but the lackey survives in that scenario, which is a bit scary. For Faceless Corruptor in particular, because Tog, Blitzchung knows that Tom still has that second lackey in hand and going into 7 mana.
Blitzchung going with the Bamboozle Edwin. I can't imagine that they're both going to come down on the same turn. But that would be the ultimate Bamboozle, I have to say.
I would call it a in that instance.
The worst boozle I've ever seen. Is that why it's called that? Because you're just like, bam! There's a boozle.
Okay, moving on to Tom's turn. Blitzchung did pick a very good timing to disincentivize a Togwaggle because if it happens now, Edwin gets a swing face. But Tom says, bring it on. My wand will compensate for how far he's fallen behind.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a good thing for Tom where he wouldn't have done it. But it does give a lot of incentive for Blitzchung to go with that aggressive game plan I was talking about.
Look at the clear Seal Fade, Fan of Knives.
Insane.
And even play the Lackey. And that's one of the best to get here, if not the best.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, are you so far ahead that you hold back because of Doomsayer? I think the answer was no, but Vericat is just still developing, but a bit safer.
Sure. Not just Doomsayer, I guess there's also the possibility of top decking his own Tog, in which case doesn't have another Lackey generator outside of the Galakrond.
Yeah.
But pretty good outcomes for Tom. That's
Very
an answer
big.
to Edwin. A freeze for it, in fact. And his own Edwin. Wow!
Yeah, he can go incredibly hard onto the board here.
You absolutely do it.
Oh, that was insane!
See the Spy Mistress, the freeze, the Edwin.
Oh,
Tom just has this in the bag now, right?
Is it gold in the shadows?
I was thinking he could just very well freeze the Edwin and stick his Galakrons on board, his Faceless Corruptors on board.
Me too. Obviously, if Blitzchung has a clear, then that's disastrous. But, I mean, what would that clear even be? It would have to be like exactly Sap plus Flick.
Or like Galakron into Kronks plus Sap.
Right,
All of it is fringe, right? But whereas this play from Tom, now he doesn't immediately have lethal versus just a Sap. Whereas if he had 2 more 4/4s, that's lethal.
Hmm.
Or at the very least requires another spell from Blitzchung like this Eviscerate used to prevent lethal.
A cruel fate
Very
awaits
interesting.
you in
But
the
for Tom,
ashes.
it thankfully does not slow down. The Sap alone was not enough to prevent this Edwin from coming down yet again.
Tom knows it's not ambush now. You can test for dirty tricks if you, but no particularly good shadow step targets here.
Well, I'm looking at the Devoted Maniac. It juices up Galakrond again, gets him a Lackey, makes Edwin that little bit bigger.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it's not crazy, but it's not the worst either.
Oh, but he's committed to sacking it here because he didn't know it would be Bamboozle necessarily. We could see him just step the Shadow Weaver now, freeze the Waxadread, still play Edwin. Looks good.
It does look good.
Choose soon.
Matt playing Commander Raisa with Hanar.
Oh! Okay, that's something I want to see.
And here we have Murger Murgurgle, or if you're Galen, Murger Gurgurgle.
In the shadows.
Hotly contested topic. I can't wait to see that on Hot Takes.
And whether or not we like Tom's line the previous turn to go a little bit more aggressively trading rather than freezing to go for lethal, it's looking to be very, very strong here. Blitzchung has 2 chances to draw a powerful spell off of the Galakrond, or he is in big danger.
He is in fact dead. And it's just 1 staff. And I'm checking it right now, so we're talking Kronks to just clear the rest of the board alongside Eviscerate Trade. That would be a full clear. Oh!
Oh ho ho ho!
All right, Blitzchung.
Oh
Don't
my
get ahead of
God.
yourself. Trade first. What a swing, Derek!
You are too late. This return is nigh.
Of course. Apac's the best.
Man, it takes a lot to get a reaction out of Tom, and then we finally got it.
The second time we've seen him go for the salty claps. Tom is cracking, showing signs of emotion. Alec here.
Yep. I do like the look of Alec here. I mean, Nithog is kind of the more powerful card overall, but I agree that at this point, when you're threatening close to lethal seems to be the way to go.
Well, Tom has a pretty good response still, and Blitzchung is still on the defensive. Like,
That's activatable should he need.
about average, this outcome.
Yeah.
Blitzchung needs a spell lackey, as far as I can see it, to try and find an answer for Siamat.
I will act as your scape.
Okay.
Mhm.
Uriel could fish him another. Even that is not particularly great because then Siamat could be replayed, but at least Blitzchung could stay ahead. Ooh! There it is.
Okay.
With other minions on board. I mean, he has to take it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not playing it though.
Mind hides loot.
I mean, it just speaks to what you were talking about. He just plays it again with Divine Shield Rush again.
Well, alright. I was thinking just forcing Tom onto that 7 mana expenditure
Yeah.
still seemed pretty good because at the very least Blitzchung maintains this wide board. But now Tom is playing his own Galakron, just 1 draw, but it could be huge.
Yeah, really just to activate the Kronks, I think, on the other turn.
It's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Everyone
Yep.
gets saps today.
Yeah, Shadow Step would have been absolutely insane there to go with the Kronks next turn, but this is still good enough, I think.
Blitzchung is running out of value. A lot of what we talked about in Mirror is that, but he has this Greyheart Sage, find him something for burst. Ooh, okay.
So he can play that and not die quite happily.
Uh-huh. Just trade off the rest of the board. He has to dagger down a bit, but... Or he could use the backstab. Probably not getting better at this point.
Yeah, well, the other thing is that he could, as long as he has a lackey in hand, he could go for Togwaggle next turn if he needs to do other stuff here, and still play the spell on the wand on the same turn.
Oh, I mean, but that's a consideration, but I think the 5/5 on board is more impactful than having Miscreant plus some lackeys.
I can agree with that.
But as far as what he takes, the wand doesn't have that many good draws left. He's played Galakron Kronks. I think it's just Flick and Faceless now, which are very impactful, and neither of those deal face damage. I wonder if it was Crown there.
Even then, what does Crown really do for you there? You're kind of more afraid of dying. Just making big minions on the following turn, I think, might not be enough.
Is he afraid of dying? I don't know. Blitzchung has to be the aggressor now because he's not winning in value.
That's fair.
Super close, but Kronks from Tong can swing the tempo back yet again. Rogue Mirror 101.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at other lines of not using it to try and go for a wide board buff to kill your opponent on the following turn with something like Shield Vendetta to clear off most of the board, but I just think you get yourself such a nice big swing by going for it.
There's a possibility of sapping the Togwaggle and just ripping Alakir this turn. The Vendetta can deal with it. I think that is far too risky to give Blitzchung another proc of Tog while also necessarily setting up lethal. I like this a lot better.
Oh, all the invoke cards just coming down that little bit too late for Blitzchung.
Hey, the Faceless, that's a big
Yeah,
one. I was hoping
what
to
he
hit
needed.
Flick as well. I'll take that.
Okay, well, he's got the ability to not only clear the board, but swing it quite decisively in his advantage now. With Backstab, Kobold, Step the Kobold if he needs to as well, and of course with the Faceless.
And it's very important that the Kronks will be gone after
Yes.
this. So Tom's ability to swing back is reliant on Zephyrus now. Very nicely done.
I do somewhat wonder if that was better than backstab and stepping your kobold there, because he could have been left with a
healthier base
exactly,
split.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa, wait. Huh?
Is that good for Blitzchung? Is it bad for him?
I think it is negligible if Tom is only gonna give a vendetta or
Right.
Blitzchung doesn't play other class generation. I'm looking at Fey Wing because it's cheap and not Brightwing.
That is the benefit of many cards. Oh,
Backstab. But then first you kill the Cho before you backstab.
I'm kind of looking at betrayal for next turn if you need to like actually swing the board.
Oh, do you even kill the Cho? This 4-1 is so annoying for Tom. I think he kills that. Yeah. Just clogging up board space for Blitzchung here.
But then, if Blitzchung can get away to get another class card into his hand, that's insane. I suppose it's quite difficult for him to do, though.
Yeah. Oh, Flick! Get rid of the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, that is huge. You can even step it and play it again on the Scale Lord, just
But then
to...
he's giving Tom the step!
Oh my god. Okay, you kill your own Lawwalker Cho first with the Flick.
Descended into madness now. As far as the hierarchy of spells that you don't want to give Tom goes, I think it's fine to give another sap. The board is not very high value from Blitzchung, but he does not want to give another Shadow Step.
I mean, no, but I'm looking to see if you can like fill your opponent's hand and then overdraw them with spells. I guess
Wow.
they don't really care that much about the spells, the cards in their deck.
Way I see it, as long as he makes board space to flick this Alexstrasza,
Yeah.
it's good enough. Tom still has Scale Lord though, not irrelevant in the slightest. Alakir is another 6 damage, a little bit off lethal. It's armor that's keeping Blitzchung alive here.
The other important thing there for Blitzchung is he's also leaving board space available for the Waxer Dread to be summoned back when the candle comes through.
Okay. Man, this is so awkward because he really wants to use some backstabs here, wants to sap the flick, but
Yeah.
I think it's fine for him to give Blitzchung backstabs, but not fine to give him sap.
So you're thinking backstab Alakir then to clear up the board?
Yeah, I think the Alakir... Okay, yeah.
Resources. Having a little bit of a spectator issue here, I think. Ah, there we go.
Okay, looks like we're back right on time. Yeah.
As there is the Waxer Dread, means Blitzchung is setting in fatigue now. Even if Waxer Dread dies and shuffles back in, that does of course not deny any fatigue counters, unfortunately.
Are we getting into fatigue? I highly doubt it, but it is worth noting.
Well, I mean, we're
because-
here, right? Blitzchung is going to be taking
Sorry,
fatigue damage
yeah.
next turn.
I worded that badly. I just mean, is that incremental damage going to be relevant? Because Tom doesn't get the rest of the damage to shore this up. That is huge! Norwood Gem.
I mean,
Wow.
at this rate, you're definitely right. He's not going to come close to killing Blitzchung.
we just got to this really weird scenario where both of the Kronks were used for swing and none
Yeah.
for burst, and it's all just become about squeezing all the value you can about from the rest of your cards. And normally I would feel like Highlander Rogue has the head up there, but there's been no Zephyrus for Tom.
No Zephyrus for Tom yet. No way to draw to it as it currently stands. I mean, Brightwing into Zephyrus is a consideration to an extent if he needs a real Hail Mary out.
And the worst part is, he can't just sap the Stormwind because it comes
Yeah.
down and everything's buffed again. Okay, tapping Waxadread instead and getting rid of the Stormwind with his Wrapped Golem. The Reborn will still summon that little taunt in the way. Tom just needs to hold on till he hits Zephyrus, and then he could just engineer a lethal through fatigue.
I will act as your scale.
Now for Blitzchung, again, applying that little bit of extra pressure, trying to stick this board. And of course, relying on the value from Waxadread to get him over the finish line.
Yep. Blitzchung will be on 2 ticks of fatigue next turn, so even Zephyrus is not lethal here.
Oh, even Flick cannot stop the power of the Waxadread from coming back time and time again.
Crazy. But it can stem the bleeding. Could give Tom one more turn. What, Blitzchung one more tick of fatigue.
We are friends now. Hello.
But here we are, we're relying on the Brightwing. Zephyrus is useless. No spells in hand.
Yeah, again, Tom can survive this turn, which means through Flick Sky Shiv on the Waxadread, he's potentially looking at a Zephyrus lethal on the following turn as his best bet of winning the game, unless Blitzchung can win right now.
And there are outs. He's got Lackey, Shadow Step already on board, so he needs to find 3 more damage. Ethereal Lackey is available. Oh man, Sinister Strike, Eviscerate, Head Crack!
Oh, wait, Daring Escape, does that...
Yeah, Daring Escape. Wait a second. The Head Crack 1 short right now. But the Daring Escape would have done the same amount with his Kobold Lackey and just, you know, gotten rid of the board, which he sorely needs. Oh man. No second Kobold. Blitzchung is on his last legs here.
Darkness wanes.
So now he just goes... Whoa, mommy! Okay, he's evolving it. Evolve. Oh, I got scared there. I figured he should still find a way to fit in the Head Crack for that turn, because if the board... He doesn't have guaranteed lethal.
Right.
But there is no clear available for Tom. There's taunts, though.
There's a lot of taunt available. And even though the Titanic does not, of course, add double taunt, you could at least boost the health and hope that Bone Wraith is enough to get over the finish line.
The problem is, boosting here just goes up to 7, which locks in perfectly to the Waxadread. I don't think there is any chance left here. So...
Whoa!
Is there? Waxadread trade...
So close. Yeah, I think Blitzchung's got
Wait.
it.
It's still a bit off, right?
No, it's not. He's got Kobold Step, Kobold Head Crack with
Oh,
the damage.
yeah, Head Crack. Correct, yeah.
Oh,
Even then, that got far too close for comfort.
I cannot believe that Blitzchung ended up winning that game. Tom 60229, it seems like years ago at this point, but with his insane Wondrous Wand there off the Heist Baron Togwaggle, he got a massive Edwin down, cleared the board, developed the board more with those Faceless Corruptors as well. We didn't necessarily agree with the way he played it out on that turn, but I just thought that was an unlosable situation with how far ahead he was.
It really did seem like it. And You know, it speaks to how much potential Rogue has to swing back the mirror, where the difference between going 90% in or all in could be game deciding. And you and I were advocating for all in there. Tom went for holding back one faceless, and that ultimately gave Blitzchung the time he needed to slowly crawl back into the game and get the head crack for lethal. Is it EU here? We're already having head crack memes of our own.
Yeah, I think that Tom definitely could have tried to just end it on the spot and tried to not even get into any kind of late game fatigue scenarios where he may think he's in the lead as the Highlander deck. I think that's generally a fair assumption given the just raw power of Dragon Queen Alexstrasza and, of course, the slight unfortunateness that he didn't get the Zephyrus until right at the end. But I agree. Overall, if you have the opportunity to just close out at the start, you may as well take it.
Yeah. The freeze with the Edwin, or sorry, the freeze without trading and having the Corruptors alongside the Edwin, I really think that was his best shot there. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Blitzchung is ahead now and has some of the better decks in the meta, I think it's fair to say.
I think so too. We're going to see if he can end up at a very, very impressive 6-1 record, tying glory overall in terms of the win rate. When we come back after this break, Blitzchung versus Tom 60229 will continue. You're watching Hearthstone Grandmasters. This is our third match of the day. 3 out of 4 that we have here for our slightly shorter day in APAC at least. And again, it's the final day of the round robin, so you are definitely not going to want to miss all of the action from Europe and then Americas shortly thereafter, where they have their full suite of 5 games each. But before we get into that, we have our own heart-wrenching stories to be getting through. Samuel Sao will be playing later on today for his life here in Grandmasters if he loses straight up relegation. But before we get to that, Gia, we have, for the most part, a little bit of a breather here for Blitzchung versus Tom60229. As we said, pride very much on the line for both of these players, trying to prove that for Blitzchung, he can beat a former world champ is no slouch in its own right. And for Tom60229, at this point, the questions are there as to whether or not he's living up to his incredible heights that he did reach when he was world champion.
That's right. He has to prove whether or not he's still got it. It's as simple as that. And to be completely fair, at the beginning of the season in the Swiss stages, you and I were particularly critical of his play on Zoo. We were wrong. No surprise there. But later on, I think it's fair to say we saw him have shaky understanding of a warrior matchup. We've been seeing him play skippers much earlier than the general consensus would be is ideal to play. And right now, I think he didn't play the best rogue game that he possibly could. So I hope that Tom can still make sure to keep at his best. And we now have the Demon Hunter mirror to see if he has particular understanding of this very nuanced matchup.
Well, one of the things that won't be helping him for the most part, I think it's fair to say, is the Frenzied Fellwing. If we imagine back to the start of Demon Hunter, I think potentially even before the first nerfs, I was already seeing a lot of players saying they didn't like Frenzied Fellwings in their Demon Hunter, specifically because ladder was like 80% Demon Hunter, and it just wasn't that good in the mirror. Even as a 3-3, it still just didn't come down consistently enough, because everything gets removed on your opponent's turn. It's quite difficult to actually get the damage to face.
And it's true. If you're dealing damage to face that early, then you're leaving up minions on your opponent's side of the board, and then the Fellwing just gets traded down anyway with your opponent's initiative. It's very counterintuitive. And so we see here Tom, of course, respecting the Battle Fiend instead of shipping all of the slices face and having played the Fellwing, which was strangely available there. He is managing to get on board, though, first with the Satyr Overseer.
He is, and this does have the pretty good job, I will say, of disrupting Blitzchung's Satyr Overseer turn, because even with Blitzchung having the ability to get the Overseer down, killing the opposing Overseer, we still see him divert because that extra 2-2 on board would kill off his own Overseer, and I think that that is very smart for Blitzchung. He still gets a strong play this turn and sets up for Satyr Overseer Hero Power next turn for the 2 damage to kill off whatever Tom throws down.
That's true. And that added benefit on the small chance that the Satyr Overseer survives on turn 4, he gets a huge benefit leading up into Warglaves. But now Tom has the advantage to swing back a little bit at this value trade, should it be taken by the 2-2, is ever so slightly awkward for Blitzchung, because then he would be overcommitting damage with Hero Power to kill that off.
And the value trade is going to work out pretty nicely here for Tom60229. And I think it was quite likely that this works out well for him. At the very least, it's, just a trade with the weapon, and then everything dies anyway, and he's got a value trade. So it was a good value trade, I think, there overall.
Yeah. Oh, big draw for Tom here.
That is huge!
Yeah, he can freeze face and kill off that Satyr Overseer. It makes sure that the Frozen Shadow Weaver stays alive, and he has the second slice to activate Gravebound next.
Wow.
He wants it.
I mean, so far, I've really liked what I've seen from Tom in this series. I think all of his plays had very, very strong reasoning behind them, and obviously, these couple of top decks help him a lot, but it puts him pretty far in the lead against Blitzchung now, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, Blitzchung draws yet another Warglaves, no choice but to pre-commit the mana expenditure. In the beginning, this looked like the Rogue Mirror, to be honest, where it was back and forth, but it's on fast forward because we're already in the end now, and Tom has pulled ahead.
Far ahead as well. Blitzchung's best chance, I think it's fair to say, is damage through to face, of which he has a couple of ways to go about. Chaos Nova does open up some other ideas. He could just try and get a catch Tom off guard and get a big sweeping board clear. But in the end, just cycling through to his damage cards, I think, is a more consistent plan.
Just hoping that Tom doesn't have damage for himself, but we can already see second slice Hero Power available. Just one more damage needed to end the game on the spot.
And obviously Tom is getting a little bit afraid in terms of... Oh no, wait. Is it... Not quite lethal, sorry. I was about to say he could just go for lethal. 1 damage off here. But with that not quite being there, he does need to be afraid of taking too much more damage and opening Blitzchung up to some weird surprise lethals.
Yeah, so the consideration becomes, is he sending the Glaive-bound Battlecry into the Volpera instead? Save that extra 2 health.
I mean, if he doesn't, he's dying to Twin Slice plus Metamorphosis. To be fair, there aren't actually that many ways that he dies here.
Right.
If he does just leave it up.
And the big thing is, if he doesn't send all of the Glaive-bound damage face, he also doesn't have guaranteed lethal on the next turn.
Right.
It is dependent on his Glaive-bound sticking or a top deck. Which is honestly not that difficult to ask for from the stick, because it can't just be I-beamed away, it needs I-beam plus something else.
Yeah, and even if it is the Glaive-bound Adept on the other side, as long as the Battle Fiend can connect face, that does still equal lethal. So I can understand Tom's thinking here. Either way, whether you give them the niche outs for lethal or the niche outs for a clear, you're kind of praying they don't have something.
Right.
And with this way, if they do have it, you don't die on the spot, at least.
Yeah. I think I've come round to liking this play from Tom a bit better.
Me too.
It's difficult to ask for a clear on the Glaive-bound and the Battle Fiend. And clearly Blitzchung does not have it. That's going to be GG. Tom equalizes the series, but he's still a rogue that he needs to win with. So I think that Blitzchung is still in a better spot overall.
Yeah, it might be a tough sticking point for Tom, given how weak Rogue seems to be in the current metagame. But I will say it was a very solid game, I thought, on the Demon Hunter there for Tom. It's been one of the biggest sticking points for a lot of our players, who I think if you're not practicing a lot with the Demon Hunter in the mirror, you can start to miss out on some of the common patterns that you're expecting to see. You can't just rely on your innate Hearthstone skill to be winning that matchup most of the time. Which is why I think we've seen, Shaxi suffer a little bit in particular as one of the strongest players, but hasn't quite got his head around Demon Hunter. Tom, on the other hand, like very, very strong in that mirror, and will now, Gia, be looking at the Rogue once again to try and take a win against Blitzchung's Demon Hunter.
Yeah, you brought up a really great point about how you can't just rely on your instincts as a Hearthstone player for this class. And I think that is a testament to success for the introduction of a new class to begin with. If it's so close to the other classes that if you don't even have that much reps on the deck and understand it immediately, then it just doesn't have that unique identity. But Demon Hunter has such a rigid play style that leaves very little room for error and a lot of nuance and intricacies still, that I think very cool to see that players have to put the time in to have a good grasp of the deck.
I agree completely, Gia. But now for Tom 60229, this Rogue deck is a lot less consistent. You're going to see the same patterns a lot less often, given that it is, of course, the Highlander variant. Lots of different openings that could come down. But generally, you're always looking for the same thing, I think, which is board clears early on to not take too much damage, and then as quick as you possibly can, tempo swings to pull you back into the lead.
Chung with a hand of corn tuna, 555. Only Filipinos will get that joke. And it is gonna be pretty difficult for him to make sure that the curve is pretty smooth, because Tom is already off to the races with a tempo Zephyrus. This is one of the matchups where you absolutely want Zephyrus for just backstab.
I agree completely, especially as his follow-up is looking very powerful, actually. The Frozen Shadow Weaver can be huge in this matchup, as we well know. But if he wants to save that for turn 5, just Seal Fate is also very powerful on this turn.
Seems fine. As far as I can see it, as long as Rogue stays toe-to-toe, then they're in the advantage in the late game. Far more value available once Galakrond becomes... Oh no. Galakrond comes online, but hand for Blitzchung is terrible.
Absolutely awful. And this gives a lot of information to Tom, Gia. He, I think, will be expecting one of the cards to be Warglaives of Azeroth. I think that's a very fair read, because, what could this hand possibly be? It has to be majority 5-drops for Blitzchung to make this play. And therefore, this plays beautifully around that. And not only that, it also curves really nicely into the Faceless Corruptor.
Blitzchung's just in a disastrous situation now. Tom also shut off any possibility for Glavebound plus Twin Slice on this turn. And if Blitzchung wants to even prevent Faceless from transforming the Lackey, he has to I-beam it. Ugh.
Mm.
This
Which
is
I
quite
think he will
possibly
make-
the most powerful taunt Lackey I've ever.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge. I don't think that Blitzchung can make the play of like, if you have Faceless Corruptor, he's probably just too far behind anyway, and he's thinking he'll need to save the I-beam for something more impactful.
Right. So he could go for. Oh, this still sucks. Like,
I grow impatient.
just the 4-2. I mean,
The thing is, though, having looked at it a little closer, his mana is probably spoken for the next few turns anyway, with Coin Hero Power Glavebound, Hero Power Glavebound, Hero Power Metamorphosis Hero Power could eat it up very nicely. But in the end, he misses all of that and just goes with Glavebound but unactivated Battle Cry.
as far as tempo goes, this is obviously the highest tempo play, but geez Louise, his next play is just as bad because of the lack of coin.
Absolute disaster. The Corn Tuna, I didn't even hear what you say, does work out awfully here for Blitzchung.
555 has corned beef and corn tuna, but the more consistent ad, I think, has been for corn tuna.
We're with you.
And it really does just not stop now at all. Tom60229 has strong follow-up after strong follow-up there.
He just has to take his pick, and Tom, with another invoke effect, could get a lackey, and there are a bunch of lackeys that are highly impactful here, even if it's not the high tempo ones of Kobold and Rush. Just the taunt lets him take value trades. Yeah, Generation gives him a chance at backstab, or Betrayal.
Whoa.
Everybody gets head cracks these days. But we're taking the
Knives
fan.
is
Yeah.
it's so close to being so good, but it's not quite there yet. Oh.
Okay.
Goes for the contract and gets probably the best one there.
Well, given that he didn't go for Fan of Knives, I do like the Vendetta for full cost here.
Right, yeah.
Protects his 4 health minions. I was thinking the alternative was just Fan Hero Power, but that have fit anymore with the mana, so this makes a lot more sense.
Oh yes, there we go. Tom with the hit to face, which I can respect a lot as well.
Don't know if I respect that. Doesn't that walk the second English? I mean, you can make the argument he has Siamat to respond, but I don't know.
I choose to make that argument here.
Okay.
Thanks for handing it to me. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I think the main thing he was considering there was actually Warglaves instead.
Okay.
But maybe he should have the read that Warglaves wasn't there, because otherwise Blitzchung probably would have gone coin Warglaves instead of coin unactivated Glavebounder deck.
True.
So maybe you're right, it should very possibly have just been a trade there.
In any case, Tom is ahead on board, but as far as potential to forego board control and just go for burst, I think that's much more up Demon Hunter's alley. He's got really strong follow-up though, where Blitzchung would need a miracle to swing this back.
Yeah, exactly, especially as the stealth is just really powerful here. It allows for more damage to go face. It has to be a clear on the Siamat here for there to be any chance at all for Blitzchung, which he does have.
I was gonna say Miracle is codename for Altruist, but not available here. Whoa, 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 whoa! I mean, he has to face
it's so
tank it.
close. Yeah. I will say he did go for that very, very quickly, whereas there was the very powerful play of Metamorphosis, Hero Power, and I-Beam to clear off everything other than the Akama.
Yeah. That did seem more consistent.
Yeah. Because with this line, was there a particularly impressive spell he was looking for that could turn things around?
Can't think of one.
Yeah.
And also, he's not bothering to clear off the Tiamat in the first place because he wants to I-beam it next turn. This makes sense because he will just take 6 damage on the course of 1 turn either way.
Oh! Not lethal quite yet,
Wow.
but I will take an 8-drop off of that Tiamat every day of the week. Okay, never mind, just take it back.
That gets there though.
It does indeed.
So what, are we looking at Ultras only as an out? And it even gets clogged up by the
Yeah.
Warglaze double. I don't see it.
Skull can still get Altruist if it was a perfect hand to go along with it. But that ain't it. A valiant effort, but both roads now get over the finish line. This is a huge deal for Tom because I could definitely see this as being the sticking point for him against both the Demon Hunter and Highlander Hunter left over for Blitzchung. But with that now out of the way and Demon Hunter having taken another loss there for Blitzchung, I think he's still looking okay, but it's getting that little bit scarier.
Yeah, I'm getting the Rogue out of the way is absolutely huge. Of course, he still has to get a win with Druid, which seems almost more questionable than Rogue, given that Blitzchung's remaining decks are Hunter, aside from the Demon Hunter. But that was an outstanding performance from Rogue. It seemed not even close. And how often can you say that Rogue absolutely steals the Demon Hunter? I feel like it almost always goes the other way around.
Yeah, not often. It was a truly powerful start, and it all stems right back from the get-go, where he just made the snap decision to go Zephyrus backstab, which I think was absolutely on the money. It's that tempo swing that I'm talking about. It's not enough to just clear, but as Rogue, you need to clear whilst being ahead to get that chip damage in over the course of the game, which he obviously did, with a little bit of help from the fact that it had to be a complete pass on turn 3 there from Blitzchung, given how awful his hand was.
Indeed. We are going to move on now to the Druid for Tom, of course, but Blitzchung has actually hung up Demon Hunter for now and favoring Highlander Hunter, probably one of his favorite styles of deck. And of course, it won't matter because it's Conquest. He has to get a win with both of them anyway.
Tom holding on to the Crystal Power here up against Hunter is, I've got to be honest, not something that I expected to see.
I think it only lines up well against Blazing Battle Mage because the other dragon can't be targeted.
Exactly. There's like Ooze and Zephyrus, which I guess are scary. But even against those, I think I'd rather just get my own win condition rolling as quick as possible.
I agree. Blitzchung did have a bit of a slow opener though. It's all odd number cards, none of the even cost minions to fill in the gaps.
In the shadows.
He just needs a Baku in this deck. Hello?
Oh, imagine. Do you remember when all the Danish players, just for one tournament, started playing Odd Hunter? It was, spoiler alert, not very good.
What are you talking about? That sounds glorious.
Yeah, I bet it does. But even though it's all a little bit odd-numbered and not quite filling out the curve nicely, Blitzchung is still able to get the threats down on curve. Curve into the Rottnest Drake or the Faceless Corruptor, depending on what the situation requires. And in response, Tom is left with no threats at all.
Glowfly, he's digging for the Mount Seller very clearly because he has a hand to back it up. But still, nothing for his troubles. And I'd love to see a Faceless here, just transforming the Dwarven Sharpshooters. Sorry, all odd cost cards? What is the odds of that?
Haha.
Oh man. More card draw from Rising Winds is Tom's best bet, but that means he can't play Mount Seller should it come off the top. This is terrible. Tom's just clapping for himself. The heck? Or clapping for Blitzchung's fortune at Tom's misfortune.
Yeah. I mean, no matter what, it is a that was a never lucky rubber ducky kind of clap right there.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you float mana every turn, Blitzchung. If Tom's been floating mana, 7 mana every turn.
There are, in fact, even cards in Blitzchung's deck as well, and he gets pretty much the perfect one to come down on curve there as well. Blitzchung is looking in a great spot, and Tom needs something right now, and I'm not even sure what he's got left that could do it.
Yeah, because Fungal, of course, can't draw into Mount Seller or it'll be discarded, but all he has is an Ironbark Taunt, and that is not going to be enough. He can go Innervate, with the Crystal Power.
Yeah, like he can get the Power of the Wild, bait out the Crystal Power to heal, I suppose, is the best chance, but yeah, we can see that is not going to be enough for him.
Dino Tamer Bran closing out a game, or Unleash the Hounds if you're not into styling on people. Imagine going for Hounds here.
Yep, this was just so close to Tom for turning things around, but in order to kill, to get the best of the Hunter, it was quite clear that it just needed to be 2 turns earlier, I think it's fair to say. If you can get the Glowfly Swarm, ramp up to the Mount Seller, ideally, then you can very, very quickly turn things around, because the Hunter is left often without good answers to a wide board, so they have to start trading their threats in, or they're just dead to a single Savage Roar on the other side. We've seen it time and time again, but it was just a case, as we saw from Tom's perfect salty clap. It's just what happens when you don't get the threats.
Druid is just such a famine deck, and you know, we've seen Tom for the applause twice in a series now. Is this even the Tom though? The cold, emotionless, stoic Tom that only laughs when Frodan says that he could win a game of Hearthstone against him. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I don't remember that video, but it was good.
I think he said, I have an idea for a deck. It wasn't even that he could potentially win a game, it's just that he could come up with a deck that isn't awful, which indeed, haha, to that idea. But final game now of the series, Gia. Again, this is less for the actual potential of relegation, of course. All top 4 spots in Division B are equally important. But for Blitzchung, finishing top of the group would be a very nice solace after just about finishing down in Division B.
Right off the bat, though, I saw a decision to keep Wild Growth, which I've been pretty much against most of the time in these faster matchups where Tom is really looking for Glowfly primarily, and then if you hit Fungal into Glowfly, you skip the Wild Growth turn and just go for Innervate. But this from Tom is just ramping into a Mount Seller off the top, hopefully, for him.
Well, his hand already tells a story of what his game plan is. It is, at the moment, it would seem, Ysera Ironbark on what would be turn 6, I suppose, after he's gained all the mana crystals. It's a very, very early turn to play a 9-drop, but when you're staring down all of this from the other side, it does not seem even close to fast enough.
Yeah, imagine hitting Ysera, so I really do think this is just begging for a Mount Seller. Anything else? Not gonna cut it.
Innervate, I suppose, on its own, the second Vate in his deck would be a huge deal.
Okay. But this
Not
turn...
saying it's winning the game.
Yeah. This turn is still awful.
Agreed.
It's the only play he had, though. To get rid of the Satyr Overseer. Blitzchung's expression. Yeah. We've seen Tom throw his arms back up behind his head in a much different fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blitzchung in his head there was just saying, I cannot believe he didn't have Overflow. Because when you see your opponent go Vate Wild Growth, I think already Blitzchung had in his mind, right, you're getting to 4 early. What do you want to do on 4? Overgrowth. That gets you to 7 early. What do you want to do on 7 with no cards in hand? Overflow. It just made sense. But it just wasn't there! Oh!
Steam rolled, just as like Tyler steamrolled Blitzchung. Blitzchung is paying it forward, and against a former world champion, no less. Blitzchung has an amazing score to end Division B with, over at the top. And Tom, not a big deal though, he's still guaranteed straight to playoffs, but well played to Blitzchung.
Absolutely, man. You gotta love Blitzchung. Just that very wry smile at the end, like, well, what do you want from me? He won that game, not really through any good play of his own. I mean, you know, it was, as I've said, in these Demon Hunter matchups against Druid, where you're just kind of playing out your stuff on curve, it was as close to a perfect game as you're going to get, where there were relatively few decisions overall. But he did what he had to do and ends up at 6-1, an incredibly impressive score.
Wow, Blitzchung has just been on a roll. But that is to say, it's not a huge deal whether you finish first in Division B or fourth, because the four of them will still have to play in a play-in bracket, which is going to happen off-stream, first versus fourth and second versus third, to determine who finally gets those last 2 slots to head into playoffs alongside the top 6 of Division A.
That is correct. And who ends up in the third or fourth slot, I believe, actually taking a look at it, is already decided, because Shaxi is the only player left to play, as that is our final game of Shaxi versus Samuel Sao coming up next. And given that he has already beaten Tom 60229, even if he loses just in the one-way head-to-head, Shaxi will finish fourth, and Shaxi will finish third, and Tom will finish fourth. So I think we are looking at Blitzchung versus Tom will be a rematch for the qualification to playoffs bracket.
Very interesting. It also means that we have 12 players out of 16 already locked up in their final standings. It's just the bottom half of Division B that has some potential to switch around now, and it's all dependent on this next match. If Samuel Tsao can get the win and stay alive in Grandmasters, or if Shaxi will end his run right here.
That's right. It is just straight up a battle for Samuel Tsao to try and stay alive. If he wins, he's safe and Dawn is relegated. If he loses, he is out and Dawn is safe. I can't even imagine how Dawn, or Samuel Tsao for that matter, must be feeling right now, waiting for their match to start. But we're going to torture them a little bit longer by going to a break here before their game can start. So make sure you are absolutely ready. You don't want to miss even a single second of this final match for the round robin here in Asia Pacific. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes with the last match of the day.
Welcome to another Mullet Over, a Hearthstone review show where we discuss key early game decisions by the Grandmasters, starting from the mulligan. Today we discuss a deck that's slowly been rising in popularity throughout this season of GM, Highlander Hunter. Despite running no more than 1 copy of each card, the deck achieves consistency with its early development because about 2/3 of the cards played in most lists only go up to 3 mana. Now, for a deck whose primary game plan is to just play their best minion on curve, the mulligan is usually pretty straightforward, but I think this is actually a good opportunity to discuss some fundamentals when approaching a mulligan, whether it be for Highlander Hunter or any curve-oriented deck. So let's get right into it. Obviously, the ideal turn 1 plays are Blazing Battle Mage and Dwarven Sharpshooter, but when you're the aggressor, you don't necessarily keep them together because you would rather be scaling your threats instead of having redundant cards. Here we see Eddie toss the Sharpshooter versus Warrior and only keep Battle Mage. Sharpshooter isn't very powerful on turn 1 versus Warrior because the only minion it really threatens is Skyraider. Better to look for more powerful follow-up plays like Scavenger's Ingenuity or Imprisoned Felmaw. In contrast, Dwarven Sharpshooter is excellent on the play versus Demon Hunter because it disrupts a Blazing Battle Mage or Battle Fiend on the other side. Another great card versus Demon Hunter is Desert Spear, which helps check those same threats while also not overcommitting damage into Fellwing tokens from Umberwing. But since it's a reactive card, you don't want to keep Desert Spear against slower decks like Druid, as both Frosty and Dawn demonstrate against each other. In Zim's game versus RDU, he keeps what's close to an ideal opener for the Demon Hunter matchup. It covers all his bases. If RDU doesn't play a minion, Zim has Dwarven Sharpshooter and Injured Tolvir as proactive plays. If RDU gets his own curve, Zim then has the Desert Spear to respond. And most importantly, Zim has Zephrys, which is always an X factor because it can function as removal, development, or utility. With certain hands, Zephrys is also commonly used for ramp. Against Priest, Zim keeps Boom Pistol Bully, a rather expensive card because he's laid out a plan of turn 2 Zephrys, turn 3 Wild Growth, and turn 4 Bully. It also makes sense because his list has some extra top-end cards like Nagrand Slam. We see a similar game plan from Jarla in his game versus Silvername, which denies proactive plays like Shield of Galakrond and Fate Weaver. Although the bully gets checked by Time Rip, Jarla's ramp allows him to go for a back-breaking Dino Tamer brand coined out on turn 5. Like Zephyrus, Scavenger's Ingenuity is an excellent keep, even after its nerf, because in most cases it's a turn 2 and turn 3 play in one mulligan slot, likely drawing a buffed Zixor or Diving Griffin. With the Ingenuity already in hand, Frosty in his matchup versus Dawn's Warrior can more comfortably keep a greedier card like Dino Tamer Bran. Speaking of Bran, despite it being one of the heaviest cards in the deck, it's kept in slower matchups like versus Priest and arguably Warrior and Druid too, because it's just that powerful and difficult to answer on the turn it's played. On the flip side, a cheap card that you should mulligan away is Tracking. It's a rookie mistake to keep it just because it's a way to spend your mana on turn 1. Keeping it to cycle for an ideal early play is inferior to using the slot in the mulligan itself for another shot at getting a 1-drop. In combo decks, you would keep card draw because you have nothing better to develop in early turns, but with Highlander Hunter, you have minions you would much rather play than a spell that doesn't develop anything on board. However, Tracking is solid later on to help fill out the gaps in your curve. I can't stress this enough. Making sure your curve is smooth is the way to win with this deck. You want to spend all your mana every turn. On the play, what's ideal is as simple as 1, 2, 3, like what Rivius had versus Flurry. On the coin, it's not so cut and dry. A good example is Tyler's Mulligan versus Tom 60229's Warrior. Tyler tosses Fairy Dragon despite it being the cheapest card among his options. That's because he's already got a solid curve available. Turn 2, coin out a 3-drop, turn 3, play the other 3-drop, and turn 4, play the Mana Saber. What he lacks with his hand is a play on turn 1, not turn 2, so he tosses the Fairy Dragon. With all that said, I want to highlight some of my favorite Hunter plays from last weekend. The first one is pretty simple. Against Druid going into 8 mana, Surrender decides to play a Tempo Rotnest Drake, no Battlecry value, instead of going for one of his buffed 3-cost beasts from Scavenger's Ingenuity. Because of its awesome Battlecry, it's easy to forget Rotnest is just a very threatening minion in its own right, and difficult for Druid to remove at 5 health. Had Surrender gotten Diving Griffin from the Ingenuity, it would have been vulnerable to a Bog Beam. In short, Surrender played his biggest guy on curve, and it won him the game, and there's something just so Hunter about that I love. Next we have Zalae versus PNC's Demon Hunter, where Zalae keeps Rotnest Drake on the play alongside Zephyrus. I thought keeping the Rotnest was pretty greedy at first, but then I realized it's one of the only cards in the deck that swings tempo back in Hunter's favor against Glaive-bound Adept turns. And on turn 5, Zalae could have played his Drake for a 50-50 to kill PNC's Frozen Shadow Weaver, but instead he holds back and uses Kill Command and even Zephyrus for backstab to clear the board entirely. It's a lot of resources expended, but he's heavily rewarded on turn 6 when the Rotnest snipes PNC's first Glaive-bound. From there, Zalae's heavier cards put in the work and he won the unfavorable matchup. And finally, let's take a look at Muzzy versus ETC. Against Warrior, Muzzy keeps Scavenger's Ingenuity alongside Desert Spear and Varanus. I think this reactive keep is so smart for the matchup because Warrior can easily answer Hunter's proactive early threats with their weapons. So instead, Muzzy takes a slower approach with card draw in the early game, takes a turn to set up the Desert Spear, swings the board with Varanus on turn 6, and then coins out Zixor Prime for a game-winning board on turn 7. And that's it for this episode of Mullet Over. Quick disclaimer, I'm not actually the Highlander Hunter connoisseur among the casters. That would be Raven. And now you know why his segment is called The Curve. See you all next time.
This is Hearthstone Grandmasters, and this is the final match of the round robin for Asia Pacific. We are going to be heading to the playoffs bracket next week to find out who our fortunate player heading to the global finals will be. But right now, Gia, this is everything on the line for Samuel Sao. His final chance to turn things around after a disastrous season here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. He has one final chance to avoid relegation.
That's right. And it is pretty impressive that he managed to make it to this spot in the first place, given that he had that really, really bad start. As you said, in the Swiss portion, he hardly got on, he never got on stream in those first 3 weeks. And then as he was starting the round robin, it was loss after loss, but he finally managed to turn it around recently against Don, the other player that's in this story. If Samuel Tsao wins, then Don is suddenly automatically relegated. Samuel Tsao loses, that means Don is through to the relegation bracket instead and has another chance to stay in Grandmasters.
Exactly. Even though it is Samuel Sao versus Shaxi here, who will be his opponent in this match. For Shaxi, there is little on the line. He is guaranteed top 4, and all 4 of those spots are pretty much the same. I think even if he wins, he still ends up in 4th position as opposed to moving up to 3rd anyway. So it's just about trying to take the win for honor's sake and prove himself with his very unconventional lineup for this week. But as you said, the 2 players who are most invested in this match, Samuel Sao and Dawn. If Samuel Sao wins, Dawn is relegated. If Samuel Sao loses, he is relegated out. Just comes down to this final match.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it is Spice that he is bringing in this lineup. 5 chili pepper ratings from me. That is a combo priest, guys. This is not Galakron priest. This is not Resurrect priest. This is Shaxi playing cards like Dark Prophecy, playing cards like High Priest Amet, and not generating them.
Right, and one thing that is very much worth mentioning, if any of you haven't been keeping up with the recent nerfs and changes to Priest, Priest has underwent a pretty fundamental change to the basic set of the class, where obviously historically, what Combo Priest meant was a deck where you stick high health minions and then kill your opponent with Divine Spirit to double their health and Inner Fire to make their attack equal that very high health value. Now, of course, Divine Spirit has been moved to the Hall of Fame, no longer playable in Standard. So Shaxi here is going with a similar kind of strategy, it must be said, but instead going with other more board-oriented routes, I think it's fair to say, with cards like Psych Split primarily, or Psyche Split, if you want to go that way, in order to try and lock down the board and get these incredibly powerful mid-game plays.
That's right. Even though you can't necessarily go for a one-turn kill by just sticking one minion, what the priest can still do is just go for mid-range boards that are very difficult to remove. And if we're seeing from Warrior that Warmaul Challenger is one of the best cards in the meta, very difficult to answer for even Demon Hunters with its high health total, then maybe it's a similar story for Priest, but it still remains to be seen whether Priest can even stick that first minion at Liberty, because the deck is quite slow and not running the removal that Galakron Priest might, for example.
And that is the biggest similarity to the old school Combo Priest. You may remember it from the previous season of Grandmasters or from the previous couple of Masters tours that we had as well, where with this deck, if it loses board control, the game ends. Even if that's on turn 1, the game simply ends on the spot because you have no way to wrestle it back at all. We will have to wait a little bit before we see that deck from Shaxi, if at all, depending on how poorly this goes for him. But to start things off, Gia, a matchup we have seen quite a few times so far, and one that, outside of today's matches, specifically between Alutemu and Rivius, we were thinking is starting to skew pretty hard towards the Demon Hunter's favor.
That's right, but today, yet again, I am learning new things. As you mentioned, both Alutemos on their first attempts versus Demon Hunter managed to get the win as Warlock, and it was very much due to heads-up recognition of when the timing for their removal should be played out. And for Shaxi here, already the keep of Dark Skies, definitely an important one in the matchup, but keeping Sense Demons is pretty cool to see too.
Samuel Tsao, however, shake of his head even just after the starting mulligan. The 1-drop, however, is so crucial here at helping him smooth out this curve and get that early damage through.
That is correct. Oh, Frenzied Fellwing is available to be played here just with Hero Power Face and the attack from the Blazing Battle Mage. Definitely prefer that over the Spectral Sight.
I agree as well. Just being able to get in the 1 extra damage is a nice benefit as well. You always start with the attack with the Battle Mage as well, because that's happening either way. But like you say, Spectral Sight on turn 3, there's a decent chance that you get a 1-drop to fill out the curve as well. And getting in this damage in the super early game before Dark Skies can come down on 3 is a big difference maker in the matchup.
Right, and we see again here from Shaxi a point that you pointed out from Rivius, where instead of going Explorer, which gets on board and can potentially stave off some damage, we see a tap from Shaxi, and I think this is largely due to the fact that he wants to go for Dark Skies in the near future, but now the Sense Demons is very likely to get Aranasi's, guaranteed to get at least one, in fact.
Yeah, he would be looking at, okay, not Overdraw if he did go for it, but I think for this turn, you're looking at some kind of removal. I would rather follow up. Okay, I guess I'm wrong with the Sense Demons thereafter, because Moarg plus Coil seemed like a decent way to clear the board, or just Dark Skies in order to obliterate it away.
I mean, this looks greedy at first, but Shaxi hit the best outcome of 8 heal. The I mean, the other outcome is the 4 heal, and not disastrous, honestly, because if he's looking at Samuel Cao just redeveloping another minion going into turn 3, the most additional health is 4, I suppose, from the 5 from Kayn, but more likely 3 to 4 from either Frozen Shadow Weaver or Satyr Overseer plus Hero Power, all of which can still be cleared off by the Dark Skies follow-up. It's greedy, but you know what? I'm kind of coming around to this style of play in the matchup.
I'm definitely willing to give it the benefit of the doubt. I still think there was consideration for Coil there, and then you can follow up with Dark Skies if you need to clear the board, or the play of Sense Demons into Soulfire if you absolutely need it cleared. But it's an interesting way to approach the matchup, make no mistake. And working out quite well for Shaxi so far.
I think ideally for Shaxi, you would have wanted to see more development on this turn.
Yeah.
But now because Samuel Cao just went for more, Shaxi is thinking this Dark Skies could still get better. And wow, he is just not removing at all until he sees premium targets. This to me was a little bit sketchy. I was looking at Dark Skies coin questing, that puts him ahead on board, but using the coin, of course, is a bit painful if it's not curving you into the Abyssal Summoner.
One thing that I will say is very consistent between both Shaxi's approach and Rivius's approach earlier on today is realizing the power of getting those Brood Mothers and then shuffling your hand thereafter. Because you're it's not like you're just getting the heal that you would get at a later point anyway. By drawing them then early and then going for the shuffling next turn, he's kind of creating even more heal than would exist otherwise out of nothing. Which is, in a way, often equal to removal as long as you have the board clears at a later point. And even though he missed the Brood Mothers here, Shaxi still has a ridiculous amount of healing in the coming turns.
Very true. Both Nether Breath in the hand now. He's only running 1 Sense Demons compared to the list from Glory. Could naturally draw into the Brood Mothers later on. What we haven't talked about so much is how difficult this turn is for Samuel Cao. The hand is really awkward. If he wanted to go for the Satyr over there, it is walking into more Grain of Fire territory and Dark Skies. Ultimately, Sam is choosing to go for the second Tempo Glavebound we've seen of the day.
Yeah, I think what this really says to me is it is a play around Crazed Netherwing, because if he goes for the Satyr Overseer Hero Power, it is so disastrous for him. Obviously, against Warlock, there are so many different ways that they can do damage in the early game. They've got 1 damage with Mortal Coil, 2 damage with like Moarg, Rain of Fire, Dark Skies to clear off anything. There's no way to play around all the different removal. And I think Samuel Cao had a clear strategy behind his game plan here. But obviously, with a full hand, Shaxi's gonna have the answer.
And it was the perfect answer as well. 3-card combo to get him cycle, heal, and ahead on board. Samuel Cao really has to go back to the drawing board now. And if he wants to, he could go for another Glavebound just to clear off this Moarg. But it's seeming to me that he's fallen so far behind that I'm already looking for niche, altruist game plans. Problem is, the skull is stuck in the middle.
It's just the worst. It's one of the worst hands for this point in the game I've seen in quite a while, I must say.
Yeah. if he wants to free up the skull, it either means playing Altruist first, which defeats the point of, you know, saving cards in the first place. And then, if not that, he's got to get through all of these 3-drops, and the Satyrs are almost certainly dying to AoE at this point.
And I think now for Shaxi, you do need to be somewhat greedy with your removal in this matchup. You can't just be throwing it down for killing off every minion every turn, because you will run out. There's not that much in the deck. But at the same time, just throwing down an Abyssal Summoner here is really, really scary. There are multiple ways they can clear it off and then get the damage with this Glavebound to go face, be it Warglaves or, of course, Kayn itself to just bypass the taunt.
I would argue it is not that scary. I will agree that it's greedy, but it is going to go up to 8 health, which means that if there's going to be a Warglaive swinging in twice, then Samuel Sal's taking 16. And,
Fair point.
And that would also take up the majority of his turn, at which point he still ends up with a 2-2 in many cases, and then the heal for follow-up on the next turn. But this is overall safer from Shakti, and of course quest completion is the big reasoning for just going for this line of play here.
The big kicker for sure. Moarg Artificer. I think he could probably have got away with throwing down there, given that he's used both Nether Breaths, but again, having said that, the Rain of Fire combo with it is pretty nice.
But Coin is the best card in the deck! Alright, I got the reasoning though. It shuts off the Coin Twisting Nether, but against Demon Hunter with both Glaive Bounds used, our Moarg Rain of Fire is pretty much Twisting Nether.
And I mean, when I said that Coin was the best card in the deck, I was referring to the mirror, where it is the best card in the deck.
So Sam can just dump some 3-drops. It's so ugly.
The thing is, like, obviously he wants to keep playing around Netherwing, which, you know, I understood his reasoning earlier to go for the Glavebound because it was so bad against Crazed Netherwing, but it's very clearly entering the territory where if he has it, it's bad for you, and that's going to be the case for the rest of the game. So I think you just bite the bullet and start playing them out now.
Yeah, he's got to free up the skull somehow. But even looking far into the future, if he manages to safely get to an active skull and save up for a big blowout, there's both Glaive Bounds used already.
I mean, I will say that I think I probably would have gone for the second the Frozen Shadow Weaver there instead of the second Overseer, because I think this is, you know, again, I did make the point of if he has it, and it's bad, but you can at least mitigate how bad that is somewhat and save the second Overseer to maybe go with your Warglaves a little bit later on.
Yep. But Shaxi's got a heck of a turn. Look at this, the Moarg discounted to 0 can now be played with Rain of Fire and then the Abyssal Summoner on top of all of that.
Oh, that's true, actually, yeah.
Amazing swing.
I was looking at Crazed Netherwing Tap, which still has its merits because you do want to fit in the tap wherever possible, but your plan does put a huge amount of stats on it.
I guess the downside is that it leaves a 2-2 Moarg on the board, so the huge amount of stats is negated by an I-Beam doubled. But I don't know, Shaxi's tapping forces him to eventually dump cards anyway.
Yeah.
As far as the cards you really want to discount to 0, there's of course all of the dragons, which are still in the deck aside from Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, and the Aranasis, so that could be a pretty unfortunate to see the Soulfire here, but we do see Shaxi just throw out the Moarg anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing for Shaxi is another good card to tap into, or at least to draw into, would just be Plot Twist to get these fairly expensive cards back in his deck. And start drawing the Abyssal Summoners for 0, find the Aranasi Broodmothers to heal up again. Because while it is looking very good for Shaxi at this point, I will say, I don't think Samuel Sao is out 100% yet.
Agreed. There is potential to free up the skull, at least get rid of a fair amount of cards, but it floats a lot of mana, because he's not able to play the skull on the same turn. He was reaching for the I was wondering if this is a front-load Metamorphosis type game plan. He could also freeze a minion with that.
Yeah, because the problem with this game plan is he can go 4 activations here, which I suppose does allow him to clear the board technically with the Frozen Shadow Weaver as well. But it still means you're a turn away from playing Skull of Gul'dan, and he could have, like you said, just gone Metamorphosis into the Netherwing, or just Metamorphosis face.
Oh, that's some heal for Shaxx. That's an active Zephyrus as well.
Wow.
Oh, man.
So, if nothing else, we got Zephyrus Shadow Flame in order to clear up this board, but there is almost certainly something better here.
Yep. It is not very high tempo, to be honest. So he's used the Moarg, so the Moarg Rain of Fire option is not available alongside a big development turn. Shaxx just has first world problems. My cards are too good.
Yeah, I mean,
We're going Zephyrus Voidwalker here.
There was the potential there if you wanted tempo to go for a play of Dark Sky's Zephyrus Edwin, just to get stats on the board. But I think for Shaxx here, if you just kind of keep playing it out, as long as nothing crazy happens, he will win. Saving the Zephyrus for heal, I think, is probably more consistent.
As far as the crazy things that can happen, though, Shaxx's seen it. He's seen the Altruist. He's seen both Glaive Bounds, so now he just has to be worried about War Glaives and Metamorphosis, which, to be fair, is quite a lot. And that's why we're seeing him hold back a bit.
It's very, very scary. But of course, Zephyrus also offers the Weapon Destruction, which can be the equivalent of a huge amount of healing.
So Sam Sao is met with this problem where if he wants to unlock the skull from the right side, he's not actually presented with an I-beam target this turn. You can reasonably assume that Shaxx will play something on the next turn. But I'm looking at just playing Metamorphosis.
I guess at this point, when you're this far down, you're not playing Skull for unoutcasted version, because if you were going to do that, it would have been right to do it so long ago at this point.
Samuel Tsao's list is not playing Volpera Scoundrel, so there's no room to discover wins here. Gonna have to come from his natural first other Warglaves, but wow, what a top deck. Oh my, have both Yseras. Oh man, it sucks. He has no hand space.
Oh my god.
You just jam them both.
He does that, right? He just plays both, and then he can get the extra generated card. He's...
You're right. I was joking.
This is the dream, Gia, with both Yseras.
Yes.
I think that was a Warcraft
And the
joke.
nightmare, depending on what he generates.
Aha.
Samuel Tsao's nightmare. In fact.
Okay, so the reason to hold back the other Ysera here is, of course, Zephyrus becomes inactive because of the portals if he doesn't play it.
Right.
So he is considering here holding on to it to go for Bloodlust, Inner Fire, Wind Fury, whatever. You know, the lethal out on the following turn. Because if he does play them all out, it's potentially less damage overall.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, especially if all of the dragons come downside, then he's board locked. And he can't actually play down, say, a Malagos from the tap for lethal. So it's actually very heads up from Chaxi. That could have been the one way he lost, strangely enough.
This is something that Odemian, the Belgian Hearthstone player, was having a big go at us here, or missing out on yesterday, was not seeing the obvious fact that Zephyrus does not become active once the portals are in the deck. But this time we got it all right, so you can stop complaining.
Man, he can't even play the Glaives here. Just not getting there. Plus, most of Sam's draws are just these cards, very low value.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
And while he's been admirably close to lethal, Jaxie's got the Zephyrus for healing.
Okay, kind of a sad card to burn there. But by holding back on the Ysera, having the Zephyrus still active, Shaxi has the ability to just heal well without range.
Is there some strange lethal opportunity here by dreaming your Zephyrus? I think Zephyrus should give Wind Fury in this situation, among other options. And then, or Inner Fire, in fact, for Ysera.
Okay.
So if you go Zephyrus, it should give Wind Fury first because you have an 8/8 that can attack. So that's 16.
Okay.
And then you can Dream it, and then Ysera Inner Fire for 12. I don't know if it gives Inner Fire if it's not, and then the Soul Fire would have been the rest. But I've said a lot of maybes here, far too many for my comfort, so I don't mind that Shakti's gone for... Whoa.
0 mana Malagos as well?
Wait a second. Wait. Shakti didn't even heal this turn.
This gives outs all of a sudden to Samuel Sao, right?
Yeah, Kayn.
There's only
a big
one taunt in the way.
That was kind of a disaster for Shaxi. I was thinking if it's not lethal, at least take Zephyrus for healing.
Just heal, right? Radiance
Yeah.
alone just makes you 100% safe.
Uh-huh. But Samuel's not got the answer here. He can free up Skull from the right side. Mana burn. But I don't think there's any damage anymore. Even with Kayn.
Right.
Either way you look at it, he has to draw. So he has to free up the Skull from the right side.
Fires of vengeance burn bright.
Only 2 mana left over, so he can't even go like Kayn plus the Glavebound or anything like that. I mean, he hasn't got any left.
Right. Are we missing some Chaos Strikes?
Not enough
just a
to change the
concede,
game.
though.
Oh, Samuel Sao throws it down. And even though Shaxi had a very clear game plan by holding back the Ysera, going for the Zephyrus, I think he maybe miscounted a little bit there at the end in terms of locking out any chance for Samuel Sao to take the game. As just slight correction to myself, it was in fact Maverick I was thinking of who had a go at us for the Zephyrus out there. So you're welcome this time, buddy. We spotted it, even if it was a bit messy at the end.
Yep. I did think that doesn't seem like something a demon would do. Like go on Twitter rants towards casters, but...
I misspoke.
Yeah. In any case, though, I do appreciate people who hold us accountable because we also have a responsibility of knowing how these cards work. And I am a little bit worried for Shaxi there, honestly, because he did, despite him taking the win, it seemed super shaky at the end there. I feel even a couple turns towards the end, he was taking taps where he didn't necessarily need to. I thought there were opportunities where he could take tempo instead and just try and end the game before Samuel Sao could even hope to put together some crazy skull lethal.
What I will say is that even, with the cards that were left, it's possible that there wasn't a chance to deliver lethal with only the one attack Umberwing in play. But what I will say is that I don't think that Shaxi was thinking that as he made the play. I think it was maybe just a slight miscalculation in terms of the amount of heal that he had available. Maybe he was tunnel visioning down the lines you were saying of, trying to find lethal with Zephyrus, and he spent most of his turn trying to think about that. And so in the end, just ended up going with the other line of the Abyssal Summoner. But either way, the Warlock taking a win against the Demon Hunter, we've seen it go time and time again. And even if the end was a little bit weird, the beginning, I think, for Shaxi was very indicative of this approach that we're seeing from a lot of the very, very best players with this deck, of being very cavalier with your health total in the early game.
Yes, indeed. But all of that aside, we're gonna see the Priest. This is it, Dark. We've been talking about this all weekend. Didn't do much testing because I want to see Shaxi prove to us just how this deck works.
So, quite clearly, I think you are looking for a little bit more early game action than this. I believe, unless I'm mistaken, taking a look at the list, the only one drop that he actually has access to is the Imprisoned Homunculus. Yeah, exactly, which doesn't even become active for 2 turns. So I guess this is not disastrous for him at the start if he can find something to go along with it. Yeah. But I will say, with the curve from Samuel Sao, he is looking to be very easily able to kill off anything Shaxi throws down.
Yep. It also hurts to miss a 2-drop here for Shaxi. He's playing double Injured Warriors and the one Coulter on Chaplain, which even without a Battle Cry, you would much rather get something on the board because, as we said, just like any combo Priest, the second you fall behind, the game just snowballs into oblivion because all of the cards rely on something sticking.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth mentioning as well that the other big difference... Oh, that is another pretty miserable draw. Going for the Dark Prophecy here for a decent Armani Berserker, I think it's fair to say, just for the highest health. But the other big difference with this deck compared to the pre-rotation version is the loss of Northshire Cleric as well. There is basically no draw in the entire deck now, which was one of the biggest chances to just destroy a matchup, was drawing 1,000,000 cards off of Cleric.
Very true, especially when you can pair the Wild Pyro alongside that and clear it. But now, Samuel Cao has frozen this Ambani Berserker. That gives Shax a target to copy with his Faceless Rager.
That's true.
It's still quite slow.
So, Faceless Rager, and he could even Inner Rage if he wants to just spend the mana on this turn.
Sure, Inner Fire.
Inner Fire, sorry, yeah.
Power Infusion is actually in his deck, guys. So, by that logic, no, surely it's not the pick here, right? It's too slow. Everything is expensive. I'm looking at just taking a Lackey to help him clean up the board a little bit. I mean, you could silence your freeze mid could attack, but then the Amani loses its 3 health buff from the Dark Prophecy.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's kind of a consideration just if you want to lock down the board, because you could go Faceless Rager first, then silence it and trade in, and then you've still got a decent hold on the board, and you're killing off some of his minions.
Alright. Or you just hold the silence on together. I'm not sure what Demon Hunter minions you really want to silence aside from Battle Fiend.
But now it's got to be said, Samuel Cao is looking at power plays coming through. Glavebound into Glavebound available on these next 2 turns, and I think the only real consideration is how you meter out the damage.
I think it's very considerate for Samuel Cao to be going for the board clear here. Well considered, I should say.
Oh, yes.
Those are not the same words. Just removing every threat from Combo Priest is how you win the matchup.
Yep.
They don't get payoff if you don't give them a target for Psyche Split or Inner Fire.
Obviously, with this version of the deck, there is a little bit of get-out-of-jail-free cardness, if that is an adjective we can describe. With Sethic Veilweaver, you know, he could generate Holy Nova. Renew, of course, also could get him something to clear off the board here, or at least some of it. But without that, honestly, I think he's just going to be getting value traded until he loses the game.
It's just mind-blowing to me how this deck can find so much room for buff spells, but none of those spells are Apotheosis.
It's true, actually, yeah. I guess if your plan is to never be behind or you're losing anyway, +2, +3 is not quite good enough.
Yeah, Lifesteal not largely relevant in this scenario. But Shaxi's got to find some way to stave off the damage. I'm looking at the Sethic now. Just to silence something, that's at least a spell that targets a minion, keeps the train going. Dark Prophecy in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only card that does anything at all here, so I think you do take it.
I mean, you could go Sethic Pain on the 1/1. Sounds terrible.
That does sound terrible. Okay.
If he had 1 more mana, he could have gone like Sethic Natural Inner Fire into Pain to get rid of the Shadow Weaver, but it didn't quite fit.
Forbidden Words can keep the cycle going on the Sethic Veilweaver, but I've got to be honest, Gia, this is kind of just how I imagined the matchup going.
Yeah.
With Demon Hunter getting on board very quickly, having fantastic removal options, obviously, with all the weapons, Glavebound, and damage buffs on their hero. And then the priest just gets value traded until they die.
Yeah, I don't think this is any big surprise at all. I'm still trying to wrap my head around where Shaxi's idea to bring this priest came from in the first place. In theory, if we're to treat this as combo priests of old, it would be favored against Druid, for example.
I can definitely see that being the case.
But as far as against Warrior, which runs a lot of weapons, against Demon Hunter, and I don't know, maybe this has a shot versus Rogue. I could see that. But it's definitely not Demon Hunter that you want to be matching up this priest against.
Right. It's kind of funny. If he went for Shadow Madness on the 1-1 and then got Silence, it would almost be a good board clear. But, of course, it would then just go straight back to Samuel South's side.
I wonder.
But I would love to see that. I'll say that.
That would be a top 1 moment right there. So are we just looking at hero power forbidden first now?
I mean, I'll be honest, I see no avenue to victory left for Shaxi. Maybe there's something I'm missing. He's obviously played this deck more than me, I assume, because he's played more than 0 games.
I was gonna make the joke if you weren't. But, yeah. Come down. Chaos Strike can keep cycling. Shaxi
12,
has
14, 16. It's just close to lethal right now, to be honest. I think it's 1 off.
Yeah. Completely correct. So if you're Samuel Cao, maybe you just clear off the Sethic to prevent any shenanigans.
Yeah,
And there's an argument to keeping Kayn to go through a taunt and not letting it be cleared on board.
I mean, the biggest clear that you're looking at is Soul Mirror that could have been generated potentially, which you maybe need to play around. But with the amount of burst available and the lack of any real healing, now that both copies of Renew have been played, I just don't think, as long as you're not doing something completely ridiculous here for Samuel Cao, you should be winning. Just clear the board and you win.
Yeah. Even if we see 1 Twin Slice expended alongside Kayn, and Kayn going face, then that still plays around Soul Mirror because Kayn would survive.
Yep.
In the shadows.
What am I watching, Derek? What is this deck?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think Samuel Cao maybe is now thinking Soul Mirror as the potential out. Or maybe generated Holy Nova into Breath of the Infinite as like the 2 generated cards. But I mean, even that, you know, it's incredibly niche scenarios here, and Samuel Cao has just won the game.
It is super niche, but you have to forgive Samuel Cao for stressing out about it because any little percentage advantage he can give him matters exponentially because this is his match to stay in GM potentially.
That's right, everything on the line. And when you're playing against a deck, which I have to imagine, at least before he saw the lists get released, Samuel Cao would have played probably 0 games against. Again, that is no comment on Samuel Cao. I don't think anyone in GM, apart from Shaxi, will have played any real games against that deck, just because we just haven't really seen it at all so far. But taking the win against it has got to feel good, even if it was just with the Demon Hunter, which feels like the easiest of the wins. The Druid, however, remaining for Samuel Cao, that I think is going to be the most crucial victory for him to take. If he can get that, I think he's looking in a very good spot to stay in Grandmasters.
Yes, indeed. This Demon Hunter from Shaxi, I very much expect to get a win in the near future, but I think Samuel Cao's best shot is at sweeping this Priest, and if our theory of Combo Priest versus Quest Druid being similar to Shaxi Priest versus Spell Druid holds true, then that could be the sticking point for Samuel Cao, as you said.
Druid, of course, has the chance to make an upset against anything, but first of all, Samuel Cao is going with the good old Highlander Hunter, and has got himself, if we just want to look at a base level, a pretty good curve to start things off.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, pretty decent in and of itself. Diving Griffin, you are the defensive player, I think is fine, because it tends to 1-for-1 a minion and also just draw you into, in this case, specifically Zixor, because Corruptor's already in hand.
That's right.
Expecting just a Chaos Strike here?
I think so. I think the Sightless Watcher on 4 makes a good amount of sense after you go for the Shadow Weaver on 3, most likely, because then you can give yourself likely a good draw on turn 5, hopefully the Glavebound or... sorry, the Warglaives, or now a Twin Slice to go with the Glavebound.
Yep. Ooh, Animal Companion for Samuel Tsao now. Saves him from having to sadly play the
Yeah.
Griffin. Actually, it wasn't even that sad because he coins Griffin into Zixor. Close though. This is obviously great if he hits Misha, and decent if he hits Leok, but hovers the disaster outcome for once.
Yeah. I think it's okay. I think there's a decent chance that your opponent does develop something here in order for you to trade the Griffin into. And even if they don't, you can just play it as a 3-mana 4/1. At the very least, it's going to eat up some mana from your opponent to kill off.
I agree. It's definitely better to hold on to the Griffin responding to the expected 3-drops, be it a Satyr Over or the Frozen Shadow Weaver, and then front load the Animal Companion against what looks to be a better trade against the minion already on board.
Demons. Demons.
So for Shaxi, I think the basic play I'm looking at is just freezing the Leok so it can't take a value trade over the 2/2, and then Spore 3 theoretically lines up against Leok. But because he saw the coin into a 3-drop, be expecting another 3 on the backswing, be it Griffin or Stormhammer, which if you don't freeze face, can kill the Frozen Shadow Weaver.
Yeah, I mean, there are many 3-drops in the Hunter's deck. It's very difficult to play around all of them effectively. So I think just going with the more obvious play of freezing this so that you can hopefully get a value trade makes sense.
South is staying, I would say, even ahead in this situation.
He's looking very strong. I think it's going to hinge around whether or not he can stick a good Faceless Corruptor on 5, as it currently stands for me. And if he can do that, I would put him quite far in the lead.
None of these are Twin Slice, and that's what Shaxi really wants next turn.
Yeah, Kayn does fill out his mana the best because he could go for Kayn Hero Power, I suppose. Battlefiend could be used with just Altruis on the following turn for a 1 damage sweep.
That seems sketchy to me. I would be inclined to go for Kayn as well.
The fires of vengeance burn bright.
Alright, looks like Shaxi's gonna soften up Leok a little bit with his face. I like that a lot, especially if he's expecting to hero power again next. Wait, this trade looks... okay.
Yeah.
That was about to look very strange to me.
Yeah, I could then get both of them done with very, very easily, but that top deck is interesting.
It's
I
on
guess
curve, but...
yeah, it's probably just better than the other two, right? Zixor goes to a 2/1 and does effectively the same effect, whereas this is much more difficult to kill by the two drops on board. And again, I think what that does is lead more likely into the Faceless Corruptor on the following turn.
Make a good point about the Corruptor. I was also just looking at A-Wing plus value trade here, but that does just die from what Samuel Tsao can already see, which is just trade and hero power.
Yeah.
It's very close.
By moon and spear.
Warglaives would be a bit disastrous either way.
Yeah.
I ultimately like what Samuel Tsao went for, but he's gonna get the bad news that the Kayn is really good here.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge. All of a sudden, Samuel Tsao's plays are looking significantly weaker. Not disastrous at all. You know, he can develop onto the board and put himself in a reasonable situation with probably Zixor value trade the 2/2 to not be vulnerable to hero power. And then Ooze.
Oh, it feels bad to play Ooze just as a 3/2 here, but
It does.
the alternative is a Faceless on its own. Everything
you can
looks
make-
terrible.
I think you can make the decent read that they don't have the Warglaives in hand, or they probably would have thrown that down instead of the Altruis. Sorry, the Kayn, right? Just to clear off the board.
That's fair. Always the threat of it coming off the top, but Samuel Tsao, I think, realizes that his game plan is just stay alive, and if he manages to land the Alexstrasza, then he's far in the lead.
I also much prefer the value trade on the 2/2 again, because otherwise you are walking so cleanly into hero power glaive bound.
Yes. That's Small things like that, very indicative of good understanding in the matchup.
Thanks, Gia.
Sometimes I'm nice. Oh, holds the ooze all together. But
Yeah.
that trade now puts Shaxi far in the lead.
And the ramifications start to become pretty huge, because if he'd gone for it the other way round, we were potentially looking at either Kayn trading in or the damage going into the minion. If Kayn trades in, then you have a 50% chance to hit the Glavebound with the Dragonbane instead of a 33% as we're looking at now.
Desert Spear is normally so impactful in the matchup, but it's come that little bit too late. It would
Yeah.
take a turn of setup to get that big payoff with Faceless Corruptor. And quite frankly, Sam does not have the time. Gotta take the 1 and 3 as far as I see it.
What is the follow-up then? I guess Ooze plus Faceless Corruptor does still allow you to play it and start swinging back the board. Yeah, I think I agree with you.
Or even just 3+4. The big thing is
Yeah.
Samuel Sao needs to remove the Glavebound.
Right.
If that goes face again, he's almost certainly dead. The only healing in the deck is from Zephyrus.
I absolutely agree with you. It's Dragonbane time. Unlikely to win, but the best shot he's got.
Burn. Dun, dun. I love the sound effects, but where will it land? Oh!
And if he had any other hand that could maybe be good, because he could go for Unleash the Hounds plus Kill Command, but for Samuel Sao, clearly that was the worst outcome, and just look at this poor man. Already looks completely defeated.
You shouldn't feel that way. Shaxi has a priest left. You can do it, Sam. But this does look disastrous for this game. We see an Umberwing Glavebound turn available for Shaxi.
And I think as well, to be honest, Samuel Sao will have done a little bit of testing, and I'm sure his hunch would have been the same as us, that Druid is not going to function very well at all against that Priest deck. And I imagine if he's done any testing, if our hypothesis is correct, his suspicions will have been confirmed.
From Shaxi here, I just want to see him get rid of the Dragonbane and not face tank it. I think the only way he loses now is if this Dragonbane manages another hit to the face with some Zephyrus out. So I'm thinking he trades the 2-2, Glavebounds it down. Oh. Okay, take the trade, sure. That's clean as well.
Yeah. Functionally the same thing. He's not dying to any combination of cards from Samuel Sao.
Yeah, even if we saw Unleash Kill Command here, that'd be a little bit short.
Samuel Sao trying to find anything that keeps him alive. But there is obviously absolutely nothing. 2-1 up to Shaxi now. This is Gia, the final loss that Samuel Sao is allowed to take. If he loses this next game, or if he wins and then loses, he is out of Hearthstone Grandmasters. And I'm sure, as tense as Samuel Sao is feeling, as defeated as he looked there, Dawn waiting in the wings has got to be looking on. I can't even imagine how he can watch. Maybe it's too tense for him to even watch, but it just absolutely decides his fate as well as Samuel Sao's.
Yeah, imagine being Dawn here. Just nothing you can do but observe how your fate unfolds and whether Samuel Sao seal it or not. But now Shaxi has 2 more shots on this Priest. Just needs 1 win to prove that we have been too harsh on this deck, but TBH, Derek, I think it's garbage.
It's a 1 game we've seen so far with it, Gia. I'm not going to go so far as to call it garbage. I'll say I love it. I like that Shaxi's doing what he does best and going with the classic Mad Genius routine. I think this matchup is going to be the hard one, and I think next matchup, if Samuel Sao can take this, is potentially where Shaxi takes the win with this weird as all heck deck.
Yeah, it could just shine against Druid if it misses 1 piece of removal suddenly. Shaxi could be creating the tallest minions imaginable. And even against Hunter, he's got a pretty good opener. Both 12 years into Dark Prophecy, that's a curve.
It's a pretty good curve. Power Word Shield as well. That is a far cry from its former self, but in this instance, it's probably better. You'd gladly forego a card here just to lock down this health total.
It's it's so relevant against Samuel Cao's development, though, of likely just Fairy Dragon. Because now, Shaxi doesn't have to waste time hero powering to take the value trade. He just develops another. Ooh! Never mind!
Ooh.
That's gotta be the play, right? Sethic Shield.
There's no circle of healing in the deck, so there's no high roll that he can get there on the Tolviz. So I think I agree. You're looking at the generation here, and even if this doesn't run away at the start, he's going to get so many cards.
For Sam. Okay, Zixor is a good start to help him respond against the Tolvir. It kind of means that he's locked into Desert Spear over Animal Companion on the following turn, because I think priority is make sure that he has the spear going into the Faceless Corruptor turn.
And I mean, I think very possibly there you go for Desert Spear now. It's not a huge difference either way, because they both have an immediate effect, be it the rush or the weapon attack straight away.
Yep.
What I will say, however, is that this is, while a good start for Shaxi, just an insane mid-game for Samuel Cao. Spear into Corruptor, I think, has to be the absolute stone-cold nuts in this matchup.
Completely agreed. And I actually think Spear, looking back on it, is better this turn, because if you had gone for 6 Zixor and it gets cleared off, which is pretty likely because Shaxi could have just taken a trade there, suddenly just the Spear is not enough to take down the Sethic. This way, Shaxi needs to buff up the health of the Sethic for it to not die to Spear plus Zixor.
But very importantly now, Gio, we are looking at a Psychopomp in hand. The only minion that has died is an injured Tolvir, and there is no way at the moment to kill both of these minions. This is going to be Psychopomp resurrecting a 2/6 with Reborn.
That is absolutely crazy. And Shaxi, with the taunt there, protects his Sethic very importantly.
Could this be too much for even Faceless Corruptor to fight back against?
The end begins.
Well, I don't think it's all that bad, because the Faceless can take value trade against the Tolvir. He can still take the second half, and he's still got one charge of Spear active.
I think it just about gets there.
Uh-huh. It lines up awkwardly, though, because he, I think, can't take down the Sethic. Or, wait, one sec. Wait, he can.
He can, yeah, he's got a full clear here, I think.
As long as he attacks first and transforms a rush.
Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, he is one off being able to clear everything. One attack off.
No, this works out perfectly. Yeah, then weapon into
goes
this.
for the attack second.
Yeah. Good order spotted from Samuel Cao. It's a little bit wonky there.
Even with good
Even
trade
able
there.
to clear off the Psychopomp. It's huge.
Yeah, very nicely done by Samuel Cao. Not so much by myself there, but either way you frame it, Samuel Cao has beaten down the early push now from Shaxi, and that is not game-winning in its own right, but it's got to be said, historically, against any kind of combo priest deck similar to this one, that is generally good enough to take the game.
For sure. Especially since Samuel Cao is sitting on the Scavenger's Ingenuity, which will guarantee draw him Diving Griffin, can help answer any minion that Shaxi puts onto the board. Just going for the Amet here, hoping by some miracle that Samuel Cao doesn't respect it, but oh my gosh, what an answer.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Fey-Wing plus the Corrosive Breath. It means not only does he clear off the Amet, he's still far ahead on board. And then next turn, he's got the Scavenger's Ingenuity, 50% chance to draw Zixor Prime with 6/6 rushes. And at that point, the game is well and truly over.
You're right, it is not guaranteed Diving Griffin because the better card is there. See a Doomsayer-sized Nat Pagel, but I think we're going to see the Sun Reaver Spy.
I have trained for days.
Potentially now we're looking at Diving Griffin actually being the better option, just because it allows him the immediate clear, as while I said it was the previous push that seemed to be the last one, this one, I think, for Shaxi is the final best chance he has to take this.
Land the 50, but you could still
Yeah.
hit Leok or
Or
a nice
Huffer.
trade.
Both of them allow him to clear it off and keep some semblance of board control.
You could also just see Bone Wraith and Chill, but I hate that out of the three options we were talking about. As long as he's curing, it's gonna be fine.
I also hate that. Agreed. There's no chance of him dying because Divine Spirit isn't in the deck, of course, so it's just about wrestling board control as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, even though he'll have to leave up the Sun Reaver Spy, it's all good if he ends up with Zix or...
Okay, I guess preserving his minions here is fairly valuable. But I think what I think it was that if he got the, the Leok, he was able to take a nice clean trade anyway and keep his 4-1 healthier. And even if he got Misha, that's a taunt anyway that protects his other minions.
A little bit fishy, but in any case, Samuel Tsao had no chance of being threatened in this spot. Even if Shaxi goes for a Psyche split here, that's nothing in the face of 4 6/6 rushes. Can reborn his minion and then copy that.
That's true. Huh. It did look pretty good. I mean, I guess if he's not going for the Psych split this turn, then...
Yeah. Does not appear to. But guess what? 6 health lines up badly against Derek.
And to be honest, for Shaxi, probably should have guessed this, because if he had Diving Griffin, he would have played it, right?
I mean,
yeah.
Let's be fair, there was no good play for Shaxi there.
That's true. That is
Nothing beats this.
Yeah. And with no avenue to victory anymore, Shaxi throws it down. Game 5 Chia, as Samuel Tsao's life in Hearthstone Grandmasters comes down to this. Right from the start, he has had his backdrop that we sent him at the worst possible angle. It covers nothing, and yet still takes up plenty of real estate in the room. Who even knows why? He's now hanging his jumpers on it as well, because he doesn't have enough space in the rest of his room. But even with that being peak Samuel Tsao, I find myself rooting for him here in this final game. I just can't choose. I want Dawn to stay in. I want Samuel Tsao to stay in. I want everyone to be happy, Gia.
Oh, wow. How diplomatic, Derek. I'll just be the one out here calling this priest deck garbage, and I'm sticking by that. To be fair, I also hated on Samuel Tsao's Mage Bring the other week big time. I also think that was garbage. But this priest deck, I don't even see how the high roll comes together in a meta where people play removal and people play minions and weapons.
To be fair, I will say, I think against a slightly more average curve there from the Highlander Hunter, that could very nearly have got the job done. I think it had to be.
Okay.
Outside of Zephyrus, which could, I guess, just on its own pull apart the game plan with a Shadow Word Pain or Silence or whatever. The curve of Spear into the Faceless Corruptor was the absolute dream against this priest deck, because it's immediate removal at all points. It's so difficult to stick anything against that.
To be fair, though, Shaxi also hit a very dream start. He had the double 12 years power word shield and a Sethic on top of all of that. I don't know. We'll see the final test. Can it get there versus Druid? We think this is its best shot because Druid takes a while to get online. But will Shaxi be able to save Dawn? Or will he potentially beat Samuel Tsao's ticket to staying in GM?
Oh, my heart is racing, Gia. And as Shaxi decides on his starting mulligan, Sethic Veilweaver is not something I was super expecting, but I guess at the very least, it is a 2-drop, of which there are not that many in the deck.
Fair. It's the 2 Sethics, the Kulturan, a 1 of, and the double 12 years. And if there's one thing I'm sure of, this deck needs to get on board immediately.
Oh, and imagine, because High Priest Amit can come down, the Faceless Rager can get the same health as High Priest Amit because of the effect. What a combo.
Redundancy.
Okay. Serious time. The first clear is there for Samuel Sao. Obviously what you want against this deck. But even having said that, Gia, you can only remove as this druid for so long. With 0 hard removal, be it single target or AoE in the deck, he has to get his own game plan going. And it's going to have to be right now.
Yeah, I mean, if we were going to talk about how Priest out a win against Druid, it does involve Sethic generating Holy Nova or Soul Mirror, for example. But now a Sethic is down, and I like that Shaxi follows up with the card that isn't Sethic. And of course, not
Samuel
the one with
Sao.
1 health.
Right, again presented with a clear here in Crystal Power, Hero Power. It's not bad, and he could then just go for Overgrowth on the following turn. But, I don't know. I mean, I was going to say yes to start ramping. What is he even ramping to quite yet? He doesn't have any payoff.
I would say he's ramping into flexibility. For example, he unlocks more mana to go for Rising Winds for card draw, and then follow up from there. I get scared of the Power Infusion coming down on curve, which is a possibility. And if we're talking about refill for Shaxi, it's less likely because it's just the Amet, which is the ideal play on this mana, but it's there, and Samuel Sao is getting punished.
And just look at this for Samuel Sao, Gia. It is so heartbreaking. He knows how badly this is going and how bad this matchup must be. Even with Overflow off the top, he now has some payoff. It's looking very, very scary.
Oh, look at Shaxi's play. He can Sethic, go up to 7, and then Power Word Shield. Generation, he can go Faceless Rager.
Better than that, he can go Power Word Shield Psychopomp for 3 9-health minions.
I wonder.
I'm liking getting the Sethic on board, actually. Just more value, right?
I guess, because the only thing you're afraid of now is a huge pop-off turn with the exotic Mount Seller on the other side. So how do you best play around that?
It's also worth noting that the Faceless Rager is more attack stats. I think that's very relevant in the matchup. And you see Shaki going about it in this order, despite that possibility to get 9 health on the Sethic, because he wants the generation. I really like this.
Fair enough. 3 minions, all of which must be removed, but no answer to even a single one of them from Samuel Sao.
And no development. We could see him start fishing for Glowfly with his fungal fortunes. But even then, Shaxi can trade away at least 3 without any problems.
It's a hand that is absolutely begging for a Mount Seller. If he can find this for the next turn, I think we actually have a game on our hands.
Yeah, there's a way back. This is Combo Priest, but there's no Inner Fire that hand just yet. There's no way to double the health total, so we're not looking at true OTKs. We're looking at these mid-range minions hoping to connect over several turns. Samuel Sao has a bit of time left. What? Oh my gosh!
What do you
Power
even go
Infusion,
for here?
Inner Fire!
Yeah.
That is just 15 attack on this Amet!
God.
That's lights out for Samuel Sao.
Reborn as well, just in case you needed it.
What a top deck for Shaggy! Oh man, it hurts to watch Samuel Sao's expression, but even if this is a Mount Seller off the top, imagining a way that it can stick. And there's even a Shadow Word Death in hand for the taunt. Okay, so we need several taunts, right?
5 Iron Fur Grizzlies. There's a hope. There's the slightest glimmer here for Samuel Sao.
He's gotta go. There's lots of spells to be played. And you know what? If he manages to get enough taunts, he can stick a Soul of the Forest behind this. And if he top decks Savage Roar, we're just looking at a counter lethal on the other end.
None of these are doing it so far.
Just one taunt. Mount Seller dies to the Shadow or Death in hand.
Exactly. He can't play around that though. It's a generated card.
Yeah. Just needs no more chances. Okay. Couple more chances. No Iron Bark drawn.
Oak Beam Power of the Wild is his best shot. He can go for it on the 2/7 in case he hits Griffin.
Oh, no griffins. Okay, there's a griffin. Never mind. But that is just one taunt, unless this fog beam generates something else. Is he alive? No, he's not, right? Because wait. Yeah, Psyche split on the set trades into the Silverback Patriarch. Death on the
No, it's
Mount-
+1/+2. It's not
Oh, is
+2
it?
attack. It's only +1 attack.
Oh, so he's alive?
He can go for copying one of the opposing minions. Does that give him anything? None of them have rush.
If he thinks Samuel Cao has more removal, he could fish with Mind Visions.
Sure.
So look for 2 damage on the Silverback Patriarch. Gets the news it's not there.
Oh my
But
god.
the sticking point is he can still just death the Mount Seller and go for Psychopomp.
He can still generate spells, of course, as well off of the Sethic. Maybe that gets him there.
Correct. I think you're always going to play Shadow Word Death here.
Yes.
And so he starts with that.
Quickly.
The
I mean, unless, of
Psychopomp.
course, he wants to trade in, because he could go for Psych Split on his own guy or on the other Mount Seller.
This seems unnecessarily risky towards a Savage Roar on the other end. How much damage is that? The
I think
difference
that's
between...
Savage Roar for the game.
And there's an overflow to draw it? What? I mean, he's gotta draw, right? There's no way to clear both of the Ahmeds?
15 damage on board. 12 damage would be gained from the Savage Roar. Even with a Hero
Moonfire?
Power and a
Yeah.
Moonfire, it's
Yeah.
not quite lethal.
So he trades down instead? Okay, this does get rid of both Ahmeds by mistake. With the poisonous, it's a very big
Oh my
deal.
god. But he gets the other one as full health? This was never a clear.
Time waits for no one.
The Reborn's too much.
Yeah, it gets rid of
Samuel
the...
Sao just forgot about it.
It's rid of the high attack minions, but
Yeah.
he's not able to develop on the backswing.
Yeah.
That was ever so close there. But the Apotheoses close this out.
Oh. Samuel Sao at the end. It's a heartbreaking way to go out, forgetting how the Amit works with Reborn. But in the end, Shaxi with his priest at the final moment takes the win. Samuel Sao, heartbreakingly, this is our goodbye to him from Hearthstone Grandmasters. He can try and qualify again through the Masters Tours, but for the moment at least, this is the end of his run. And while it is heartbreak for Samuel Sao, Gia, Dawn, it must be elation for him. He has survived to fight for at least another week.
Whew. I needed to take a much bigger breath than that because that was just so tense up until the end there. Samuel Sao, had he gone for the overflow, could have drawn Savage Roar, but it was still that little bit short of lethal.
Yeah.
I have to go back and look at it because both Moonfires were there, but what a decisively painful way to go out with the Ahmet on curve. We saw him respecting and removing the minions to make sure that the power infusion couldn't come down on curve, but he got the absolute worst minion that Shaxi could play for him right there on the backswing, and it was not enough, but it was such a valiant effort, and that does mean we have both our divisions locked up.
We do indeed. We can take a look at the standings once those are ready to see how things have all shaken out. But we do, of course, sadly have our two Grandmasters who we are not going to be seeing next season. In Staz down at the bottom and Samuel Sao to be joining him. I believe the two players that we have in the relegation bracket for Division B are going to be Frosty and Dawn now down towards the bottom. But, man, Gia, what a journey it has been to get here to the end of round robin.
Yeah, 7 weeks of absolute madness. We've seen so many ups and downs for these players. We've seen so many brilliant plays. We've seen madness from the decks that they've been bringing, the box mage from Samuel Tsao himself, and the combo priest from Shaxi. We've seen Savage Roar lethals on turn 4. We've seen Demon Hunter absolute blowouts. And man, I've just had a ton of fun. But it's still really painful that we get here to that part where relegation is guaranteed.
Yeah, it is sad stuff indeed. But we, of course, have a lot to look forward to next week. Taking a look at the standings now, we can see who is going to be joining us for playoffs. We need to find out who of those 8 players it will be. Top 6 of Division A will be joining us there. Glory, Alutemu, Surrender, Rivius, Possessi, and Chonsu. 3 Japanese players, 3 South Korean players, clearly demonstrating themselves to be at the cutting edge of APAC Hearthstone. Blitzchung, Shaxi, Tyler, and Tom60229, 2 of those players will be joining them after we play an off-stream play-ins match between where they just play first plays 4th, second plays 3rd. The winner of each match will be joining us in the top 8. As I said, it will be off-stream, but still recorded so you can catch it on the YouTube channel. But then the 7th and 8th of Division A and 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th for Division B, it's a much sadder story, Gia.
That's right. As you did mention, Samuel Tsao and Staz have no more shots to get in, but if Staz's attitude is any indication, that is not the last we'll be seeing from him. Already on the grind to get back in the Masters Tour system. I do believe Samuel Tsao has what it takes to claw his way back into GM, but for now, it's all eyes on Frosty, Don, Flurry, and Kin because they'll be playing that relegation bracket, 1 match each day throughout next weekend to determine who is going to be in that 3rd slot for relegation. For Don, it's only 1 shot to save himself.
It is 1 final shot, but we can take a look at the playoffs bracket to see how next weekend is going to be looking. It is going to be 2 brackets, I believe, of course, with Glory having taken a free win here through being the 1st seed. He will be waiting in the wings for either Rivius or Possessi. And then down in the elimination match, the player who qualifies through from Division B, as I mentioned, still yet to be decided, does start off with an automatic loss. So it's a little bit harder for them to get through to being our player in the global finals, but they still have a good shot at it, Gia.
You already can see the implications of finishing well in Swiss, finally leading up to the playoffs, how much of a difference it makes because Glory has losses to take and just 1 win that he needs to actually qualify through to the next stage of playoffs. Whereas if you qualify through Division B, it's only 1 loss you can get before you're out.
And then, of course, the other player who got a bye going in is Alutemu, the 2 old-school Japanese players showing they've got what it takes. But then Surrender and Chonsu, I think, both showing very good stuff at the moment. Chonsu, I believe, despite us previously having some gripes with his gameplay, this week played very strong Hearthstone. I believe he's number 2 legend on ladder at the moment, I think, which is a good indication of why he was playing some very strong Hearthstone this week, putting in the work, and it is showing off. I can't wait to see how he performs next week.
That's right. Despite him making it to playoffs, I'm sure you never feel too good about making it just sliding in at the bottom slots there. I think Chonsu knows and that he has what it takes to be higher than 6th seed in a bracket and want to see him play at his best Hearthstone. But it's going to be a huge challenge to face Surrender, who's a player that had an uncharacteristically bad record at the start. But of course, as the sample size evened out, we did get to see Surrender's consistency shine through, still making it to the top 4 in division.
Yeah, very, very strong performance from all of those guys. Of course, we do also have, sadly, the elimination bracket that will have to take place over the course of next weekend. We'll be playing 1 game each day because we need to see who will be sadly relegating out alongside both Samuel Tsao and Staz down at the bottom. As you can see here, our Division A 7th and 8th players will be Kin and Flurry fighting it out first, and then soon after to be joined by Dawn and then Frosty.
That is true. I think Frosty is the one that is 5th seed, despite having a very, very slow start. His win over Tyler made all the difference when you're able to have that David and Goliath relationship. You really do reap the rewards because he has twice as many chances to take a win than Don, and Don has 1 chance to stay in GM. If not, we could be saying goodbye to him. And no matter who it is that ends up being relegated next week, it's going to be painful. This weekend was hard enough, Darek. We have to say goodbye to another player.
Yeah, it's really, really heartbreaking stuff. And like you said, for Dawn and for Frosty, while they got so close to being relegated automatically, and there is a bit of a breather for them before next week, it is far from delighted they will be feeling quite yet. They just need to secure themselves that one more point, because no matter who it is, out of Dawn and Frosty from Division B, Kin or Flurry from Division A, I think all are very worthy competitors here in Grandmasters. But that, of course, all has to come next week, Gia. We first of all have to find out what is happening across the pond. At least for you, it's here on this side of the pond. For me, with Europe coming up next with Raven and Sottle to find out who will be relegating out and who we will be seeing in playoffs for them. And then, of course, America's thereafter with Frodan and Doa. So unless you have anything else to mention, Gia, I am going to sign us off for the weekend.
Well, I am just going to enjoy my dinner. It is not corn tuna, but I need a break after all of this emotional Hearthstone. Can't wait to see what's going on in the other regions and get ready for playoffs next week. It's all been leading up to this.
Oh, yes, very exciting stuff. Can't wait to see who will be joining us at the global final. So thank you so much for watching us this weekend. We will see you next week for the playoffs and the final relegation bracket for APAC. But for now, the final week of round robin for Europe and Americas. Enjoy.
Looks like you may have noticed, but we do have one or two technical difficulties here. Raven is without camera and also apparently without microphone. So it looks like we're going to have to go back to another quick break. Very big apologies for this, but we need to get Raven sorted because I don't really want to solo cast this whole show for you. So bear with us. We will try and get these technical difficulties sorted through as quickly as we can for this crucial final day of Hearthstone.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode 6 of Hot Takes, where we debate some hot takes from this last weekend of Hearthstone Grandmasters. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by my constant guest, and I guess we can call you a co-host. It's Sottle. Sottle, how you doing on this fine day?
I'm still annoyed about last week, TJ, if we're going to be honest, but you're not going to catch me again. You'll have to get out of bed real early in the morning to hit me with that one again. I'm going to be constant vigilance this week.
All right. Well, I definitely don't have anything planned for assuring that I win this week of Hot Takes, so, if you get the better of me, you're just going to win fair and square.
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out. Hot take number 1. Buy into the hype. Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard.
Wow, what was that petty laugh all about? All right, I'll take this one, I guess.
Ah, jeez.
Yes, TJ, Quest Warlock is the best deck in Standard right now. It's absolutely crushing it on ladder for multiple players hanging out in top 20 Legend. Orange is tweeting about how it's the best deck in the game and it's carried him to his last top 8 that he needed for Masters Tour qualification. It absolutely stomped in GM. The only Warlock that was losing in GM was Galakron Warlock. Quest Warlock was absolutely stomping. And the deck is new, the deck is unrefined, and the deck is incredibly hard to play, which means if anything, its stocks are only going to go up from here.
Oh, all right. This one's tough because I do think Quest Warlock is very good, but best deck in Standard, not yet. Because of the point you made, the fact that it's new, I just don't think players have had enough time to adjust to it and find the counters. I have been playing with a very good counter myself, which is Bomb Warrior.
Yep.
And I think that Bomb Warrior right now currently holds the slot as the best deck in Standard, because if you look at the popular decks in the metagame right now, especially at high ranks, it does well against a lot of them. I think that it's better against Highlander Warrior because of the bombs than the normal Warrior. It still has the Risky Skipper Armorsmith package to be good against Demon Hunter. It's better against Spell Druid because they're drawing heavily through their deck, so they're going to be drawing bombs after you put on that early aggression with your weapon swings. And it beats Quest Warlock pretty handedly. So I disagree. I think that there's not enough time right now for Quest Warlock to be called the best deck in Standard, and I already have a counter, and many players already have a counter with Bomb Warrior that also has good matchups across the board. So.
Starting as we mean to go on, I see, TJ. The first 2-minute round from TJ Sanders of week number 6. Come on, dude. Play by the rules at least a little bit.
You took 32 seconds.
Sure. I will certainly give you one thing, TJ. You do concede to some Wrench Caliber as a Quest Warlock. I will admit that much.
Boom. Still good matches in the metagame. Point to TJ. Easy peasy. So that brings us to hot take number 2. From sarcastic claps to eye rolls, salt levels in GM have been too high.
Not even close, TJ. If anything, they're still not high enough. We want to see more salt. I want to see people raging because at least that means they care. You know what I don't want to see? Is players getting 0-3'd and having this look of, oh, well, I guess I just go back to streaming now. Like, players getting salty about losses shows that they're invested. It also shows emotion. It also portrays them as human beings, which is something that is sorely lacking in a lot of Hearthstone broadcasts. I would like them to go even further and just call out the player that they just lost to on Twitter immediately afterwards for playing badly, and then we can just resolve it all with a best of 11 show match afterwards.
I am not against showing emotion. In fact, when it's warranted, I love when players pop off, either positively or negatively. I do think that the salt levels are too high for situations that they shouldn't be high. I think players are sarcastically clapping and eye-rolling at just normal things that happen in a game of Hearthstone. And that is definitely not a place where it belongs and is too high. So while I do want to see some emotion, I think that players are just getting upset about things that they just shouldn't get upset about. A lot of players in Americas have just been making mediocre plays with mediocre decks, and then sarcastically clapping when their opponent has the answer. That's not okay. When you do get Ysera Unleashed from a randomly generated card in a deck that should have no business having Ysera Unleashed in the first place, sure, get salty all you want. But other than that, too high.
TJ, I've played Hearthstone with you You are one of the most, oh, my opponent played a card Hearthstone players I've ever seen in my life, so you don't have a leg to stand on in this one.
Yeah, but I do it ironically.
Okay, alright, sure, yeah. That's an easy defense, right?
I don't know. I felt like no point should be awarded for that one. We both sucked. So, still 1-0 TJ.
I'm somehow sensing a trap.
All right. Hot take number 3. In first place yet again, Jarla deserves to be called the best player in Europe. And the supporting info for this hot take, Jarla's match win percentage through 3 seasons of Grandmasters is 40 and 25, which is a 62% win rate, which is the best win percentage in Europe.
For the sake of argument, sure, let's call Jarla the best player in Europe. I think if you've listened to us cast Europe, whether it was myself and Raven or myself and Admirable, we've generally said that Jarla is a top-tier player, but maybe fallen short of calling him the absolute best player. But the one thing he was maybe missing to get himself into that category was consistency at that level over a long period of time. He's shown it in Sparks, he's shown moments of inspiration, but he hasn't been able to put it together for the long periods of time that, say, a Hunter Ace or a Pavel did in their prime. But based on that statistic, if over 3 seasons, 62%, he's got that covered.
Wow. All right. Give me a second. Pause the timer.
So what? It's such a flagrant cheat, TJ. I cannot stand for this anymore.
Well, you didn't know? One of the rules of the show is that you get 1 timer pause.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just coming out now, is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
and actually, that offer expires at the end of this week, so since you didn't pause your timer today, I'm the only one that gets to take advantage of it. I need to find my own supporting info real quick. All right. Give me 1 moment, and you can unpause the timer. All right. So, the hot take is that Jarl deserves to be called the best player in Europe, not the best player in Europe Grandmasters. So, I'm going to throw in Blaise as my pick for the best player in Europe. If you look at his performances over the last 2 Masters tours, both of which he won, he went 8-1 in Swiss in both of those, and then went 3-0 obviously in the playoff stage to win the tournament. So he went 11-1 in both those Masters tours for a total score of 22-2 in high stakes matches, which is over a 90% win rate, which is 30% more than Jarla's win percentage, and it's not even that much smaller of a sample size. Still high stakes matches. So Blaise is currently the best player in Europe. Win percentage proven. Boom.
If you'd have done that off the top, I would have been so impressed. I would have conceded this whole episode to you on the spot. That was everything that I love about this show. It was a semantic argument. It was genuinely clever. But you had to pause for 5 minutes to find all of that information. That's not how the show works.
I couldn't remember what his exact score was. I knew it was good because he won both of them. I wanted supporting info. All right. So I guess because even though I used my pause timer, I had to use outside resources. So on a technicality, Sottle, you got the point there. So it's 1-1. Nice. But we are recording this show on Monday, the day after Week 6 of Grandmasters.
Deep breath, everybody.
Today is a national holiday in the good old US of A. It is Memorial Day. And so I get 10 honorary bonus points, which makes the final score of this week of Hot Takes 11-1.
No, TJC, I think you'll find... I know this is difficult to comprehend, but there are other countries outside of the US, and this is actually also a public holiday in the UK. It's our spring bank holiday. So actually, I think you'll find I get 11 bonus points, 10 for also myself having a national holiday, and 1 as an apology for your ignorance of other cultures. So I believe that makes the final score as...
Well, it appears as though Sottle's internet has went out, and he was disconnected and unable to continue with this week's Hot Takes. And in accordance with the Hot Takes rulebook, Section 36B, he is disqualified from this week's episode and will be awarded 0 points. Which means and I hate to say this, I hate to take the win this way, that I am the winner of episode 6 of Hot Takes. But thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for more Hot Takes.
everyone, and finally welcome to the last day of this week, Hearthstone Grandmasters for the European region. I apologize about the delay. Trust me, it annoyed me as much as it annoyed you guys. Maybe even more so. I'm going to give you the vital information. I don't think it's my fault. I'm sticking with it. But yes, I'm Raven. At last, you have to look at that weird picture of me, and joining me is Sottle, and we have tons of great matches today. Sottle, are you finally good and ready to get going? Are you excited?
I've been ready, Raven. I've been here waiting for you to catch up and get on my level and be ready as well. Yeah, let's just get this started. We've got plenty to get through. Everything's going to get decided today. We've got a little bit of detail in Division A to work out, but there's also that crucial factor of Division B where everything is on the line and complete chaos could ensue based on the way some of these tiebreakers could break down.
Yep, if there's ever a day for weird tech issues to delay the show, it was today. Aha. Let's just go straight to the schedule and see what we've got coming up. As I mentioned, this is the last day and the last day of round robin as well. It means all these matches are Pavel versus Boston kicking it off. And we've got more Division B matches on their way with Viper versus Tide, Keith versus Sim, and Hard2 versus Lento. All 18 Tide matches. They have the
Yeah, and there's lots of very easy implications we can talk about here before we get into the really complicated one. Pavel and Kalento have must-win matches. If they lose, they are relegated. Casey versus Zim is basically a head-to-head playoff for the last remaining playoff spot in Division B. The winner of that will finish third, fourth. So there's a lot of very simple things that we can get into, but the big problem is if, for example, Tice, Pavel, and Kalento all win their matches, because then we get into absolute chaos land in terms of the permutations for who's getting relegated, who's going into the relegation bracket, and who is going to end up safe.
Right, and we can see why as we can check out the standing where all the players are at top A. We can very quickly see that it is in that B, as we can tell, as you well broke down, that every single one of these matches has implications not only on the players within the match, but on the players outside of it as well. So, a pretty big deal overall for all of these players. So, there we go. We do see it. So, Pavel, Lento, Tice, Sim, Casey, Boston, everyone's playing. It's a crazy day overall, which means that sorry, I was getting distracted there. Apologies. It does mean that these players are going to have to fight to get out of that auto relegation spot for Division game. Because you look at Lento, Pavel, Tice, they're all in there. But then again, if the outcomes, keep drawing those danger spots.
Yeah, Zim and Casey do go head-to-head, though, which means one of those is going to finish on 4 wins and one of those on 3. You can pretty simply see how that will resolve the top 4 in Division B. But yeah, Tice, Pavel, and Kalento all have must-win matches in front of them. Tice, I believe, is in the best position. He has his fate in his own hands because a win for him will make him safe.
Yep, it's going to be pretty crazy overall here. A ton of matches put up, as I mentioned, but I think we are going to be going to a break. But you might want to throw this on because I'm a little bit quiet.
Sure. Apparently, we just got word that we did not get over the line with Raven's tech issues just yet, so I am so sorry, but it appears we will have to take one more break. I hope this one will be quick, because believers, we want to get on with this day as much as you can. We're excited to see these results as much as you guys are, but tech problems, unfortunately, are sometimes outside of our control. So please just stay where you are, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can get this sorted. Thanks, guys.
please, oh please, someone tell me that I can be heard. There is nothing worse from a caster to be told that they are going to be silent. So hopefully you can hear me now. I'll find out pretty soon if you can't, and I might even cry. But for now, it looks like we may need to just go over things, maybe, and hopefully one more time for you guys. Raven and Sol here, finally bringing you Grandmasters.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to go to a break again. Look at your headset cable. This is an absolute disaster right now. Literally unwatchable. Unwatchable.
Let's check out the schedule and see what we've got coming up here, as I am not being told that I'm muted or any audio issues. I presume you can hear me at this point. Right, let's go again. Pavel versus Boston, pretty cool match. Viper versus... Division B matches, most of the day today, and extremely important matches. They are pretty much must wins for all of the players in the bottom half of Division B to give themselves a chance to actually stay alive, not have those danger spots in the autumn relegations. Of course, there are the 5th and 6th spots that are up in the air, but really you just need to dodge the 7th and 8th this week.
Yeah, for sure. And then outside of Division B, we do have that one remaining Division A match with Hunterace and Swids, which will single-handedly decide the fate down at the bottom there, as you would expect, since it is the last remaining match. But Hunterace has Felkane and Silvername's fates in his hand right now in terms of relegation bracket positionings over in Division A.
Yeah, and now we've finally got through a lot of awesome matches, so I'm excited to get going. Let's check out the standings and see where all these players have landed themselves up until the last day of the round robin. So you can see at the bottom of Division B there, Lento, Pavel, Ice, Sim, all these players are in those rough, dicey spots here, and we'll do our best to keep you abreast of all the effects and outcomes of these matches, depending on who wins. So we'll be keeping you up to date throughout the day with all of those. But even as you mentioned, even that one match we have in Division A matters, because there's Silvername, Felkane, and Hunterace in those danger spots, with only Hunterace out of those bottom 3 to actually play a match out.
Yeah, every match has huge implications. You might be looking at that and wondering, well, how can Silvername rise up when he doesn't have any more matches to play? Like, isn't Hunterace just safe no matter what happens? No. Silvername has Swids as a tiebreaker, as a player he's beaten. So if Hunterace loses, that means Swids wins. That means Silvername's tiebreaker improves. That means Hunterace is in trouble. But the really messy stuff goes over to Division B, where we can have absolute chaos if things go in one particular direction. There are some simple things. A loss for Pavel or a loss for Calento would just seal them to automatic relegation. A win for Tice would put him safe based on a lot of tiebreaker proceedings. But there are multiple scenarios where combinations of those win, or all 3 of them wins, where we really won't know the full picture until we get down to the last game of the day in Division B.
Yeah, pretty crazy overall. And just in case you need a reminder, we can check out the implications and the outcomes of these placements and what they mean, as well as getting that relegation bracket in just a minute. But we do have those 7th and 8th spots. Whoever finishes today, bottom 2 in Division B, fortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to Grandmasters. They lose their spot and place in the other players that qualified from the region. For those 5th and 6th places, still does not mean you are safe to get entered into a relegation bracket, which gets played out over the course of next weekend. And if you end up being the overall loser out of that relegation bracket, then you are also going home.
Yeah, and the players who finish there in Division B are significantly less safe than the players who finish there in Division A, because the relegation bracket, as is the playoffs bracket, is heavily weighted towards the favor of the Division A players. You can kind of see here the way it works. It does require a bit of explanation, but essentially a single win escapes you from this bracket. A loss means that you then proceed onwards. So the Division A players will play off in the first match. One of those will win and survive, and the loser will then proceed onwards to play against Division B 5th place, with again the winner surviving. So you can see the earlier you enter that bracket, the more chances you have of getting that one crucial win that you need to not end up as the relegated match 3 loser.
Yeah, and although we are focusing, of course, on the auto relegations, just for this moment in time, even the placements of 5th or 6th in Division B is huge, because you literally get one extra match as a chance to stave off the relegation. So it's going to be really, really spicy as we go forward. But let's take a look at the decks and what's been going on with those, because this week is just yet another crazy week. So Priests, long gone. They were all the rage last week, popularity, but now they are gone out the window. 0 Priests at Rise, West Warlocks, Eldritch, Highland, and also just the slightly newer versions of Galaxy Rogue as well, seemingly having some success.
Yeah, questing adventurers coming in clutch in quite a few positions off Wondrous Wand, and just as additional threats to be fighting off those quest warlocks that we have been seeing, as well as just other early game scam tools that you can use to run over Druid, for example. An early questing adventurer that doesn't get removed immediately by Druid, that does really nothing in the early game. It's just kind of a free win in a lot of positions in a matchup that's otherwise pretty tough for the Rogue. So yeah, I think things are looking pretty solid for the Rogue Ring this week, in my opinion. My big question is those 56% Druids that we're seeing, because that is a deck that I still have big question marks over for the players that ended up bringing it.
Yeah, and these are the ups and downs, the trends for the week with rings. We again see that Spell Druid jump up a lot. Temple Demon Hunter just nudging back up to 100% based on a few people choosing not to bring it last week. And for me, honestly, this has almost been the saga of Demon Hunter over the past few weeks of Hearthstone, because not only is it, the newest class, obviously, and kind of hyped and heavily nerfed as well, but it sees so much play because Warrior almost demands a ban in most matchups. And we just get to see how powerful it is or isn't, and how players can get better at it, and also the builds of Temple Demon Hunter changing almost on a weekly basis as well. See the effect of mana burn over the past weekend, having quite the impact in a lot of matchups. So I'm excited to just keep watching Demon Hunter. And although people might think, oh, it's just the same deck over and over and over again, I actually just like seeing these slight tweaks, the slight different changes of playstyle have an impact on the match and on the meta.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting deck to follow, as you said, the saga of the win rate as well, because it's really only rocking around 50% in GM right now, which, you can look at it two ways. You can say, well, when it's kind of the default second best deck that has to be left up, you would expect it to be performing better than that, because the only reason it gets to see play is that Warrior is demanding a ban from most lineups, and then Demon Hunter should kind of be the free win deck in a lot of scenarios. But I think you can look at it the other way as well and say, well, since players know that that's what's going to happen, and they know everyone else is going to bring Demon Hunter, they have to prepare their lineup for that eventual Demon Hunter matchup that they're going to face with one of their three decks. So that's kind of forcing the lineup down, the win rate down a little bit as players tech for that matchup in particular, knowing, as we saw, 100% bring rate for Demon Hunter. That's the one deck you can be super confident that you're going to be facing against.
Yeah, and due to that, we're going to be pretty confident we're going to be casting a lot more Demon Hunter today as well. But we are just about getting ready to go into our match number one. Again, real apologies for the delay. None of us wanted the delay here. We wanted to get going, but we are getting close to it. But before we do, just check this out.
Be handcuffed to a Grandmaster for 1 month.
If I would be handcuffed to one person for over a month, it would probably be tight, because he's just way too positive. Even if it looks like something bad could happen, you look at Tyson and he just talks about his tea and everyone is good again.
I think I'm actually gonna pick Bunny. I can learn a lot about chemistry.
Can't go with another Grandmaster. I will choose Firebat because we will still have fun. It won't matter.
That would be Zalei, because I think he would be able to break the chains.
I would probably pick Seiko, because Seiko is very calm, doesn't speak too much, so I wouldn't be annoyed.
I think I would say Seiko, because he's not speaking, so he would be quiet.
Yeah, Seiko. Yeah, Seiko is. I like to speak with him.
I'll just go with Seiko.
Okay.
We can all have him.
We are back and ready to kick off our first match of the day, and it is going to be Pavel versus Boston starting off here. And again, we're going to be doing this before and after every match, but the implications of this are fairly straightforward to an extent, where if Pavel wins, he has a chance, and if he loses, he is going to be relegated. He's hitting that auto relegation spot as a finish by the end of the day. So a must-win matchup for Pavel. If he wins, the saga kind of continues, and we get to continue to just add that to the pile of tiebreakers and depend on who else does things. But quite simply, if Pavel loses, he is out of Grandmasters.
And with that, everything on the line for Pavel, He has bet his Grandmaster's career on Warlock. And not on Quest Warlock, Raven, as many players have done, and we can have our opinions about whether that was a good decision or not. With Zoo, a deck that we have not seen a single game played of in Grandmasters since the Scrap Imp nerf. And Pavel hasn't come at this with a new twist on the deck that's built slightly differently to play around things, to mess around with the Scrap Imp nerf, to maybe compensate for that a little bit. It's the exact same list that we've been seeing before the Scrap Imp nerf, just basically rolled out again from Pavel. And I have to throw that out as a question of whether that is the best chance that Pavel could possibly be having here of picking up a win in this series.
I'm going to raise a point here, Sol. And I'm not that I'm using your own point against you in any way, because it's not like you're fighting me on this or anything. But you talked a lot this weekend about is Quest Warlock's lack of success this weekend because of the expectation of it and everyone being prepped for it, building lineups to beat it. Well, no one's prepped for Zoo. I'm telling you that right now. No one's expecting to see Zoo this week. And maybe that's just a thing, right? If Pavel's thinking, if no one's going to bring Zoo, if no one's going to bother playing it, it received the Scrap Imp nerf of -1 health, so it's a +1 health total, not +2/+2 overall. So it has been nerfed, but we even discussed, like, was it an overreaction from the player base to say that +1 health has made that big impact on the overall power of the deck? It has an impact, don't get me wrong, but maybe Pavel's just gone, oh, it's another aggro deck I can bring. It's still fine, and no one's going to expect it. No one's going to plan. Everyone's going to think about Quest Warlock or Priest, and decks like that, much slower decks. So maybe Pavel said, I'm just going to try and bring a highly aggressive lineup and see how it goes.
Well, we do not have to wait very long to find out, Raven, because again, Pavel, with his GM career potentially on the line here, a loss will see him relegated. He's going straight to the well with the Zoo. Holding on to Magic Carpet in the board-based aggro matchup against the Demon Hunter. Seems pretty solid. He even has that Hand of Gul'dan if he can high roll himself a discard effect in the early game. And he did find that Soulfire that he can at least take the 50-50 with maybe at some point.
Yeah, turn 1, Sol. I'm waiting for it. Boston plays a minion. Soulfire discard. Let's go. I'll have to see. Did get the Mage off the top there, but so far Boston on the much more, I would say, reliable Demon Hunter. Even as you mentioned, a 50% win rate, although it doesn't sound too crazy, a 50% win rate in Grandmasters with about a billion game sample size because it gets played so much definitely isn't bad.
Right.
Pavel does have the option here to contest this Battle Fiend, and maybe because it's a Battle Fiend, you could consider it worthwhile. But the fact that there's Carpet in there, and he can just fight back so quickly with a lot of the minions, and Pavel's just a god. Oh, if only.
Okay. I don't mind that play, though. The only real bad outcome was the Magic Carpet. Of course, the Hand of Gul'dan was insane. I don't think losing the Nightshade Matron is the end of the world here. But also, if he doesn't deal with that minion, like you're relying on this 2/2 actually contesting the Battle Fiend. How often does that actually happen, right? Like Umberwing, Coin Hero Power, anything with Twin Slice, Eye Beam, all of these cards are just going to remove your minion and start dealing damage with the Battle Fiend. So I think it's probably smart to be taking that minion off the board.
Yeah, we've seen it too many times, right? Where, okay, you can challenge the Battle Fiend, but then it does just get answered, as you mentioned. And then what does Pavel do? Soulfire at the turn after? Well, right, you may as well use the mana now. It's going to be relatively slow turn there from Boston, just cleaning up this Battle Master. But not really putting any more minions on, so that's going to allow Pavel to just get a Magic Carpet down.
Options here for Boston. I imagine he's considering just jamming as much damage as possible into that Magic Carpet this turn. He can do that by coining Kayn, just to get the minion in play contesting. The 4 health that he has in play would be relatively difficult to deal with from the Magic Carpet. It would need 2 1-drops most of the time to be coming down to contest it. The other way is just to load up weapons and just throw damage at it that way to set up for the Kayn next turn.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the Umberwing hit Eye Beam, because you get minions on the board, you get the weapon equipped, and then you still hold on to that coin for future use. Maybe even transfers into a coin Warglaves next turn. You only lose 1 charge of the Umberwing.
Right. The problem with that, the problem that I have with that is that your 1/1s are going to get value traded by just any minion that rushes from
Right.
Parvel, so they're not really of much use. Whereas the the meteor minion here with the 3/5 coming down, I think is much harder to contest with a Magic Carpet turn. Okay, that's a very important Soulfire draw as things turn out. Because Parvel here, if this was just his push, Fiendish Servant, Voidwalker, go, and he did not have a discard for that Hand of Gul'dan, he'd pretty much just be gassed out right now.
This is looking huge, as it's extremely likely Pavel can play a card next turn and then Soulfire with the guarantee of the Hand of Gul'dan.
Right.
Boston does have that Eye Beam to clean this up, though, quite nicely.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Yeah, I think the only threat, the way Boston ended up doing it, was beaming Sidekick. And even then, you would have Second Slice and extra tools to deal that extra 2 damage that you would need to the Magic Carpet anyway.
Right.
So I'm on board with the way that he sequenced the turn.
The light protects.
So far, though, Pavel's arguably playing a very fair game, which is not what Zoo wants to do. And no Scrap Imp has really put a limiter on this. And there's just an Argent Squire and a Shield Bearer standard just sitting on the board. Like, yes, Boston isn't winning the board at the moment, but does he care? There's a total of 1 attack right now.
Right. Sergeant Squire is particularly annoying, though. It's one of the few frustrating minions for Demon Hunter to deal with. They don't really do well with Divine Shields, especially when they get to the phase of the game where they're equipping weapons.
Yeah, I actually wondered for a second then if it was use the Argent Squire now for extra damage, even though it's a good trade-up tool, but it's also a good target for Evil Genius, because once it's played, it's just a 1/1. And I think maybe using lackeys sooner rather than later, or unlocking the lackeys sooner rather than later, could be a good thing here for Pavel.
No, don't. It's still good.
Boss is like, oh no, that's a lot of lackeys and a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, it is. It's also a lot of really miserable targets to be pointing a Warglaives at.
Is this just the next level thinking? Play minions so pitiful that your opponent won't swing into them with a Warglaive?
Well, kind of, yeah.
I think
Boston is just kind of catch-22 here. He doesn't want to use his weapon charges on these minions, but even if he does, or even if he doesn't, then the 2/1s just contest anything he can play this turn anyway. So
I think he needs to get to the Spectral Sight, and it looks unfun, but I think this is correct. Just draw into your better cards.
Yeah, agreed. Ooh,
there's one. That'll do it.
There's the payoff now for this Warglaive, so I imagine we might just see a pretty close to full hold again here for Boston to make the swing turn on the following turn.
Yeah, no real reason, at least for me, to play the Battle Mage out. I think he could hold it just to make an even more powerful one. I guess if he's assuming that the board gets traded into anyway, I don't know.
He's going to get so many 2/2s in play next turn. I don't think it really matters whether he has an extra Battle Mage to play or not. I think playing out here to contest is fine.
He's swinging now, though, as well, so he did swing into the Shield Bearer, too.
Yeah.
Well, it's one way to get a lot of targets for Scrap Imp.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Does mean Pavel's still got plenty of time to use that second Evil Genius to get a lot of buffed lackeys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big turn from Pavel, but the hand is still not that impressive looking, even after the Scrap Imp buff is going to go off here in a couple of turns. He needs to find some more options to fill his hand up. Does have that Evil Genius, as you mentioned. Can fit in the life tap as well, but the swing turn is coming here from Boston. That's concern number 1 right now.
Did wonder whether he was going to taunt up the Argent Squire, but you're not really protecting anything anyway. So I actually do think I like this additional Argent Squire from Pavel, because it means Boston just simply does not have the swings to actually clear all of this in a reasonable fashion.
Right.
All I see is weakness.
Still does good work here, though, especially with the extra attack he's going to get after the Glaibones, the Warglaives have gone. Because really, those are the only attacks he needs right now. The actual attack power of the Warglaives is almost completely irrelevant on this board state. It's just generating 2/2s for him. That's really all it's achieving.
Now, does he take the double shield off, or does he kill one?
I think you kill one. I think you're interested in number of attacks, less or more than allowing your opponent to have a good value trade with a Divine Shield. You know there's an Abusive Sergeant there, but I just don't think you care. I think just maximum board size is what you're after here.
Yeah, Boston's just generated a full board of minions out of nowhere, so it seems like a bit of a victory in itself.
Problem now with the carpet gone, this scrap imp might just be too slow because Pavel can make a board here, and then Boston can just ignore it and slam everything into the face, play Metamorphosis. Over 2 turns, that's looking like it's going to get there. Kobold Lackey does help.
So there is a world where Draconic Lackey unlocks some more late game power for Pavel as well.
Mm-hmm.
On wings of evil.
If you got exactly the taunt, would be huge.
This is just a Deathwing, isn't it?
I think so. Well, I'm guessing he's not unlocked Dragon Queen yet.
Almost out of time.
He will know for sure that he's on the wrong side of my spectator for me to be able to tell you easily. No, he certainly hasn't drawn a Beaming Sidekick yet, so it's not active right now. Not entirely sure totally how many duplicates he has left.
I think the point there really for Pavel is he might just want to play this next turn anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he waits for Deathwing, is he just already dead at that point in 2 turns' time?
Sure. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11 with the hero power, 16 with Metamorphosis, which means Metamorphosis hero power would be immediately lethal again next turn, so counting the second slice. There are lackeys to consider in that world, and there's also the amount of damage that can come back at you.
Another Warglaives, though. Would be pretty nice, actually.
I'm pretty sure you would like to draw Altruis as your next card. Alston agrees. Gotta be a Warglaives, right?
Yep, too much value. And cheap enough to play means that he's going to be able to clear up some of this board with using his face. I know that it might look a little bit risky, look like Boston taking a ton of damage, but he can afford to because there aren't really burst potential options here for Pavel.
Yep.
Especially already seeing that one of the Soulfires used right at the start of the game, right?
And one of the magic carpets used as well. He knows a huge amount of the opponent's hand right now as well, with there being an Abusive Sergeant he knows about because it's from a Expired Merchant, a Titanic Lackey that he knows is a Lackey, and a Dragon that he knows is a Dragon. So there's very few cards that can really be anything impactful in this scenario.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Where do you aim the taunt here? Put it on the Fiendish or the egg?
And you put it on the egg, right? Make it unignorable, get your extra 3/4 in play.
It is weird seeing the non-symmetrical stat lines now from the lackeys, right?
Yeah. Uh, 2, 4, 5 goes in. Which means 2, 4, 7, 8, one more. Yeah, I think this is just straight up lethal with Metamorphosis. Doesn't need to be any Altruist nonsense.
Yep. I was going to say, especially with it only really being the second slice and Blazing Battle Mage that really would have done anything Altruist-wise. The actual just damage and the Metamorphosis ends up doing more because you just need to swing that weapon too many times. Just needed to get through that taunt. that is going to be Boston going up to a 1-0 lead. And the first look we get at Zoo post-nerf, and it did not look fantastic. But honestly, Pavel didn't get to scrap him that early, and he got pretty hard shut down by that huge Satyr turn from Boston. And that's going to be hard to come back for no matter which way you look at it, whether those minions had a bit extra health or not. Still going to be a struggle with that kind of swing turn that Boston had.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, he did still have like an upper echelon zoo draw when you're not hitting Scrap Imp, because he had decent curve into Magic Carpet into discard Hand of Gul'dan potential. And I like the way he engineered his mid game with the multiple Evil Genius and the multiple Abusive Sergeant. I think that was probably the best plan he could come up for in that position. But Demon Hunter's card quality is just too strong. Like, when you consider that, you know, Warglaves is just a board clear against you and they get to keep tempo with it, let alone what that can then achieve with activating Gladebound Adepts and Satyr Overseers and all the stuff that we saw in that game from Boston. And then it's just that damage race that comes into play as well. It always feels like you're the one suffering as the Zoo in that matchup from the race potential coming out from Metamorphosis and even from Altruist turns if that ends up coming down. Like, it just doesn't feel like a very strong matchup. But again, I think Pavel is smart enough to know that if he's bringing Zoo, he wasn't bringing it with the intention of beating Demon Hunter. He was certainly thinking about some other matchups that were coming through. So that one, I think you just have to chalk up to, okay, unlucky, I got the bad matchup, and move on, because, you know, Pavel certainly can't start getting in his own head now about his own lineup choices when he now has to get out of this series from a losing position to avoid relegation.
Yeah, and we are likely to see more of those matchups for the Zoo going forward, as we've got plenty more games left. But for now, we're going to go to a break while we set up our game number 2. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back to continue Pavel versus Boston. We are ready to continue our match here between Boston and Pavel. And just a reminder, if you're just tuning in, one, you are very late because we had a delay earlier. But two, Pavel needs to win this match. If he loses this match, he is relegated. He is gone from Grandmasters. If he wins, there is a chance he can survive. But so far, he is losing this single match as Boston is 1-0 up, getting a win with that Demon Hunter versus Pavel's controversial zoo list for this week. So we'll see if that pays off for Pavel or not. So we are going to be moving on into game number 2. But Boston here, I think, just bringing a much steadier lineup, and a lineup I think I like a lot. The Rogue and Hunter, I think, do the job that needs to be done this week with how the meta's shaken out.
Yeah, he is running the secret build of Rogue, which, you know, I've been unconvinced of from the start. It did seem to be the strongest build based on stats after a couple of weeks, but now it does seem like people are floating away from it just a little bit. More people going pure stealth again this week, and then, of course, that questing adventurer build that we see as well, whereas this is just going to be the pretty standard secret build that we see from Boston. But in this matchup, at least, looks like he's going to roll into the Hunter. And now we get to see a scrap imp start from Pavel Zoo. Pavel not losing faith by any means here, just going straight back to that zoo, and he has got scrap imp, but he keeps drawing spells. The Soulfire does at least cooperate with that Hand of Gul'dan. But he's going to need to line that up. There is going to be some kind of failure rate with that Soulfire cast, but he is not naturally drawing minions off the top here as he would want to.
Yeah, and it maybe sounds a little bit weird to say, but at least he has the benefit of having a 1-drop in hand, so he can just dump that Abusive Sergeant next turn to at least give this more of a chance to hit Hand of Gul'dan. It's obviously not what you want to be doing, but still, it's as good as it's going to be here.
Yeah, there it is. Just no way to dump the entire hand and guarantee it. It's a 67%er if he wants to go for it right now, and he is going to, but this could be an absolute disaster for Pavel's GM career. Okay.
Oh, he gets it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big deal, but I do think it's a play he did have to make, especially with not having much ways to deal with the 1-drop from Hunter. If he does start to stack minions on board, and then Pavel his scrap imp isn't that powerful because he's had to, say, live tap or play the egg, then great, you got a scrap imp off on like a minion. That's really not going to make a difference in the outcome of the game.
You saw Boston drop the wry smile in response to that Hand of Gul'dan getting discarded as well. He, of course, didn't have the knowledge until just now that there was a second one in hand. And then now you see the reaction of, okay, he had a 67, fine. But now I guess the salt switches to just how good Pavel's opening hand is in this situation.
Yeah, this is tough to fight back with, honestly, for Hunter. You can use the Promoter Explorer to kill off this Voidwalker, but because it's buffed, it will kill it off. And normally you want the value trades with that against a deck like Zoo, but not going to happen this game for Boston, and he's going to be reliant on this Mana Saber to get some work done. It is the right shape for it. I do give Mana Saber a lot of flack when it's been put in a Hunter list, but if you tell me you use it as a trading tool as well as the mana gain, then okay, it is the right shape. I'll give you that one.
This board is just getting wildly out of control here for Pavel. I like this decision just to drop down the Shield Bearer. Pretty easy to get baited into holding onto that because it's such a good Scrap Imp buff to hit. I mean, even +2/+1 on a Shield Bearer makes an insane taunt minion.
This is just a Rot Nest hit the carpet kind of turn. Oh!
You lied.
Close.
Yeah. And now with those hands.
But I do think Boston had to go for it.
Yeah, I think he did too. I don't think there was really an alternative play. The attack from the Mana Saber just didn't really achieve anything. Next turn, he can potentially use it to roll into Siamat to clear up more. Dinotamer Bran even, but it seems like that's going to be unlikely in the way the board's broken down right now. But now with the Hand of Gul'dan back in hand for Pavel, Pavel can actually start setting up plans for Scrap Imp number 2 if he even needs it, because he does have the guaranteed discard effect. No 67% this time around.
Yeah, so powerful. The only way Boston would have really had a chance there outside of that Rot Nest was if he had Unleash the Hounds and he went attack Varanus and then Unleash to kill off, what was at least hit with the Varanus. But he does not have access to that, and this might be a very quick one, Sottle, because these are not the cards Boston really needs to win this game of Hearthstone right now.
No. Tracking Zephyrus +3. Yeah, it doesn't seem great, does it?
Well, it would be just like Zephyrus Nova. Try again next turn. Not that I know what the answer to that is.
Right.
And that is not a Zephyrus.
It's not Unleash the Hounds either. It's the only other real relevant card I could think of in this scenario.
It really is just the carpet for the Hunter that's the huge problem. Of course, Pavel having a ton of cards is an issue because he can play out the big turns like he has. But really, the Hunter just needs to be able to kill the carpet to at least stop the easy tradeaways on board. But Hunter doesn't really have a good way of doing that, honestly, outside of Zephyrus.
Not seeing it. He does still have access to 6 mana after this, which I guess actually the Zephyrus outs were different because he still had access to the extra mana if he needed it. So he could have got like a Zephyrus Holy Nova as opposed to a Zephyrus Frost Nova or something like that, but I'm not even really sure how much that would have helped. Zephyrus Shadow Flame was better, I guess.
Yeah, I was just looking at Shadow Flame, but even that wouldn't have really done anything different, would it? It would have just done a bit more damage to the carpet that you couldn't kill anyway.
Right.
There's actually a point where, like, what would Zephyrus into Shadowword Pain on the carpet have actually been better than any AoE?
Possibilities. You were just a burden.
Pavel fishing for the potential Soulfire. Just to finish the game up that little bit quicker. Doesn't need it, of course, as he, although doesn't have lethal right now. This is quite the ask for Boston here.
Welp. It's like Boston is finger hovering over the escape key right now.
Yeah, it turns out if even if the Zoo list gets nerfed, if you just have an insane draw, it's going to just kill you anyway. Mainly that Scrap Imp, getting the card draw, and hitting the carpet as well is such a huge outcome there. Pavel going to even this series up, get that win with the Zoo list, and that means he does have his Demon Hunter and Rogue left over. So although, you know, Pavel's, the spicy deck really was the Zoo, looked fairly straightforward in game number 2 for him, and now he's back to a more reasonable set of matchups, the more expected ones.
Yeah, and honestly, like I said, I don't think he was bringing Zoo with any expectation of having a massively favorable win rate against Demon Hunter. So first port of call in what Pavel might have felt would have been a winnable match. It got the job done, so you can't criticize it too much based on results. I would still certainly question it, on an average win rate deck to bring to this tournament based on the lineup. Pavel did talk about it a little bit. I saw some messages from him where he was talking about his lineup, and he said that, honestly, he looked at his lineup a lot and he just couldn't find any other lineup that he was happy with, and that, what bringing deck X meant that you also had to bring deck Y in your lineup, and he didn't want to do that, so the only thing he could come up with was this Zoo lineup. So he certainly, had a thought process with it. It wasn't like he was just YOLOing Zoo into this, but he's come out of it alive, and I think honestly that matchup he had somewhere close to exactly a 67% win rate with that opening hand. Like when he discards the Hand of Gul'dan, he wins basically every time. When he misses, he loses every time where he doesn't then immediately draw Expired Merchant or something off the top on the next turn. So yeah, I think it was pretty close to just 2/3 win rate in the position that he was in, which, yeah, you take those.
Yeah, now we are going to go onto a Rogue Mirror, but as mentioned a little bit earlier, Boston on that secret list, whereas Pavel is going to go for this stealth list. He is not running, or neither player is actually running the Questing Adventurers, but Pavel's just running pretty much just the straight-up stealth list. The Boom Pistol Bully is in there as a tech choice, but that's about it. It's about as standard as you're going to get.
Boston does get the nice curve option from his Pharaoh Cat, though. Can be pretty huge in this matchup, just to be able to curve out nice and early, consolidate early board presence.
Yeah, and also just has the Shadow Steps, which are, I think, powerful at almost every turn of the game, right? Whether they use late game for Krunks, early game for Van Cleef, or just value generation. Can be pretty strong.
Just praise Galakrond and a dagger here. Takes care of this board state pretty nicely.
Yeah, could still go into double 1-drops if he really wants. But the dagger does clean this up.
Yep. I was even wondering whether you actually use backstab there, because essentially you backstabbed a 1-2. I know in the end you backstabbed the Temple Berserker, but it's the same thing as just leaving... You just trade it into the Temple Berserker, hit the Temple Berserker with your face, and you can just leave the 1-2 in play. So in function, you just backstab a 1-2 there. Backstab's a pretty useful card.
Yeah, it is, and I think that's where Rogue, or why Rogue is very interesting as a deck and a class right now, because there are so many different ways to play it. Like Pavel may be thinking, oh, maybe I can get some more damage out of this Skyver tier. Maybe I could just make this awkward for Boston to even clear, because outside of coin, he can't exactly, or he probably wouldn't coin Devoted Maniac this turn. And then if that's the case, well, Dagger doesn't do it either. So suddenly it's just 2 extra damage, and although Pavel took damage, he's the one with the minion on the board at the end of the turn. So maybe this is just good for just planning on a little bit more pressure. If you can follow up with Pharaoh Cat 1-drop with the Lackey and then a dagger again, it's reasonably likely that there's a target for Faceless Corruptron Curve.
Yeah, I think the big deal here is that it just denies Praise Galakron options from Boston to not have the minion still in play, because I think that would be the worst case scenario, right? If Praise Galakron just came down on the 1-2 and dealt with your Skyver tier.
Right. Ooh. You evasive Feywing or an evasive Draconid?
Am I an evasive Feywing or an evasive Draconid?
Yes. If you had to be one, so which one are you this game of Hearthstone?
I choose to be evasive towards that stupid question, Raven.
I'll phrase it in a more literal sense. Which one do you think's the pick here?
I think I would have gone with the cheaper one.
Okay.
I think his hand is fairly fluid right now, and keeping it that way seems reasonable. I think evasive Draconid, you're looking to play in situations where you're a bit further behind, but I think in Pavel's position, he just wants to keep curving out and being aggressive.
Looks good, and even another Reborn minion as well, a cheap one that was playable from the Pharaoh Cat means that Pavel's actually got, in a weird way, a pretty scary board.
Yes.
This is what continues to just get me with watching more and more Rogue, is that this is a threatening board somehow.
Mm-hmm.
If you ask me to actually explain in detail why, I almost can't, because it doesn't look like a threatening board. But Rogue just makes this kind of like chip damage and minions hanging around, just makes it work. Looks like it's just good. Coin, Shield of Galakron here. There was Seal Fate with the Lackey as well, as an option, just to kill off this Pharaoh Cat.
Yeah, I was also looking at just coin to activate the combo on the Miscreant and then just go off with Miscreant and Lackeys and Shadow Steps and try and swing the board state. But I think that would probably be a little bit of an overreaction here, and I think that's what Boston's building to in the coming turns instead.
And also the fear that, the times where you don't get quite the good Lackeys to make that board or put that pressure on can be a little bit frustrating. Like if he knew he was going to, say, generate a Faceless Lackey, things can change a little bit then, can't they? I wonder if it's just another shield turn.
Might well be.
Because although playing a Taunt minion into a board that already clears it up normally doesn't feel great, I think Boston's fine if Pavel has to trade these minions away.
Yeah, the fact that there's no Dagon right now is kind of enticing as well, to be playing the 4-5 into the 4-4. You'd at least have to chew up part of the Micro Mummy at that part as well, if Pavel didn't want a dagger.
Many options.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go Miscreant instead. Shadow Step has a lot of options here. Depending on which Lackeys come out, those are not the options.
Just keep evolving till you get something good, Sol.
Yikes. Miscreant just going to get farmed on board even after the evolve.
Oh, it's even Boom Pistol now.
I will act as your scape.
Based on what Pavel's seen so far, he knows. I mean, it's good against Rogue anyway, but he knows Boom Pistol's likely to get some value just because Boston's been holding on to a lot of cards. And he knows at least he knows one of them's a lackey. But with holding so many cards, you gotta imagine it's some of the later game stuff like Krunks, like Galakron, like Togwaggle, and so on. So it's probably going to hit something pretty reasonable at least.
It is, but those late game cards aren't necessarily a factor right now, so Pavel might just want to hold on to that Boom Pistol Bully for a turn where, you know, Galakron is the out for Boston. Like maybe when he drops another couple of invokes, Boston's only at 1 right now, unbelievably. He's had full invoke in his hand like the entire game, just hasn't had the opportunity to just be dropping these Praise Galakrons and Seal Fates. And you've got to honestly give credit to Pavel for that, partly because he's been making those cards so awkward.
Yeah, and I think now I don't mind the Galakron or the Shield of Galakron this turn because he could clear off that lackey, right? Like we saw Pavel there respect the lackey and put a 3/2 Pharaoh Cat into a 1/1 just to stop Boston at being able to potentially Togwaggle on curve. Because honestly, Pavel is just stomping this game so far, and he just has to start considering, okay, what are the weird things that happen where I lose? And it is Togwaggle on curve into like the Omega Wand play from Boston. So just removes that as an option. And then next turn he can Boom Pistol and block out a Galakron, can block out a Togwaggle as well as a few other options as well.
Choose silly.
From nothing, power.
Backstab kind of, it's a good card because it's a good card, but right now it doesn't do much.
Right now it's pretty ugly against this board state. Everything relevant already damaged.
What Boston wouldn't have done there for a Cobbled Lackey to just bounce a few times and just clear up pretty much the whole board.
Right.
But now Boom Pistol into Dagger looks really good.
So many options.
Yeah, these 1/1s are annoying though. I really want to smash Boston in the face with everything the turn that I play Boom Pistol Bully, just to lock out the game as quickly as possible over the course of 2 turns. In fact, there's 2 1/1s in play right now. Obviously, you're saying Dagger, which would take care of one of them. But
I think he's okay using the bot. There's only 1 damage. Obviously, you lose the Reborn effect, which is, you know, a shame. But I think that does a good enough job, right? It still buffs at the end of the turn. As you said, you do get to clear off both lackeys. You hit with the 2/4 attack minions, which is the important part. I think this is fine. It just hard locks out some of the big turns that could happen from Boston at the perfect time.
It's fair.
It's one expensive stunner.
Boston now left really just seal fating and eviscerating things to stay alive.
It's the problem though, isn't it? The seal fate doesn't really do anything.
Nope. Adds another 6 drop to your hand.
For a second, I was like, wait a minute. This is a live effect, not a just an effect the cards in hand at that time. But 9, 10, 11. Now 10, of course. Pavel needs a Me Too Damahe to finish this game up right now.
Yeah, he has 2 draws for it right now off the Gala, and even if not, I think this is the right play because it sets you up for Kronk's lethal on the following turn.
Dark in the sky.
Yeah, Boom Pistol timing, nigh on perfect there for Pavel.
And boom!
There it is! Nice! Really well played game there from Pavel. Boston just never really got the chance to get in the game, and maybe, and again, it's something we talk about now and then in rogue matchups. When you finish the game with 2 Shadow Steps in hand, were you a bit too greedy with them? As Boston finished that there, he had 2 Shadow Steps in his hand from his opening hand. He played plenty of lackeys. He played Miscreant. He played a few other cards. Not so much the Shield of Galakron, of course, but still, like, bouncing Faceless Lackey just to make a huge board and say, okay, if Pavel's trying to beat me up with these minions, do I just use these Shadow Steps now? And I do appreciate that Shadow Steps so powerful that you're holding on to it and having the insane turns is strong. It's not if you die, right? And that's what happened to Boston. So I think that is always something to look at if key cards that are playable from the beginning of the game end the game still unplayed.
Yeah, there was the option even to rebuy on the Miscreant Evolve when it just became a 2/4. He could have tried then again to make it into a 5-drop or even a 6-drop. I think we saw Boston on the rope point a Shadow Step at one of his Ethereal lackeys that were in play just to rebuy some spell that would be able to answer the board state on the following turn, which could have ended up being crucial because, of course, the Lockout Boom Pistol Bully came down the next turn and spells were really what he needed to be able to scramble and survive on that turn. So, yeah, definitely something to take a look at there.
Well, let's move swiftly on into our game number 4. Just a reminder, once again, if Pavel loses this, he is out. If he wins, he's still in. With a chance, at least. So Pavel going to be on the Demon Hunter, going up against Boston's Rogue once again. I'm just checking out Pavel's Demon Hunter list as well. Surprisingly, actually, it's fairly... this sounds like an insult, but it really isn't. But it's fairly up-to-date and standard, Sol. With the beaming sidekicks in there, the 1 Spectral Sight, the double Chaos Strike, double I-Beam, double Shadow Weaver, double Vulpera. So Pavel playing a relatively up-to-date list of Demon Hunter, which is something I don't always expect from Pavel, honestly.
Pavel also holding on to the beaming sidekick here. I guess is not really considering 1/2s coming down early from Boston too often because he would be able to contest them that way. Seems like a long way away that he's going to be landing a buff on the minion with beaming sidekick in this position, but it is incredibly powerful to do so in the rogue matchup for sure.
Yeah, dodging backstabs, dodging seal fates is pretty strong overall, and maybe the card is just good enough to keep because your average draw is going to be there. So you see the coin Hanar out from Boston. Just a reminder, Hanar is much more killable right now as it has gone down to from 5 to 4 health in the most recent nerfs.
Yeah. Based on Boston's hand, it's just a 1/4, which I love. Boston knows it still represents bluff value. Pavel might, panic and overreact and just throw a bunch of stuff, throw a bunch of I-beams or whatever at it to kill it. But even in the worst case for Boston, where Pavel leaves it up and there's no secret in hand, it's still a pretty good scenario for him because at least he then has a 1/4 representing a decent chunk of board control.
Yeah, that's it. I guess like worst case with the I-Beam hero power, then Boston's just saying, okay, we'll use up a lot of resources and didn't start playing minions, so great.
No secret though. Pavel will be delighted to see. Since there's no secret in hand, I think Pavel has no interest in hardcasting that I-Beam.
Right. Oh, what do you like here? I think Skull's just too good on average to skip.
Yeah, Soul Cleave is a little bit meh. Against Rogue, some other matchups I might be interested in it. So yeah, it looks like it has to be a Skull there.
Yeah.
Skull has to be better on average than a mystery choice.
Yeah, my only question is, the issue with picking Skull from Vulpera on curve, it means that often Skull sits in the middle of your hand for quite a while. So it is something you have to be aware of. It's not just, Skull's a good card, I'm going to play it and pick it. Like, it doesn't work like that, right? And we can see now, there is the I-Beam, the Sidekick, the Spectral Sight, and the Satyr before Skull goes to the left. Now there's Warglaves plus another card next turn on the right. So this Skull might not actually come into effect for the foreseeable future.
Whoa!
Wow.
That is the juice right there in this matchup. It's basically just 2 Demon Hunter minions of your choosing dead for 2 mana.
I wonder if Pavel ever equips his Glaive, but then holds, because then next turn he can double Satyr, swing and just make a full board.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess he can swing it once, right? Because he has
exactly.
double.
The fact that he has double Satyr means that he doesn't actually need to hold, because the board gets so full so quickly anyway.
Just gonna do a quick lethal check with Shadow Steps and Kobolds? No? Okay. Just check it.
Yeah, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 24. Yeah, okay.
Might just be a good enough turn to get that Devoted Maniac down now. Gonna generate an additional lackey, can kill off this Kane, hold on to the health on this Miscreant, which might look a little bit rubbish, but it's quite valuable, this Miscreant just sitting on the board. And it gets the devoted maniac down. Most importantly as well, if Boston played Shield of Galakron, not only is his taunt not effective, but also he doesn't actually kill the Kayn.
Right.
Oh, now the evolve like it's like, wait, do I want to evolve this 4-drop now?
Wow. Boston just all in.
Almost the polar opposite of what we saw last game, right? Well, it does set up straight into the Togwaggle as well if he wants it, which is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think with the Miscreant still hanging around on 4 health, we're just going to see single Overseer here. Yeah, exactly. Plus the Beaming Sidekick, plus the hero power to be able to generate the board.
And that's the difference, right? Look how much more the problem this would be if the Miscreant was just still alive. Sorry, if the Miscreant had traded, for example, into the Kayn. This board would be a lot bigger here for Pavel. Although it's still pretty big.
It's pretty huge, yeah. Boston can handle most of it, though. Having backstab to go alongside that Kobold Lackey is huge.
So here's my question. Does he ever go greed and go backstab Lackey and then Togwaggle and just say, well, yeah, it's just a 5/5. The rest of the board lives for Pavel, but he gets his wand or his crown or whatever the pick is.
I think he might have to.
It's scary. It's definitely scary because there's a lot of damage left up here for Pavel. But the point being is this wand going to actually be the card that wins Boston the game? And if so, then it's the right play.
Yeah, it might do now, especially with the Kronk's draw. Getting closer to Galakron in your deck is enormous in this position. Like, whether you actually draw it for 0 off the wand or not, just getting closer to that card is a huge deal.
Oh. So there's, what, 10, 11 with hero power? This turn?
Where are these attacks going? Okay, yeah, this is where Pavel is stopping to think. Yeah, fair enough.
I think the minion's worth the face tank here.
Really?
Because he puts his opponent to 11 or 12, depending. He has Gladeband Adept next turn.
Yeah.
Like, he's just going for lethal, right?
Yeah. But when you say the minion, you mean the Heist Baron, right?
Face tank the Heist Baron.
And then just value trade the Lackey with the 1/2?
Sure. The point being is, he can push extra damage this turn because the 2/2 lives and goes face, and Pavel can still swing face with the weapon. Obviously, that's how the Gladeband works. Oh, he's even going to the extent of saying, actually, I won't need extra charges here.
Okay.
So he's going to just say, yeah, I'm going to set up lethal. He has the Gladeband from hand. Ooh. Is that actually a bad draw for Boston?
With how dire the situation is, you could certainly paint it that way, yes. The fact that that cannot now be scammed for 0 mana off the Wondrous Wand.
And I think that it's why I like Pavel's play, because he's basically saying, okay, you've got the wand, right? Your wand has to be insane, or you're dead. And if it's not, and you're probably going to play it, unless maybe exactly Galakron was drawn.
Yeah, I think in reality it's actually a pretty good draw because it opens up this scenario where Boston can actually gain the armor for security and actually still potentially get some powerful tempo swings.
Pavel still just one off lethal, though.
Drops the ambush immediately with Blackjack Stunner in his hand there as well.
That attack really made me laugh. Because I think it looked like Pavel was testing the secret, but that attack just tests nothing.
Yeah. So, okay,
it's just so funny.
It's not Ice Barrier, 6.
It's not explosive. It's not explosive, okay?
Yeah.
It's not freeze.
Ruled out Flame Ward, guys.
Oh. Yeah, Pavel was actually only 1 away, or 1 castable damage away, so like a Twin Slice with that Gladebound from actually just ending the game right now. Skull finally going to come into play, though.
Oh, cheap Metamorphosis off the top here as well is huge.
Oh, he can even replay the weapon. Well, not replay the weapon. Play this weapon for 0.
Yeah.
Which means he gets 2 extra minions and an extra point of damage on it. It's a bit of a shake of the head from Pavel, because I think as soon as he played that, he probably realised that he just didn't need to play a 2-2, which has now given Boston more damage.
Yep. And Pavel does have to be slightly worried about the backswing here.
Is he 12? 12?
What if?
Yes. Seems right to me. 4 on board, 2 from the Kobold is 6, 5 from Kronks is 11, extra 1 from the Rushlaki.
So that's not the plan Boston really wants. He could go face, use Krunks to AoE down, and then either evolve into taunt on Krunks, or whatever Krunks becomes, or just straight up taunt instead.
Right. If he makes that play, though, as long as Pavel can attack into the minion that he ends up taunting without dying, he is still dead.
Yes. But I still think it's the best chance. Oh, okay. He's actually going to deal 5, heal 5, and taunt up this way. Okay. This leaves more of the border, though. Oh, the I-beam gets him through, right?
The I-beam gets his 1 damage weapon to face here, yep. Or he can Metamorphosis and get 5 damage from his minions through the face. Same thing, whichever way you want to look at it.
Exactly, wow. And that is going to be it. Pavel is going to at least do his part, the best he can do today, which is win his match that he has. He beats Boston 3-1. And we're going to continue down this story, Sol, because Pavel is not guaranteed out anymore.
No, he is not. In fact, there are multiple scenarios now where he finds himself at least in the relegation bracket where he can play out. I believe there's 8 total scenarios now, and he is auto-relegated in 5 of them, I want to say. But we can, if you want to get into the real nitty-gritty of it, there are plenty of people about on Twitter who are posting spreadsheets and so on. But honestly, it's just way too complicated to go through in explicit detail as we go through every match. So we'll give you largely the broad strokes. But yeah, I believe Pavel is still favoured to be relegated in this position, but he has done what he needed to do, which is the simple soundbite here, which is if he did not win that match, he was cooked, gone, forget about it.
Yeah, and that's the important thing, and a message we've kind of been talking about over not only this weekend but the previous ones as well, is if you found yourself in a rough spot, especially in Division B where you're looking at potential relegation spots. Yes, it's annoying if this other player lost to this other player, which affects my tiebreaker or whatever. But really, you can't affect that, right? So you just need to fully zone in, win your match if you can, get the win, and then say, well, what happens, happens. Because that's all you've got control over. But let's take a look at the schedule and see what else we've got coming up today. It's going to be a total of 5 super important matches for these players. We're already 1 down. Pavel has done his best to fend off relegation, but now we have to see how the rest of it goes. Now, though, we have Viper versus Tice coming up. And Tice has quite the fan base for himself, so I'm sure he's got many, many, many fans that don't want to see him knocked out of Grandmasters. But he can, I believe, secure himself to not be auto-relegated if he takes a victory over Viper here.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. Tice has kind of the reverse situation that Pavel did, where Pavel had to win just to dodge auto-relegation, and even then, he's not necessarily safe. Tice very much has his fate in his own hands here. A win here would make him safe.
And I'm sure, like I said, there's a lot of fans who really want Tice to do that. Tice does stream a lot, of course, but still, I think it's pretty cool that Tice is still competing at the highest level after doing so well at the top for so many years now. One of the longest still competing players we have had with some great success there. And he's going to be going up against Viper, who's been doing so well this season as well. He's going to have his Demon Hunter banned out and have this strange non-warrior lineup with Hunter, Mage, and Rogue left over, going up against Tice's Warrior, Demon Hunter and Rogue and that Druid being banned out. What do you think of that, Sol? Because Druid, again, a deck a lot of people are talking about. Half the people say it's trash, but then half the pros are submitting it. So I don't know what to think anymore, Subtle, but it's deserving a ban apparently here in Viper's view.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this has happened once already, and I didn't really understand it then. Viper was kind of talking about his lineup on Twitter earlier today. He said he went for the lineup that he just thought was the most untargetable. He didn't really want to do any of the expected things because he thought then there was a good chance he would run into one of the players who was targeting that lineup because it was expected. So certainly, if his goal was to do something unexpected, he's achieved that. No one was expecting Archmage, Antonidas, Mage, no Warrior, Ban, Druid lineup. Like, congratulations, you've nailed it. No one had the read on that. Whether or not it's good remains to be seen. And honestly, Viper had a pretty shaky looking moment, and his lineup looked pretty shaky looking in certain places as well yesterday, as he completely roped out in his match against RDU, just straight up missing playing 2 cards that would have won in the game in that position, arguably. And then he really wasn't able to recover from that point. But he see Grizzled Wizard as well, a card that I haven't even got to mention yet in his Highlander Hunter. This is one of the most off-the-wall lineups that we have seen for quite some time in Grandmasters.
It is. It's the double whammy, isn't it, from Viper, really, where we, or at least I expect to see the odd, interesting tech choice in almost any deck he submits, really. We even see in his Rogue, he has that Alex Straza at the top end there, just to help out with some of the extra healing some decks have at the moment. But really, he is just using these a combination of crazy tech choices as well as a very strange approach to the lineup. So we'll see how that pays off, whereas, wow, I mean, Tice gets to play Warrior, Demon Hunter, Rogue, and not only does he have a strong lineup to play out, his builds look incredible, honestly. It's the egg version of the Warrior, which a lot of pros have kind of circled back to, saying it's just the best version. The Demon Hunter looks very well built, as far as I can see. The double Vulpera in there, the Sidekicks, of course, and a couple of other choices. Just the one Starless Watcher seems fine. But then Tice also has the Questing Adventurers in his Rogue, a build I'm getting more and more of a fan of. I was sat playing some of those that deck this morning. I'm like, yeah, deck's pretty good. Sometimes Questions just win you games. It's pretty sick. So Tice, for me, just gets to play like a powerhouse selection of decks and classes right now in this matchup. So I'm feeling pretty confident for Tice's chances of just securing himself into Grandmasters Season 4.
And I do like the Egg Warrior build currently. I've been through weeks where it was Priest expectations, where I was talking about Greenskin, how it should have been Greenskin Warrior instead for a lot of players. I think in this case, Egg Warrior is the perfect middle ground, because as long as you're playing Eggs and Terran, you're still favored against Quest Warlock, most likely, without having to resort to the outright Wrench Caliber package, right? To be able to get that done, which then loses you more percentage in other matchups, arguably, than Terran and Eggs would. So I think, it's the happy medium. Right now, the porridge is the exact right temperature when it comes to breaking a few eggs here and putting them in your deck alongside a Terran.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I'm just glancing over at Viper's lists overall, and he is running a lot of oozes as well. I think he's running ooze in every list but the Hunter. So he has that in his Demon Hunter, his Rogue, and his Mage. Mage a bit more of a staple, of course. So he's definitely geared to take on these 3 classes that, guess what, all have weapons. But it's just whether it's good enough. And even though I do question Mage a lot, he has seemingly been getting wins with the Mage and doing all right with it. So I don't know. I think the lineups look so different, it's hard to actually compare them. But for me, I think at points you've got to accept that you just can't argue with Tice just getting to play the 3 super powerful decks.
Yeah, and of course the other thing that needs to be addressed is that yesterday Viper's match was against RDU, and now it's against Tice, who are of course G2 teammates, prepped together for most weeks as far as I'm aware, and it seems like that's the case here because, again, the lineups are identical as far as I can tell to what we saw. Same Questing Rogue, same Druid, and then same Warrior with the eggs alongside that as well. So it really does look like Viper has a run back on a series that maybe he should have won, arguably, yesterday if it wasn't for that catastrophic mistake with the rope at the end.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, whether, we can say, oh, he just would have won that game if he, finished the turn or whatever, but it would have been a lot better outcome regardless. It would have looked a lot closer at that point, so we'll see how it plays out. I believe the players are just getting ready to get into their game, but I'm just super interested to see how this one works out, because Viper's not only, again, just playing the stranger lineup, but with so many different tech cards, is it just going to be a whiff? And I'm still waiting to work out what this Grizzled Wizard is for. It is called that, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I just had to double check the name because again, I can see the idea of it. If you told me, okay, you're just only going to face Demon Hunter, I'd be like, okay, that card, I can see it. Anything else, it's like, no, I want my Hunter Hero power. It's well good. It deals 2 damage to face every turn. So it's going to be an interesting choice just to see how it plays out, or if it actually more often than not ends up just being a 2-mana 3/2 that it's just an extra 2-drop.
Yeah. Steal the second metamorphosis charge, use it up, give it back, right? Like that actually seems pretty powerful, but outside of that, I await Viper's genius. Let's put it that way. He showed us before with the single copy of Togwaggle's scheme in Rogue, exactly. He had a master plan all along, and totally gave us one of probably the coolest endings to any game in Grandmasters so far, with that Infinite Kronks combo. So we will await his genius to reveal itself with the Grizzled Wizard.
Well, let's get into it. It's going to be Demon Hunter versus Mage here. Viper, of course, on that Mage. Ty's kicking things off with the Demon Hunter. And just a quick breakdown here. Again, I did mention earlier, but Demon Hunter, pretty standard. We're not going to see any mana burns unless they're discovered from Vulpera Scoundrel. But yeah, pretty much heavy 2-of list of everything. Just the one Sightless Watcher in there as a... I don't want to say card draw, but it's kind of card draw, is the Sightless Watcher. Oh, wow. It's going to be one of those games as we see the starting package here of Dragoncaster, box, and a dragon to proc it with, along with the coin.
Yes, the Samuel Sow hand.
I nearly spat my drink out, so please. Picked the bad time to take a sip of my little beverage. Zeta, it's just the on-curve play if he wants that for next turn. Already has a Warglaves in hand. Maybe it's just Skull just to get it in the hand. But his hand is so big here, mana cost-wise, right? Like, Tice's hand doesn't really do anything for a fair few turns.
Right, and that's the problem. Like, is Satyr Overseer the on-curve play? Because if you don't have Twin Slice, it's kind of a 4-drop, right?
I like to speak in a technically true statement, Subtle. So in that world, it is an on-curve play. But I fully understand your point, yeah. Without being able to combo it, and obviously, because it's the Sightless Watcher, it's not like Tice can rely on drawing a Twin Slice next turn or this turn, because he knows what he's going to draw. It's the Satyr. So he did pick it, and honestly, I think if you're picking it, you're probably just playing it.
I think having just seen the Arcane Breath on the previous turn, you probably just drop it down, because how does it get removed? And there's a good chance that, like, based on the remainder of your deck, you're just going to draw something for 3 or less on the next turn to be able to weave that in with hero power, because you've drawn so many of your expensive cards already.
Yeah, I mean, I like dropping it down, as you said. The Breath at least removes one pretty hefty punish there. And now Viper's going to have to make a decision. Does he want to get this Bone Wraith out to try and stop this Satyr going wild? If he does, then that's going to cost him the coin, which is a big deal considering he has Reno in hand. He has the Dragoncaster box play as well if he wanted it.
What to do?
He could also Dragoncaster Deep Freeze, by the way. He doesn't have to box, but I'm so used to playing against Mage on ladder where it's just always box. What's really going to impress me is if it's an Altruis on curve Sol. that's when things start getting really spicy.
Dude, imagine just curving out, just getting them 4-2 on turn 3, no value, and then you just skip the value again just to curve out with another minion.
4-2 is just bigger than a 2-2, so what are you on about? It's just a better play.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, good news for Tice.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about, though. Right? This outcome was so likely based on the draws you've seen so far, right? That you were just going to get a minion for 3 or less that you can play, and then you just fit that in with the hero power to actually generate your first reasonable board of the game.
A small part of me did want to see Metamorphosis drawn there, just to see if Tice would have Altruist or not.
Job's done. We're with
Still, though, pretty threatening amount of damage here on board for Tice and Viper. Still a little bit away from being able to coin out the big power plays, but that Frost Nova might just help tick him over unless he wants to just sacrifice the Bone Wraith into this. It's kind of an interesting play, isn't it? Because if you play the Bone Wraith looks fine, but then you've used a Bone Wraith. Whereas the Nova, again, like, it's good and can be good late game, but I think once you start getting to mid to late game against Demon Hunter, a lot of it is about their damage from hand and not necessarily board focus. So I think I do actually like this because the Bone Wraith is so good against the weapon as well, right?
Yeah, there was very little danger there of Tice generating any kind of board that couldn't get renoed.
We're gonna have some fun.
I think Tice's maximum development there was Frozen Shadow Weaver plus hero power, which still would have left exactly 10 health in play. Beaming Sidekick could have done a number on Viper's plans, but you've pretty clearly been shown that Tice does not have Beaming Sidekick in hand right now from the way this early game curve has worked.
And here's the question. Does Tice ever just say, I have a ton of damage, let's start killing him, and just go hero power Glavebound face, and then do the same the turn after?
Yeah, I think he might do it, and I think he might then just immediately get shut down by Deep Freeze. He gets Deep Frozen in the face. If he gets Deep Frozen in the face, he just never gets to attack again this game.
Our enemies will fall.
Wow, this Reno did some work, didn't it?
Playing the Glavebound here does give him some security against Dragoncaster Deep Freeze, at least, or Dragoncaster Power of Creation, since he actually has the big minion in play. But it's not looking great for him.
I'm waiting for the box. Imagine, just ignore the Deep Freeze and just jam box and be like, this'll do it!
Well, actually gets the minion frozen as well.
I think after seeing a Glavebound and only one charge on the weapon, is this just reasonable?
Well, he also protects his 2 water elementals more heavily this way by freezing the minion. So that means by allowing Tice to attack this one turn, Viper can probably lock him out of attacking ever again for the rest of the game.
That's it, right? And also, if Tice tries to clear the elementals off with his weapon, well, but there's a slight problem with that. You hit it once, and then you're frozen!
Yeah.
So yeah, really nice play there from Viper.
Demons. Demons.
It's weird, right? Because in a roundabout way, does this play, especially with Tice's hand now with the addition of the Cane, just suggest that Tice should just go face anyway? Get the 2 Warglaves down, put the damage to face, pushes 8 now, puts his opponent to 9. He has the 2 minions that directly challenge the minions on board, or at least 2 of the minions on board, and still has the Cane and a weapon and stuff next to him.
Our enemies will fall.
Trade, okay. But now, even with just Ray of Frosts and a ping, this is looking a little bit rough here for Tice.
What to do?
Maybe even just Bone Wraith, double Ray of Frost. Probably looks pretty good. Can go face with one elemental and trade with the other one.
What to do? What to do?
Yeah, I can see that.
And then next turn, just gonna double check Viper's mage list, but he does not run a Blizzard, so he's not going to be able to go for the Tortolan Blizzard play. Of course, he has a box in hand, which means that he can't get that either. So he's looking at really the power of creation. There's Rolling Fireball, and there's Secret. There's not really a lot of options here for him to Tortolan into that are going to help him too much, honestly.
Imagine being able to attack with anything in a game of Hearthstone, Raven.
It's okay, you just freeze the minions that freeze you, so then they can't freeze you again.
Yeah, and then the other one.
I mean, I actually think at this point, honestly, just freezing one of them, maybe you even just freeze the Twilight Drake, and then just try go face with the Cane, and just hope that you can draw stuff for Altruis to deal damage from hand to make up some of the gap. It sounds really bad, but
or a Metamorphosis off the top as well kind of plays to that plan as well.
Because the problem is, that sounds so, just go face and hope, but like, how is Tyce killing these elementals, right? I think if he tries to kill the elementals, he's just going to lose. And see now both Ray of Frosts used up. Well, if Viper starts trading into these with his own minions, then he's going to start losing the water elementals himself. So I do like the play there if Tyce chooses to just go face. Yeah, I like this. Because also, Viper only being on 8 health. I mean, Mage isn't really known for its healing. So a lot of this damage is going to stick around for quite a while. Oh, never mind. Just create a weird issue, though. Because now Viper can only freeze so many things.
Yep.
And if this Cane stays up, well, this Card-Top Defender's not going to get anything done.
Yeah, and if the Cane wants to be killed, the face can't be frozen.
Right.
Also means that you can't take care of either of the 6/4s, which is probably an even bigger issue.
Is it ever like Deep Freeze a 6/4? Double trade into Cane? Ugh.
Tortolan Pilgrim into... Yeah, I don't see it. He doesn't play Blizzard.
It would
so
have to
can't hit that.
be. It would have to be Power of Creation and it auto picks obviously into like the taunts, wouldn't it?
Into Card-Top Defenders, yeah.
Yeah. Or arguably Safeguards.
Yeah, Safeguards, Sunwalkers, something.
Yeah, he has to just take the power off the board now and just say, well, if I'm not putting a taunt up, I'm not going to bother trading into Cane. It's actually one of the lowest power minions.
Frozen Shadow Weaver again?
So he can deal 8?
You've got to Altruis this turn, haven't you? I think this is just your last push.
Yeah, that's the 8, right?
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you, Raven. Don't be so insecure.
I'm not generally insecure. I think it's just I just always assume you specifically just
me.
disagree with me.
Yeah.
What a weird game. Freeze Mage versus Freeze Demon Hunter.
It's just gotta be, hasn't it? You clear up one of the water elementals, you can freeze another threat, you push maximum damage to face. You saw Viper was struggling last turn to be able to react to this board state. He doesn't have amazing Reno mana just yet.
And you go wider, which keeps the struggle up for, what Viper was struggling with last turn, right? Put some threats on the board. He's not going to go for it, though.
He's going to hold.
Can he even replay the weapon? Oh.
Which is very interesting because just Altruis playable card plus the Umberwing next turn would be the 4 damage that he needs. But I guess he's just assuming yet again that his face is going to get frozen and he won't be able to be doing that extra damage with the weapon in his hero power.
What to do?
I should say, he's assuming in worlds where he loses that his face is going to get frozen.
Right.
If his face doesn't get frozen, he's probably pretty happy anyway.
So if Viper puts himself up to 15, he can freeze or kill 3 of these minions, which then leaves 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus hero power 8. Would only leave 8 down. But he would lose a lot of his elementals in the process.
Yep. Just to kill the Kayn in order to play the Kartut Defender.
Oh! There it is. And that was the slight issue. That's one of the cards he didn't play around by Alexin himself. Going to take the damage there, finish it off. He couldn't kill the Kartut off himself anyway, so there's nothing Viper could have done to heal out the range outside of that Alexstrasza. But the meta was one of the cards that Tice was probably considering for many turns, honestly, just with even just the aggro plan in general, right? You've always got to say, well, if I draw meta, sometimes you just win if you're going to be able to push that much damage early on. So good game there for Tice. And just a reminder again, if Tice does win this match, he puts himself out of the relegation zone. So he is safe. So there's a lot riding on this win, a lot riding on every single match today, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Every single match has massive implications for automatic relegation in the case of Division B, or the relegation bracket in Division A, as we're going to see Hunter A scrambling against Swids later on to try and secure himself at least a certain future in Grandmasters. But right now, as Raven laid out, Tice has everything on the line, but he does have it in his own hands. A win here would put him safe from automatic relegation.
Yep, the best spot to be in as possible for Tice. But we are going to go to a quick break while we set up our game number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Hearthstone. We are back and ready to continue our match between Tice and Viper. Tice currently leading the way, 1-0, getting a win with his Demon Hunter over Viper's Mage, but there's still plenty more of this series to be played out. We are going to see if Viper's strange lineup this week is going to get the job done, or if Tice is going to secure himself in Grandmasters with a win.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a ton on the line for Tice in this series as we keep going into, because his fate is very much in his own hands. But there are further reaching implications as well based on the matchup that has already happened with Pavel picking up a victory as well that actually makes Tice's situation a lot more dire. And try as we might, we can't actually find a scenario where Tice would survive with a loss here. So it seems like it's even more do or die now, possibly, for Tice than we even thought initially, as this is no longer just in his own hands where he can be safe if he wins. It's also possibly in his own hands where he is just auto-relegated if he loses.
Right. Yeah, and I'm sure he's aware of the outcomes as well, but I think it would be important just for all the players, especially today, to just go in with the mindset of win your match, because that's what he had to do in the first place as well. If he wins, he was safe, and still, if he wins, he's doing okay, whereas if he loses, as you mentioned, he's in a little bit more trouble than he was a little bit earlier today, depending on the outcome. But for now, we are going to continue with this, and Tice does have Rogue and Warrior left to go up against Viper's lineup, so if there's ever a series you're going to feel comfortable taking a victory in for Tice, I think it's this one, just based on what he has to play.
Yeah, the questing rogue has looked solid so far from what we've seen. It does seem a little bit vulnerable still to those rogue draws that we see, where you just end up with a handful of lackeys and you're not hitting any of the power cards, because if you hit none of them, you do run into a problem. But the thing is with the deck is that one begets another, right? As soon as you get your Togwaggle off, well, that's 3 extra cards in your hands. You're then so much closer to your Galakron and your Kronks and all the other powerful things that you want to be doing. But if you're completely starved of all of them, sometimes the deck can fall a little bit flat on its face, and it's hard to get any value out of an Edwin or a questing adventurer if you are sat in the position where you don't really have the hand size to be popping off with it.
We are going to see Viper cue his mage in once again. Tice, though, on this warrior, and again, just a reminder, this is the egg warrior, so it has double serpent egg in there. It has the Terran Gore Fiend to help eat up those minions and death rattle them back out again later. But other than that, it's the 1-core Chron Elite, the double Blood Brute, of course, and just the Grom Hellscream at the top. What this doesn't have is the 8-mana Deathwing. It does not have a Captain Greenskin either, as some of the cards we do see frequently in Pain Warrior builds.
Right. Viper snatches up that ooze nice and early, though. It's going to be a very big deal here, especially based on Tice's hand. That anchor, I talk about routes to Risky Skipper a lot with this deck and how you need to rely on them in certain positions, and this is a hand that certainly wants a route to Risky Skipper right now with Bomb Wrangler and Battle Rage currently in hand, and that anchor is Tice's route to Skipper right now, and it's going to get shut down by that ooze if it does not draw it immediately.
I do, as the warrior, really enjoy having Bomb Wrangler against Mage so early on, because it just doesn't really get dealt with, does it? Not in a nice way, anyway. So the only times it struggles if it gets frozen out, but if your opponent's spending mana on just freezing a Bomb Wrangler this early in the game, then fine. But if it isn't frozen out, it's not like it can be pinged down that without much of a punish. Now there's options for potentially buffing it and pushing some damage with it. With an Inner Rage draw, for example, would cause some huge issues for Viper. So I just think it's one of the really good minions in this matchup.
Right.
I wonder.
This is one of those weird issues, isn't it? Viper does have a card that contests this Bomb Wrangler, but that card also kills a weapon. Tough call. And especially because that was played instead of a Corsair Cache. It's as unlikely that Tice has a weapon as possible, right?
Sure. No, it's a good point. I still think playing Acidic Swampoos is deeply illegal here. Wow. Viper disagrees. Tice gives the nod. Now he's just going to get the opportunity to kill an Acidic Swampoos with an anchor.
Yeah, it looks really bad on the surface, right? But the problem is, with his hand, this Bomb Wrangler's just going to do 1,000,000 damage to him. So I wonder if he just had to take the chance. Because outside of a weapon, and I guess there's Warmaul Challenger as well, there aren't tons of ways for this ooze to get dealt with that early in the game. But there are ways, so it was definitely a risk. It's just, Viper's just going to get beaten up by a Bomb Wrangler now.
Yep. That's true. Yeah, there's 3 weapons. There's Warmaul Challenger. There's even, you could factor in Terran to that, potentially, where, you know, if Terran were to come down on the next turn with or without an Inner Rage, your Acidic Swamp Ooze really isn't doing a great deal.
I think it's a really tough call. I think it looks like a lot worse of a decision than it actually was, just because of how hard it obviously got punished.
Yeah.
But like I said, just watch this Bomb Wrangler go.
Might be the Terran turn, depending on what comes out here.
The ultimate risky skipper. It's even bigger.
I must choose.
Alright, Tyson's going to read it.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely to be the Terran, because I think what Tyson wants to do now is set up for a Battle Rage next turn.
That's fair. His hand is still quite full, and his Battle Rage is going to be enormous. You can manipulate that in certain ways, obviously, to like draw 1 less card deliberately if you need to. But he's not going to be able to get off like a 6-card Battle Rage here, which is certainly possible with the hand that he has. Yeah, I think with the way the early game's gone, greeting the Terran is probably fine. You can just continue developing threats.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
What to do? What to do?
I'm a little bit surprised. I think if I was Viper, I would have just dumped the Malagos there.
Does that do anything? There's a 2-8
no,
against this board?
no, but Viper runs Conjurer's Calling, so Viper has to consider that, right?
That's true, yeah. Yeah.
And does it do less than Ping Face Pass?
Well, no, objectively not, no. A 2-8
and it can help
certainly
deal
does
some
more.
damage to help with the Reno next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Or it can be Conjurer's Called, you know, depending on how Viper's feeling about the Reno.
I mean, as long as there's a Warmaul Challenger on board, I think you can just forget about the Reno plan for now.
Right. I just think it was something versus Ping Pass. Like, when's this Malagos going to actually get played? If, obviously, Viper had, like, a Dragon Caster in hand, that's a completely different conversation. But I don't think Viper's saying, oh, I'll save this in case I draw Dragon Caster exactly.
Who am I to tell Tice what to do? He can 6-card Battle Rage all he wants!
Yeah, looks like a big Battle Rage to me, so...
Yeah.
My hand is full.
And he didn't get an Inner Rage either, so he's going to burn again next turn.
Yep. Yeah, chances of only seeing 1 burn there were pretty high. Like you said, if he just picks up an Inner Rage, he can dump that and leave his hand slot open for the next turn, but gets a bit unlucky there, doesn't hit either. But now Grom in hand, Cork in hand, Rampage in hand, Bloodsworn in hand. Bombs in play with Terran in hand as well. That just represents extra damage as well. Jeez. Is this the worst Reno the Relicologist you have ever seen, Raven?
Yes, because you specified his full title. I was going to say, no, I've seen people play Reno from the old days when it just wasn't active and they thought it was, and then they die. But yes, this is the worst version of this Reno I've seen in a very long time, if not ever.
So how's your day going?
I know, yeah, we might eventually see this turn end. I just, honestly, while we've got time...
Yeah.
What was the reason for not playing the Malagos there? I feel like at worst it's a 2-8 to start killing some minions.
I mean...
Or at least lowering the health on board.
You know, I guess pretty obviously the answer is he felt like he needed the value of the Malagos spell in order to swing his way back into this game. Like, he needed to draw a dragon over the next couple of turns and then use the Malagos spell to be able to come back into it, but... he just had a very poor opening hand. I think the game really hinged on that decision of whether he wanted to contest the Bomb Wrangler or not, or wait for the use. As soon as he committed to that line, be it rightly or wrongly, I'm going to sit on the fence on this one because Raven did make a compelling argument, as much as I do disagree with it on the surface. But I think the one thing that is safe to say is I think that's probably decided the outcome of this game.
Yeah. Well, Viper down to 11. He does have Nova to buy some time, but the problem is time is ticking towards that Grom, and with only 12 cards left, Tice is getting progressively closer to those inner rages as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I wonder if that fortifies the point of the ooze as well, because Viper is running a sticky finger, so he's actually running double weapon removal, plus a Zephyrus, obviously.
Sure.
Viper there using the Ray of Frost, although they can do damage with the Nova, this buys in multiple turns of stall and still gets to ping off that, or at least start pinging off that Armor Smith. God, it's so funny just that, like, an inner rage at multiple points in this game would have just been insane for Tice, and you just cannot find it. Inner rage would be lethal that turn. Inner rage earlier on with a Bomb Wrangler or with a Terran would be huge. Like, it's so many turns.
Inner Rage is still lethal next turn as well.
Yep,
It will continue to be so for the rest of the game.
Yep.
It's just a good card. Dragon in hand now for the Malagos, based on the Alexstrasza from the last turn. It's looking like it might just have to be a straight-up Frost Nova turn here. He can pair that with the Cobalt Sticky Finger to remove that 3 damage as well, because otherwise he is just dead straight up to Korkron on its own. No boards? Actually, no, there is board space, right?
Wait,
that's just
what?
lethal. Risky Skipper, Korkron, to get the Korkron damage.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, because the AoE will clear the board off.
The AoE will clear him 2 spots, so he has 3 spots in total, which is what he needs.
And he has the exact mana. I think Tice has got there.
Yep.
If he's playing this Skipper, then he's got lethal.
Yep.
Just take a second just to stare at, because, you know, you're generally used to a frozen board not going away. But yeah, Tice is going Skipper Korkron. I think he sees it. Tice has done this enough times.
Your flaws are your
But I do like him taking his time. There are points where with this deck, sometimes you don't consider all the implications of Skipper, and suddenly the minion you wanted to use dies, and you're like, oh no, what just happened? But Tice going to take the victory with his warrior there over Viper. Viper's made struggling once again, and almost, like you said, after that ooze turn, felt like Viper didn't really get to play the game for the majority of it there, just taking hit after hit, and Tice just drawing all the cards in the world and cleaning that one up. But again, Tice, just on surface level, has been left with such a powerful set of decks, Demon Hunter, Warrior, and now he has his Rogue as well. It just looks hard for Viper to win against this. Tice has got 3 goes with this Rogue, and he has the questing list, which I think is going to look very, very good versus Viper's lineup.
Yeah, it might well do. And I think, you know, quibbles over ooze or not aside, I think that's more, you know, the bigger question mark I have this week for Viper is just the macro line of the lineup that he's brought, just being filled out of choice with, you know, kind of tier 2 decks because he feels like he doesn't want to get targeted by other things, which I think is an unusual strategy to say the least. But yeah, very nicely done from Tice's side. Again, with the pressure on him, he is the one player out of any in this tournament that I would expect to be able to just laugh off the pressure because, you know, firstly, he's just such a positive guy and he knows that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, he's happy and he's healthy and he's got a great stream, and I'm sure that's how he's going to look at things, even if he does end up getting relegated. But secondly, he just has such an incredible competitive pedigree of having to play in high pressure situations that, as you said, executed very well at the end. You know, it took me a second to go, oh, it's lethal. No, it isn't. Wait, yes, it is, because he plays his own board space. So, you know, Tice going through that exact same thought process and doing it a bit slower because he's the player in the hot seat right now. Yeah, like, yeah, absolutely. Take your time.
Never a problem. But yeah, I do agree. Like, although I'm sure players with tons of experience, you still get nervous over matches. There's still that moment, when you sit down ready to play. But Tice has just been in, so many high-level, top ends of tournaments, whether he's winning them or in finals or whatever, of some of the biggest tournaments, if not the biggest tournaments in the world. And he's been doing it for years. So, yeah, I think if there's anyone who's not going to get overly flustered, it's probably Tice right now. Viper going for the mage once again, though. Just saying, well, got to win with it. May as well queue it one more time and see what happens. Tice, on the other hand, with this rogue, I did mention it is the quest adventurer. And are you more on board with the secret package because of the quest adventurer, Soto?
Am I more on board with the secret package because of the questing adventure? Yeah, I think so. I think that probably makes sense. There's more ways in this version of the deck to, reliably draw cards, I guess I'd say, with dirty tricks. You're playing two copies of
prep
that.
as well.
Yeah, the cheeky prep that you get in there as well, which goes alongside secrets very nicely because they all cost 2, and 2-cost spells is not really something that Rogue has had access to in great hordes. We've seen like Shiv get played in decks just so you have something that's a properly efficient prep target since the nerf. So yeah, I think if you want to fit questing adventurers in, the secret list probably does make more sense than the stealth.
Okay. I just wondered if that was enough to persuade you.
Well, they also cut Bamboozle, which I'm more on board with because that card sucks. So I mean, I'm on board now.
I think I'm going to cut one quest adventure for a Bamboozle.
Yeah. Imagine playing Bamboozle in your questing adventurer Edwin deck. Yeah. Like, what are you doing?
They'll never expect it.
That's true. If one thing's certain in that scenario, your secrets would be a secret. They would be surprised.
And you would bamboozle your opponent.
Yeah.
In every way of the word. So far now, Viper does have another extremely high cost hand here. With that Reno, the box in hand. Although Rolling Fireball does get a fairly consistent job done versus Rogue. Maybe excluding an incredibly early questing or Van Cleave. But normally the Rolling Fireball clears up a significant portion of the board if it's played around that turn 5 spot.
Wow. Viper's whole hand plus a coin with a Twilight Drake in hand just goes into taking out the ambush. But yeah, what real choice did he have in that scenario, right? Tice, if he wants, can just put him straight back in the same situation.
Yeah, and you've got to say, if Viper just did that, then surely it's just always worth it, right? Because Viper just basically said, I need to play this minion next turn, or I really want to. So then just say, well, now if you play it, your deepest nightmares are coming true.
I think this turn's just dagger? I might be getting greedy here, but I'm really trying to scam a Togwaggle on curve here. I think it's very, very possible. If you dagger up, right, the mage is not going to be removing your evil miscreant this turn. So next turn you can then evolve it and Witchy Lackey your evolve Lackey. And then are they really, with no minion in play, which they won't have, by the way, because you have an ambush token that's going to kill their minion, are they in any way capable of dealing with that board so you can't just jam Togwaggle on curve?
Not realistically, no.
Things changed because we drew Shield of Galakrond, but I think Tice might have had a piece of that thought in his mind as well.
Yeah, and the things that do clear the board, the strange things, right? Like Breath into X. But again, you're not really setting up to deal with that, right?
Right.
Still looking really good for Tice.
It is. Oh, look at this Evolve Lackey value now.
Huh.
Gotta be.
It's gonna go for it. Okay. I was just for a second there staring at the Kronks.
Yeah, I think, you're certainly going to get Togwaggle into draw 3 at some point, so I think you want to wait and try and draw your Galakron naturally for a few more turns before you start dropping Kronks. Plus,
and if you told me you were going to get a Yeti, then
exactly.
I would change my decision.
You just have a turn that develops like about equal power on average anyway, right?
Sure.
So it seems fine. Chillwind
Viper
Yeti.
does not.
The card
Viper
from Tice's competitive era, Raven.
Yeah. No Blizzard, and you just saw the Rolling Fireball means this Yeti is very safe. But are we safe, Sottle? That's my question. Are we safe from having to deal with Yogg boxes?
Yeah, the Dragon Draw. now means for Viper, all things are possible. Quite literally.
And it has to be a box turn, because Deep Freeze gets punished so hard by Flick that this isn't even like, oh, why is he playing box? He didn't need to. He has to. If he Deep Freezes and Flick comes down, he just loses the game. Okay, well, that's a lot of cards. Oh, jeez.
My hand was too full.
For some reason, that felt like it cast 100 spells, not 10. I don't know why, that felt like the longest box I've watched for a while. A lot of card draw there from Viper, but I think most importantly, he got to reset the board. He did whiff on the generating a board himself, which is a shame. He did burn his Caligos and now his Malygos, but he does still have more than enough cards to win the game with if he can stop this pressure turns from Ties.
0 geese available for Viper this game.
Winds of the south, come to my aid.
Tice knows the Holy Wrath dealt 7, which I'm pretty sure just always means that this card is in hand for Viper, but Tice just perfectly happy to see it with the power of the turn that he gets out of dropping his Togwaggle.
Yeah, there was very little that could happen that would, I think, make Tice too upset, really, because Wand is just so good and he's under 0 pressure right now.
I lied! This is Viper! It could have been Antonidas and not Siamat!
That's true.
In a normal mage list, you would know your opponent had Siamat there.
Maybe that's the reason. Playing around to the box, casting Holy Wrath, revealing a 7 cost, and having it to a 1 or the other.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's all coming together.
No real powerhouse draws off the wand here, though, for Tice. Still no Galakron in sight. 3 invokes down now.
Also, only 2 secrets, I believe, left for Tice, both of which are the dirty tricks.
Correct, yeah.
But there's always that, although the wand wasn't that powerful, there's always just the fact you drew 3 cards, so you are getting to those powerful cards a little bit quicker anyway. Of course, you would like the big outcomes, but still, digging pretty deep in the deck right now.
Wow, you are leaving some pretty big Conjurer's Calling options for your opponent there. 7-drop in play. And a value trade available. Viper actually did have Conjurer's Calling available, and then chose not to go for it. I think Tice has decided enough is enough. He just wants his Galakron in his hand.
He also has the really good combo, right, of Kronks with Rush Lackey, which is one of the really good ways you can play Kronks as like a plain minion to a certain extent.
Yep. And
why not? Needs the hand space.
Fully invoked now based off the previous turn.
Saying that, does he? Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I didn't see the Kobold Lackey. I was working out whether it's actually better to just put a rush on the 1/1, just to trade into the Siamat and maybe go a different route with the Kronks. But he does have that Kobold Lackey to just ping off the Siamat anyway.
Even then, you'd like rush your Mermy or something from hand, right? If you wanted to do that.
Is he considering Dirty Tricks and Bounce? I think as well. But then that does draw more cards, which is what he doesn't want to do if he wants to play Galakron next turn.
Correct.
So,
forcing Viper to take this 3 damage from the Cobalt Sand Trooper. You will take it.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a scrappy turn there from Tice, but he does have to make room for this Galakron play next. And the Galakron, as you mentioned, is fully invoked, which means weapon, which means 4 0-cost cards. So I don't mind this. And just a reminder, Tice still has those Quested Adventurers in his deck. They're still there. Oh, we can just bounce the Doomsday, no problemo. Oh.
He can, but there's no real board space right now for Tice to really be developing a powerhouse turn. Coming off this Galakron drawing the 0s. Alright.
Maybe flick the Doomsayer and then save the secret for Hana next turn? Potentially. Because surely, although the board isn't mega threatening, surely he doesn't want to just give Viper a turn, does he?
Right, it's just like Dragon Queen Alexstrasza go on the other side at that point. Like, that doesn't seem ideal for sure.
There's a 7-3 Krunks there as well, which, you know, like, needs to be dealt with.
Prep secret stunner? Interesting, okay.
Wow. All this without the Questing Adventurer.
Mm-hmm. Just rips the eye for an eye. As the Paladin secret, of course, he might as well because it's free. It's the only way he was really realistically spending one extra mana that turn, so it's just a free effect.
And he gets to re-roll into another secret that isn't a Paladin secret, which are normally the weaker ones.
And Viper says, no, absolutely not. I will not take that 3 damage from your Cobalt Sand Trooper at any point this game.
Give me a
Maybe Viper's Conjurer's Corn is finally going to come into play here.
Yeah, I think it's actually a big part of the reason why that dynamic I was talking about happened on the previous turn, where Tice was happy to leave Conjurer's Calling options for his opponent, and Viper was happy not to use the Conjurer's Calling because he knows how important it can be against big old Edwins and big old Questing Explorers coming down on the other side that he doesn't have any other answer for.
That's it, isn't it? When it goes from specifically Edwin to 3 cards in your opponent's deck you're scared of for that way, I think it is worth considering a lot more.
And even though the Rogue has drawn the customary 7 cards in this matchup from the Togwaggle and the Kronks, Togwaggle and the Galacrond, all of those card draws from Viper on the box turn has meant this is actually still relatively level on fatigue.
There's a huge difference between Rogue having Kronks and not, though, isn't there?
Yep.
I feel like it's the more we watch Rogue, the more we see Kronks as actually the game-winning or game-ending card. Did it just cast an Ice Barrier again?
It did, yeah.
Or is this the game-ending card? Antonidas.
Life and hope of Wolf Fighting.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Murazon?
Is that just a... It just plays it normal, doesn't it? It would be funny, though.
I mean, he still gets, like, all the secrets and a bunch of 1/1s and stuff. Like, it's pretty good. It's not a defensive option.
I'm just surprised, though, because Viper didn't go all in on this, but the second he didn't get a dragon that deals with this,
It's pretty all
Questing,
in.
he's
Yeah.
just dead, right?
Yeah, it's pretty all in. So
I mean,
he's
just
at
the fact that Rogue has lackeys means that you're probably just dead from this questing.
14, 16, 17, 20. Yeah, it's like infinite damage. It's so much more than 26.
What about?
Tice there, just doing his due diligence, just going for the attack that can do the most damage.
You might need that to backstab one of your own guys, Tice. Not entirely sure. I'm going to trust
Got
you.
a cold blood though.
Yep.
And he can bounce. He can use the Blackjack Stone to bounce one of his own guys.
That's true, yeah.
Maybe
But that's the problem. Like, he doesn't have the board.
He can flick his own kobold lackeys.
Flick his own kobold lackeys. Yeah, sure. Because this is the problem, right? He already missed 1 damage to face by trading a minion. That minion could have gone face, and then he backstabbed his own minion, and that's already 1 extra damage. He does flick his own kobold lackeys. This is great.
You need to backstab your own minion, Sol,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, it was just infinity damage. I think Tice got a little bit messy with how he executed it, but there was so much damage over that it was so unlikely to matter at the end. And that, I believe, with a very clean 3-0, now means that Tice has secured himself a spot in the relegation bracket, which, if you don't follow GM too closely, and you're from Tice's stream and he's told you, hey guys, you really want to watch this week because it's super important, like my whole fate is decided. Why are we so happy that he's in the relegation bracket? Well, the alternative is that he was instantly relegated with no recourse. So at least now, Tice still gets to play for his survival in Grandmasters.
Yeah, and once again, it's kind of like we said, right? If we're talking about this match is good for, or today's good for a lot of these players that are in a rough spot because they get to play and win to help impact the outcome of what happens to them. It's the same for relegation. Tice isn't 100% safe yet, but now he plays next week. And if he wins next week, he is safe because in that relegation bracket, if you win once, you're safe. If you lose, well, it depends where you place there, but basically from Division B, you need to win. But if you just win that once, you're safe. You're in Grandmasters again, as only one player gets relegated from the relegation bracket. So there's that person who just loses will get chucked out, and the winners all stay. So there's a good chance again that Tice has all this to do himself for next week. So nice there to see Tice just pick up a clean 3-0. But honestly, you just can't ignore the strength of the lineup post-ban, right? Tice just had 3 incredibly strong decks as far as I'm concerned, and they all won. I am not even that surprised. Viper, great player. Tice, great player. So if you're going to do that, then the strong lineup does win a lot of the time. So that was just our match there, match number 2. We are going to have Casey and Zim come up next. And we're going to go back to double warrior Bansottle. And we are going to dive into Quest Warlock as well, as Zim is playing.
Zim is indeed, yeah. Quest Warlock is a little bit thin on the ground today compared to what we've been seeing. We're not actually the most popular region for it. I'm used to, when an innovation comes into the metagame, it's normally Europe where we see the most of it, APAC the least, and America's in the middle. I generally characterize it like that, but actually America's has the vast majority of the Quest Warlocks in GM this week. I believe 12, maybe 14, can't remember the exact number of the America's GMs have brought Quest Warlock this week, whereas we have significantly less than that. But Zim does seem to show a tendency for these kind of elaborate combo decks in his lineup. He relied on OTK Demon Hunter for longer than anyone else did once the nerf started coming in, and now here he is on his Quest Warlock, which has certainly seen some questionable play from multiple people. It's certainly seen a questionable win rate across the board in GM, and now Zim basically has a head-to-head playoff now with Casey for who is going to find their way into that final playoff spot or playoffs play-in spot, depending on how you want to characterize it. One of these players will face the relegation bracket. One of them will finish in the top 4 of Division B.
Yeah, so yet again, shock horror, guys. It's another must-win match for the players involved. It's a theme throughout the day, as you may have noticed. But I will say, for Casey's lineup, I think this might be the lineup, as well as the actual deck building itself, I like the most this weekend. I like the Highlander Hunter. I think his build of Highlander Hunter is good. And then the Demon Hunter Warrior tick those boxes. And then this Quest Adventurer Rogue. This just looks like, for me, the lineup, especially if you don't want to risk it on the Quest Warlock. But yeah, for me, I think Casey's just nailed it this weekend.
And there you see the lineup that Raven thinks is nailing it so comfortably, and you can see why just from that bottom right card. That alone will give you 10 out of 10 rating from Raven, as long as you put that Grand Slam in your Highlander Hunter. But yeah, I agree with you. I think the secret build is very nice. It's clearly a build that Casey is very proud of, very happy with, very comfortable with, because he's been tweeting a whole bunch about it, retweeting everyone else's successes with the build of the deck as well. Whereas from Zim's side, we can see a few more questionable decks. I am certainly Team Quest Warlock, but the stats don't often lie, and it has been receiving quite a beating this week. I am certainly not Team Spell Druid. I think that deck just kind of sucks in the current metagame.
Yep, Sol also proving that he has all the dust in the world as Druid, by far the cheapest on that screen. Compared to the Demon Hunter and especially the Quest Warlock. At least it's not Highlander Mage. But yeah, I again, this is also just part of the point of me talking about Casey's lineup looked super strong, because to me, there are no questionable decks. There are no, I'm not sure about that. The builds are good, the decks are good, the archetypes are good. Whereas for Zim, again, Quest Warlock not really doing it. And I don't think I'll ever decide about Druid, because, again, half the pros I look at on Twitter are saying it's trash, but pros from every region of Grandmasters keep submitting it. So it's one of those things, I just don't know who to believe at this point. I've played it, and my description of the deck from my experience and from what we've seen is you either just like Omega win, or you just get dumpstered. And maybe that's just the way people want to play. You take a deck that just has a chance that if you do get the strong hands, you can just destroy everyone. But the second you whiff on only a few of those threats that are actually in the deck, the Glowfly, the Mount Seller, the Ysera, if you just whiff on any of those, well, your deck does nothing because you hold the rest of your other cards are built around those 3 threats. So it's going to be exciting to see how it continues to perform or not as we go into this series. But overall, I think Casey's put himself in a good spot.
Yeah, I managed to start an argument last night about Druid as I tweeted that I thought Spell Druid was a skip. RDU then told me that it was better than Warlock, and then a bunch of America's GMs came in and said that was nonsense. Warlock was great and Druid sucked. Then Brian Kibler just came in and dunked on everyone and rode Shiro off into the night sky at the end of it all, and I think that was pretty much the end of it.
Why did he go in and say, actually, Libram Paladin's the best, and I won't have anything else said? I didn't see it, actually. I didn't
genuinely one of Brian Kibler's best tweets ever. It's actually great.
Okay.
You should check it out.
I'll catch up on it on the break. I won't do it now, but on the break I'll read it. But yeah, for now, as I was just saying, I think Casey is just in a strong spot. Very similar to just the previous match, where to me, just looking at lineups, when your GM life is on the line, if you just have what appears to be a stronger lineup than your opponent, you are just more favored in my book. I'll keep it simple. And this is what I think this story says here for Casey and Zim. And I do think Casey's very much been on the upward trend of performance recently, whereas Zim maybe not so much. And I do think there is a certain level of, well, if you keep losing a lot, you are going to feel worse and maybe play worse. But if, as Casey is now, is on that upward sort of spiral, which means he has been improving and performing better over time, then he's still flying high on that. Okay, I've recovered, and if I can win this match from what looked like a dire start to the season, he is safe.
Yeah, my only question mark is Casey's mentality based on yesterday. Because, of course, Casey went through the ringer yesterday. He actually had Viper playing a match essentially on his behalf, the match that could make him safe without him even needing to play today. Viper lost that match in shocking circumstances with the rope burning out and the cards not being played. And Casey was even tweeting at the time saying watching someone else play games that matter for you is so much worse than playing them yourself. So, the only thing I would worry about, from a mental position is, whether he's recovered from whatever he went through yesterday, obviously going through the ringer of emotions. But again, the mentality, of course, should be whether you chose to watch that matchup or not. I think you should just come in with the mentality of, no matter what happens here, my job is in my hands and I just have to beat Zim tomorrow and then job done.
And for me, we've talked about it, but that's definitely the mental state these players have to be in. And just before we get into game number 1, I believe the players are diving in right now. Okay, they're actually already in. Never mind. I take it all back. I'll save that talking point for a little bit later.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be it's an interesting one, but it's going to be a Demon Hunter mirror for now. So forgo what I was going to say. Let's get into this one. It seems fairly even so far with a Battle Fiend apiece.
I also wonder, I have a suspicion that Zim might be exactly the kind of player that can get sucked into playing Casey speed.
I can see that.
I just feel like one or two players have just been a little bit guilty of just falling into Casey's natural pace and just being sped up throughout the game.
Now, though, Casey has one of those Demon Hunter hands that is just gonna... It's always a double-edged sword, I feel, because it's a hand that isn't hyper-aggressive right now, but it's got all of your best cards in it. So can you be that upset? You know what I mean? Like, you've got a Warglaves on curve, maybe early with the coin if he wants it. The Skull of Gul'dan is in the far left, which means as and when it is live for its full powerful effect. So although this is a bit of a struggle for the early game for Casey, once that mid game kicks in, maybe it's just so overwhelmingly powerful that he's still going to be happy with it.
And I don't want to say I told you so, Raven, but I told you so already. That card just came onto the board before we even saw it in Zim's hand, and he's played every turn at that speed so far. I like already now that he's just slowing down, considering where he wants these attacks to go. Is the value trade relevant?
And, I'll put it out there right now. I'm okay with you telling me I told you so if it's not something I was even arguing against you with.
Yeah,
so you can tell me I told you so all you want. That's absolutely fine on my end.
No one is on the other side of this issue.
So coin into Warglaves, one obviously uses up the coin, but it does just clean up this Kane pretty efficiently. And then there's Kane with Sidekick next turn for Casey. Do you think that's a good way round to do it?
I can see it, but I think it's just a Warglaives turn. Yeah.
Wait, that's what I said.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said the other way around. Okay.
No.
This...
Coin into Warglaives to clear up the Kane, then there's Kane into Sidekick the turn after, which bridges the gap for the skull. Yes,
yeah,
okay.
for sure. This is the way I like it, yeah.
I told you so.
Jeez, I told you so.
On the other hand, though, Zim's cards do not line up quite as well as Casey's do for the mid-game. If he plays this Metamorphosis, for one, he kind of does need to get it out the way for the Skull of Gul'dan to be playable, unless he wants to go the other way and maybe just empty the right side. But that's so hard to do in the near future. So if he does play Metamorphosis now, though, it's just meta and pass. But there's not much else that looks even remotely good enough. At least this kind of plays around the Warglaives. Just don't play a minion to trade into.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's an outside world where you make a 4/4 Altruist just to have something in play, and just, you know, it pushes a bunch of damage to your opponent's face if they have to smash Warglaives into it, but that's pretty ridiculous, all things considered.
And the problem is, it only really pushes 4 because they can just hero power, right?
Exactly.
Which is the big problem.
Yeah.
If it was against a non-weapon turn, then yeah, maybe in some worlds it gets there, but now this Kane 7 health is a lot against Demon Hunter.
It is. And with the hand that Zim has, it doesn't look like he has the right to go face here. Can put Casey to 11. Oh, maybe he actually does. I'm forgetting that there's still 2 charges of this hero power left, right? So used to it being used immediately on the turn it's played. So he has 10 from this, 3 from the Warglaives, and then Altruist for lethal on the following turn with 3 more from the Warglaives. Yeah.
What if he...
I think he just goes face.
What if he... Well, if he's going to set up next turn, then is it ever worth to just... Oh, I guess he wants the second slice for the Altruist. I was wondering whether you go second slice, 2 swings into the Kane, 1 swing into the face for 4, and then he still has another swing the turn after.
Alas, poor warlock.
Oh,
See his weakness.
it's okay. In case he would have really minded an eye beam there.
We're with you.
So now, unless this card on the right is like Skull of Gul'dan or something ridiculous, nah, he's chilling.
He can only do 2 AoE, and that means he doesn't get to hero power if that's the case. If the Frozen Shadow Weaver was a 2-drop or less, this turn would look significantly better.
I grow impatient.
Oh, this is only a second slice as well.
Right. That's what I mean. He can only actually do 2 Altruist Blades.
Oh, that's disgusting! I thought it had to be a way worse draw than a Frozen Shadow Weaver to mess with him. But no, there was actually a significant amount of draws that did give him problems.
It needs it to be 2 or less, right? So he could actually play them and still use the hero power.
Right.
Because if it was just a 2-drop, he could hero power the Kane and then Altruist go, and that's enough to get there. Whereas it's just not now because he can't hero. Ooh, sorry, I punched my mic. He can't hero power as well.
Is it cold in the shadows?
Disaster.
Oof. So he's just gonna hope he doesn't die and say, okay, well, Altruist has to be better the turn after.
He's just dead to Gladebound though.
Yeah. Get ready for the fist bumps from Casey.
No, business mode for Casey.
Yeah, fair enough.
He knows there's a long way to go. This is just a Demon Hunter mirror. Both players' safety still very much on the line here. And yes, you can see it's bothering Zim. That was an unfortunate turn of events with, what, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cards still remaining that cost 2 or less at that point. Actually, more than that, I didn't count the I-beams because they would also cost 2 or less at that point.
Yep, they would.
To be able to get through. So even more outs, and still he hit one of the most expensive cards in his deck to be able to block it. But yeah, actually readjusting because I wasn't looking at those last 2 turns correctly. I was thinking Zim's lethal outs were far more secure than they were when I was like, yeah, okay, he just goes face. This looks great. Maybe, tiny outside chance maybe he had to consider that his lethal wasn't as secure as he thought it was either. But again, when you break down those odds and it's 14, 15 outs in your deck that give you lethal on the following turn, pretty solid. I think the way he played it is pretty fine.
It's also tough as well because one of the different routes he could have taken was trading through that cane and still pushing damage to face. He still kind of set up the same thing, but obviously he takes more damage at that point, and he drew Shadow Weaver to freeze the cane anyway, so it wouldn't have made too much of a difference just because of the mana cost of the turn and what was available there. So unfortunately there for Zim, but Casey does take the first win of this series and the much needed win that is. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up our game number 2 between Casey and Zim, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You know, if you could give me something from the answers, that would really help me out, you know?
Oh.
Whenever you're ready. Welcome, everybody. My name is Sotul, joined by Colento. I'm sure this is going to be an incredibly insightful interview. Got tons of just incredible questions here provided to me by the production team. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of information out of my friend here. So, Colento, what is your happiest Hearthstone memory?
Probably Y-Game House Cup, I guess.
Great, I'm presuming you won that?
Of course.
So just soldier on through. When did you start playing Hearthstone? Wonderful, really learning a lot right now. What's your favorite part about Hearthstone?
I like how I can be asked dumb questions when I'm being interviewed.
Yep, expected. Who is your favorite Hearthstone caster?
Probably not you.
Really? Like, do you really want me to... All right, we're gonna get through this. Who is your best friend in Hearthstone? Any positivity? Can you pick one that you do like?
No.
We are back and ready to continue our series between Casey and Zim. Casey taking a quick win there in that Demon Hunter matchup. Looking pretty close, but still it's a must-need win there. He has Hunter and Rogue left over against Zim's whole lineup. But with all the questions we've had over Quest, Warlock and Druid this week, maybe now is not the time for Zim's life to be on the line with 2 out of the 3 being decks there. It's pretty scary, I think, if I was Zim right now.
It is, and I talked about it a little bit earlier, but
a lot of the time when you're playing Druid, you would feel like you have a pretty good matchup going into the Rogue. But again, this ability for questing adventurers to just come down early in the Rogue and just scam you out of the game does improve the matchup, I think, for the Rogue quite significantly, because they just can't be answered. If you can get them down early, turn 3, turn 4, if you're on coin and you get them down as a 4/4 initially, how does Druid deal with that? They're going to have to throw multiple spells at it, one of them being a Bog Beam that they pay for a lot of the time. So yeah, I think even then, the Druid for Zim might be even worse positioned in this series than we've seen it in some others.
Yeah, and funnily enough, even in the worlds where those spells are available and played to kill a questing, well then Glowfly is way worse, if not ignorable at that point, right? Which means Glowfly is one of the cards that Rogue struggles the most against Druid, because it's the early point in which it comes down versus Rogue not really having a strong board by that point in the game. That's one of the problems. So even if a questing soaks up some cards early on, and we do see there's a questing and a Shadow Step there, it does mean that it can be a huge problem. But this is going to be against Demon Hunter, of course, so a slightly different matchup, but still doesn't remove the fact that Quested Adventure with a backstab and potential Shadow Step is extremely powerful.
Yeah, this hand is looking pretty absurd for Casey from this matchup. He has the Ferrocat on the play, he's following that up with a backstab, and then he has one of the best reborn minions you can pull, really, when you're looking to clear boards early on. And then factor in Questing Adventurer Shadow Step alongside that.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong here for Casey. How do you feel about this matchup in general? I know we talked about the questions, of course, but do you still think Zim's or Demon Hunter on average does win this?
I'm not as convinced. I've really ridden the roller coaster on this matchup throughout Grandmasters. Yeah. I started off saying it was Rogue favored ever so slightly. Then when I saw the full impact of what Beaming Sidekicks did in the matchup, I was like, yeah, okay, fine. You guys were right. It's Demon Hunter favored. That's fine. But now with the Questing Adventurers coming in, I think, potentially that ability to create a huge board swing early on. I don't know whether this is the matchup for it. There's certain hands like the one we're looking at where it can certainly have a huge impact. But I think in general against Demon Hunter, maybe the card is just a little bit slow and clunky to be having a big impact.
Okay.
But it certainly looks like it's going to be pretty game winning right now.
Especially the fact that the poison from the ambush just clears up the buff on the Battlemaster means that there's just nothing to fight back with here for Zim. Vulpera into Consume Magic.
Okay, I'm interested.
Even to a certain extent, Mana Burn does a certain level of work against questing. Twin Slice helps.
Nothing?
Well, he can Twin Slice into Gladebound next turn.
He can. That's assuming there aren't just, a bunch of other minions that he also has to deal with. It answers one problem. It's the biggest problem, certainly.
Yep. And honestly, I think with Casey's turns, there are the reborn minions to consider, which is the problem. But are you really going to be seeing a lot more minions next turn? I think that's you've probably seen one, honestly.
Even now, Zim has to tank 5 more to kill this. And there's just another 6 being left on board after the Gladebound turn. And the hits are just going to keep on coming. Casey can just happily respond to this. He just poisons the 6/4 and just plays 2 more minions and goes face again.
I did actually wonder if last turn Zim could have used a Twin Slice to kill off the ambush minion.
That's a great point, actually. Yeah, he probably should have done. Yeah, he absolutely should have done.
5 from and again, are you expecting much more from the questing?
Right.
It's a fair, because if they played 1 extra card, the questing's then too big to kill.
Yeah.
But the poison lives, which then just kills your Gladebound. So it's tough. It's tough. It's something he could have done, though.
Yeah, I will walk back my statement slightly. I don't think it's just a straight up obvious thing to do, but I think probably your out is to do that and then just say, sorry, Casey, you can only play 1 card next turn. If you can play 2 cards, I'm dead. Good game.
Yeah, you've seen Ferrocat, you've seen Shadow Step, you've seen Backstab. Like how many more low cost cards is he actually going to have, right?
Right. Zim does find a creative line here to allow himself not to take the additional damage from the questing, but in a weird way, he just does take the additional damage from the questing because he got hit by it again on the following turn. But he does create, I guess, more of a swing on the board by not playing his Gladebound Adept into the poisonous minion.
Right, that's it, right? To just play it and just die.
Right.
Could have actually just lost him, or put him in a worse spot in the long run.
Oh, Casey, where have you been all my life? Why can't everyone play Hearthstone like this?
Yeah, huge win for Game 2 there for Casey, going up 2-0 in mere minutes. But again, and yes, he had questing. Yes, he had the good support cards for it, of course. But questing is in the deck, right? Like, it's been put in by a lot of these players, and it's been highly rated by a lot of these rogue masters. And I would say Casey is one of the rogue specialists that we have right now. So even though it looked like it was just a blowout, oh, we got the best opening hand, he put the card in the deck to do that with, and it paid off for him. And now he only has Hunter left, and you know what I think about the Hunter-Warlock matchup. Never mind about the other two that they could play a little bit harder, but still, the fact that Casey has 3 goes at this with, I think, a very solid Highlander Hunter list just gives me the utmost confidence that Casey does have this versus Zim.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, because I think these are 3 inherently winnable matchups. You know, I don't think any of them are 65% plus favored for the deck for the Highlander Hunter. You know, the Druid still has outs; they still have curves that no one can really beat, and Glowfly Swarm is an incredibly difficult card for Hunter to deal with if they don't draw Zephyrus. Demon Hunter, of course, I think Demon Hunter is favored in that matchup, generally agreed upon, and then Quest Warlock. You think it's much more unfavored than I do. I do agree that it's an unfavorable, but I think it's a slight unfavorable. For the Quest Warlock, I think the right combination of early Dark Skies plus timely healing can get you there very nicely. But yeah, of course, Casey, just by the pure factor of being 2-0 ahead in the series and only having 1 deck left to win with, is an enormous favourite. Even if he did have the massive 65% unfavourables, he would be favourite to win the series. So the fact that it's 3 slight favourables or 2 slight favourables and a slight unfavourable, he's still in a wonderful position to win this series and, most importantly, secure his safety.
Yeah, and I will say as well, just looking at Zim's Quest Warlock specifically, he is running a Swampoos in there, which is a big deal against Hunter, because you know as well as I do that the strength of Stormhammer in any matchup where just consistent damage is important, and yeah, so that is a huge deal, potentially game winning. So we'll see how and if that even gets played out today. But so far, you can take a look at Casey's Highlander Hunter list, and I said this, but I'll reiterate. Just a good list, honestly. There's a couple of cards that you could change and swap out, but I think overall, this is looking more and more likely to just be the good list and the go-to for the deck, with not really tons of tech cards, but even the Ooze in there himself means he's got some of the extra game versus Demon Hunter as well. So yeah, I think overall, just a very, very solid list from Casey, and all these secret shenanigans we see from some of the other players.
Yeah, I think, this, to me, if you're going to play Nagrand Slam, this is the list that you should be making. Because my concern with Nagrand Slam and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza in the deck is that you just have too many dead cards in your hand in the early and mid game that are unplayable. But the way this list is built, with extra cards coming in like Bone Chewer Brawler, it's 20 cards that cost 3 or less, and then just a few bombs at the end. So it kind of works the way you want it to, where you have a very smooth curve through the early and mid game, and then because you have 2 huge bombs in Dragon Queen, Alexstrasza, and Nagrand Slam, you don't find yourself running out of stuff to do because you hit one of those big bombs very consistently.
Yeah, that's it. I honestly just think the ratio of mana cost cards in Highlander Hunter and in this, this kind of build specifically, just feels so smooth, right? There aren't that many hard whiffs, and your mulligan is just so consistent because, as you mentioned, there's just so many low cost cards in the deck. But on the other side of the board, we are going to see Zim on his Demon Hunter once again, and again, this is a fairly standard build, just almost all the 2 orbs, the 1 Sightless Watcher in there because the way the legendaries work, of course, but nothing too crazy. Zim not really venturing into the questions of whether actually Sigil Runner is good enough to actually make it in the deck, or whether Mana Burns have their spot in the list. Zim just going for no, I'm just going to play the most consistent 2-of list here.
Yeah, seems accurate. We've seen some players going with particularly wacky cards like Blowtorch Saboteurs, for example, in their Demon Hunter to really shut down some of the Demon Hunter mirrors, I guess. Denying that hero power is huge if they have to pay 3 for it, and a little auxiliary benefit maybe in the Warlock matchup. Just really even the fact that it's an extra 4 health minion in your deck more than anything else, which is actually pretty important against a lot of their AoE. But yeah, this is what I would call probably just the core list of Demon Hunter right now with the 2 Volpira Scoundrels, 1 Sightless Watcher. This is what we're seeing more often than not.
Yep, if you are either just getting into Demon Hunter or want to give it a try after watching, a list like that is what you want to look at, just starting from. You can make amends here and there based on what you're facing, but really, if you just want a good, solid, going to get the job done list, look at the one Zim submitted for this week. But yeah, I'm excited to see this. I always want to watch more Demon Hunter, and that might sound a bit weird because on the other side it's Hunter, which I obviously love, but Demon Hunter just continues to intrigue me, and honestly, I can't wait till next expansion, because it's the first expansion for Demon Hunter, if that makes sense. Because obviously you could argue this is just its core base release. So I'm excited to see the evolution because it's already so strong. Are we going to see maybe some more late game cards come into it to really power out those big demons that Demon Hunter has access to? Or are we going to see maybe even more aggression, and some of these games are going to really start picking up speed if Demon Hunter continues to be a powerhouse in the meta?
Yeah, I mean, it's potentially huge. I think that is the way it probably will end up going, where it's a matter of pushing other archetypes of Demon Hunter as we move forward, because I don't think, after the class has been so consistently tuned down time after time after time, that you then give it another enormously powerful set of aggro cards, right? And just push it right
I'd love
back
it,
to where
honestly.
was.
I'd love it.
I mean, I would love it too. I think we've continuously meta after meta, we've had outright aggro being underpowered, and I think it was about time that we had a bit of aggro dominance, even if it was short-lived in the initial weeks of Demon Hunter. But yeah, I think probably exploring other Demon Hunter archetypes is where we're going to go in the future. But you are certainly right in that it's an exciting time for the game in terms of where we're going to go with our 10th class.
Yeah, and maybe even just for you, Subtle, Quest Warlock gets some extra nice love, so it's going to be even more playable in the future. We'll have to find out. As I do enjoy the deck, I just think I'm either bad at it or the deck's just not quite as good as people think. So I'm going to go with the deck's just not quite as good as people think as the answer I want for that one. But we are just getting into the game. I believe the players are just making sure everything is ready. The admin's just making sure everything's up to scratch so we can make sure we finish out this series in the right way. But again, I will just reiterate, if Casey wins, he is safe in this Division B. And Sol, you correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
You are, in fact, correct, yes. This is essentially a winning into top 4 for both of these players to be avoiding all of the shenanigans completely. They will join... The winner of this series will join the other players on a 4-win record, which at this point I think is where Division B is capped out, with Viper picking up some losses towards the end, RDU finishing on that record as well. So one of these players, who both currently sit at 3 wins, can finish on 4 and just pull them out of the equation whatsoever. But I think importantly now, while we have a little bit of time, it's worth exploring the idea that based on the way the opening 2 matches have gone, where both of the players in peril picked up wins, that then makes the loser of this actually get dragged back down into the automatic relegation tussle. They are now no longer safe from that as well, based on the way those results have gone. So Europe, as always, is doing its best to give us the most complicated tiebreaker scenarios that we can possibly have going into the final day, because this is just what we do, Raven. You might not be used to it, but this is my 3rd time through now dealing with the most complicated tiebreaker shenanigans out of all 3 regions.
Right, and I think that'll really hit home once we get into the end of the day, because this is perfect timing, actually. This is what I wanted to talk about. Look at Division B, and yeah, there's obviously just still a few more matches to be played out, but look how close it is. So many players on 3 wins or 4 wins, and then obviously Colento at the bottom there on 2. But still, it's so close. And you just see the caliber of the players over the course of the weeks of round robin. On top of that, of course, the 3 weeks of Swiss we played right at the start of the season. But still, just incredible that it comes down to this. Unlike some of the other regions, or some of the even unlike Division A, where we see Felkane and Silvername on 2 and 5, Huntrace at the moment on only 2 wins. There's a bit more separation there, with Ball Control and Yala at the top achieving 5 wins. But in Division B, it's just a tussle, isn't it? All the way through the middle there, from almost just the bottom all the way to the top.
It is, yeah, and you can kind of see now with the graphical support a little bit better what I was talking about. Casey and Zim both at a 3-3 record, which means one of them gets to go to 4, and they're the only players still capable of going to 4, which means whoever does win is going to sit in that top 4 alongside the other players. From that point onwards, Tice, Pavel, Kalento, the loser of this series, are all going to be in a pretty much four-way tussle, although I believe Tice is now safe from direct relegation himself, although he is going to have to play out that relegation bracket.
Yep, it's all going to get spicy, not only just for the end of the day where we work out who are the auto-relegations, but there is another week of Hearthstone for the playoffs, the play-in, and the relegation bracket as well. So there's still tons of high-impact Hearthstone coming up next week. But for now, we are just going to go to a quick break. I think the players are just double-checking a few things to make sure everyone's good and ready to go for this next game. So we'll go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Mm. これってハースストーンに乗りたいって意味でいいのか
Okay, let me think.
노자리요. 긴 비행 중에 체력이 딸려도 그 생명력 잘 채워줄 것 같아가지고.
我应该会选那个死亡之翼吧，因为我觉得他那个动画特效特别酷，因为他骑上来应该也蛮酷的。
I'll choose Death Wing。ハースストーンのカードに乗るとしたらデスウィングに乗りたいですね。
デスウィングのことありましたけど。
I want to ride Isra because I think his human form is really beautiful.
Cool.
Alexstrasza 是红龙。为什么？因为我只有想到这一条龙啊。Rich Alexstrasza 两个吗 ？Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
We are back. Sorry for the slight delay there, just between this game, but we are just getting ready to go into the next one. Casey, though, just as we quickly review, is winning 2-0 versus Zim, and one more win is going to be fantastic for him as it does leave him safe. Whereas Zim, on the other hand, really needs to fight back. Pretty much every player you see today does need to win to create some level of safety or a chance at getting out of the danger zone for them.
Yeah, there is really... This is the most direct head-to-head, straight-up, just everything on the line matchup between that we're seeing today. I think everything else is a little bit one-sided, where one player is fighting for survival, one player is vying for safety. This is the matchup where it's just straight-up, head-to-head, both players in exactly the same position. It's weird to see like such a direct tie between two players. Because obviously they're both 3-3. Their tiebreaker 1 is 0 against each other because obviously tiebreaker 1 is head-to-head and they haven't played each other yet, so they're just tied on tiebreaker 1. And their tiebreaker 2s are incredibly level as well. So this really is just straight up a, winner goes through to the play-ins for the playoffs, and the loser, as I mentioned before the break, can actually now find themselves in real trouble, in direct relegation trouble, based on the way that the first two matches have played out, which wasn't even necessarily a realistic possibility at the start of the day. These players might have felt like it was a pretty binary situation between relegation bracket or the play into the playoffs, but now they've got the grim specter of relegation directly just looming right over their shoulder in this matchup.
Yeah, and also one of the strange things or implications we might end up seeing, but we'll have to really dig deep and dive into that later, is because these two players, as you said, are so like just directly facing each other of where they are in the bracket and everything, and tiebreakers is, well, the loser's tiebreaker kind of gets better because the opponent beat them, right? So yes. It's super weird to explain, but anyway, it means that the tiebreakers kind of alter as well, even after the game or match is over, and it might have some implications later on. But again, we'll dig into that much more as we stride towards the end of the day here in the European Grandmasters.
I promise you, Raven, 99% of the times anyone who's got tiebreaker calculations wrong over the last 3 GM seasons, that's the thing that they've missed, which is when a player loses directly to another player, that player then also gains +1 in their tiebreaker too for like some nonsense. It's ridiculous sometimes.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. But let's go into it again. Sorry for the slight delay. It's just been one of those days, unfortunately. But we are going into it. Casey 2-0 up versus Zim. Casey having his Hunter left over, and Zim going to queue his Demon Hunter once again.
So just this Hunter left to win with now. Battle Fiend does come down on curve here for Zim on the play. Huge start for him. We actually do see a lot of players here diverting and going Blazing Battle Mage first, but I think with the Umberwing curve, you are incentivized to be dropping the Battle Fiend first, and in response to that, Casey's going to decide to hold on to his Dwarven Sharpshooter. He would have loved to get that down ahead of the play if the 1-drop was missed from Zim, but it's not exactly something you can just play out into the Battle Fiend after the fact. He's really going to want to hold back on it and react to the board state with it on turn 3 potentially.
Yeah, and I would say as well, there is some thought pattern of, say, if there was a Desert Spear in hand for Casey, he could have played his 1-drop out, because then it's likely that it takes a damage onto the Battle Fiend and then makes further trades with a Desert Spear a little bit more appealing. But for now, yeah, not the case. He does have Unleash the Hounds, though, which would help.
Yeah, Unleash the Hounds is a pretty big draw here as well, but I like the Frozen Shadow Weaver curve because that now over-contests the board, and these minions are not going to grow here because of the threat, the inability to attack from Zim. Also plays around Satyr Overseer on curve, which is very nice as well. See Zim top decking that.
Yeah, this Unleash the Hounds, though, going to help do some work, although unfortunately for Casey, the Shadow Weaver going to add a ton more health on the board as well.
It is to the point where we could just see Dwarven Sharpshooter come down here instead.
I mean, it has to be answered, honestly. Dwarven Sharpshooter is so good against Demon Hunter, not only because it has 3 health, but also just sniping off almost every minion they play is incredibly strong.
Casey does just take the full clear here, but I mean, well, the full clear of everything he could at least.
But it does just give Zim a complete full turn of development, and he has plenty of options for strong development. That Beaming Psychic that he just drew is going to help him out enormously. Protected Satyr Overseer from the Dwarven Sharpshooter, from Corrosive Breath.
And I think it's very likely we see Casey hold on to this Fairy Dragon to get a guaranteed Rotnest Drake in the near future, as that's a really good card too to snap back some of the closer board states.
Yeah, I don't know how much impact Rotnest Drake is going to end up having against this board state that's just going to get wider and wider from Zim.
Hey, I got you, friend.
Chooses to create the value trade with the Beaming Psychic instead, which is very reasonable, I guess, especially after you've just seen Unleash the Hounds come down as well.
Nothing but a bunch of big bears!
Weapon changes this a lot, actually. This 1-3 becomes kind of strangely strong in this point because it requires either the hero power plus the 2-2, the 2-2 and the 1-2 going into it, or it just farms the Shadow Weaver. Either way, it's going to have to be answered by Zim in some respect.
Yeah, it's already reaching the point, though, where it looks like Casey's going to need to draw his Zephyrus to find a way out of this. The board state otherwise is just getting way too out of control.
Right.
In fact, I think it has to just be Zephyrus Lightning Storm as early as now. Don't think Casey has another turn to spend.
Yep, Rotnest did get the good one, though. It's not going to be enough, but keeps him alive for now as he's one off, I believe.
Yep. 9 coming through with the addition of Warglaves. I can't imagine any other world than that 9 being pushed. I guess you could trade the 1-1, kill the minion, still push the 4 to face.
I think there's no real punish either way, right? Nothing can really give this taunt or lifesteal or anything like that, so...
Right.
Maybe that's just as good an argument to do it, because why not? It doesn't punish you. It means that Zim gets a clear board. I guess Zephyrus heal he'd have to consider as well.
Well fought.
Yeah, this is just done and dusted, whichever way you look at it, because even if he went Animal Companion into Misha or Huffer, along with that Bone Shiver, the 2 attacks of the weapon leave the minions able to attack, and that is going to be the game. An extremely quick one over, not necessarily because either player was playing quick, but just because someone died very quickly overall. So
yes.
Demon Hunter getting a win there. But again, that is generally a tough matchup for the Hunter. I think you need things to go either very well for you, or you just need the Demon Hunter to just go a little bit slower. But there's Zim just having the strong curve, and maybe in a roundabout way, the Sharpshooter, if we were to rewind time, just could have come down on turn 1. It didn't end up getting too much value, and maybe just soaking some damage was worth it because Casey's curve was smooth whilst doing that.
Yeah, I mean, with the Unleash the Hounds draw that came later, like, I guess the softening up of the Battle Mage for 1 damage by trading into the Sharpshooter would have had an impact, but the Unleash the Hounds wasn't in hand at the time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fully on side with the decision to hold on to it there in that position.
Well, now we are going to go straight into Hunter versus Quest Warlock. A matchup I'm excited to see more of, as I want to see if I can beat Sol in this one, honestly. So, makes it worthwhile for me.
Wait, beat me in the matchup or beat me in the argument as to how the matchup is?
Well, I've already beat you in the matchup a lot of times in testing,
you
so I'm on to phase 2 now,
Sol. Yeah.
I've beat you in play, and now I'm going to beat you in theory as well.
Gotcha, okay. This is the kind of hand that looks like it can get some work done for Zim, though. I think Dark Skies is the most crucial card in the matchup outside of the quest. I'm so surprised that I have to clarify that, but based on some of the play we've seen from Europe Grandmasters, I will reiterate the quest is important.
Yep. In the shadows?
Yeah, immediately you can see the issue, right? Is just if you don't have Dark Skies already in this situation, you feel like you're taking way too much of a beating.
Oh, Zim, really?
Yeah, I like it. I like the greed.
He's still at full, technically, with the, Sense Demons giving him the additional healing. The most that can get added by a single minion here is 5 to the board, which makes an even 10 for the Dark Skies on the next turn. Actually, really respect the greed from Zim. I think that's the right play.
Still scary. The Dark Skies does clear this up, but he did, I guess, because the card was exactly Sense. It means he could pretty regularly get some heal there. Bit of a shutdown there for Casey, but he has piled some damage on, and now, with at least what we can see, the two Broodmothers in hand, some of the healing is dramatically reduced without there being a plot twist.
Correct, yeah. It does mean, though, that Zim can now play for tempo on board as Coin Abyssal here.
Job's done.
Curious about Casey's play on the previous turn because Dragonbane is an absolute beating in this matchup. I think it is one of the most powerful cards on the Hunter's side. And Zim did still have a kept card there. Dark Skies was the card he kept in his opener. It was there for Casey to see if he was paying attention with the mulligan. I think Dark Skies is card number 1 that you would keep in the matchup. But Casey just chose to run the risk. And now all of a sudden, this is looking very, very good for Zim.
Yeah, definitely looking rough. One of the benefits is one of the ways that, or a lot of the ways Warlock clears a board is with double-sided removal, if that makes sense. Like the Netherwing, the Dark Skies, and so on, which means that it has reduced some of the health down on this Abyssal.
Good old Dino Trader Bran.
It's okay though, the backup Negrin Slam to cover the difference.
Yeah, it's a couple of turns away just yet though, and there is another huge taunt where that last one came from. And now the plot twist as well for the quest completion. Casey giving out the salty chuckle in this position. So I think he knows this is the one that he did really have to bank on. Although Zephyrus Shadow Word Horror is huge here.
Your wish is my suggestion.
Yeah, pretty nice. He can even just use the brand to farm the 2/2.
Or Shadow Word Ruin, sorry. Why'd I call it horror?
I was thinking horror. Don't think that sounded weird.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that good, no.
Yeah, got to kill that 2/2. I was going to say, Casey can go aggressive with the brand, but there is a certain level of fear of you can just be dead sometimes. But now we are going to see the insane double Moag Artificer and the Nether Breath here.
So Casey all the way back to square one, but he has at least stabilized to the point where he himself is not immediately dying, which is at least progress from where he was a couple of turns ago.
And he does get to kill off one of these Moags with that Zigzag. The only problem now is he's not in the comfortable position of having like Alexstrasza, Bran, Siamat, and the Night Grand Slam.
Right.
So I feel like normally at this point against Warlock, you really want the 2 waves of huge threats because of Calidan, because of Twisted Nether, because of maybe not this early, but because of the potential Zephyrus clear as well.
It's like he got his Zephyrus back unactivated.
Oh, you plot twist the Nether away. That never mind. I was gonna say that could have been a little bit spicy.
It could. It does just complete quest right now. Wow, with the Questing Explorer as well. That's pretty insane. Questing Explorer for card number 20 into the 0-cost tap.
Smooth.
He was planning to go tap into 0-cost tap at the end. But Questing Explorer off the top got it done perfectly.
Okay, well there's a CMAT, that's something, but there is Calidan as well to answer it if Zim doesn't plot twist himself. And it has pushed 9.
What was this order?
Dunno. Weird.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I've got nothing for you there, mate.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, at least Casey's doing a job here of putting on waves of threats. Zim does run out of these, and I like that actually playing 2 minions there instead of the Tiamat does help a little bit versus Calidan.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't he want to dump some of this hand first? Oh! Okay.
He can Mally Rain of Fire plot. He can Mally Rain of Fire plot twist go for lethal if he wants to. I wouldn't particularly advise it. Wow, he is gonna do it. Okay. Putting himself down to 10 with this play. I guess he does still have both Broodmothers in his deck, so even if he whiffs, it's not the end of the world. But he now has the Soulfire out for immediate lethal. There is the Broodmother for security. There is the Soulfire for lethal.
Okay,
Very nicely
wow.
done from Zim in the end.
Wow, okay. That was a very smooth Warlock game there, wasn't it, from Zim? I feel like that was just the ABC plan in action there. Just get the life taps, have the Dark Skies available, have the double Moag Nether Breath available as well, because he did not only get the Dark Skies on the initial threats, but he did get that double Moag massive 16 heal, which you really want versus the highly aggressive decks, and had enough juice to keep on trucking there towards the end. So a really smooth game there from Zim, and he played that fast as well. A couple of weird moments with the tap second after the Nether was a bit strange, but the base plan was executed very well.
It does seem he's back rocking and rolling at Casey speed right now, but again, I think one of the turns that probably Casey thought about the most is the one that I have the most questions over, which was the Dragonbane coming down on curve to make the 10 total health against the kept card from Zim as well. I think that's the really important factor, is that there's the kept card in hand, which sure, it can be multiple things. It can be plot twist, it can be Nether Breath, some people would keep Moag in the matchup, but Dark Skies is keep number 1 for me against Hunter. And he also just had the option to, I believe, just play Scale Rider there in that position, just to add, to hedge his bets, essentially, make a big enough board that it's still monstrously threatening. But I think, there was, of course, still the threat of Coin Netherwing, which was the other thing that he had to be scared of, which is, I think, what his play played around. By adding the 5 health minion to the board, it then had to be exactly Dark Skies instead of just Coin Netherwing being able to blow out his board state. So certainly pluses and minuses in either column, but I think Dragonbane is a really, really core card in the matchup.
Yeah, it's really tough though, right? Because the second they don't have it, like it's so much damage. Like Casey almost wins if he just doesn't have the Dark Skies there. So really tough overall, but we can talk about that a little bit more later. Let's get into the final game of this series. Insanely important for both of these players to try and grab a win here, and Casey's off to the good start. The coin into Felmore.
Coin Felmore Fairy Dragon as well. Like, that is a monster start for Casey in this matchup. To the point where Zim just eagles in response.
And a lot of the time in a lot of matchups, I would have already played Zephyrus like backstab here, right? But this matchup, I have harped on about it all the time. The difference between them glow flying you and not is insane in this matchup. It is in game winning for the Druid, but there's a world in which Casey just has an answer to the glow fly, which Hunter doesn't really normally have. So the fact that he has the Zephyrus in hand and he had a playable 2-drop anyway means that I do agree with this. Just get that out, even though it does just die to the Eagle. Save Zephyrus for the answer to a glow fly turn. And if there's no glow fly turn, then great, you've got Zephyrus to just kill him.
That is an incredible wild growth from Zim and a brutal wild growth for Casey, though. Because now, as you mentioned, Glowfly Swarm is in full effect on Zim's side of the board, and it comes down before any possible Zephyrus answer cleanly is possible.
The good thing is, though, he can kill 2 of them right now, and there's only 5.
Yep.
So this is one of the more manageable ones because of just how big Casey's minions are.
Ooh, Scale Rider off the top.
Massive.
I was going to have a serious talk about Zephyrus Cleave then if I had to, but no, I think the Scale Rider off the top makes things
more serious
nice.
than yesterday's Cleave? Why would you want to cleave this board?
Yeah.
And at this point, with the Zephyrus, I really do like the non-trade. Just kill off 1 to make sure things don't go too crazy. And there's still Zephyrus for Casey, and still a lot of health and threats for him to pile through here. Does have Soul, though, which means he can take the 2 big threats off the board and basically stick the same board.
Yes. Difference now is that he is walking into a potential Zephyrus Lightning Storm, but Zephyrus Lightning Storm looks miserable with Casey's current hand.
Your wish is my suggestion.
So in that case, do you just take SI instead? No? Casey disagrees. He's going to trust his deck to give him something to do next turn. Right now, it's nothing. Just an overgrowth and chill turn for Zim right now. Remove some of the power from the board.
The weird level of hand reading where because Glowfly got played, he knows how many spells were in hand at that point in the game. So how likely is it that Zim has a Mount Seller with only like 2 draws or so? Which would have been the problem. Ah, wow. Wow. I mean, he has a lot of damage, though. He has a lot of damage. Bran next turn, Unleash, which directly counters a lot of the stuff Zim does.
Such an enormous draw, though. Zim just needed something to do that turn off the Rising Winds draw. Be it a Mount Seller, be it the Glowfly. He's had to get something. See him out.
Looks like it. He can see him at, then potentially Bran or Unleash, but then if he gets to 9, he does have the Varanus Unleash combo, if required. I do think this is correct here, but it's so much damage for Zim. And now
This is just Druid things again. Like, there's so few power cards in the deck. You have to hit them or your deck just does absolutely nothing. Which is what we see Zim doing now, just power cycling to try and find answers. It is going to be a pass this turn, it looks like. Unless he finds his second Iron Bark, he's going to get smoked by this Dino Tamer Bran.
And then suddenly Unleash, huge problem. 1 Iron Bark, as you mentioned, already been played now.
Yep.
So there's not that many taunts left. Only 9 power, 9 damage, sorry, being put forward because of the trade. So close, it's literally coming down to the wire here. And I think it just has to be Dino Tamer Bran go.
I agree. It's 9
Nothing
plus
else
8.
does the job.
9 plus 8 coming back the other way.
You'll find me wherever the action is.
And also,
Savage Roar.
And also there is Varanus Unleash as the ultimate backup plan. There's Fungal Fortunes, but that means if he plays it, he can't, like, there's no Mount Seller out because it'll discard the Mount Seller. Overflow, that's just not going to do it.
Zim having to take this down before he overflows. Again, he's getting so deep in his deck now that he's going to be pushing Fatigue and he's going to need the turn to be able to fill his turn back up with the Dragons again. To even avoid being able to take additional Fatigue damage. Now, Sippy Sarah's not just his outright last card, which is not unlikely at this point.
Oh, there's Savage Roar. There's an Iron Bark.
Time waits for no one.
Life and
So now, because Casey doesn't need the Unleash Varanus, because it's not good, he can now back... Wait a minute. That can't be good, right? He doesn't need cards, he doesn't want to heal Zim. That's just actively bad. Wait, Fatigue! Oh, no, it doesn't go that way. What am I on about? I'm getting too excited.
Okay, Raven, you and Overflow have some issues, okay?
I know, yeah, I know. I've been playing Druid recently as well, that's why I'm hyped on it.
So here's the thing, Mount Seller goes big and wide, he creates a huge taunt with the Mount Seller, but then there's just Varanus Unleashed to come back the other way. This is what Casey has been waiting for multiple turns.
It is
Either of these big boys stick.
It's just the break in case of emergency combo for Hunter is the Varanus Unleash, because it just deals with everything.
Yep.
And that's double trade there, but the 5/6 is going to live. And also, with only one taunt, it's not like Casey needs to trade away this whole into a board of taunts, right?
Right.
It's just one dog he needs to kill through this Mount Seller.
Job's done.
And that is going to get the job done. Varanus, the nods from Casey, unleash. Job done, game over. Casey takes the victory in an insanely close series, coming down to the wire between him and Zim. But with the help of the Unleash, with the help of the Varanus, and a little bit of help from the Alexstrasza's friends as well, that is going to be the series. And look at Zim, crushed by that loss, and understandably so. But Casey had a extremely rough start to the Grandmasters round robin. And he had some real problems. He tweeted about his stress levels, tweeted about everything he was dealing with, but he has managed to overcome it, and especially the past few weeks, got those wins in the bag there, got the victories, and really set himself up for the best of outcomes here. And he managed his win today, so congratulations to him.
Yeah, I think out of all the players, Casey's probably the one who's had the biggest emotional roller coaster with the way this season's gone. Terrible start to obviously he ended up in Division B, which is a terrible start to begin with, and then terrible start to round robin as well. He was tweeting like, you know, all these doubts and so on that you were talking about. Then suddenly it looked like it was all coming together. He was just jamming and vibing on stream and winning whole series of Hearthstone in like 20 minutes, as we know and love Casey to do.
Yep.
But then after that point, again, as it came towards the end, you know, we talk about how he was facing again the relegation bracket, facing even automatic relegation in this position. He had to watch Viper, you know, roping out and missing cards on the previous on yesterday's broadcast, and then miss that opportunity to guarantee his safety in that way, thanks to the win he already had over Viper. Left it all down in his opening hands, and then that series was kind of a reverse microcosm of his whole round robin, where he went off to a flying start, but then suddenly it all turned back against him, with Zim absolutely crushing in the middle of the series, and it was only just then by the skin of his teeth, with the last push that he had left with the Varanus Unleashed, that he was able to get over the finishing line.
Yeah, pretty crazy series overall, but that we are by no means done, as we have 2 more left to go. But before we get into match number 4 for you, we are going to go to a break while we set the players up and get them ready for some more Hearthstone. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with some more Grandmasters.
This is a serious question.
Who comes up with these questions?
TJ.
Of course.
I'd honestly probably die in a zombie apocalypse. I'm not a fast runner.
Who's the buffest GM? Oh man, I don't even know. I guess Zelay is probably the buffest GM. Is he?
I don't take Bloody Face because his name doesn't inspire me in that situation.
Right off the bat, I want to take Kalento. He seems like he's like a really cool, calm, collected guy in a crisis. He's Ukrainian, so he's already kind of probably pretty badass and tough, just going off that. I'd want to take Zelay. He's a good friend of mine, so I love hanging out with him. He works out, so he'd probably beat up some zombies. I think I'll go with Purple. He's another really good friend of mine. He lives in Canada. We could maybe retreat somewhere in Canada, and maybe the zombies are nicer there, you know, because it's Canada. Everyone's nice there, even the zombies.
Monsanto, Gallon, and Firebat. Gallon's a smart, bright lad who can help me stay alive, and I need some bait, so Firebat Monsanto would help with that.
So I would take Monsanto because he always makes me laugh with his deadpan humor. I take Eddie because he's like always super positive. And I'll take Kalento because he'll probably scare the zombies away with his seriousness.
Bunny Hopper as a nurse, 100%. You don't want someone to break the humor, so I'm taking Casey. Probably Frozen, or actually, sorry, excuse me, Frodan. I guess he's not a Grandmaster, but he's in shape. You need a Chad in the group, and Frodan is definitely Hearthstone's version of the Chad.
We are back and ready to continue our day. We've got 2 more matches left for you, and we are going to be able to check out who is going to be relegated and where everyone else is going to stand by the end of the day here in the European Grandmasters. And there's still a whole extra group of players to work out later on, as Americas will be following us, as is often and always the case. But we do have our matchup coming up. It's going to be RDU versus Calento in our 4th match of the day, Sottle, and another super important one, as the outcomes not only have an impact on Calento himself, but also on all the other players in that lower portion of Division B.
Yeah, this is now, if you want to look at it this way, the most important match in Division B, because it's the last match in Division B. So it's the one where everything finally gets solved. And I'm going to be honest, I was hoping we were going to have our customary 8-minute break there so that we could do a bit more double checking on all this stuff before we had to say it on camera. But because of all of our technical delays and issues that we've had during the day, we decided to cut that one short so you guys can just see as much of the action as quickly as possible as you can. But that means maybe there's a mistake sneaking into our workings here somewhere, but still we're going to. So I believe the scenario is as it stands based on the results that we've had. And by the way, the results that we've had so far have lent us towards, even as they stood at the start of the day, the most complicated scenario we could have ended up being in as we got to the end. That now, if Calento wins this last series against RDU, he secures his own safety at least into the relegation bracket. And that means Pavel and Zim will be the 2 players that are automatically relegated. So that takes Zim from the point of having a win and in to playoffs in our previous series to being automatically relegated. That's how close this bracket was. So again, Calento win, Pavel and Zim relegated. If RDU wins, we believe that means that Calento and Pavel are relegated. So there's a common theme that you might be noticing there, that currently we believe that in either remaining scenario, Pavel is unfortunately relegated from Grandmasters.
Yeah, a real shame as Pavel, just since we've seen him in the early days, just forever a character to watch. And obviously he managed some incredible things in Hearthstone, becoming a world champion, of course. But I've no doubt this won't be the last we'll see of him anyway, but he is going to be, at least from what we know, out of Grandmasters. But for now, let's focus on this match. RDU versus Calento. And again, RDU with this Druid that he has more confidence in than Warlock. We're going off the Twitters.
He does, yeah, but it's rare on Twitter that you kind of just have to concede the argument to a tweet that was so good. But that was the situation that RDU was in last night. So I don't know where he stands anymore. But personally, I'm just fascinated to see Calento play Quest Warlock against Demon Hunter with his life on the line. Based on the scenario we saw before, does he keep the quest this time? Does he throw it away again? Has he learned? Has someone told him? Have people tried to tell him and he still thinks he's right and everyone else is wrong? Exactly. Like, literally anything could happen. I need there to be Quest Warlock versus Demon Hunter in this series, Raven.
Well, I can tell you it's not going to be this match, as there is a Demon Hunter, but it's on Calento's side, and RDU is going to have this rogue. And once again, we talked about it a little bit in the Tice matchup, but RDU does have this questing adventurer with the secret rogue list, so we'll see how that pays off. But again, if it's just a little bit too big for Demon Hunter to deal with, it can cause some havoc in this matchup.
We'll see a Miscreant coming into the hand there for RDU off the top as well, which is huge. I think that is the card in the matchup from the Rogue side. But this start is now quite aggressive from Calento with the double 1-drops. It was looking slightly clunky outside of that, but Calento now has a lot of power backing him up.
Yep, pretty reasonable overall. And again, just one of the benefits you have from playing Demon Hunter is if you have that second 1-drop, you don't always have to coin it out because it fits pretty well in with your hero power, unlike every other class in the game. So is able to smooth out the curve a little bit more and still retain that coin, which is, of course, very, very nice looking into the future there. Does have to now consider this secret. He can effectively, if it is ambush, just play the battle mage and then kill off the ambusher. He could also use the double twin slice to kill it off cleanly and keep a 2-2 on the board.
Yes. Which is certainly worth considering. He does have coin for Glavebound, which would really like to keep one of those twin slices in his hand right now for a big tempo swing earlier. It does secure the board a lot better against Seal Fate on turn 3 from RDU. Right. It means you get to continue to push damage with at least one of your minions.
Yeah, I think I like it, honestly. Like, why not just give him the most awkward board to deal with right now, instead of planning for a swing turn or a power turn later? I think it might be more beneficial to just go off now.
Oof. Ugly looking stuff here for RDU. Do you... There's a very bizarre world. Yeah. There's a very weird world where you just play Miscreant and Shadow Step at this turn, just to be able to get the full value out of the second one on the following turn. You just saw Twin Slice get used, so you're probably not going to get Satyr Overseer Twin Sliced on the following turn, but you could still get Satyr Overseer coin hero powered.
So many options.
Initially, I was looking at Evil Miscreant pass, but the problem is you just get farmed and you have the same issue the turn after, right? Like, that's the biggest issue with just saying, oh, I'll just play the 1/4, because normally the health on that causes a bit of a problem, but it just doesn't for Kalento next turn. So I think it might just have to be the Evil Miscreant into Shadow Step. Oh, he's going for ambush instead. Okay, let's see how this one plays out. Oh, good pickup there for Kalento.
Yeah, this is certainly a scary world to live in against Satyr Overseer, because obviously if Satyr Overseer were to come down here, it's just coin hero power, which Kalento would want to be doing anyway to activate it, and then one of the 2/2s takes care of the ambush token. Problem here for Kalento is that he has to pick the spell before he sees the secret resolve. Always a bit irritating.
I do like the skull, though. I think with the way it shapes up in the hand as well, he can get to it relatively quickly. One of the cards is coin he has to get through, of which he's probably going to use with Glavebound at some point. And then also the Spectral Sight will just shift the cards. Obviously, the drawn cards will go on the right, the skull will move to the left. So there is only really the cane that he has to get rid of, which again, I think will be fine for next turn.
You fell right into my trap. Time grows short.
Extremely irritating coin hero power here, though.
It is, but it doesn't leave him stranded, right?
Yeah.
It's not as good as he would like it to be, obviously, but it doesn't leave him stranded. He has Kane next turn, and then he can even just honestly Spectral Sight for 1 if he really needs to. It's still fine. It's not good, but it's fine. I think it is important, though, he doesn't just lose 2 1-drops to this this secret guy.
Agreed. Ugh. That's a pretty good pickup, honestly.
It is, it's just he can't... Well, okay, I guess it depends on the lackey, actually.
That's a pretty good pickup to
Okay,
me.
yeah, okay, I'm back with you. That's a pretty good pickup. If it was that or Faceless, I think it'd be really strong.
So, thinking about his Miscreant activators, but I think he should feel okay with just Kobold this turn into Shielded Galakron and then use the new lackey that he gets from Shielded Galakron to be his combo activator on the following turns. He could even just drop the Kobold Lackey, Shadow Step it back into his hand right now, and then have a Miscreant swing turn next turn.
It is what I was looking at initially, because it's not as if it's not like a rough turn. Like, you've got a 0-mana Kobold Lackey. That's just insane.
Yeah.
Never mind with the fact it obviously procs the Evil Miscreant, but
yeah,
I still think he can just do this and say, well, if you hero power this, fine. I'll just play Shield the Galakron next turn.
Agreed.
And also, if it doesn't get killed, he still has the option of doing the Shadow Step if he really wants it.
Yeah, how often does this not get killed, though? Demon Hunter doesn't really play 4-drops, and the one that they do has charge/rush anyway. I guess that charge could just go straight to your face, and that way it does stay alive, but yeah.
Super frustrating for Kalento, of course, that he just rips another skull straight after picking one from Vulpera. But sometimes that's just the way it is.
Ooh. Suddenly, this hand just got pretty spicy looking. Yep. Questing Adventure and some Shadow Steps next turn. Maybe one turn further down the line if RDU wants to greet these Miscreants first, which I could totally get on board with as well. Just depends how much pressure he gets put under right now, I guess.
Yeah, and it is important as well as, although there's the massive greed option, you need to make questing as big as you can as early as you can in the turn you play it. So even if he goes for the extra greed, it will only really, apart from Titanic Lackeys, add the extra one, right, to the health of the questing.
No, it's significantly bigger, right? If you play a Lackey into Miscreant this turn, and then potentially even just dagger up if you can get away with it, and then you have all your Shadow Steps available to you, plus 2 Lackeys in hand, plus 2 more cards that you've drawn. I think over the course of 2 turns, you would get a much bigger initial Questing Adventure.
I grow impatient.
But again, it just depends on how much pressure he's facing down on the other side, because that just might not be a possibility.
Job done.
You lack style. Luckily, you have
Ooh. Transmogrifier, you say?
That's just... Oh, that's getting rushed every day. Wait, is he not going to try and sacrifice that off? Okay.
Step the Miscreant, replay the Miscreant? Sure. Leaves him with Questing Adventurer plus 3 Lackeys in his hand at the end of the turn. Seems strong. Takes board right now, pretty dominantly.
Ooh. 2 Ethereals as well.
Yep.
Can open up some more options if you look at backstabs, preps, and such.
Daring escapes. Ooh.
Ooh. Wait a minute.
Step your Questing Adventurer back to your hand again.
Okay, Kalento did have some choices here. He could have just hard drawn with Skull, although it would have felt terrible, of course. The Shadow Weaver just was not good enough. But having the Glade Bound, pretty solid there. But here's the...
Your Pharaoh Cat is now... Wait, what?
What?
A Shenvala?
With 2 Ethereal Lackeys in hand.
2 Ethereal Lackeys in your hand? Okay.
Nothing.
Prep. Spell you can cast for free with prep. Just gonna rip it now. Fine, be boring. See if I care. What the? Hello?
You just go nuts now, though, right? Surely this is... Oh, I'm gonna hold this for my Shenvala.
Yeah,
you just go absolutely nuts in this questing. Should get close to ending the game.
Agreed. Kalento has to just rip the skull here, I think. Frozen Shadow Weaver doesn't solve any problems. You're just going to not get hit in the head for 1 turn, but that thing's going to get so big next turn that you aren't going to be able to deal with it anyway.
It's the issue, isn't it? It's not the Van Cleef issue, because it gets bigger the longer you leave it up, so freezing it doesn't often change too much.
Mm-hmm.
Now Kalento's like, wish I had Quest Adventurer now.
Yeah, some Demon Hunter listed used to play it.
Mm-hmm. Some still do. I played Quest Adventurer Rogue earlier today and got beat by someone else's Adventurer, and it was a Demon Hunter, not Rogue. I was very annoyed.
Unlucky. This is a pretty insane skull outcome, though. Chaos Strike for 2, Twin Slice for 2, Hero Power for 1, plus the 1 on board, killing the Questing Adventurer, and developing board with the Satyr Overseer at the same time. I think that's about as good as it could have got, right?
And I guess there's the question, right? The Pilfer was very good, but it meant you didn't cast Titanic Lackey or play Titanic Lackey that turn.
I was thinking I would have prepped the I-beam and played the Titanic Lackey in a heartbeat.
Because I understand
there's a Shambhala in his hand, which is super tempting to get multiple greeds out of, but like you just had a questing that was winning the game immediately.
Yeah, and health is king versus Demon Hunter, isn't it? So.
Yeah, I liked his ordering up to that point, because he can just cast the Pilfer, and then if he gets a more expensive spell off the Pilfer, the prep might end up being useful for that. It wasn't the case because he just got I-beam, which cost 1 anyway, but I think at that point I would have just used the prep and gone in.
Alexstrasza, not the worst shout, honestly.
Okay.
There's a mixture of, right now, it does a reasonable sum of damage to Kalento, and also, even if it's held and not played next turn, there's a world where either you can use it on himself and then evolve it, or taunt it or something, or rush it with a Lackey. So it's got options. I think it had more options than the other cards going forward, so I do like this pick.
Alright, fair enough.
Wait, he doesn't want to dirty tricks. Okay.
I guess he's thinking his 2/7 probably lives this turn, and if he draws a spell, then he's got those 3 spells in hand to get value. Particularly if he just ends up jamming Galakron next turn, right? Then he's drawing 3 cards over the course of the turn.
Kalento, a long way away. Somehow, RDU still on 28 health, which is a bit of a problem when you start to look at Metamorphosis. Whenever Metamorphosis is around, you start to go, right, how much health is he on, and do I just kill them over a couple of turns? Well, not really here for Kalento.
Yeah, the answer is a resounding no when they're at 28.
Seems pretty solid here, actually. Double trade, just Alex?
Just Alex your opponent and hit them.
Yeah? Yeah? Well, you probably killed off their battlefield, right?
Sure.
I think it's just fine.
Yeah, now the Shambhala Dream is dead. RDU just going to prep out this dirty tricks, look for some extra refill to be able to end the game on the following turn.
Yep, there's still Attack Witchy Lackey, there's still Galakron, there's still all these things, that Blackjack Stunner for emergencies. There's a lot of options RDU has considering how low his hand is. Obviously the Galakron helping a lot with that hand size issue next turn.
But there's also Kalento just actually not really in too big a trouble against this Alexstrasza, at least immediately, because of the Frozen Shadow Weaver Skull turn that he had. He can now continue to develop alongside that, with the Umberwing at least.
What is RDU on, Galakron-wise?
I believe it was 2. It is 2, yeah.
Okay. As in, 2 total invokes?
Correct.
Okay. Because some people say, like, level 2. And it's like, well, right, but which part of level 2? You know what I mean? Clean this up, not freeze it out with the Frozen Shadow Weavers. Use that Clay Band Adept now.
Sure. It's a pretty huge board swing considering he started the turn with nothing in play against an 8/8 and he spent 6 of his 9 mana on drawing cards.
I wonder now, though. It can be a Togwaggle turn with the wand.
Yep.
If that gets Kronks, then we start to see fireworks next turn for RDU.
Ooh, that is an ugly mess of options. No secret to play with them, and I believe he's 1 Dirty Tricks, 2 ambushes down at this point, so there's only 1 card remaining in his 12 that even activate those. You can find a secret from a Spell Lackey somehow?
Is it cold in the shadows?
Suddenly, brick by brick, Colento just building his way back into this game.
Yeah, pretty incredible, honestly. Just this, the Quest Adventure getting taken down, and this just getting completely slowed down here from Colento is pretty impressive. RDU does need to still work out how he's going to end this game. He does have a lot of health to work with, so he's got some level of time, especially knows that he's living in a post-metamorphosis world right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I think you might have to reverse that statement. I think Colento's the one who has to work out how he's going to end this game, because he only has 4 cards left, and the big damage dealer, the Metamorphosis, is gone from his deck. So he needs to find some way of getting lethal in the next 4 or 5 turns without the direct damage available. Kane is gone, Metamorphosis is gone, so he just needs to build and stick a board here.
Not cast many Demon Hunter games where they play 3 Skull of Gul'dans.
Yeah.
Still, though, that is a ton of damage from Colento being aimed at RDU. He can't quite get his Galakron fully active, can he?
Not with the mana available, no. Would have been a different story if he'd have hit that Shield of Galakron off the wand. Again, Spell Lackey into Secret. I think that's potentially the most powerful thing that can happen here to RDU. Let's get the Rush Lackey instead, though.
It's good, though. It means he can trade with this Shield of Galakron.
Right.
And then he can backstab the Satyr as well. Can evolve the Tog now. Not horrible.
Could also value trade the shield and then evolve it, but that doesn't seem better when you're backstabbing the 4-2 anyway, which is the best value trade.
I'm going to go for the evolve on the Tog Waggle. I'm going to play out the stunner and rush that instead.
Okay. Does have that Spell Lackey in hand now that could find a secret at least for the second Blackjack Stunner, but now RDU has fully invoked that turn. He's most likely just on the Galakron plan, and he does still have Kronks in his deck, which means he's drawing 4 cards next turn from 11 that could be Kronks. That's a pretty good outcome.
Is he just dead?
Is he just dead? 6,
So there's
7,
1,
8.
2, 3 more damage from Altreus. Puts him to 16. That puts 3...
No, I don't think so,
No,
right?
he's not
Still
quite.
some way off.
Quite.
Yeah.
Close, though. Get in there, and he gets to clear the board, which is a huge deal. Mystery choice?
Mystery choice? Fairly sure you're not super interested in Feast of Souls.
Maybe Consume Magic's just good.
You always mystery
yeah.
choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get an I-Beam, then why not?
Imagine not mystery choicing, Raven.
Just the point of where next turn, he won't have to outcast it to draw a card if he doesn't want to. And also, there might just be a point where you just got to silence an awkward minion.
The natural Kronks draw is a disaster for RDU.
Yep. Worst draw in the deck at that turn.
I think so.
Imagine the Kronks coming down here, clears the board, RDU gets the armor, gets the weapon. Not going to happen this time.
Okay, Devoted Maniac is good. Shadow Step prep.
Flick! We just say names of the cards. Bamboozle!
So he can prep the Bamboozle, still play the Blackjack Stunner. Devoted Maniac, Flick to clear up a large amount of the board state.
Does he like have to bounce the Shadow Fiend then if he's bouncing something?
What's a Shadow? Battle Fiend?
Oh, Battle Fiend, Shadow Fiend.
Okay.
Ugh. I was looking at Shadow Weaver and I merged the cards.
He needs to find himself a Gallywix, Raven.
If only. Yeah, the only real minion worth bouncing here.
Don't let the door hit you.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happened, because RDU does not get the chance to react to this Faceless Lucky.
Luckily.
Transmogrifier again!
What's going on?
It's just Blackjack stunnering a 1-1. Second Warglaives does not add any damage.
There's only 7 available.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like Kalento can trade the board down. Doesn't really have the health for it right now.
This I-beam, though. If there was any way for Kalento to stop all incoming damage, apart from the face, this I-beam would actually end up playing around weapon plus Kronks for lethal at the end of the game. But I don't even think he can get that far.
The bamboozle, Sol.
Frozen Shadow Weaver, the flick.
Demons?
Yeah, there's no way, not without smacking stuff with your Warglaives.
Yeah.
Is it cold?
To a certain extent, not without smacking stuff with your minions.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, it's a bamboozle that's live.
Yep.
And now Kalento knows it's bamboozle as well.
Kalento's going to know he's dead to Kronks here, but there's nothing he could have done about it. And even though it was a bad draw off the top, he's now in the position, is RDU, where he would rather have it than not, even if he does have to pay 6 for it.
Yeah, most importantly, he got the flick even without the Kronks. He got the cards that allowed him to just about have a decent chance at surviving, and he is going to take the victory here. Going up 1-0 versus Kalento with that Rogue versus Demon Hunter. And although the Questing Adventurer didn't just auto-win the game, it did give Kalento a problem to deal with, and he had to put a lot into it to actually kill that off. So, again, already you see that the power of Quest Adventure and Demon Hunter. It's a card that, if landed, can't be ignored, and it will soak either resources or health, because a lot of the time you are swinging weapons into it to kill it off.
Yeah, I think RDU could have made it a card that did just immediately win the game.
I agree.
If he'd have gone Prep I-Beam Titanic Lackey, he makes, what, an 8-10 instead of a 6-6, which is the world of difference in terms of your opponent being able to kill it. And he still had Galacrond in his hand at that point already, so it's not like he's all in with his hand at that point. Like, if that one push doesn't win the game, he still has Galacrond reset at some point anyway. So I think I would have liked to have seen him do that in the early game. But the way he navigated those last couple of turns, with all that mess of 0 mana nothing coming off the Galacrond, where he got Prep and Shadow Step, off his Galacron draws, and then he was able to deftly pick apart the board. Very similar, honestly, to I think it was the Priest versus Rogue game against Pavel, where he did end up getting scammed by the Waxer Dreads anyway. But he had a very similar turn where, with the pressure very highly on, he had to piece by piece pick apart a very complex board state with all the tools that he had. RDU again showing that he is very adept at making those things happen under pressure.
Yeah, really, he's been looking really confident lately, honestly. And although he took some questions earlier on in Grandmasters about his dedication to Standard recently, as he has been streaming a lot of Battlegrounds, he reinforced and just said, like, no, I've actually been playing a ton of Standard, and I think his play, especially the last few weeks, have really showed that off. He has been getting the intricate things, down and pulling off some really strong plays and some game-winning plays as well. But we are going to be moving on into the next game, and it's going to be Spell Druid for RDU.
It is indeed. This is the deck that RDU put faith in this week. He was arguing that he's pretty sure this is just the best 4th deck. RDU is not a believer in the Quest Warlock hype. He's made that very clear as well. And he just thinks that out of the options for your 4th deck, that Spell Druid is the one that you want to go to, which is something that I very heavily disagree with. But he is now going to put it on the line against the Quest Warlock from Kalento, in what I will admit is a pretty strong matchup from the Spell Druid side. The more Soul of the Forest, the better, I will say, and I believe RDU is only playing 1, which might just get him caught out. Kalento might be able to achieve some kind of full fatigue strategy if he's able to blast through that 1 Soul of the Forest efficiently, and the Ysera Dragons come out all in one lump, and you can just catch it all in one Twisting Nether. But I think it is very, very tough to engineer those kind of situations with the Quest Warlock in this matchup.
Yep, well, let's see how it kicks off game number 2. Let's see if Kalento mulligans the quest or not. I imagine no in this one. But RDU going for that Druid and having Wild Growth and Overgrowth in his opening hand means that he can ramp pretty heavily. And if you can get that Mount Seller board down before Twisted Nether, then you're looking pretty good to take the game.
Reminder once again as well of the stakes here. This is our very last matchup in Division B, which means this is the one that will solve everything. And Kalento's Grandmaster's life is on the line. Not just the relegation bracket, automatic relegation is on the line for Kalento here. If he loses, we believe he will be automatically relegated alongside Pavel, whereas if Kalento wins, it will be Zim that gets relegated automatically alongside Pavel.
Yep, all the pressure, but at least the pressure's on Kalento to play his match well, as opposed to the pressure being watching someone else play a match that has an outcome on what you're going to do. So at least it's in his hands. And he can go on here, just going to be tapping away as he has the plot twist ready and waiting to be played next turn to get the most out of it, honestly, and get that quest active as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have anything in his hand that is essential to hold on to right now. Dark Skies is a consideration against an early Glowfly, but RDU's hand has not shown early Glowfly, it's just shown huge ramp. So it was a pretty low quality hand, no great surprise to see it being plot twisted. And this is already looking significantly better. Dark Skies comes back, but it's alongside Crazed Netherwing, it's alongside Abyssal Summoner for the tempo push. Much, much better looking hand for Kalento right now.
Yep, it's normally the response you want, isn't it? Clear the board and then follow up with a huge Abyssal Summoner. And then Druid does kind of have to pump so much removal into it to get rid that it just lowers the power of the follow-up outside of exactly like Ysera into an overflow.
Seems like a pretty easy Acidic Swampooze. I have often thought while playing this matchup that, you know, maybe tempoing out a minion here is actually worse than passing because I'm giving targets to my opponent's Mount Seller for spells to be shooting at, and Mount Seller really kind of does feel like the card that beats you in the matchup a lot of the time alongside Soul of the Forest. But I think that's probably just a little bit too fancy.
And sometimes you get this payoff, right? Of yes, it's allowed RDU to get the, I imagine he's going to go for that overflow, but you just saw two effective 0 mana spells be used without a Mount Seller, so at least that's something. And it's not as if this is like setting up lethal or anything. Both players are very comfortable on maximum life.
Or plot twist redraw for Kalento to finish the quest right now. As I mentioned, his hand is good. It's not incredible. His Crazed Netherwing isn't activated right now. So I think I would take quest activation over anything else here.
Yeah,
it's a chance to just win the game right now, like so off this life tap.
The hand's good, but there were no 0 cost cards in it.
Right.
So change that. There's one. There's the goose.
Ugly looking redraw though. Hits
Means
the
the
Mally.
taps are better though.
Hits the Mally, which is probably the best card to tap into, and then he also hits Sense Demons alongside both Broodmothers as well. That Sense Demons will still give full value because he does still have 2 Moargs left. Okay.
Okay.
Piecing it together.
My hand is too full.
Well, here comes the Mount Seller for RDU, and this is the board that Kalento has to beat. One thing I will say as well about, although it's a little bit unfortunate with the Sense Demons, I do feel like Druid does so much damage to you on the turn they do stick the board, that I don't think that level of health matters a lot of the time, if you can't clear the board as well.
Sure.
Oh, Twisted Nether, but let's not forget, Warlock, although can draw 0 cost cards, does not have infinite mana, unlike Druid feels like a lot of the time. So Kalento is a ways off being able to twist in here.
He is, yeah.
And this is why the matchup can feel so difficult, because they get to make these boards before you really have the good enough responses for it active.
Right. He can toss out his Rain of Fire and then Sense Demons into Moarg Soulfire, which I believe is exactly 6 mana to be able to kill the Mount Seller here.
I wonder.
Does he ever Craze Netherwing?
What does that achieve, though?
It softens up the Mount Seller for potential like better clean later, which I know later might not even come, he might just die, but it does kill off 2 of the 4 minions on the board.
Yeah.
And there's still a 5/5 on the board that can do something to follow up with.
I'd be more on board with you if he was then going into 8 on the following turn, so he could just twisting nether anything that happened, right? Why? Why did Colento do it this way?
Misplay. Oh, he throws the Malagos as well. Okay.
He does do extra damage to the minions in play this way by getting the Moarg first and then playing his Rain of Fire, but I'm just not sure that's important. I guess softening up the Zigzor to 3 instead of 4 is important for the Crazed Netherwing on the following turn.
You do have the Moarg, though.
What to do?
Yeah, and obviously the big difference is he'd have a second Moarg in hand right now. Potentially, he might have discarded it to Soulfire and still have a Mali, in which case, also good.
But yeah, now with both Moargs gone, Ardu also has a feeler for knowing that, well, yeah, your healing doesn't really exist anymore. Or at least not the power healing that the deck's capable of.
Yeah, he's also seen 2 plot twists, and he knows both Broodmothers are in hand as well.
Is this just a good overflow?
Time waits for no one.
That's right, heals up his minions, draws the card.
Yep.
Yep, I like it. Because Ardu, like I said now, with the limited healing, he can just go. He has double Savage Roar in hand. With just a couple more minions, he's going to just completely destroy Colento in 1 turn.
Yeah, and he wants to find either Ysera or Glowfly Soul nice and quickly so he doesn't end up, being under threat of fatigue. Nice.
He's actually got lethal set up. If these minions aren't cleared and Colento doesn't heal.
Wait, does he? 8.
Isn't double Savage Roar, Power of the Wild, Hero Power, Moonfire lethal? I think.
8 plus 6 is 14, plus 6 is 20, plus Power of the World is 22, plus Moonfire is 23, plus Hero Power is 24. Yeah, as long as that all fits mana-wise, you are correct, yes.
That's so spicy, that, isn't it?
3,
Double
6,
Savage
8,
Roar is
Hero Power
insane.
10. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it would have been. Yeah.
My dream is yours.
But draws the Ysera, which is probably the best draw he could have possibly got there. Outside of Soul of the Forest, I guess. But Ysera just as good. At least equal to Soul, I would say.
Colento now needs to see as many dragons spawned as he can possibly muster. He wants all of them now, if at all possible.
With Ardu wants like 1 or 2.
Yeah. There's 2. 1 more draw.
3.
Okay. Colento saying keep them coming. Yeah, it's probably just about perfect for RDU.
And also bear in mind, although the Malagos looks a bit wimpy, with double Savage Roar it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it's more about the bodies than the actual damage the minions have a lot of the time. We saw how close he was to lethal with just 2 medium-sized minions on the board, never mind, 5. But I think Colento just has to twist in, right? I'm not sure how far away he is from an active Zephyrus, so he can still, of course, tap with this, but I don't really see outside of tapping to Caladan any other option to survive.
2 coils, 2 dark skies, I believe, is all he has left. He hasn't seen, or he hasn't played an Abyssal Summoner yet, but of course Colento is on the 2 Questing Explorer, 1 Abyssal Summoner list. Yeah, and this is the disaster. If you were confused as to why we're saying, well, Colento wants to see all of them, this is why, so he can then Twisting Nether all of them and they don't just immediately start coming back out again into play.
Tiny bit surprised he's using that to draw, but again, Ardu doesn't really need much to stick to win this game. And fatigue isn't going to come into it with the power level of what he's got left as well. But he could have just had an extra 3-2.
So if this Mortal Coil draws Dark Skies, I believe his Zephyrus is then active.
Can still draw Caladan.
He can Zephyrus Brawl and win the Brawl. He can also just draw Caladan. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is none of those things.
And with no Moags, like I mentioned earlier, the power healing of the deck just is gone. The Broodmothers were drawn and used up early on with the double plot twist, and the double Moags. One was burnt and one was used for the first Mount Seller.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, the Moag turn looks sketchy to me, for sure, from Kalento's side. He's still just inching there. The problem is there's still lethal. But even if there weren't, and even if Kalento thought, okay, we can ration this out, I can get my Zephyrus active, I can draw Caladan. There's an extra Zixor as a wave of threats. There's still extra dragons that might not be getting drawn here, even though it looks like they are. And then there's still the Glowfly Soul of the Forest board that RDU hasn't even expended yet.
Yeah, I think, honestly, in the craziest of worlds here for Kalento, it would have to be active Zephyrus to clear next turn, into active Alexstrasza, into the absolute best dragons ever to have any... And even then, it's still going to be tough. But RDU, after a quick... couple of pointing at the screen to work out the counting, realizes it is in fact lethal. And I mentioned that, I think I mentioned to you the other day, because I've been playing Chonsu's Druid list, which has the double Savage Roar.
Okay.
And although you don't do it all the time, it surprised me the amount.
Double Roar on ladder, you crazy person.
Oh yeah, I love it. Although it doesn't happen all of the time, it happened a surprise amount of time where you just have 2 or 3 minions, a couple of Glowflies live, a couple of this lives, and you just double Savage Draw, and it's so much damage, your opponent just dies. And I'm not saying like, oh yeah, that's the battle plan, but it means that just these bits of board that's left over from a Mount Seller turn, from a Glowfly, from a Soul of the Forest, are still a potential huge damage threat for your opponent. So I am liking the double Savage Draw list, even though I think historically it seemed a little bit overkill, at least in this since the expansion rotation this year.
Yeah, and again, as much as my biases against Druid will come through in places, and as much as I am a fan of Quest Warlock, that matchup is a problem for a lot of lists that do come out. But Kalento now, unbelievably perhaps for some, is now staring deep into the abyss, because there is just a Demon Hunter left to win with for RDU, and if RDU does pick up a win with that Demon Hunter, that means that Kalento, one of the winningest players that we have ever seen in Hearthstone, the man who is known as K-God around the world, one of the players with the highest reputations for just the highest standard of play over multiple years, could end up being relegated right now from Grandmasters.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge deal, but I think this was going to be a similar outcome just in this season of Grandmasters anyway, with 3 total relegations per season, per region. We are going to see some great players fall, and we might be seeing this one today. RDU only 1 victory away from taking this series and pushing Kalento out, and he has Demon.
Raven. Oh, he did it! Okay. I know the situation is very serious, but honestly, nothing mattered more to me in that moment than whether Kalento was going to keep the quest. Alright, we've got ourselves a game.
The game is live.
Yeah.
Players have cards, those cards can be played, so we're going to play the game. Battlefiend, normally the go-to option there, if you're not expecting too many response tools from your opponent, or too many minions at least, but RDU could just go nuts as well. He does have a Chaos Strike to follow up with turn 2 if he really wants, so he could just go crazy and just coin double 1-drop.
The fires of vengeance burn bright.
Playing it slow. Kalento here has the Dream Curve. You can contest this board with Questing Adventurer. Questing Explorer.
Hey!
Can contest the board with Questing Explorer. This is a tempo-focused matchup, so maximizing your card draw is not necessarily the way to go. A lot of slow matchups, you would go tap on 2, tap on 3, Questing Explorer on 4. In this case, just having the 2-3 to fight for board is much more important.
Less of a focus on maximizing card draw and more of a focus on maximizing not being dead.
And even then, that's hand dependent. I think even in this matchup, if you've got Questing Explorer and a Dark Skies in your hand, I might still just get with the life tap, you know, just to make sure my hand size is increasing as opposed to just staying the same size with a Questing Explorer.
And I actually also think that heavily depends on their opening as well, right? If they're not playing a 1-drop, then suddenly that Dark Skies might be more powerful much later in the game as opposed to an on-curve plan. So still always flexible, as always is the case. The rules of Hearthstone, or the rules of archetypes, etc. we talk about, there's always something that breaks that rule.
Mm-hmm.
Here, though, there is that sidekick available to just to boost the health a little bit. But if that's the case, does RDU ever consider Vulpera and the sidekick? Puts the health total on what, 7, 8, 9?
I think you generally want to be coining 5s in this matchup where available. I was having this conversation with Orange last night, and he seems to have a similar philosophy to me. I would like to talk a lot more in depth with him about it, but he said to me that he feels like the most important thing from the Demon Hunter side is just how much damage you can do in the mid-game, not the early game, where it comes to like Warglaives, Metamorphosis, Skull of Gul'dan, keeping your resources high. So that to me is kind of a philosophy I agree with, where I think, you know, coin is better spent later.
Okay. I think that looks a little bit weirder because there is only a Warglaives for RDU. And I think there's a point of, well, coin Warglaives, hit them for 3. You know, like, is that powerful? Obviously, it gets it equipped. If you have 2 5-drops, then of course you accelerate the pace in which you get to play them both. Right. Which is the big deal, and I think the general point you're making, right, is often you have those a lot of those mid-game cards in hand.
But if you look at the way the curve played out, it's still coin 5 into 5, essentially, right? Is what he's done. Yeah. He's coined a 5 turn. And then he's still able to follow it up with Warglaives of Azzinoth.
This is where you might just say, okay, Soulfire, here's your job for this game. The downside of that is it makes its Abyssal significantly worse and might not even be playable if it gets discarded next turn. Well, that's a draw. Really needs a dragon, though. I think it is just Soulfire. I think it has to be.
I'm not seeing a better solution.
Because the problem is, like, Moag, Rain of Fire, Coil is pretty powerful. Can't do it all, obviously, because he lifetime.
Yeah.
To get the Moag. Moag, Rain of Fire is still insane next turn, if he keeps hold of it. Oh, that's unfortunate. But he can't just say, oh, well, I'll just pass and do it all next turn. Because he probably just dies. There's a ton of damage coming his way if you leave that 4/4 up.
And this is that mid-game push that I've been talking about that's so crucial here, because now RDU does have that Warglaives into Skull of Gul'dan.
But the Consume Magic for the Abyssal.
I know.
Absolutely huge.
Yep.
So many.
Vulpera Scoundrel, why did we ever question you?
Oh, is this it, Raven?
It has to be the Abyssal, right, though? Like,
He's gonna go.
Okay, he's gonna go for
Nether Breath instead. Yeah.
Oof, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But yet again, because of this, and because how far away he is even from Alexstrasza, and that Moag getting discarded, it means that Klento's just so out of healing right now that yes, RDU lost a lot of damage, but look at what he's got in his hand.
RDU now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, but that most importantly gives him active Skull of Gul'dan this turn, which I think is super important for the situation. So make sure he can keep the pressure up.
He still has the Consume Magic just sat there waiting for the if scenario, if there a taunt comes down. Normally, it's only Kayn that's the problem, which is 4 mana, deal 3, but ignore taunts. Now the 1 mana, go away, is the answer for that Consume Magic. RDU pushing a ton of damage, and this might just be the final few moments for Colento in Grandmasters.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12 health in play. Craze Netherwing will be able to take care of most of
Coil.
it, but if he Rain of Fires first, there's then 1, 2, 3, 4 left.
Craze Netherwing, coil into the other Broodmother is like the plan. It's a desperate plan, but it's a plan that does something. So he ends up healing for 1, going up to 9. After the damage from the Netherwing, of course.
Yeah, the alternative would be to Rain of Fire and Dark Skies. You can still fit a coil in with that, still draw the same card, but you don't deal the 3 damage to yourself. Chaos Strike up to 3, Hero Power up to 4. Oh boy.
Consume Magic does draw him another card.
It does.
But it does use up the silence. I don't know if it's worth it. Because RDU, or Colento specifically, isn't going into, say, turn 9 where he can self Alex.
Exactly,
RDU's seen so much healing. He's seen a Moab get tossed. I think it's worth holding, you know. It's more likely, I think, Colento has a taunt than he does healing. Is that fair to say right now? Maybe not. He knows he has a Broodmother in hand, right? Because he would have seen it proc.
Yeah.
So he knows there is a taunt that exists in hand for Colento. So that's just 100% knowledge there. And what can he draw into once he spends that 1 mana? Glavebound isn't playable anymore.
Right. Yeah, I agree with everything he said. I think he just redevelops, he puts him to 1, and then he holds on to the Consume Magic.
Yep, and I believe he does.
On the following turn.
Colento's not going to proc Quest, so he doesn't even have a lifetime next turn, does he?
His quest is still some distance off, but there is that plot twist.
That'll help. Doesn't that get the quest active and might, join Broodmothers?
It would, yeah. It wouldn't be any development this turn, though. Colento has to kind of logic out what this 1 remaining card is from RDU. He knows it's the Volpira spell, so he needs to start figuring out various things that would have killed him, wouldn't have killed him, would have been played, wouldn't have been played, till he can find a conclusion on what this 1 card is, and then figure out what the line is to take against it. Because we know putting a big taunt in play right now isn't going to be good enough. Colento might not know that. Colento might think huge taunt minion now, plus trade down this Battle Fiend is huge because that consolidates his position against the board being redeveloped on the next turn.
He drew Keladon! He can Keladon this board if he wants, unless the Broodmother puts him up to 5. Can't life tap as well, though.
Just playing the taunt.
Oh!
We're right back where we started, Raven. There's 4 damage in play.
He does get an extra draw this turn, though.
Metamorphosis off the top. Oh, Raven, Colento is gone.
Oh, the wave there from Colento. Sorry to see you go, friend. But RDU takes the victory 3-0, and Colento is going to be relegated from Grandmasters. Words I honestly did not think I would be saying, but this is what happens when we have a field this strong. Someone that is very good has to go out, especially when we look at the strength of the European region.
Yeah, so now as we conclude Division B, I believe that means that we are saying goodbye to Pavel, and we are saying goodbye to Colento, as you saw there, him just giving the wave. And yeah, that upsets me a little bit because I'm a huge fan of Pavel. I think he's phenomenally entertaining. And for me, Colento is exactly the same, right? Like, he might not be everyone else's cup of tea in terms of entertainment, but there's a reason why I wanted to film that, guys. I've got to watch multiple times because I think he's great. I have loved interviewing him. You know, I've loved essentially what was just mental sparring sessions with Colento, where you had to try and at least get something entertaining out of him, where he's just going to bury you as much as possible. I've enjoyed that enormously over the years. I've enjoyed the periods of time where Colento was one of the best players in the world, arguably the best player in the world. And it's shocking, honestly, to be losing a former world champion and a player with the caliber of Colento here from Division B.
Yeah, really tough, and definitely miss seeing them. And like I said, pretty much just echo everything that you've said, but especially because I've got to hang out with Pavel quite a lot. And not only is he fun to watch on camera, he's super fun to be at events, even more so, even because it's just never boring when he's there. So pretty crazy, and I hope he continues on with Hearthstone at least to some extent in the future, as I would love to see him at some events going forward.
Yeah, and on a lighter note, I'll issue a correction for that series. We were talking about prepping I-Beam, which is obviously nonsense when you stop and think about it for a second.
Right.
We're just complete idiots. RDU played that turn absolutely fine. Our apologies. He was a deserving winner of the game and the series. But yeah, you see the much more important factor here of the way that these Division B matchups are broken down, and I do believe it leaves us in the very unfortunate situation of having to say goodbye to Calento, having to say goodbye to Pavel, and I believe that means it's now Tice and Zim who are in the relegation bracket, with Tice in 5th place and Zim in 6th, which does actually matter in terms of the overall seeding. So I believe that is our final breakdown as we go, and we now move on to the last piece of information that needs solving, which is Hunter Ace versus Swids here in Division A. Hunter Ace still has that relegation bracket looming over him as well, with Silvername watching on with great interest as well as the other player involved, who might just find himself safe here after Hunter Ace's result.
Yeah, and I do like the way that the day is shaped up for us, at least, where we get to finish on this match. And don't get me wrong, this match is important, but it's just a bit of a lighter note, as there is no auto-relegation in Division A. There is an outcome where the two of the Division A players play in the relegation bracket, which is going to be played out next weekend. But for now, we don't have to say goodbye to anyone else today. I'm not good with goodbyes, and we just got through them, so I'm done. We're going to continue on with Hunter Ace versus Swids. Division A match, the only one of the day. And now we are going to see potentially more Quest Warlock from Hunter Ace. But for now, let's take a look at Swids, bringing that Galacrond, Secret Rogue, the Spell Druid once again, and this Demon Hunter. So we get to see more and more of this Spell Druid and see if, honestly, just the community as a whole can reach some kind of agreement on whether this deck's good enough or not at this point in the meta.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be, I think, an uphill climb for the Spell Druid, as it has seemed to be in most series so far. Of course, the Quest Warlock matchup aside, as I have talked about at great length, unless Swids can line that one up here against that Quest Warlock, then it's going to be a struggle for him. But from Hunter Ace, we've seen the struggles of Quest Warlock, of Spell Druid that he had in his previous series against Ball Control, where it even just came down to the final game where he was the one that just ripping the Glowfly Swarm nice and early to be able to get himself out of it with a win. So sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes you just have to play a mirror match and be the one that grabs the Glowfly, because Spell Druid and Quest Warlock here in Hunter Ace's lineup, it's two decks that have been shown to be struggling so far this week.
Yeah, and it looks like for game one, we are going to be seeing Swids on that Demon Hunter, and a fairly standard list for Swids there. The 2 of Sightless Watcher isn't a guaranteed, and the 1 of I-Beam, I personally wouldn't cut I-Beams. I think every time you see them get played, they do amazing work. So to cut one feels weird to me, and I'm not the biggest fan of Sightless Watcher, but that's really the only question I have about this list. Overall, the list extremely, extremely solid and consistent, but we will just keep an eye on maybe the lack of double I-Beam in the deck.
Indeed, it's something that we saw players cutting completely, and I think we disagreed with it then. It just seems such a weird choice in like a Ban Warrior player Demon Hunter mirror meta that you would then be cutting out I-Beams. It seemed like such a strange choice. So yeah, we'll see how this evolves over time, but you've got to make room for all those cards somewhere, and we saw Volpira Scoundrels coming in clutch for RDU potentially in the last series, even though it was the Metamorphosis that ended up getting over the line in the end.
Yeah, we are going to see Hunter Ace's build of Quest Warlock. The Acidic Swampoo's in there is just showing some respect to a lot of the harder matchups, often versus classes with weapons that deal a lot of damage to your face. So we'll see how that one plays out. But overall, the 2 Questing Explorers in there and the 2 Abyssal Summoners. We've seen a few players just mess around with 1 Abyssal or not, or 0 Ooze. But the big deal for Hunter Ace is he runs 1 Soulfire, which means that if 1 is used up, it does reduce some of the burst damage available there.
Yeah, it does. It does. I think it also means that, he's going to play a lot more matchups, a little bit more board-centric, which you can see in the double Abyssal Summoner list, for example. Calento in the previous series is running only 1, which means it's much more difficult for him to win matchups on board. But with one less Soulfire and one more Abyssal Summoner, it means that a lot of the time Huntrace doesn't really have to worry so much about getting these huge OTK turns off. He just has plenty more powerful cards that he can throw out in the mid game. He can just tap into huge minions and just win on board. Alexstrasza, your opponent, hit them with minions.
And I think that's what really interests me. And it might seem like I kind of try and dumpster on Quest Warlock. I do like the deck. I just think it's not quite there yet. And I think that's the big deal. I think there are very cuttable cards in that list. I just don't think anyone's fully decided on what those are yet. Because there is room. We see a ton. Like, how often do we actually see Zephyrus active in any games we've seen in Grandmasters? And although it might look a little bit different on ladder or different in Grandmasters, still you are submitting those lists to be played. So maybe there's an idea of maybe Zephyrus gets cut. Maybe Alexstrasza can be replaced by a different dragon if you think you still need that amount of dragons. It might sound like an exaggeration, but I still think there's a lot of work to be done on that list before it starts to feel very, very refined.
Yeah, this is the drum that you've been banging for quite some time about, this is just a Bloodfen Raptor, this is just a 9-mana 8/8. They never get value. They do! It happens! We've seen it happening multiple times over and over
once.
again. Yeah, one time! That one time is good enough for me. But yeah, I mean, there are
Camrathed always gets the job done, so...
less of this Camrathed nonsense.
Raven Tech.
We do at least, there are matchups, is what I want to say, for Zephyrus and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. And there's matchups where I think Zephyrus is a more acceptable card. You can argue it being Camrathed all you want, but at least, Zephyrus, at least in the bad matchups where you're not going to get Zephyrus, it's a card you can dump and just play out as a Bloodfen Raptor anyway. Whereas Dragon Queen Alexstrasza is sometimes the more clunky one when you do have it sat in your hand. But for me, I think they are still both a pretty core part of the deck.
Yeah, and especially when your deck is performing as it should, then it's going to be looking pretty good overall, because that's when you are drawing all the cards, of course, and suddenly 0-mana Zephyrus, 0-mana Alexstrasza potential is huge. But the players aren't quite ready to go into their game yet, so we'll be kicking it off very shortly. We are just going to go to a quick break while we get ready for Swids versus Huntrace, our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Be handcuffed to a Grandmaster for 1 month.
If I would be handcuffed to one person for over a month, it would probably be Tice, because he's just way too positive. Even if it looks like something bad could happen, you look at Tice and then he just talks about his tea and everyone is good again.
I think I'm actually gonna pick Bunny. I can learn a lot about chemistry.
Can't go with another Grandmaster. I will choose Firebat because we will still have fun. It won't matter.
That would be Zalei, because I think he would be able to break the chains.
I would probably pick Seiko, because Seiko is very calm, doesn't speak too much, so I wouldn't be annoyed.
I think I would say Seiko because, he's not speaking, so he would be quiet.
Yeah, Seiko. Yeah, Seiko is... I like to speak with him.
I'll just go with Seiko.
Okay.
We can all have him.
Welcome back here to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Final match here in the European region. Swids versus Huntrace is going to be the final match we do have, and it is going to be a Division A match. And it is going to have some impact into who plays in that relegation bracket next weekend. Huntrace and Swids both having Warrior banned out Soto, but still an important match for these guys.
Yeah, it's an important matchup overall. It might look a little bit confusing on the surface as to why this is even relevant, because if you look at the current standings, Huntrace is actually already outside of the relegation bracket zone in Division A, so people might be confused as to how he can fall when, you know, all he's doing is playing another match. There's no penalty for losing. Problem is that Silvername has Swids under his tiebreaker belt. The tiebreaker 2 is the sum total of the match wins of the players you've defeated, and Silvername has defeated Swids. So if Swids picks up a win here, that means Silvername's tiebreaker will increase by 1, and he will leapfrog Huntrace out of the relegation bracket zone, and the relegation bracket in Division A will be Felkane and Huntrace. Huntrace must win to not be faced with the threat of relegation, and most importantly, to secure himself a playoff spot.
Well, let's get into it. We did touch on it before the break, but it is going to be the Quest Warlock for Huntrace going up against the Demon Hunter for Swids. And again, a matchup I think is actually pretty close. I think we've seen this go both ways in pretty explosive fashion, whether it's the Warlock just completely dominating in the removal plus heal game, or the Demon Hunter just stomping down the Warlock in like the first few, first 5 turns of the game. You can see it go both ways, so I think this one is just extremely close.
Right. And here's that exact dynamic I talked about in the previous series about whether with Dark Skies in hand, maybe Huntrace wants to be looking to increase his hand size here with a life tap, as opposed to keeping it the same size by playing Questing Explorer. But at the same time, there's just a juicy 2-2 on the board that it looks like this 2-3 can quite happily gobble up.
And the life tap, the life tap still costs him, right? It means he'll be put down 26 and not potentially, say, 28 if he just let the 2-2 attack face for some reason. And also, there is a consideration that with an Aranesi Broodmother already in hand, it's to a certain extent one less you can draw, even though obviously Plot Twist exists. But I think in the perfect healing world, you want to say naturally draw them, Plot Twist them twice, and then naturally draw them again to have like ultra heal. But with one already in his opening hand, that is just a little bit less likely to happen.
Yeah, but this is now the scary part, because with Beaming Psychic hitting the board and with no life tap on the previous turn, the amount of health on board is quickly outscaling the amount of damage that Dark Skies is able to do when it comes down.
Yeah, in a roundabout way, an extra bonus for Vulpera Scoundrel is it's the 3 health minion. So it just adds a lot to it, as opposed to, say, to Overseer would add 4, but it would cost Swids a coin if he wanted to hero power that.
It's a nice I-beam he can prep if he wants to. Seems pretty good. I'm so annoyed. Why am I so
He got
stupid?
mana burn, though, from the discovery, from the random.
That's actually pretty solid,
That's actually massive, yeah.
It is.
Switch really considering whether he wants to do more damage to Huntrace.
No, I think he's considering whether he's coining mana burn this turn, but I don't think there's any real reason to.
Nope, if it was, and obviously it wouldn't work if this was the case, but if it was a turn where Huntrace could, say, coin into a Netherwing, sounds great, right? It makes sense. But into just a 4 mana turn, the thing he would dodge is, tap Plot Twist? But Huntrace isn't going to get max value out of that if he does that anyway. Maybe Swid's just saying there won't be a use for coin in the near future anyway. But I think he could have just done, say, to Overseer hero power coin mana burn next turn, right?
Right.
Would that not have been like felt better in the answers to you making a say to Overseer board?
Hmm. Well, either way, there's now, 11 health going into play?
Demons?
13, actually. It's more than that, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to swing, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Will still get cleared up by Rain Dark Skies, though, if Huntrace so chooses. is also very vulnerable to Crazed Netherwing on curve. So it looks like Swidge is trying to hedge here. Probably a big enough board to be pulling out the Dark Skies Clear anyway if it is available. And he gets to soft test, or hard test I would say, I guess, for the Crazed Netherwing here.
He's probably kind of hoping for the Netherwing, honestly. It deals 3 damage to Hunter-Ace. As in, hoping for the Netherwing if there is removal. For this turn, should I say, not just hoping there's removal. But yeah, the only extra damage with the Metamorphosis in hand, so it might just be eyeing up a quick game.
It's still 11 in play, 11 health for the Dark Skies Clear, so it would still have to be a 2-card clear from Hunter-Ace if it's not Crazed Netherwing.
That means no plot twist. I think he just has to, right? And just plan on doing the Abyssal next turn?
Mm-hmm.
Really fun trace, no Sense Demons, no Natural Moag, no Nether Breath, really has limited him here, even with a substantial amount of card draw. Okay, not bad.
We go again.
Yep, Satyr, Battle Mage, swing with the hero power, deal 2. Make a 4-2, a 2-2, and a 2-2. That's plenty of damage threatening again. I'm forcing Hunter-Ace to clear, or taunt, or heal. The good thing with the taunt plan is he then has Metamorphosis hero power swing next turn.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, won't be able to swing. He would have used the charge if he does it this turn. But still, Metamorphosis in a trade is still more than good enough to hack through a lot of the taunts that Hunter-Ace could put down.
Yeah. And if there is no significant defense from Swids, then that Metamorphosis hero power can just end up representing Leaf straight up. Dark Skies number 2, though, is enormous here.
And he can whip the plot twist in.
He can. Quest is only at 8 right now, but his hand is pretty miserable.
Yeah, I think he's plot twisting just for stuff to actually do next.
Yes.
More than either maximum quest value or anything like that. Once the Nether Breath, once the Moags, once the Sense Demons potentially would still be good. Broodmothers wouldn't be the worst thing to happen.
Okay, this hand is better already.
Yeah, I was going to say, those first 2 cards just tick the anti-Demon Hunter box.
Yep.
Quest Explorer, not bad either.
Nether Breath Ooze, Twisting Nether will actually be relevant down the line, but then also a Dragon to activate the Nether Breath and a Questing Explorer while the quest is still active. Yeah, good stuff.
Oh, this is actually really sick the way it's turned out for Swids, because he doesn't need to play minions to set up lethal. Then there's no Moag threat unless it's good, or there is, but it would have to be like Moag and then breath your own Moag for Hunter-Ace, which, although would heal a lot, just removes the minion from the board anyway.
Right.
Just a nice little setup there. It's going to be the heal from the Aranasi, though.
Yeah, which is a huge deal. Because now Hunter-Ace probably feels like he can greed a little bit. And dig for those Moags, but he can't life tap to do it.
What if he
can't play Netherwing this turn?
What if he taps and Nether Breath's face?
Sure. What happens if you life tap and hit Moag, though? What then?
Draw the next Nether Breath next.
Okay.
Well, the problem is if he doesn't do that, then he does nothing else, right? And like I think it sounds weird, but he's so far behind that he can't be that passive. Oh wow.
Oh!
Well, that hurts.
It's just 10. The life tap just isn't even an option.
And again, Swids knows now there's one Desperation Nether Breath, which means there's no Mo. I think that means pretty securely there's no Moag in hand. He knows there's one Broodmother already been drawn. There's the Moag! And he can't tap! He can trade Coil into a Nether Breath.
Well, he can Moag Coil and then like Nether Breath his own Questing Explorer if he wants to do it that way.
Oh,
Or
sure,
he can
okay.
Just trade and one Coil and then Nether Breath his own Moag Artificer if he draws it.
Okay. That's also a thing. Oh, wait. He can actually... Wait. He could have drawn twice. He could have played his ooze and coiled, right?
Sure.
And
but
still
doing
have
it
the
this
mana?
way, yeah, okay, doing it this way, he's still able to put up the taunt at the end of the turn,
Okay,
though,
sure,
so this
sure.
does actually seem like a smart way of doing it.
He needs the Vulpera to offer him a 1 or 0 cost card to win.
Yeah.
To win the game.
I-beam.
That's pretty likely, actually. Isn't it?
I-beam, Twin Slice, Blur, Mana Burn, Consume Magic. Yep.
Hey, that's the mana burn. It's gonna get the job done. Swids, bit of a close one there, but Huntress could just not stabilize. And Swids is gonna take a relatively quick game 1 with a Demon Hunter victory over Huntress's Quest Warlock.
Yeah, and Quest Warlock's woes continue, and honestly, Hunter Ace's woes continue at this point. It's been a pretty miserable season for him, honestly. He's does find himself in Division A, which obviously is commendable. That was goal number 1 for all of these players, but just really has not put it together. And I think, honestly, the questions for Hunter Ace have to come from the lineups. I don't think Hunter Ace has played badly at all, but I've certainly had questions about a lot of his lineups. There was that extremely weird rogue list that he brought one week. There was his admittance that he didn't really believe in Zoo as quickly as he should have done and was bringing Galakron Warlock instead. He then went back to the well with Galakron Warlock for 1 week after Zoo got nerfed again,
He also
which I
banned
find
Zoo
questionable.
that week,
He
right?
did also
When he-
ban Zoo, yeah.
when he banned the Zoo out and left up Warrior Demon Hunter Rogue, I'm going to say. I can't remember the third deck, but anyway. Yeah, so there is some decisions there, and Hunter Ace, I have no doubt, no doubt in my mind, he's a genius at Hearthstone. He is literally one of the best players in the world, but still, it's his and his teammates' jobs and practice partners' jobs to get the lists right, get the lineups right, get the calls right. And sometimes, no one can be right 100% of the time, right? Sometimes you miss. But I do agree with you. I feel like Hunter Ace has kind of just missed a few too many times this season, which is very unlike him.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, it's a huge part of it, right? I think on the contrary as well, I think Swids is not the best technical player in the world. I think there's been a couple of spots where he's made some plays I found questionable, a couple of spots where he's done some things that I think are just technically outright wrong. But I think week after week, he's had incredibly good lineups, and I think that contributes to the fact that Swids is currently in a more secure position than Hunter Ace was, even though Swids' second half of the season has got progressively worse, and Hunter Ace's second half of the season has started to get better. So they are actually moving closer together in the league table, and I believe Hunter Ace could even potentially leapfrog him at the end here.
Yeah, and bear in mind, a big part for me of the reason why Swids is even in Division A is the early adopting of Zoo from him and the other French players, right? They were bringing Zoo before anyone else was, along with Galen, but Galen's a French player, so that's fine. I'm going to go with. But yeah, again, when you talk about just getting the reads right, getting the deck choices right, the builds right, Swids and the other French players brought Zoo early, and it paid off for a lot of them a lot of the time. So again, just another heads-up play there. You might not be the best technical player in the world, but if you've got the good reads, it's going to get you somewhere. But let's go into it. It's going to be the Druid here for Swids on the top, and Hunter Ace on this Demon Hunter on the bottom here.
Yeah, and we see Swids here rocking the Starfall in his deck. Not exactly a given in Druid these days. In fact, it's pretty rare these days that we see people finding room for that card, even with how lean the versions are in terms of minions being played, with Kael'thas being cut from most as well. Some even going down to 1 Mount Seller, which I think is lunacy, but that's fine. Even then, it seems rare that people find room to fit a Starfall in, but Swids even here keeping it in the matchup, and you can understand why when, just about every minion in Demon Hunter will die for that card.
They will never catch me.
Yeah, makes sense to me. If you're putting Starfall in your deck and not keeping it against Demon Hunter, just get it out of your deck. Right, it seems so good. It'd be crazy too. And he does get the Wild Growth as well, which is a card that helps out just getting into that Starfall that little bit quicker.
Right.
Hunter Ace, on the other hand, with this Demon Hunter, is not the overly standard list. He is, again, only running the 1 I-Beam, a card I think is just criminal to not run 2 of. But he does run cards I do like. Crimson Sigil Runner I still think gets there. And the 2 Mana Burns in Hunter Ace's list. We've seen the power of Mana Burn, not only over this weekend, but over the last few weeks.
I see his weakness.
Swids resigning himself to a bit of a beating for now, at least, but he gets the Wild Growth spent. Frees him up for the Fungal Fortunes on the following turn into the Starfall on 5. Or on Druid 5, I should say.
And honestly, in a roundabout way, him drawing the 2 Mount Sellers, although on the surface looks kind of bad, the fact that he can fungal whilst having Mount Sellers in hand means that his chance of whiffing is almost 0.
Crystal Power on the Satyr for sure. You can argue that you use it to heal for 4 here, whereas if you use the Starfall, you're going to heal with it for 5 eventually, or at least you have the potential to somewhere down the line, since those minions then all die anyway. There's an X factor in that equation, though, which is Beaming Sidekick, which is something that you should probably play around in that scenario by taking care of the must-kill minion while you can.
Yep, and it's not that miraculously this demon's going to survive, still get killed from a Starfall now, but it's just the fact that the other one staying alive is a much bigger threat because it's the Satyr that summons more demons.
Exactly. Also just has twice as much attack for hitting you in the head with.
Huntrace, though, does have a highly aggressive follow-up here, and you mentioned it. It's all about the 5 drops, right, and the turn 5 plays. And he does have that the combo of either Twin Slice with Glaybound at depth, or just getting those Warglaive equipped.
Oh,
clutch!
The crucial mana burn coming into play for Huntrace.
This is why I just can never argue with anyone putting mana burn in their deck, because every time we see it, we're like, whoa, that's going to be sick!
Impatient.
So here's the thing, though. The way this game has played out, and the fact that it's the 5 mana turn now for Huntrace, I would have been surprised if the mana burn came down now. So actually, that means that the Glowfly Swarm will actually be able to land here for Swids, potentially. But that does mean that if there's 4 damage coming back the other way, Swids is just cooked. And guess what? There's 4 damage coming back the other way.
And that's it, and that's why I like this, because it's a highly aggressive setup, and really, it's the guarantee. Well, no, yeah, I'm going to say guarantee because of the way the requirement of the spells that need a 7 cost to work for 0 work. But the guarantee that you lock out the Mount Cell turn very hard next turn if you don't have lethal anyway.
Alright, Huntrace gets himself over the line. Step number 1. Warglaives and Hero Power will get the job done. Nice and simple. Druid's woes against Demon Hunter continue. I will once again assert that this matchup is impossible. I don't know how many times you think you've seen Druid win. You're actually just mistaken. It's never happened.
And you see there, and you might look at that game and say, well, what's the point in Starfall then if you get like kind of the perfect Starfall as early maybe as possible as well against Demon Hunter, and you still just get stomped? It's like, well, yes, but Huntrace had a fantastic follow-up, right? He had all of the early aggression to push as much early damage as possible, where Swid, just didn't have any of the little removal to slow the damage down for the first 4 turns. And then after the Starfall, there was just instant go, instant aggro. Sometimes maybe one of those things doesn't happen from the Demon Hunter, which then gives you the wiggle room to survive. So although Starfall won't just solo win you all the games, it might help you out in some of them. We just didn't quite see it in that specific game there because Huntrace just had, frankly, the perfect start and the perfect finish for that one.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it just be like that, right? Like, you can play a card to improve a bad matchup, and it's still going to be a bad matchup. It doesn't mean you just suddenly win it. That's not how Hearthstone works. In that scenario, not only did Huntrace have the perfect start, he had the Beaming Sidekick to play around the Starfall, particularly coming down from Swids. Otherwise, that's a full board clear, that's 2 less damage, and suddenly that 2 less damage could have become relevant. It wouldn't have been because there was a Twin Slice backing up Huntrace's 4 damage at the end of the game anyway, but it could have been the difference between winning and losing if Swids was able just to get that 1 board clear down.
Well, let's mosey on down to game number 3, and it's going to be a Druid Mirror. A lot of the time a bit of just a black and white matchup, right? Just because it feels like one player gets hold of the board first and never really lets it go, and then the damage stacks up so quickly that the opponent can't really respond to it. So there are some cases where either both players can draw badly, and then it starts getting a little bit weird with like Mount Seller versus Mount Seller turns. But generally, whoever lands first wins first.
Agreed. And we saw Huntrace very definitively landing first against Boar Control yesterday. But actually, despite being the player with the Glowfly in his hand, He's actually not looking great to be able to do that, because minion draws means that his Glowfly Swarm is actually pretty pathetic here.
Yeah, there are obviously things that can happen. I mean, just because you land Glowfly first doesn't mean it's the best. Like this. And again, I'm going to wait, obviously, till the weekend's done and see where everyone's at. But I need to just ask what this Kel'Thas is for. Because I still just don't know, so I just don't know.
Yeah.
I could not give you a good argument. If this was on Hot Takes, I would just concede. Because I wouldn't be able to argue for it.
Nice. Duly noted. I actually might need a sparring partner for Hot Takes this week, since, you know, TJ is preoccupied. So if you wanted to come on and just concede, that works for me. I think, as far as I'm aware, Doa's filling in for TJ, so surely that lands in his remit. I've got plenty of stuff to record for the curve, thank you. Can't Doa, bring it on. I'm ready for you.
But meanwhile, while we've been talking rubbish, Swids does get that Mount Seller down, and now Huntrace does have the response to it with his own Mount Seller. And a lot of spells, actually. Coin, Innovate, Bog Beam, Iron Bark. He can make a bigger board, which is huge considering Swids' hand is very small right now.
Yeah. I will say, again, just because I'm very confused about why Kel'Thas has come back into this deck, that Huntrace currently has a hand full of, you know, multiple zero-cost cards, and Kel'Thas is garbage this turn.
Right!
Just
why is it
do
there?
I'm confused.
If you're not playing KT in this instance, then it should not be in the deck. I do think Huntrace should... Oh, okay. I'm a little bit surprised there. I think at that point, you go all in with your spells, even though it does just equate to a hero power. Because then the response has to be Swids playing more spells whilst getting better beasts.
It's true,
beasts.
yeah.
And Swids doesn't have that many cards in hand, right?
Right. It is immediately much better on the board right now to do so, but he does also have those two other cards in his hand that are also very greedy for those cheap spells that he'd be throwing away.
But if he plays the spells, the Glowfly gets worse.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Kel'Thas would need like an overflow draw or something to actually become active at this point. But Huntrace does at least still have the second Mount Seller to come down, even in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, he can make another mini board, right? It's just Mount Seller, Coin, Innovate, and then Savage Rock, even maybe.
I really like this diversion, by the way, from Swids. It looked for a second like he was just going to snap Sarah Unleashed. But I think this is great recognition of the position. If he's going to keep just jamming Zixors onto this board, then hell, sign me up.
Yeah, second taunt, and also bear in mind, I think that's both Fungals played for Swids. I want to say, I might be wrong, you'll be able to tell me.
It's just one, according to
is it just one? Okay.
Yeah.
But with the two primes in the deck, that adds a lot of power to Swids' draws that often isn't there for Druid.
Yep.
At this point in the game, outside of exactly your Zero Portal.
Creatures.
Yeah, and Huntrace really just doesn't have much choice. He's just going to have to go, try and hope for miracles, but they're miracles that are so unlikely. Moonfires just aren't really picking anything apart because of the Soul of the Forest. There's just nothing doing.
Can't even get through the Mount Seller without Savage Roar in it, right?
Right.
When there's just one attacking minion available.
Yeah, this board just looks lost. Well and truly lost.
And now a much more comfortable turn for Swids to just plop down that Ysera without really any chance at a punish here.
Yeah, as long as these trades work out fine, which it looks like they do.
I guess there's no world in which he doesn't play Ysera because his board is pretty full, is there? He has 18 cards left.
No, I don't think so.
Right, okay, yeah, I just wanted to double check. Like, there's odd times you get punished for it, but it's with 18 cards naturally in the deck. 19 with the 6 if it trades, of course, then like it's so unlikely that you just burn like 5 portals.
I mean, it's just a 4-12 as well. Like the 4-12
right, that's what I mean.
Game
like, it's just worth it.
Yeah.
And I think Swids should just focus on clearing this board. You saw that was a certain level of desperation from Huntrace. And the same fact, I think it's a fair play to read that there's no overflow. Because I think it might have just been an overflow turn for Huntrace.
Yeah, sure.
To like refill first and then go off with Mount Cellar to try and recover the board at that point.
Okay.
Just a quick check. Nope. KT, still bad.
He's going to hero power through the bear, take a value trade, and then overflow. Just give himself max value. Doesn't allow himself any more mana expenditure after the overflow unless he hits innovates, but he's looking to draw 0-cost spells here anyway. Be able to pick things apart. Crystal Power would have been one of the cards he could play.
Oh, 25 cards. And he gets 2 portals. I mean, obviously a chunk of those are portals, obviously.
Exactly 2 portals at that
Kind
as
of
well.
crazy. And there's an overflow. So if he loses this board, he just presses overflow and refills on dragons. Oh.
I like just doing it now.
No, you're right, because
you just don't have to care. Like, if you get 2 more dragons here and then burn all the rest of them, GG, you've won. Like,
well,
that's the worst case scenario, and the game's over in your favor.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Like, and also because the deck's so big, you're not that likely for that to happen anyway. You're likely to just draw all the spells you've not drawn this game.
Right.
So, which only make your board stronger. So it's just, as you mentioned, a bit of a win-win scenario, actually, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, seems to be the only play. Just drop the Glowfly Soul. Huntrace knows there's threat of Savage Roar coming back from the other side. There's threat of Starfall coming back from the other side, both of which are equally likely to mess him up. But actually, right now, Swids has none of that. Huntrace does have the Savage Roar in his hand. Which means this big push on board actually end up being very relevant. But the Zigsaw Prime can still have something quite significant to say about this situation.
Maybe, luckily for Huntrace, there's no way Swids can have a dragon in hand. So he can't AoE this board down.
This is actually kind of bad for Swids. He wanted the board space. As long as he could play 4 Zigsaw Primes, he could actually clean up, you know, multiples of the 2/2s plus the death rattles that came out of them.
Does he have Iron Barks left? He does, right?
He has used 1 Iron Bark.
Okay. 14 cards, a bit of a stretch. I was wondering whether he should start with Overgrowth. To try, because if he gets an Iron Bark, this feels a lot more comfortable, right?
So I mean, look at the difference by not having the board space here in terms of how much of this he can actually trade down.
Zigsaw Prime for 2. Things of Nightmares. Can get rid of a chunk of it, though.
Yep.
Which is a pretty
big deal still. Don't get me wrong. It's still very good.
We're going to see the
Crystal
payoff.
Power, Rising Winds, free Overgrowth. Has then the 0-cost spell from the Overgrowth. Yeah, there's no need to play the Kel'Thas first, though. It does not have to be in play to be picking up the effects as your turn goes on.
I think a lot of people would argue that it just doesn't have to be in play.
Full stop.
Yep.
Sentence.
Statement over. I think Swids did do a good job there of just keeping his cool, clearing off as much of the board as possible, even with this like weird Zigsaw Prime play. Because again, as long as he just doesn't get burst down, he will just win. There's so much health on the board that he will just win eventually, because there's just not a way for Huntrace to clear all these minions.
That looks like a lot of damage to me. 17 on board, 21 from Power of the World, 1 from Hero Power, 22. Swids is going to go out to a 2-1 lead against Hunter Ace. And Hunter
Wax
Ace,
of Dread Living, huge.
yes. But again, kind of a pointless card to kill over the long run. You would generally do want to focus on other things, and that's just another card that can go back into the deck. But now, oh boy, Hunter Ace finds himself 1 game away from having his season extended in the wrong direction, you could say. He'd like to be going to the postseason either way, of course, as most players will, but he wants to be playing in that playoff bracket, not the relegation bracket. And right now, in the way this series is going, that is where he is heading after seeing Kalento and Pavel get relegated outright from Division B. Another former world champion and arguably the player with the greatest reputation for Hearthstone ability in the world over the last 2 to 3 years in Hunter Ace could just be fighting amongst them in that relegation bracket, facing relegation himself.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Maybe we've not spoke about it too much over the last few weeks, but we've talked a lot about Division A. Well, you are relatively safe, right? You know, even if you do the worst, you could go into the relegation bracket and still have a good chance, right? The problem is, though, there are so many playoff spots for Division A. These players will be kicking themselves if they finish bottom 2. Because it just shouldn't be good enough to them, right? Like, it's so likely they can land a playoff spot because there's 6 of them. Being in that bottom 2, doing the worst you could do in the best division, must just feel horrible for maybe different reasons than obviously the players being auto-relegated. But still, it's going to feel pretty bad because then, 1, there's a chance you get relegated, but 2, you just miss out on a relatively straightforward way to grab a playoff spot.
Yeah. And it would be oddly poetic if, after the drama of last season, where Hunter Ace played against Swids with Orange's life on the line, and, you know, some say failed to defend the honor of his friend, he's now back in exactly the same position again, playing against Swids, but this time it's his own GM career that's on the line. And again, he does have a second chance, and a third chance, and a fourth chance, if he's going to lose from this and go into the top of the relegation bracket as he would in the position that he's in. But still, chance right now to just ignore all that and just go straight through the playoff bracket instead.
Swids only having Rogue to take a win with, and is this stealth version, the double Shadow Weavers in there, Greyheart Sages, but no questing adventures if you've been keeping up with the shenanigans of Rogue over the course of this weekend, at least in the European region. So there is a difference there, but we are going to see the Shadow Weaver get dropped down now. And keep up the pressure here, but how do you feel about the Rogue versus Quest Warlock matchup? I feel like it's a pretty strange one, honestly.
It is. I certainly, in my experience, was finding it a good matchup when I was learning Quest Warlock initially. Queuing into Rogues, it seemed like they don't really have the waves of threats to get over the line. You can ration out your removal, pretty well. And get to the point where they're just kind of helpless, and then you're just free to do what you want, develop board, Alex them, Mally them, whatever your win condition ends up being. But that Quester build is a problem. But that's not what Hunter Ace has to deal with here. So I think I would take the Quest Warlock side in this matchup, just based on the exact builds.
Home in the shadows.
Oh, okay, well that's a draw.
Spy Mistress Greyheart Sage, though, is a combination that gets me extremely excited for some reason. I don't know why I love doing this so much. It's not that cool. Can you explain to me why I love this combo so much, Raven? I don't understand.
It's a combo that draws cards.
Yep.
Let's analyze, Sol. You like stealth version of Rogue.
Yeah.
You like a Warlock deck that's literal quest is to draw cards. I think you're just a card draw addict, honestly.
My favourite deck of all time is Patron Warrior. My second favourite deck is Handlock.
And I imagine you quite liked old Miracle Rogue with Gadget Zen?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think a theme is developing here.
Yep, I can see a likeness kicking out here. But, put that to a stop, that's a massive Edwin Van Cleef out of almost nowhere. And Hunter Ace has to piece something together because... Is this double Mohawk Soulfire?
Double Mohawk Soulfire.
It hurt me to even say those words.
How has it come to this? Has technology gone too far, Raven?
I think Van Cleef might have gone too far, some people would agree. 16 damage from a Soulfire, blows the Sense Demons out.
Just Seal of Fate it for 12. I said Seal of Fate again. That's the first time I've done that in ages.
I don't care anymore.
Getting to me, Raven.
It's getting to us all. Just eviscerate a Fate for 100.
Just Pharaoh Cat into a Murmy and then pop off with your underbelly angler.
Or Shadow Step this Nether Walker and get demons. I don't know. All the options in the world for Swids here. And it looks like he's just going to play Kronks.
Six in play. Sure. Saw one Dark Skies.
Hand's pretty small, so Abyssal Summon is not that scary.
Alright.
Also, what's his guy? Has he invoked yet?
Once.
Oh, once. Okay, I was going to say, I'm getting too excited. I did miss it, I think.
Yeah, it's
Coil?
the Praise Galakron buff that you see on the Greyheart Sage right now.
Ah, right. Really tough turn here for Huntrace. Coil looks fantastic, of course, on the 4-1, but that
Then
just locks out his 6 cost plays, so this card, this draw has to be insane. And it heals. It means he's going to tap and take the 2 damage again. Nether Breath, not going to be enough to clear out the Kronks.
And that heals for 4 this game. That's all it
Yep.
does.
Doesn't have any more Ags left. Oof.
What is this turn?
Pharaoh Cat Seal.
He just wants to hit something chunky off the Pharaoh Cat. I mean, that's not bad, I guess.
I think he wants to just hit the Seal as well, just to go Galakron draw 2 next turn.
I think I would use 1 Seal, yes.
Yeah. You're only doing it to a 1-1, right?
Yeah. He disagrees. Okay.
Setting up the most damage with this dagger. He does have Eviscerate as well to follow up with. And he knows Huntrace has Broodmothers, but he also knows he can deal with Broodmothers. So it's probably just doesn't care about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Huntrace only plays 1 taunt at a time here, and it's not like you can double Seal Fate any taunt that he plays.
Right.
That's just not a legal Hearthstone play. So just having one of them reserved seems better, especially when, you develop a lackey there off the Seal Fate as well instead of the dagger, which might end up representing more power immediately than the dagger would.
Well, this Kronks is just getting there at this point. Huntrace had to tap because, again, even though, we can see Swids' hand and Huntrace cannot, he knows the Broodmother at worst just gets farmed by Kronks anyway and allows Swids to just play a whole turn out of whatever he wants.
It's just lethal,
now, what's
Raven.
That, 8, 9.
It's just lethal.
Yeah.
Wait, no, there's no legal. He doesn't have a combo activator right now.
He has
his
own face.
His own face. It's lethal.
Oh, God. Is this how we're ending today, Sol? Is this what's going to happen?
Oh, that's way more boring.
That is going to be the game, and a bit of a frown and a nod from Huntrace as he accepts the defeat here. Swid's got to take the victory 3-1. And is this matchup just cursed for Huntrace? We'll have to find out maybe next time, but for now, Huntrace is not in the best of spots, is he?
No, I believe now, if our calculations are all correct, that resigns Huntrace to the relegation bracket. For those of you who are Huntrace's fans, then of course he is still in the best possible position in that relegation bracket. He is alongside Felkane in Division A. Those are the least likely players to be relegated through that relegation bracket because they have 3 shots at getting the 1 win they need. But it does mean that Silvername has now leapfrogged out of that relegation zone thanks to Swids, who, congratulations to Swids on the win, by the way, of course. But thanks to Swids, Silvername's tiebreaker has just got that little booster that he needed because of Silvername's win over Swids earlier in the season. That means he leapfrogs Huntrace out of the relegation bracket zone in Division A. It's going to be Felkane and Huntrace playing against Zim and Tice in those relegation bracket games across Division A and Division B.
Yeah, and earlier today and throughout the day, honestly, we've talked about, players with legions of fans. We talked about Tice earlier in the day, Pavel, of course, Kalento, of course, two of the players we are going to be saying goodbye to. But also Silvername, right? Although he didn't play today, the fact he is just safe must be just fantastic because he also has an absurd amount of fans supporting him in his community. So it's great news for him. But those are the results for the day. Pavel doing his best, but it not being good enough in that match number 1. And then Tice dealing with Viper pretty straightforward with a 3-0 victory. Casey taking that super close head-to-head against Zim. And RDU also dispatching his opponent 3-0 in the form of Kalento. And then finally, of course, Swids taking that victory over Huntrace. What a day, Sottle.
Yeah, it was an insane day, an emotional day. Obviously, we started off very much on the struggle bus with the tech issues, but then it was the players who had the intense struggles in front of them. And now we see what are our final standings, and that means we have said goodbye to Kalento and Pavel in spot 7 and 8 over in Division B. They have no recourse. They are just relegated. And this is going to be the end of them in Grandmasters. Hopefully not the end of either of them in Hearthstone. Kalento did put out a statement on his Twitter, which you guys can go and check out, about how he feels about the whole situation. But we will not be seeing them in Grandmasters, at least until they might try and re-qualify in the future through the Masters Tour. But either way, on the other side, Huntrace and Felkane are going to be playing out that relegation bracket against Tice and Zim, who are in positions 5 and 6. But now, just to focus on the positives, you talked about how Silvername is safe, and that must make him feel great. It's binary in Division A. You're either in the relegation bracket or you're in playoffs. It's not just like he's safe. Silvername has gone to playoffs with his 2-5 record here. So everyone 6 and above in Division A and 4 and above in Division B at least has the right for a play-in into our final playoffs bracket next week.
Yeah, pretty huge overall. And again, just although, of course, we're focusing on Pavel, Kalento, and the players that are in the dicey spots for next weekend. Next weekend does have those playoffs as well. Not only just the relegation bracket, but the playoff bracket, where we're going to see Ball Control, Yarla, Bunnyhopper, Swids, and everyone else who's qualified play it out for the chance at getting a spot at the World Championship. So absolutely huge. And congratulations to those players that have done well and booked their spots in the playoffs. Very, very well deserved over many weeks of Hearthstone.
Yeah, and in particular, I want to single out RDU for a specific congratulations, because all the way back in week number 1, Raven, I said that I wanted to see RDU show me what he's got in Constructed, because we don't get to see enough of it anymore with him, primarily at that time streaming Battlegrounds. And he absolutely showed up. Obviously, he ended up in Division B, but he did everything he could from that point, and now winning Division B with a 5-2 record. Can't really ask for much more than that. Happy to see RDU back, sitting there on top of a division, arms folded, looking proud of himself as he should be.
Yeah, and just another reminder as well, this is the last week of Round Robin, but not the last week of Grandmasters, as of course we have playoffs and relegation bracket to play out next week. So again, another exciting week there, with maybe we're going to be saying goodbye to one more player, but we're also going to be celebrating the playoffs and whoever does the best in those spots. So still a lot to watch. But before we go, Sottle, final words, do your thing.
Oh, I don't have it in me today, Raven. It's been too much. Please, dear viewers, we have been through the ringer today, so if you are appreciating what we have done for you and what all of these players have done for you, the ones that we will continue to see and the ones that we aren't anymore, the number one thank you that you can give us is a subscription to our Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel. While you're there, make sure you ring that bell so you're receiving all of the push notifications and you're seeing the streams show up in your feed, you're seeing our video content show up in your feed. And while you're there, take a look at that videos page, because we make a ton of original content, from stupid debates between me and TJ to weekly roundups to mulligan advice from Gia, and just, the craziest moments you can possibly imagine with Derek Brown. So make sure you check all of that stuff out. But most importantly, please don't remember to hit subscribe. Please do remember to hit subscribe underneath that video player, and make sure you tune in next week for the thrilling conclusion of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
Yeah, it's been a day of ups and downs here over in the European Grandmasters. And if you want to go through that all over again, then the Americas are coming right up after this. Doa and Frodan are going to be bringing you the final day of the round robin over there and work out who is going to be relegated in the Americas region and who are going to book their spots into playoffs next weekend. But from Sot and myself, I've had a crazy day. Hope you enjoyed it, but we'll see you next week.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. Today is Sunday. It is the last day of the month for May, and it is the last day for several of these competitors to lock in their final games for their ability to make playoffs and relegation. This is week number 7. This is all coming down to the wire. And so we get to see even more high-stakes Hearthstone as we've seen for the past couple of days. My name is Frody, and once more I'm joined by our special guest filling in for this weekend while TJ Sanders is having his second child of his family. So congrats to TJ and Karen. But we, of course, want to welcome Doa, who's doing a great job this weekend. How you doing, Doa?
Oh, thanks, man. It's been great to just jump back into the Hearthstone casting seat, as it were, even virtually, and get to do a little bit of Grandmasters. I had a lot of fun with the Masters Tour events I did earlier this year, but it's just always good to come back and see what's going on in the scene and enjoy the game. I'm always kind of playing it, so it's cool to get to talk about it once in a while as well.
Yep, that's right. So for people who are tuning in and perhaps kind of weaving in and out of the Grandmasters broadcast, trying to loosely follow the storylines, today is what really comes down to a few couple games for these players. We're going to find out who after today is going to be automatically relegated from Grandmasters, who is going to the playoffs, and who gets to fight for their chance to survive the relegation bracket.
Right.
And, after 7 weeks of play, we're going to have these standings completely filled out. And it's pretty close in certain areas. You look at, for example, very top division, it's pretty tightly condensed, but the bottom of the division, there's still a little bit of movement left, as we do have one player guaranteed to be relegated in Papa Jason.
Right.
But between Purple and PNC, they still have a chance to live on.
Well, that's the main question, isn't it? I mean, there can be a lot of movement in Division A, but Division B, I feel like you mentioned, the big story is Purple and PNC. Which one of those guys is going to be relegated? Which one is going to make it through to the relegation bracket where you can still get relegated, but at least you have a fighting chance at that point. So it is a high drama weekend, and it's going to be pretty exciting, pretty bittersweet, but we're going to get some good games.
Absolutely. And, a couple of matches today might feel like it doesn't have that much importance. Like, these players make playoffs. But keep in mind that the seeding in playoff does have bigger implications, which we'll go ahead and show on the following weekend. But for now, here are the schedule of matches for today. We're going to start things off with Gallon versus Eddie, 2 of the players who have been performing the best in Grandmasters, not just this season, but in the previous season as well. Then we're going to follow up by 2 other legends in the Americas, Just Saying and Language Hacker, before wrapping up Division A's matches with Masano and Penizado. Now get on for his plays.
Yeah, so mostly Division A games today, but if you looked at that last screen, you can see that none of the Division A players have played all 7 games yet, so we got to get all of that concluded here. And then that Division B match at the very end, it'll be a big, impactful one for PNC or for Purple, depending on the results with that. Probably big impact for both of those guys anyway. But Division A as well, like you mentioned, the top 2 are in a better spot going into the playoffs. Everybody fighting for that. There's a lot of players with 4 wins in Division A, so still room for a lot of movement.
Definitely. And one of the hardest things about it is that, as a player who gets influenced by these matches, but you're not playing today, it is nerve-wracking. We kind of mentioned Purple. He's done. He's 2-5. He has to watch his fate be in the hands of one of his closest friends in Hearthstone and Firebat. And if Firebat's able to get the win, he's able to help out his buddy, but he also kind of destroys PNC's Grandmaster dream at that point as well.
Much.
So it's tough, right? The nature of competition is that there has to be a winner and loser, especially in a 1v1 game.
Right.
And so today we're going to see a little bit of relief or perhaps some heartbreak.
It's the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat is the essence of what makes sports exciting, right? So it's rough for some people, but hey, we just enjoy it. We just enjoy watching.
Yeah, well, we get the benefit of kind of sitting back and watching it unfold. But for now, let's go ahead and show you guys an example of what brackets might look like heading into next week. Week 8, the grand finale. This is what we're talking about and how seeding does matter. For example, if you're the first seed of Division A, you automatically get a bye for the first round. So increases your chances significantly to make to the top 4, starting off with the win. In the meantime, people who are below that seed number 5 have to play in a bracket in order to get into the losers bracket. So
Right.
it's going to be a lot harder for people who are lower seeded. So this season seeding matters a ton.
Oh yeah, for sure. It can definitely be like a marathon. It's basically an endurance challenge to go in through the play-ins and go in through the lower bracket then. But if anybody makes it through that is going to be an awesome story.
For sure. And so as it stands right now, you saw that like Bloody Face, for example, was that top seed for Division A. What's going to happen for today when it all shakes out? We're about to discover the results. In the meantime, here's the opposite end of that pendulum.
Yeah.
The relegation bracket, Noah.
Pretty much. And this one, I've mentioned it before in the last couple days. It's a very fair relegation bracket, right? Where if you win once, you're still in. If you lose, you move on. So in order to be the one that's actually relegated out of Grandmasters, you have to lose every single one of your matches until there's nobody left to play against, basically. So, if you do get into this bracket, I feel like you do get like the fairest shot to survive,
Yeah, and I think it's a really fair way to end up giving people the most amount of chances or the fewest amount based on your performance throughout the season. One criticisms against Grandmasters in the past, it felt like seeding didn't really matter too much if you weren't going to make playoffs. Now, where you finish in the standings, if you're not going to make playoffs, makes some of the biggest impact possible. You
True.
get 3 chances versus just 1 and from the min-max. And so that's going to be a potentially massive impact for some of these players, especially for those who feel like they need that chance. Monsanto and now Gidan from Division A in particular look like they are going to secure that bottom 2 spot and will have to play for their GM livelihoods.
Yeah, seems right. As dramatic as this weekend is, I think next weekend is going to push the drama bar in Hearthstone a little bit higher even.
Yep. Well, taking a look at how this weekend's metagame has shaken up from the previous week, we saw a massive influx of Warlock this weekend because Quest Warlock has, really become the cool kid on the block.
Yeah.
As, Saviors of Uldum released a bunch of quests once more for every class, and Warlock, for a while, with its quest decks, was kind of only seen pretty much on, like, Brian Kibler and Regis Kilbin streams. People were saying it was more meme deck territory, and now all of a sudden, people are bringing it to the highest level of competition.
I like it, and I think one of the reasons why we see Quest Warlock make it this far as impact and as far as bring rate for this week goes, is that it's not just about the quest. It is a Quest Warlock, and the quest does help you a lot, but at its core, it's just a really good control deck, and right now in the meta, it seems like it's been sort of like a rotating carousel of what the control deck of the week was in terms of something that plays slower, goes to the ultra late game. Last week it was a bunch of Priest. This week it's a bunch of Warlock. We saw a lot of Mage earlier in the season. So this just seems to kind of be like the strongest control deck of the week. So will it survive to next week? Who knows? But for now, it's definitely a really, really strong deck in the meta.
Yep, and with that also saw a rise in Tempo Demon Hunter, just going back from a 75% rate to 100%. Last week was the only week throughout this entire season that Demon Hunter wasn't 100% represented. And I think people once more saw an opportunity to bring more Demon Hunter. I was already a little bit sketched out when people didn't bring Demon Hunter. I was open to it, but yeah, I'm on that train of like every lineup should have a Warrior and Demon Hunter for now. And then try to figure out what decks number 3 and 4 are, because there's still even more debate on what should be brought.
Right.
It's not exactly clear. One deck that has been brought a decent amount throughout the entire Stage 1 and Stage 2 of Grandmasters is Spell Druid. And we've been seeing Spell Druid under fire on Twitter saying that it is just not the deck to bring. Saiyan was saying, like, I regret it. It's just not good. And other players were, other Grandmasters were challenging that idea, saying, well, like, it could have been worse. You could have brought Quest Warlock. I'm paraphrasing, of course. It's not exactly what they said.
Well,
and then there was, like, this whole debate of Druid versus Quest Warlock or even Rogue. And it's such an interesting mix of conversation there.
I mean, I think... I haven't looked at the stats, but the vibe I've gotten over the weekend is that Quest Warlock seems to be the highest performing of the 3 you mentioned, right? In terms of just overall effectiveness. I think Spell Druid can be a little bit deceptive sometimes because you can have very high highs with it where Mount Seller can give you insane turns. You can have big Glowfly turns. Ysera Unleashed always makes a deck looks very popular if it goes off. But at the same time, it also has very, very low lows. I feel like this deck right now, and we've seen it over the weekend too, can support more opportunities where you just don't get the right part of your deck in the right order, right? So I think consistency is a real issue here with Spell Druid, and it's looking, and you can see the stats support that, like a little bit of an inconsistent results deck right now.
Yeah, when your bring rate is your win rate versus the field, that doesn't spell a
probably not
great
good.
Result.
Yeah, probably not great. At least it's going 50-50 with Highlander Hunter, but I mean, I don't know how much that really says, you know?
Right, well, that's even like a more concerning thing because theoretically should be slightly favored versus the Highlander Hunter, but it's condensing its win rate. I guess the nice caveat to that is win rate is surprisingly higher versus Warrior than it is other classes. So for people who are choosing to bring Druid and leave up Warrior, potentially not like that bad of a strategy, given that, still 44% still makes it winnable against the best class in Hearthstone, as many people are crowning it.
I think then the problem you run into is that if you lose that Warrior game, then what does your Druid beat, right? So it's and I think we did see like a Druid get reverse sweeped yesterday or something like that. So we've seen some pretty insane and sort of a negative way results for the Druid.
Yeah, most definitely. So today we're going to be seeing a lot of Spell Druid, even in our highlighted feature match in PNC versus Firebat. It is the difference between Spell Druid and that Highlander Hunter. Speaking of which, our T-Mobile deck spotlight for today is PNC's Highlander Hunter. It is a deck we've seen PNC bring week after week. It's almost become iconic to his performance in Grandmasters. He lives and dies by this deck this season. And even going back to previous expansions where PNC's been playing Highlander decks in general. And today he's going to have to summon the most amount of skill, power, luck, any kind of combination of those factors in order to be able to land that crucial victory, because PNC with this Highlander Hunter deck will be fighting for his Grandmaster career.
Yep, that's right. And if you look at this list, though, like you look at every card in the Highlander Hunter list right now, and you think to yourself, wow, this is a really good card. Like, even in isolation, I think every one of the cards in this deck is strong. And so when you get that sort of consistency, because there is a lot of like, most of the deck is 1 through 3 mana cards, right? So you're nearly going to always have something to play. You're nearly going to always have a pretty good curve, and all the cards are individually strong. So I think it is a pretty solid deck, and no doubt, PNC, has been putting it to good use. Well, maybe could have put it to a little bit better use, but it's a good deck.
Yeah, and the middle of this deck has seen a lot of bolstering. Before in the past, we saw Highlander Hunters play a much faster curve with more 1-drops and 2-drops. But now with Quest Warlock being as popular as it is, Hunter does have a good matchup against it. And if you give it more stronger mid-range options and other disable cards like Boom Pistol Bully now becoming a staple in those decks as opposed to more of a flex tech card, you might see this Highlander Hunter get some easy victories on the surface just because it seems like they have a lot of power. Perhaps not as much power, though, as T-Mobile's largest 5G network in America.
Oh, well
That's
done.
Right. It's got a lot of power, but not as much as that kind of coverage of the network. So
would you say T-Mobile's network is close to like Warrior power level, in that other networks just wish they could ban it because it's so strong?
Oh, yeah, totally.
You can't do that, though.
In telecommunication conquest, T-Mobile's on permaban status.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so with that, we are set. We told you the schedule, and as mentioned, the first match of the day will be Gallon versus Eddie, and then we'll be playing out the rest from there. It's 5 matches. It's the last Super Sunday before we go into our playoff and relegation brackets next week. So take a little bit of a break as we get a few minutes to get set up, and when we come back, the beginning of the end for the round robin stage here for Hearthstone Grandmasters of the Americas.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Mm. これってハースストーンに乗りたいって意味でいいのか
Okay, let me think. 노자리요. 긴 비행 중에 체력이 딸려도 그
생명력 잘 채워줄 것 같아가지고.
我应该会选那个死亡之翼吧，因为我觉得他那个动画特效特别酷，因为他骑上来应该也蛮酷的。
I'll choose Death Wing。ハースストーンのカードに乗るとしたらデスウィングに乗りたいですね。
デスウィング乗ったことありますよ。
I want to ride Isra because I think his human form is really beautiful.
Cool.
Alexstrasza 是红龙。为什么？因为我只有想到这一条龙啊。Rich Alexstrasza 两个吗？Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas region. Coming up is our first match for week number 7, day number 3, aka the final day of the round robin stage, is Gallon versus Eddie, two players who are performing extremely well over the course of a couple seasons. Eddie's been very consistent since the very beginning as well. We call him Steady Eddie in Hearthstone Grandmasters because this guy is consistently outperforming the rest of the Grandmasters and, more impressively, garnering the praise of other Grandmasters. And I think that in a game like Hearthstone, obviously winning championships and getting a bunch of fan following is great. I mean, if anything, that defines your career. But
sure,
one of the things that I think is also really cool is when you earn the respect of your peers unanimously.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone who plays Hearthstone professionally knows that one of the most difficult things to do is to play at the highest level consistently for a long, long time. It takes so much mental stamina. It takes so much attention to see little tiny variations in the meta, tiny variations in what your opponents are playing. And he's done a really great job of kind of like riding those waves. And yeah, definitely deserves the respect that he gets. But we're going into game number 1, Gallon versus Eddie. Looks like it's going to be Hunter versus Hunter, the mirror, to start things off.
Yeah, Highland Hunter is proving to be a very common first queue for a lot of people because it's pretty safe. It doesn't have any awful matchups that's currently played in the metagame right now. Its worst matchups, like Warrior, it still has, as you saw, an opportunity to perhaps even sneak the victory.
Yeah.
And sometimes just has the unstoppable curve, and I think that's what people like about this deck.
So a couple little variations between these two players right now. The big one I noticed right off the bat is that Eddie is running the Guardian Og Merchant, which is something that I feel like I haven't seen quite as often in those Hunter decks. Do you want to speak to that for a second? Because I'm kind of curious to see where it sort of fits in.
Yeah, so the Guardian Og Merchant is just a really nice early game tool to help cement your board as the Hunter player. I think the one thing that is in many people's mind is, if I'm going to ban Warrior, how am I going to beat Demon Hunter? And I think Guardian Og Merchant not only is important for your own, like, oh, I played a 1-drop and I want to now give it Divine Shield. It also can just be used as a very miniature tempo option of, like, picking off a 1-health minion that picked up a value trade, and then having a 2-1 on the board to challenge any 2-health minions, like a Satyr Overseer, to force your opponent to hero power and play off curve.
That makes sense.
So I like it as a one-of. Well, I mean, okay, it's a high deck. So it's a one-of. I like it as a inclusion to specifically tech for matchups. I do think that, you know, if you're going to remove some of your mid-game power, you want to smoothen out your early game, because as a Highlander deck, you generally don't struggle with the late game at all.
Yeah, exactly. Imprisoned Felma early on for Eddie. Probably one of the stronger drops in the mirror as well, because like you were just talking about, Frodan, there's a lot of tempo considerations, and how do you kind of swing the board in your favor that your opponent has a hard time dealing with. And Imprisoned Felma popping out as early as possible in this matchup seems pretty good.
Yeah, in most matchups, Prison Velma is like one of the highest priority keeps that you can have. Obviously, you can't control it, nor can you really predict it with surefire accuracy unless you are my opponent. Because it's always going to hit my face, no matter what.
Oh, that's natural, yeah.
So with that, you know, it's a really hard card to wield on both sides, and I think that's what makes it so intimidating. Gallon picks up the injured Tolvir, and he has the opportunity to drop Zephyrs. These are both legitimate options. The reason why you would probably consider playing Zephyrs here is because he actually does have a heavier curve with both Dino Tamer Brand and Dragon Queen Alexstrasza. Therefore, there is merit to playing a Zephyrs into a Wild Growth.
Yeah, both players with
downside
Zephyrs in their hand.
Yeah, the downside is that, well, there's an Imprisoned Felma, and it will deal damage, and if it goes unchallenged, you might be in for a world of pain before you even get a chance to play these heavy cards.
Well, as we wait for Eddie to do his turn, I guess that is kind of the issue for Gallon right now, is that if you look at his hand, he doesn't have a really clean way to deal with the Felma when it pops out. At least he hasn't drawn it yet, so certainly a little bit of concern there. Eddie, though, taking a long time to figure out what he wants to do. There's a lot of different options here in terms of what you could develop. He's thinking about his own Zephyrs. Zixor fits very nicely into the curve. And it does have Rush, but it doesn't kill the 2-3, though. Just playing it.
Yeah, it's just having board presence is important here, and this is what Gallon's obviously favoring as well with the double trade.
Yeah.
This is good anticipation here for Gallon, maximizing his chance for the Belmont to not go face.
Yep, very true. Any face damage is big because you just aren't going to see a lot of healing. Obviously, the Hunter Hero Power can go face, and it takes out the taunt. So 5-2 versus 2-2 on the board right now. 4 mana available.
Desert Spear here looks perfectly fine to me. I know you're floating a mana, but it's okay. First of all, you're still threatening Face's Corruptor and Rotnest Drake simultaneously. It's a very scary position to be in as the defending Hunter player.
Yeah.
So it's good, and also Zephyrs and Scavenge Ingenuity still has more use later on, especially after Zixor has died.
Well, the Spear right now, too, just gives you that little extra way to get a little bit more board control. Let's see what Zephyrs brings him. Oh, the ooze onto the Spear. Never mind about that Spear.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice pickup for Gallon.
Oh, this Diving
right.
Griffin is particularly interesting to me because that's a beast that's drawn.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. So does he have an Escape Mana Saber in his deck? He does not. So then how many beasts are left after that?
I was about to ask, yeah, how much value is he going to get from Scavenger's Intuition at this point? I'm checking out his deck as well.
Yeah, I don't see a Face Stalker or any Secrets because most people don't play that. I don't see anything else. So this should theoretically just get Zixor and buff it to a 6/6 stat line, which is very powerful.
Yeah, so that's a nice tool for later. In the meantime, he is able to play Zephyrus to help handle the board, build a little bit more.
Yeah.
Back over to Gallon.
So you can see how he really needed that ramp, because if he would be at 6, he could coin 7 into 7. But again, a different story would be whether or not he would be able to handle that kind of pressure, because he would be taking a lot of damage. But and this also goes on the flip side, why it's important to get that Felmaw out early as possible. It just is so hard to deal with, even if it gets a value trade.
In the mirror, especially, if you're the one who gets those cards before your opponent, you're going to have a lot of problems. And just not getting that Faceless Corruptor value that you really hope to is Gallon. And Eddie with a couple good options to clear this and continue to do 5 damage to face. So this is going to be a pretty scary Felmaw in terms of usefulness over the course of the game already. Would you drop the Rotten Nest Drake in this case? You feel like the battle cry is a little bit wasted, but you do get strong minion on the board.
Yeah, it's a good question, because it really comes down to whether or not Eddie can get the read that Gallon has Siamat in hand, because if he does have Siamat, this will go awfully for him.
Yeah,
because then Siamat gets the Wind Fury and the Rush. The alternative is to play a Diving Griffin and Scavenger's Ingenuity, but that doesn't even translate to anything the following turn, because the following turn is only 7 mana, and he doesn't have the mana to play the Zixer.
So Eddie opting for the more aggressive line of play. We know that Siamat is in the hand, and will probably come down, like you mentioned earlier.
Right.
The power of Rush and Divine Shield, able to clear that board.
Yeah, in this case, I think Wind Fury and Rush is what you're probably going to go for.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Or does he? Okay, yeah. For a second there, it may have looked like you got for Divine Shield, but you don't want to take too much damage, because you're worried about your opponent's Dino Tamer brand as well, which that is the benefit of going first in this matchup.
I was way overvaluing what Siamat can do, but there's the Zixor Prime. Okay.
Yeah.
Fix it up, of course, with the Scavenger's Ingenuity like we anticipated, and it's nice just to get a 5/5 on the board as well. Back over to Gallon. Couple different options here. The Dino Tamer brand doesn't seem quite as appealing, I suppose.
No, it's so difficult, because as Gallon, you're just going to be playing your good cards second. You have one opportunity to get ahead of them, which is using the coin. But if Gallon chooses to play, say, the Dino Tamer brand disposition, he knows there's a good chance that Zixer comes out on the following turn. How does he respond to a wave of 6/6 minions, which is probably in his mind gonna be Dragon Queen Alexstrasza? He's already played Zephyrus, so that's your primary way to AoE clear as Hunter. And without that card, you might be a sitting duck. So Gallon might feel like he has to take a big risk by playing the Escape Mana Saber, and then hoping that he can respond to it. Ooh, Varanus is a nice way to do it, potentially.
I was going to say, yeah, that is a nice potential pickup for Gallon.
The problem is that he doesn't have... He doesn't have the Unleash the Hounds or the Desert Spear as well.
Right. So you still run into the problem where, you reduce the stuff to 1 health, but can you clear it? He's going to grab the Unleash anyway and drop the Mana Saber, or Saber rather, but it's like you mentioned, the big thing with any mirror match in Hearthstone is that one player is going to be playing everything a little bit before the other, and it's so hard to come back, and now the Zixor Prime comes down with 4 6/6s. Dragon Queen Alexstrasza, where's the clear?
He needs a miracle. He finds Aeon Reaver, which is alright. I mean, it kills off one thing.
Yeah.
This is death.
Right.
100% death guaranteed. Diving Griffin and Kill Command is 9 damage just through that, and he's got 23 on the board.
Yep, there's a concede, and Eddie picks up game number 1 in the Hunter Mirror.
Yes, Eddie and Gallon both kind of fighting for that #1 spot there. I misspoke earlier. I said Bloodyface was #1 Division A. Gallon's currently #1 Division A.
Right.
As he is 5-1. And a win here for Eddie would mean that he would at least tie Gallon, but we will see if that translates to other players as well.
Right. I think Bloodyface had that crazy 4-0 run before finally dropping both of his series last weekend, if I remember right. But still a good chance to take a high placing in the playoffs later.
Yeah, so, this is a battle between two players who respect each other a lot. Gallon says that he's convinced that Eddie is the best player in Americas, which I think is also very high praise, given that Gallon's been tearing it up and seeded #1. And then, the second thing is that these players have similar-ish lineups, so perhaps these two players understand what the best decks are and decide to play a little bit safer.
Yeah, possibly. If you're Eddie, what do you go with next? I mean, you kind of need to get a win with everything, right? But do you think the Demon Hunter or the Warlock is a safer play here?
Well, I think that there's like this wheel of matchups that you might encounter. So if you play your Warlock, you hope they don't play Hunter. But if you play Demon Hunter, you might be worried about some other stuff here. So I think in the end, you just kind of queue whatever you feel like is just your best deck. I think Conquest pick order has been debated a lot in the past. And it purely comes down to, do you believe your opponent randomly picks, or do you believe your opponent picks optimally?
Well, the funny thing is, whenever I've talked to a pro about this over the years, and I'm talking like years, every single one has just said, it doesn't really matter. You have to get a win with all of them anyway, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I like Demon Hunter in the sense that, Quest Warlock might be giving Hunter an easier win, and Demon Hunter should at least theoretically be better at handling Hunter because it could pressure quicker.
Generally, you trend towards what do you think is going to be the most consistent, right? Get the wins with the consistent decks first, and then give yourselves a couple extra tries for the deck that you're not quite as confident in.
Yeah, and this early start here from Eddie is pretty close to ideal in the macro sense. Like, obviously, I think if you would choose better cards, you could, but having two 1-drops that can be backed up with solidifying your board is pretty solid.
Right.
He also has the option of being pretty aggressive in general because he has Twin Slice, which I also like using here.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the plan. So, okay with taking 3 damage to the face because he's got a 2/4 that's untouched and damaging his opponent now.
Yeah, and this is pretty much just like evaluating what Hunter can do on 3, which is Zixor and Weapon usually, and then Animal Companion, which is like a backup option because it's not reliable.
Sure. Maybe Primordial Explorer in this particular case, just to get some sort of board presence out there.
Yeah, what sucks about the Primordial Explorer play is that there's the hero power and second slice that he knows about, so
True.
It would just kind of die with this 1/2 anyways.
Weld it down, lock it up.
Yeah, strike. And so Blowtorch Saboteur is a card that Eddie's been bringing at this Demon Hunter, and it's really useful in the Demon Hunter Mirror especially, but in this case, I think this is a good time to play it, because a lot of times on turn 4, the Hunter will be, maybe playing a 2-cost and a hero power, so now you kind of make it a little bit awkward. Primordial Explorer comes down now for Gallon. What do you grab here?
Well, I think the first thing that comes to mind is you're going to need to pick apart the aggression from Demon Hunter, and you're not going to be card efficient. So I feel like Cobalt Spellkin gives you some potential tools to find a way to answer the board. If you find, for example, an Arcane Shot from Hunter, or Rapid Fire, like these small little 1-mana spells to help you pick apart the board. And then sometimes maybe you get like Tracking, which might even be really helpful too.
Yeah, I really like it. It's also a 3/5 minion, right? So sometimes Demon Hunter can kind of struggle with going through those higher health minions. Speaking of higher health minions, Rod Nest Drake comes down.
Yep.
And Gallon responding with some damage of his own, but he's down to 18 health already. Ultra's in the hand for Eddie, so kind of waiting for a chance to set up a big play around that. Looks like it's just going to be...
the key here is to just fade that Glaive-bound Adept.
Right. And you're going to get 2 Satyrs out of this as well, which is pretty nice. 5 damage to face. Got a lot of damage on board. And this Hunter deck can struggle a little bit sometimes in terms of clearing larger amounts of minions. Let's see what he gets out of the Cobalt Spellkin. He does find a Tracking. Also finds a little bit more damage, but that's it. Yeah.
It's too much pressure here. Eddie with the Demon Hunter off to a quick start.
Really
and
quick.
You can kind of see that Hunter does tend to struggle with those aggressive lines from the Demon Hunter. But now it comes down to the Quest Warlock, and if you can beat Quest Warlock 3 times, I mean, there's a case to say that maybe Quest Warlock is a little bit overrated, but also shows you that Gallon does have a pretty decent lineup to try to do it. There's a mirror, which means, of course, 50-50, but
sure.
I think Demon Hunter is one of the classes that's well equipped to pressuring Quest Warlock.
Yeah, and I think Hunter, by a similar token, can put the pressure on, but also has some larger late-game threats that Demon Hunter kind of lacks. So this Quest Warlock is a strong deck, and he needs to win a game with it, obviously, but it can get run over. So we'll see if Gallon can start the comeback. Otherwise, this is going to be one of the fastest best-of-5s we've seen all weekend.
All right, well, the last game is Demon Hunter versus that Warlock.
Last game? What? Is that a spoiler? Do you know what's going on? Is this scripted,
Frodam? Last potential game. I think maybe I've just been conditioned to expect the Quest Warlock to get the win here just because we've been hyping up like, oh, these aggressive decks are good at pressuring Quest Warlock. It does have a weakness, and then Quest Warlock just like taps to a 0-mana Alexstrasza.
Yep. We just get like a ton of healing from like Broodmother over and over with Plot Twist.
Yeah. This is an interesting mulligan here from Gallon. Beaming Sidekick has actually been somewhat contentious as a one-drop that you want to keep.
Right.
Some people say you should because you need to guarantee that you have early game presence, and some people say you should try to mulligan more optimistically because the deck is so lean that chances are you do fall into a Battle Mage or a Battle Fiend. And those subtle differences make a pretty significant difference. Having like 2 attack versus 1 attack is a very big deal.
Yeah, totally. Having something that your opponent can remove easily or not remove easily makes a big impact as well. Supreme Archaeology, obviously the first turn play for Eddie. At least you think it'd be obvious for all the Quest Warlock players. Get some Warglaives on the draw. So, not the greatest high-impact aggro opening for Gallon, for sure, playing the sidekick on turn 1. You can see him kind of shrugging there. He's like, well, what can you do? That does give Eddie a little bit more breathing room to tap and just kind of grab some cards. He's happy to see that it's not that big of a fast intro. Oh, another sidekick for Gallon. Yikes.
So, immediately off the bat, there's actually some decisions to make here for Gallon. He has the opportunity to coin out the Satyr Overseer and Twin Slice.
Yeah.
And his opponent doesn't have... Like, he would specifically need Dark Skies. And he didn't keep anything besides the quest.
It's a lot of resources to dedicate to get that early pressure on, but, you know, you're kind of already in dire straits a little bit. Gallon opting for another Beaming Sidekick instead.
It's a safe play.
It's safe, but it's a very low amount of damage at a time when you want to be putting a high amount of damage in there. But you know, a lot of Demon Hunter players right now focusing more on the mid-game anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
I mean, this is a big draw here from Eddie to pick up the... first, he heals, but also to draw the Moarg Artificer guaranteed.
Right.
It's very good. Gallon has the opportunity to play the Satyr Overseer now, but can still, again, kind of soft test for removal. And also, with Warglaives in hand, it gives him the opportunity to use Satyr Overseer as a reload option, which is also very, very powerful.
Yeah. Life tap. Into Immortal Coil. Okay. So still not finding any of that early removal. Yeah, it might be time to plot twist here. And he should get something at this point, right? You're going to get either Crazed Netherwing, you're going to get a Dark Skies, something like that.
Chances are you should be able to pick up some kind of AoE here.
Need the dragon.
He's a dragon. That's like the big part of it.
There it is.
Does find it through Malygos.
Yeah.
So if you're Gallon in this position, you just saw your opponent mulligan everything away for the plot twist. I think you just start to put on the aggression here.
Right. It is kind of saying that, hey, I don't really have much to deal with this board, so why not go for it? Brings Eddie down to 21, but Eddie is really close to finishing this quest.
Yeah, this looks like a Crazed Netherwing, and then you see your opponent have the Satyr Overseer possibility because of the Warglaives of Azzinoth. It's going to hurt a lot.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt a lot. So he has to actually be careful here because this is an easy opportunity to mess up. I think most people, when they look at this, say, oh, you automatically slam Crazed Netherwing. But he has to account for the possibility that Gallon is just going to reload and he's lacking the Netherwing after.
Yeah.
So instead, is it a time to play Dark Skies and Mortal Coil?
Well, that's what I'm kind of wondering here. The dark skies might get you a little bit better value. The also drawing is nice. Ideally, he'll pick up a Morag Artificer at some point because then suddenly that plus Rain of Fire is a good answer to the Satyr turns.
True. I actually misspoke. He's holding 9 cards, so Dark Skies is just a straight up clear. That gives you the opportunity to play Questing Adventure.
I didn't do the math. I just believed you.
Well, I mean, I sometimes I just play like Mountain Giant, right? Like it's like the one card you play is 1 less discount. So it's not that both Mountain Giants cost 4 or something or 3. It's one costs 4, one costs 3.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of used to like the counting a little bit.
It is interesting how that works, yeah, because usually it is not the case that it counts the card that's being played as a card in your hand. But Dark Sky is a very generous card in terms of control deck board clear with that.
Gets a Questing Hearthstone team. Oh, it's definitely an interaction worth like understanding a little bit more. I think the Hearthstone team just wanted cards that felt better to be playable from hand. Another interaction that was fairly weird for a while before they patched it in the recent years was having cards that target 2 things be able to target 1. So cards like Multi-Shot and Cleave, where it says hit 2 enemy minions randomly, you can use it now on only 1 when in the past it wasn't playable.
Right.
So I think that the onus on them is like to always give you a playable card if possible.
I like it.
Cards like Dark Skies can still hit for 1 in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with adding more flexibility to your game. That's for sure. And I think with things like Dark Skies, it's just easier to understand that way, right? Because when most players are counting it, you know, and let's face it, most players are fairly casual. Like they're probably not going to think, oh, but it's actually this because if I play it, then I have 1 less card. You know, it seems simple, but it is big. Okay, Netherwing handles the Satyrs. Not bad. Had a couple ways to do that, but at least he establishes a 5/5. But wow, Glaive-bound Adept comes out. It is.
And Gallon actually has another meaningful decision of whether or not he actually just pushes this entirely to face versus clearing off the Crazed Netherwing and hoping that the Glaive-bound Adept survives.
I grow impatient.
I mean, I'm always in favor of going for face in Hearthstone, but you do have to kind of respect a little bit the bursts that can come out of this Warlock deck sometimes, but that burst doesn't generally come until the very end of the game. So I think you theoretically do have a window to just push it to face at this point. And then say, all right, well, I'm going to put it on the Warlock to stay healed. And you're the one kind of like forcing your opponent to react, which is what you generally always want to do in card games.
I agree. The question becomes how much do you push, if at all? So it looks like Gallon's going to clear it because I think in his mind, he can't get there. If he goes for 5 damage, or let's say he pushed all the Twin Slice damage upstairs, he would have been able to put Eddie down to the low single digits, but a single taunt or a Nether Breath would have completely blown him out. And look at this, Eddie picks up the Nether Breath.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're concerned about, right? Because now just a Nether Breath is nice healing. Not to mention like Moarg Nether Breath. You can potentially gain a lot of health really fast with this Quest Warlock deck. So you're always a little bit wary about going all in, even at this stage in the game. Looking at Eddie's options here, you do have to do something about this 6/4.
I wouldn't trust Abyssal Summoner here. It's way too greedy. You drew the Nether Breath. The game is telling you to use it.
Yeah.
I think it's more about Eddie if he wants to do something pretty interesting. Like if he wants to Moarg Artificer, then Nether Breath for 8 life, and then tap afterwards. Or if he doesn't want to tap at all because he doesn't want to lower his health. The reason why he would want to consider tapping would be because he finishes his quest. He does.
Right. Does not tap, though. Decides to hold on to all 17 health. Interesting. He's going to finish the quest next turn anyway, so...
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And, if he tapped, he wouldn't have been able to use the results of his quest being completed, so you don't lose anything functionally except you have 1 less card in your hand.
Gallon finds a second opportunity to play Glaive-bound Adept. It seems like he is going to be pretty far behind on board.
Yeah.
I think I-Beam is also worth considering because if your opponent plays an Abyssal Summoner, you can use I-Beam to help get past it.
Very true. Netherwing is a draw as the quest is completed for Eddie. What does he get for free? Yeah, free Swamp Ooze. That can actually be pretty nice. We've already seen 1 Warglaives played, but if another one comes down, you can bet that Ooze is going to hit the board.
Right. I mean, Gallon also knows about the Abyssal Summoner in hand because that was healing the moment he played Plot Twist, so he knows at the very least there is a 4/6 taunt, and so the I-Beam would be able to chew through it.
Right.
But the problem still exists where Gallon is out of cards. He doesn't have Skull of Gul'dan, doesn't have any way to utilize his mana efficiently.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't draw some draw, you are going to take a loss. I-Beam, alright, but that's still so much to get through at 8 health, and even if you do, you've got nothing really. So, just a rough situation for Gallon, and he is looking at a quick 3-0 here, unless something turns around in a hurry.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if he's just going to use this damage to push face or clear off minions. I think you should probably just think about what your next best draw, and it would be specifically Skull of Gul'dan into Metamorphosis.
Exactly. Still that slim chance of winning it through the direct damage from Metamorphosis and a little bit more damage to face, but you know, that's again asking a lot, right?
Right.
It's asking to not have taunts out. It's asking to draw Skull of Gul'dan. So you're kind of grasping at straws at this point if you're Gallon, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you got to think about, if you're Eddie, what does it mean that my opponent just played a second slice and passed with 6 mana remaining? It's got to make me feel pretty safe because your opponent would have played pretty much every card in their deck that was anything meaningful.
Totally.
Even the smallest minion, if it was just a 1/1, would play it. Oh my gosh!
Oh, he got it. All right.
Skull of Gul'dan.
His turn is on the line. Maybe another skull.
Another skull. He could play it right now.
Could. Umberwing as well later on.
I think he should.
I think. Yeah, why not? You really didn't get much else. I mean, you can establish some stuff on the board, but it's going to get cleared really fast. So, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Skull number 2. Oh, Battle Mage. Altruis. All right.
Altruis is huge, and he's incentivized to not play that. And all of a sudden, the hold on the Twin Slice from earlier makes a lot of sense. However, is this just death? Because now with the Soulfire draw, Zephrys is active.
Well, also, you've got Malagos in the hand, too. So that's already 9 right there. But Zephrys, is that a better kill? It's tough to say. Let's see. He's got 8 on the board.
Yeah, Bloodlust is 17. Soulfire is 21. Oh, and Plague of Fire.
Oh, yeah.
Or,
right.
yeah, so a Rain of Fire. So, yes, he does have lethal here. If I'm counting correctly here. Once more, Zephrys. If you, it's all about if Zephrys offers it to you, though. That's the thing. Zephrys doesn't know that you have that. So Zephrys might not offer you a lethal opportunity because it doesn't think that you have it.
I think that's what Eddie's probably thinking about right now. Here comes the Zephrys. Let's see what he offers now with 1 mana remaining. Okay. Yeah. Just take a heal. Why not?
Effective. In his mind, it's effective lethal. We know there's an Altruis in hand. And if Gal picks up another form of duplication, like a card that you can play multiple times, like that one, Chaos Strike might give him even more burst. Eddie, wow. There's a chance that Eddie dies here.
Yeah, it's possible. Let's see what he can put together here. Chaos Strike. A lot of damage going through the board. Oh, dude, he gets a Metamorphosis, too. Is this enough?
That's huge.
Gallon just kind of feeling it out here. Battle Fiend. I'm not even going to try to do the math. I'm just going to sit back and watch. Gallon throwing everything he's got at his opponent. He's gotten rid of the taunt.
Yeah, that went as well as it could have for Gallon here. I mean,
no kidding.
Get more card draw. I was thinking Chaos Strike into like another Chaos Strike. That's just as good.
Doesn't look great for Gallon though, as Twisting Nether does just clear this.
He does.
And finding 8 health with nothing on the board and no cards. I guess he'd have to find 3 damage, right? So he'd need to find 3 damage off the top. Which I don't know if that's possible.
Maybe in Eddie's mind, he wants to set up a 2-turn lethal instead. So the 2-turn lethal would be Morg, Artificer, Rain of Fire, and Abyssal Summoner.
Maybe, but then you lower your health, and you know your opponent has 5 damage incoming anyway.
Right, but 6 feels like the same as 8 to me. That's the big
Yeah,
thing.
I suppose it's true.
If your opponent has Kayn, he has Kayn.
Right.
You're not gonna do it.
That is true. You do just kind of have to accept that Kane's going to be the end of the game, but another breath.
Huge
All right.
draw here from Eddie.
Oh, don't do it.
Is that lethal?
Oh, is that lethal? Okay.
If he was planning on playing Deathwing, he should have likely played the.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. This. Okay.
All right. I guess this works. I don't know what's going on in this game.
Oh my
It's not
goodness.
lethal. He's got the freeze for Deathwing. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
I wonder
no.
if that missed 4 life is going to make a difference here.
Eddie, what have you done?
I mean, Eddie was trying to push for lethal opportunity. I see why he did that.
I mean, yeah, there's opportunities you can draw into another Soulfire or something like that. Like that. Okay, so if Deathwing wasn't frozen, that would be the end of the game. But
He's got a Soulfire.
Yeah.
This Frozen Shadow Weaver. It is too risky. Wait, no. I think he's thinking about if he wants to plot twist too.
As far as plot twist goes, does he have another Broodmother yet in the hand, or did he lose them from the Deathwing? I can't remember.
I think. I know Alex Strauss is in the deck. Still.
Yeah.
A blunder.
Oh.
Oh my goodness! 1 health
So
remaining.
close.
1
Gallon.
health. Oh.
Gallon is just
Nope.
beside himself.
1 last tap. Wait, no, he can tap and then plot twist.
I guess, because he can't rate a fire. He kills himself. Oh, it's Alex Strauss, though.
I mean, Gallon knows that there's a high chance for it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And the plot twist for a lethal opportunity, but
That's a
Gallon's not going to even
3-0.
see it. He knows he's done.
That's a 3-0 for Eddie. And watching Gallon go through that roller coaster of emotions in the last 5 minutes of this game was pretty much all the entertainment I'll need for today. I've got my filler ready. That's an insane first series. A quick 3-0, but definitely a memorable last game. Wow.
I'm down immediately started messaging me. He typed a capital F and then a few other letters.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not going to finish that word.
Understandable.
But, yeah, he says that he's very proud of the I-beam pick. I'm proud of you too. That was a sick pick.
You know, he did the best he could. I feel like you
Noah
can't.
says, nice try.
Yeah, that's a paraphrasing. Yeah, but you can't really do more than Gallon did in that one game. It was close. Eddie is no doubt probably a little bit bewildered about the end of that game as well, but he does get the 3-0, and that pushes him up to quite a good record in Division A.
Yeah. And Gallon probably a little bit sad he didn't push that 1 extra damage.
Yeah.
In some instances, or that game was winnable for Gallon, which was kind of
totally
wild to think about. So with that, Eddie is going to take that victory and tie Gallon for the best record in Division A.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to head immediately to another player who can tie them with Language Hacker versus Just Saiyan. Saiyan got a little bit of help yesterday from Monsanto and now Gidan, who both are sitting at 1-5 apiece. So a win here for Saiyan would cement himself to avoid that relegation bracket.
Yeah, both players banning Warrior again. So we'll have almost we're going to have a very similar match to the one we just saw, only replace Hunter with Druid, I guess, in this case.
Yeah, and I think that, when you look at Saiyan's lineup here with Druid, I think the best thing that you can ask for is to play another Druid lineup. So
I guess so, yeah.
He got what he wished for. And, Saiyan was kind of, talking a little bit of smack about his own Druid deck list, and a lot of other players were disagreeing with it. Most notably, RDU, I think, was talking about with them on Twitter, I can't believe you guys think Rogue is bad, and you think Quest Warlock is good. I wish that I could compete against you guys, Europe versus NA. Some good stuff overall. It's very fun.
Wow. So we will see which Druid is superior going into Just Saiyan versus Language Hacker. Let's take a look at Just Saiyan's decks. Here, we already chatted about it a little bit. I'm looking at, I'm trying to compare the Druids right now to see if there's any notable differences. There is a single Rising Winds for Just Saiyan. Opting for that Kael'thas, which was a topic of much debate in the EU broadcast earlier today on whether or not Kael'thas belongs in this deck or any deck, really. What do you think about that, Frodan?
The Rising Winds, I think, is actually a pretty important card, but in the end, it's just a support card at best. So I think that it's okay to cut one of them if you want to start playing a little bit more top end. You can see Sand has that Kael'thas like you were talking about.
Right.
And Kael'thas, he is like one of those engine cards where sometimes you just have the unbeatable hand. And Spelldrew without Kael'thas has to fight a little bit more honestly. I would argue that cards like Overgrowth and whatnot still kind of makes you feel like you're cheating the curve significantly to the point where you're not playing an honest game.
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be a tough one for the Druid to get the win versus Demon Hunter and Quest Warlock, it feels like. So it comes down. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Whoever wins the Spell Druid Mirror will take the series.
Seems, I think that's a logical conclusion. And we've seen some crazy stuff, so who knows?
Okay.
But should be a good one.
Yeah, no Druid Mirror to start things off. Language Hacker taking a risk here with Druid to start things off versus Just Saying, who's on the Tempo Demon Hunter.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about that. I mean, you know, you do need a win with the Druid no matter what, but just like we saw Eddie wait for the last game to play his Quest Warlock, I guess there's a couple schools of thought with this here, right? Where do you go with what you think is going to be the most consistent, or do you go with what you want to just get a win with, you know?
Brother, I must protect the wild.
Yeah.
Just get it over with.
It looks pretty hard for the Druid to get the win, but they do, again, fall into hands that are super powerful, and part of what makes the Spell Druid really exciting is that there are some dramatic swings, and there's always the potential comeback with cards like Mount Cellar and Ysera Unleashed.
Right. Well, just saying, looking at an early game hand that is a little bit light on threats. Language Hacker just tossing everything back. Looking for some earlier ramp, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty much just any kind of ramp, any kind of card.
Yep.
Although the one caveat is you might hold on to a single people to answer a Satyr Overseer, because if your opponent has it and you don't have Wrath or Bog Beam or Crystal Power, you could be in trouble. So
it's a good point.
I have seen some Druids keep early removal against aggressive nymphs.
My greetings.
That's a good point. Actually, the Satyr Overseer can get out of control really fast if you don't kill it. Basically 2 turns, and you're looking at a whole board of Satyrs in some cases. Just a couple pairs here for Just Saying right now. Turn 1 Beaming Sidekick. And the funny thing is that a 1-2 can still get, 3-4 damage done early against a Druid sometimes. Alright. No minions. Okay. Language Hacker dodges, discarding anything important there?
Yeah, chances are he's not going to discard anything,
right.
But, you're always sad to see
We've
that
seen
happen.
it. We've seen the nightmare scenarios. Back over to Language Hacker now, and yeah, I mean, you want to just continue to ramp, but already you look at this board on the other side and you're like, oh man, that's 4 damage coming at me, maybe minimum 5, like, you're going to start to drop fast.
Yeah, I think that the first thing that Language Hacker is thinking of is how can I overgrowth into overflow the safest? And I think that involves him using his cards to actually not draw with the summon. Because if he uses Rising Winds to summon a 3-2, he's fighting for 4. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see him use Crystal Power here either. Just because he needs to free up hand space. Overflow is going to overdraw him.
Right.
He chooses to hold on to it, which I think is completely valid, given that Crystal Power seems to have most of its strength in its healing abilities, and also, again, it's your only removal tool against Satyr Overseer, so I like it.
Just Saying, clearing the Eagle as efficiently as possible, doesn't mind taking that 3 damage to face. But at least, that's another couple damage that's not going into Language Hacker, from his perspective now.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Great draw here for Language Hacker for that Bog Beam. Because he needs to find cards that he can dump before he plays the Overflow, or he just needs to find the actual just Mount Cellar straight up.
Right, so there's the Overgrowth. So he gains the Mana Crystals. Gonna have to just accept that a lot of damage is gonna be coming in here. What's the plan? Yeah, why not? Kane's tough to deal with, man. It's on your curve. It's 3 more damage. It's a lot of health for your opponent to burn through.
For Sand, you can't really ask for a much better start. He's had 3 1-drops, or 4 1-drops, and Kane, he's got both of his Glaive-bound Adepts. It looks, at least on paper, the best possible starting hand for him. I guess you could argue he would rather have Twin Slice so that he could just Twin Slice double Glaive-bound Adept on the back-to-back turns, but this is still really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he can use the coin to get the first one, and then he'll have the mana to just hero power and do the second one after that, I suppose.
Exactly.
Savage Roar. So Language Hacker just clearing as much as he can, yeah.
Dumping, I think it's actually kind of close if you want to use Crystal Power here to heal or to shoot down 2 damage. I think shooting down 2 damage makes more sense because you also gain that 5 life from the overflow.
Right. You gain that life, but then by using Crystal Power to remove a little bit of the board, you make it, less appealing for your opponent to trade into your 3-2. And he's just going to go ahead and Iron Bark it as well. Make it hard to get through.
I like this, maximizing tempo to try to, prioritize saving much HP. And he's being mana efficient, too. So Crystal Power ends up being held.
Right.
I think is completely valid.
Ooh, Twin Slice is drawn by Just Saying right now. So he's got a couple different ways to deal with this.
Yeah, so the idea is that he can just use his hero power and Glaive-bound Adept to get through this 4-5 and push the 5 damage afterwards. I don't think there's merit to trading here.
No, I don't think you really need to. I mean, you're not afraid of that 3-2 at all. He's going to trade anyway, I guess.
Yeah, just to protect the 6-4. I kind of...
Yeah.
Glaive-bound Adept body. That's important.
That's true.
Also, if Language Hacker does have Overflow, this actually ends up making the trade very smooth.
It's a good point.
So, in hindsight, it's fairly obvious that Sane should have traded, but it's good that he was able to obviously identify that way quicker than we could.
Hey, I mean, Glaive-bound Adept it's such a strong card. Sometimes we forget that it still needs a little bit of protection at the end of the day.
Yeah, totally. And part of it is that people like Sane have done enough reps to automatically understand this is what you need to do.
Of course. So what do you do if you're Language Hacker here? Is Overflow the turn? Because you're looking at so much damage on the other side, it looks like you have to.
There's no other play besides it. I guess you could Rising Winds, but I think that's very optimistic. At least this Overflow gives him a chance of killing that Glaive-bound Adept. Does not find another Bog Beam, it looks like, though.
No, it doesn't look like it. So he's facing a lot of damage coming at him next turn. And at only 16 health, you could see a Demon Hunter putting together lethal right now.
He is dead.
He is, in fact, doing it, yeah.
Is enough to actually end it up, so...
Yep.
Language Hacker going to see that Twin Slice and be kind of disappointed because he wanted this Druid to get a win, and it wasn't even close.
Yep, gonna have to try to get it against one of the other decks here. And now if you're playing into the mirror, you're a little bit worried about that. That can be a bit of a coin flip sometimes, and if you're looking at the other option as well, the Warlock kind of just, I think, plays a stronger late game than the Druid does in a lot of cases. So it's gonna be tricky. Also, Warlock just has better removal. So yeah, by not winning that first game with the Druid, Language Hacker is in a little bit of a tricky spot already.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what we were saying, though. I feel like Language Hacker was hoping... I think Language Hacker is saying, I'm going to keep playing Druid and give it as many chances as I can to get a victory. And then Sane's going to do the same thing, but in the opposite order. Maybe play everything but Druid.
You need to win with everything in the end. So as far as what order you want to do it again, that's down to the player, I suppose. Yeah. Well, looking ahead to game number 2, obviously the win with the Demon Hunter in the books for Just Saying. Still has the Warlock and his own Druid to try to get wins with. So when's the last time you saw Kel'Thas Sunstrider be a game-winning card in a Druid game?
It's been a while, actually. I've been seeing Kael'thas just kind of play a very good support role, like the Kael'thas Moonfire and the Overflow, but overall, Language Hacker is going to need some help in order to get that Druid across the finish line. I think that that Druid Mirror is incoming eventually. So with that brings us to our next intermission. We're going to take a few minutes and get set. And when we come back, we're going to have Language Hacker and Saiyan continue with game number 2.
Hearthstone Grandmasters is brought to you by T-Mobile. Switch today and rank up to America's largest 5G network. T-Mobile.
Be handcuffed to a Grandmaster for 1 month.
If I would be handcuffed to one person for over a month, it would probably be tied because he's just way too positive. Even if it looks like something bad could happen, you look at Tyson and he just talks about his tea and everyone is good again.
I think I'm actually gonna pick Bunny. I can learn a lot about chemistry.
Can't go with another Grandmaster. I will choose Firebat because we will still have fun. It won't matter. That would be Zalei because I think he would be able to break the chains.
I would probably pick Seiko, because Seiko is very calm, doesn't speak too much, so I wouldn't be annoyed.
I think I would say Seiko because like he's not speaking, so he would be quiet.
Yeah, Seiko. Yeah, Seiko is. I like to speak with him.
I'll just go with Seiko.
Okay.
We can all have him.